Jiangxing, the burning heat of July. Fresh from receiving his diploma, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the Night Weiyang bar with the last 500 yuan in his pocket, his heart a turmoil of mixed emotions. For years of university had earned him nothing but a diploma, yet he could not even secure a job. Every resume he sent out vanished without a trace, while the landlord's rent-collecting calls pressed down on him like death warrants. Damn it, worst case I'll just haul bricks on a construction site. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng pushed open the bar's heavy glass door. Deafening music swallowed him whole in an instant, and the kaleidoscope of strobe lights made his head spin. He found a booth tucked away in a corner, and ordered a dozen of the cheapest beers, intending to drown his sorrows in alcohol, while sketching out a plan for his bleak future. Gulp, gulp. A bottle of beer went down his throat, the icy liquid slid along his gullet, but could not douse the restless heat in his chest. At that moment a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected host possesses an intense desire to survive and deep confusion about his career conditions for binding fulfilled. 360 professions, every trade breeds a master system, is now activating. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then burst into wild delight. A system? So the novels weren't lying after all. Binding successful. Host Lin Feng. This system exists to promote the glory of labor. So long as you accumulate 100 positive reviews from part-time jobs, you will permanently obtain the professional skills of your current job and receive a max-level ability trial card in advance. Newbie mission tomorrow. Your first profession will be selected at random. Please be prepared. Lin Feng's hands trembled with excitement. He grabbed the beer bottle and took several big gulps to suppress the laughter threatening to burst out of him. Though he had no idea what the first profession would be, this was practically fortune falling from the heavens. With a system in hand, how could he still worry about finding a job? Ha ha ha, heaven truly leaves a path for the desperate. He happily cracked open another bottle of beer, and as he did so his gaze unintentionally swept over the neighboring. There sat a girl in a white dress, her temperament cold and aloof, her features so exquisite she resembled a fairy from a painting. Yet her brows were tightly knitted and several empty glasses already cluttered the table before her. Even in such a boisterous setting she remained like an icy mountain, radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Isn't that our university's ice-cold campus belle, Su Muxue? Recognizing her, Lin Feng muttered inwardly, what is she doing here, drinking herself numb? Su Muxue, the acknowledged goddess of Jiangxing University, her family background shrouded in mystery, her personality icy and distant. Her suitors could line up from the teaching building all the way to the school gate, yet she never showed the slightest warmth to any of them. Now she was clearly drunk. Her gaze was hazy, her cheeks flushed crimson. The icy mountain had melted, revealing a few hints of girlish adorableness. Lin Feng shook his head and withdrew his gaze, returning to his grand schemes involving the system. However, it was not long before a figure staggered in his direction. With a dull thump, Su Muxue dropped directly onto the seat beside Lin Feng, half her body leaning against his. A faint scent of jasmine mingled with the smell of alcohol washed over him. Lin Feng's body went rigid, and he fumbled in a panic. Classmate Su, you've come to the wrong place. Su Muxue lifted her head, her drunken eyes misty as she looked at him. She stretched out a slender jade-like finger and poked his chest, mumbling, You? Who sent you? Are you also here to watch me? Watch you? Lin Feng was utterly baffled. Classmate, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you back to campus. I'm not going back. Su Muxue suddenly raised her voice, a hint of drunken petulance lacing her tone. My family is forcing me to get married. I'm not going back. Only then did Lin Feng understand. So even the ice goddess had her troubles. He sighed and tried to help her sit upright. Every family has its own hard-to-read scripture, but you can't drink like this. It's really dangerous. None of your business. Su Muxue shoved him away, but her seat was unsteady and she toppled back again, this time directly into Lin Feng's arms. Warm, soft fragrance filled his embrace, leaving Lin Feng completely at a loss. Hey classmate Su, wake up. Lin Feng patted her cheeks lightly and realized she was completely dead drunk. Her lips still murmured, Won't marry. I'd rather die than marry. Looking at the defenseless, peerlessly beautiful girl in his arms, Lin Feng fell into a dilemma. Leave her here. How would that be any different from a beast? Take her home. He had no idea where she lived. Bring her back to school. The dormitory gates would surely be locked by now. Forget it, I'll take her to my place first. I can't just leave her to sleep on the streets. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng paid the bill, then supported Su Muxue as they left the bar. A gust of night wind swept by, making them both shiver and stirring the alcohol in their veins. Lin Feng's rented place was in an old nearby residential compound. 1 bedroom, 1 living room. It was simple and shabby, but at least clean. By the time he finally dragged Su Muxue into the room and dropped her onto the bed, Lin Feng was panting with exhaustion. Water. I want water. Su Muxue twisted on the bed, the hem of her dress hitching up slightly to reveal a stretch of fair, smooth thigh. Lin Feng hurriedly poured a glass of water and helped her up to give her a few sips. After drinking, Su Muxue seemed a little more awake. She opened her eyes, gazed at Lin Feng through a hazy blur, and suddenly hooked her arm around his neck. "You're actually kind of good looking." Lin Feng's face flushed. "Classmate Su. Before he could finish, Su Muxue suddenly exerted force, yanking him down onto the bed and rolling over to pin him beneath her. Lin Feng felt the world spin as his nose was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. "Wait, classmate Su, calm down. This isn't appropriate." Lin Feng was horrified, trying to push her away, only to discover that despite her slender frame, she was surprisingly strong. "Don't move." Su Muxue frowned, clearly displeased by his resistance. She raised her hand and hammered 2 solid punches down onto Lin Feng's chest. Uff! Lin Feng almost spat blood. The force behind those 2 blows left him seeing stars, and he immediately fell quiet. "Move again, and I'll beat you to death." Su Muxue slurred a threat, then lowered her head and clumsily pressed her lips to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's mind buzzed as if struck by thunder. The last thread of his rationality snapped completely. To hell with being a saintly gentleman. He was a normal man. Night deepened and chaos engulfed the tiny. Lin Feng was almost amused to anger by her logic. Just as he was about to say something, the examination room door was pushed open and Director Zhao Min. At times Su Muxue was as fiery as flame, at others she was overbearing and wild. Lin Feng for his part spent the entire time in a dazed state, half resisting, half yielding, utterly bewildered. That night was destined to be both absurd and interminable. He did not know how much time passed before the storm finally subsided. Exhausted to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open, Lin Feng looked at the girl sleeping soundly in his arms, and only one thought echoed in his mind: it was over. He was utterly, completely done for. When she woke up tomorrow, would she kill him on the spot? With that terrifying thought lingering in his mind, Lin Feng finally drifted into deep sleep as well. Outside the window, the horizon was already turning pale with the first light of dawn. The morning sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, scattering in mottled patches across the rumpled sheets. Su Muxue was awakened by the splitting hangover in her head and an unspeakable ache in a certain part of her body. Frowning, she opened her eyes only to be met with a stranger's sharply contoured profile, his steady breath warm against the hollow of her neck. After a brief daze, memories surged back like a tide. Bar drinking, refusing the arranged marriage, and this unfamiliar man. With a deafening roar in her mind, Su Muxue's brain went blank, instantly followed by boundless fury. With a shame-filled, furious cry, Su Muxue didn't even stop to think. She clenched her fist, gathered every ounce of strength in her body, and slammed it hard toward the peacefully sleeping man beside her. A dull thud rang out, followed by Lin Feng's miserable scream. "Ow! Who the hell ambushed me?" Lin Feng had been in the midst of a beautiful dream. In it he had become the world's richest man thanks to his system, surrounded by beauties in his arms. Then a searing pain exploded across his face, launching him bolt upright from the bed. Holding his cheek, he stared around in utter confusion. And then his gaze collided with a pair of eyes so cold they seemed capable of freezing a man to death. Half propping herself up, Su Muxue's long hair hung in disarray over her shoulders. Her face was bloodless, yet her eyes were like blades steeped in poison, locking mercilessly onto Lin Feng. "You? So classmate, let me explain." Lin Feng sobered instantly. Cold sweat poured down his back as last night's memories resurfaced. He was so terrified his tongue tangled. "Last night you were the one who—" "Shut up." Su Muxue cut him off with a sharp rebuke. Her gaze swept across the sheet, landing on a glaringly dark red stain, and the killing intent in her eyes almost took physical form. She suddenly flipped herself out of bed with astonishing speed, not even bothering with shoes. Barefoot, she dashed to Lin Feng's desk, snatched up a fruit knife lying there, then spun around and pressed it against Lin Feng's neck. The cold blade lay against his carotid artery. Lin Feng was scared out of his wits, frozen rigid, both hands raised high. "Spare me, mighty heroine. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let's talk this out." Su Muxue's chest heaved violently, the hand clutching the knife trembling. Not from fear, but from blazing anger and bone-deep humiliation. She glared fixedly at Lin Feng and enunciated each word. "Explain. What is there left to explain? You have ruined my purity. I'll kill you for it." "No, no, no. Killing is against the law, Su classmate." Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. "You really were the one who took the initiative last night. You even punched me twice. Look, my chest is still bruised." Su Muxue's gaze dropped, and she did indeed see 2 distinct bruises on Lin Feng's chest. But she had no memory whatsoever of what she had done the night before. Taking it as nothing but his sophistry, she pushed the knife forward a fraction. The blade broke skin, and a bead of blood welled up. "I don't care. The fact is you took advantage of me." Su Muxue ground out the words through clenched teeth, her eyes flickering as though weighing her options. She could not kill him. This was a residential area. Murder would be an enormous mess. And as for her family, if they learned she had slept with a stranger, this unlucky guy might very well vanish along with her. Yet simply letting him go, absolutely impossible. Su Muxue drew a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and spoke in a frosty tone. "You have 2 choices. First, I call the police right now and have you arrested for rape. You can rot in prison for the rest of your life. I choose the second." "Second?" Lin Feng shouted without a moment's hesitation. If he really went in, his life would be utterly ruined. Su Muxue's lips curled into a cold smile as she withdrew the fruit knife, though her eyes remained deadly. Second from today on, you are my boyfriend. At my beck and call, absolute obedience. If you dare say no even once or breathe a word about last night. With a flick of her wrist, the fruit knife spun nimbly between her fingers, flashing with cold light. I'll castrate you and sink you in the river to feed the fish. Lin Feng felt an icy chill shoot between his legs and instinctively clamped his thighs together. He looked at the campus bell before him, stunning enough to steal a man's breath yet vicious like a tigress, and swallowed with difficulty. Boyfriend. Lin Feng was a little stupefied. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't they be strangers from now on? How had it turned into forced buying and selling? What? You're unwilling. Su Muxue narrowed her eyes, murderous intent swirling. Willing. 100 times willing. Lin Feng bobbed his head like a pecking chick. A wise man doesn't suffer losses before him. Saving his own skin came first. To be Su classmate's boyfriend is a blessing I've earned over 8 lifetimes. At least you know what's good for you. Su Muxue snorted coldly, grudgingly satisfied with his answer. She needed a shield to deal with her family's arranged marriage. This guy might look a bit silly, but his looks were decent enough, barely presentable. Remember your role. From now on, when we're outside, you are my boyfriend. You must act affectionate. If you slip up. Su Muxue shook the knife in her hand meaningfully. Got it. I absolutely won't slip up. Lin Feng patted his chest in assurance while inwardly wailing, what kind of mess is this? He had somehow gained a campus belle girlfriend out of nowhere, one who might commit domestic violence at any time. Only then did Su Muxue finally lower the knife. She turned, intending to head to the bathroom for a shower to wash away the stench of alcohol and the ambiguous marks on her body. However, she had overestimated her physical condition. The moment her feet touched the floor, an indescribable soreness and weakness surged from her legs through her entire body, especially that unmentionable place burning with pain. Su Muxue's legs went weak. With a startled cry, she lost control and collapsed forward. Careful! Lin Feng reacted quickly. Ignoring the wound on his neck, he lunged out to catch her. Su Muxue tumbled straight into his arms, their skin pressing together. Last night's memories slammed back into her mind, her face flushed scarlet, and shamed and enraged, she shoved Lin Feng away. Don't touch me. Lin Feng staggered back 2 steps from the push and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Are you okay? Su Muxue tried to stand on her own, but her legs wouldn't obey at all. The slightest movement sent stabbing pain through her, making her hiss between her teeth. She bit down hard on her lip, her eyes turning slightly red, whether from pain or anger, even she could not tell. What are you staring at? She shot Lin Feng a vicious glare, though her voice held a faint weakness. Carry me to the bathroom. Huh? Lin Feng was taken aback. Oh, what? Aren't you my boyfriend? You can't even manage this little thing. Su Muxue stretched out her arms imperiously, every inch the queen. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he silently complained to himself. Just now you said not to touch you. Your face changes faster than turning a page. Not daring to argue, he could only sigh in resignation. Bending down, he carefully avoided her sore spots, one arm sliding under her knees and the other around her back, lifting her up in a bridal carry. Su Muxue's body went rigid. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and buried her face against his chest, unwilling to let him see her current expression. Holding the feather-light girl in his arms, Lin Feng breathed in the faint fragrance of jasmine lingering at the tip of his nose, and suddenly felt, maybe this wasn't such a bad deal after all. Walk faster. Why are you dawdling? Su Muxue thumped his chest with a muffled little punch, her voice stuffed. As you command, your majesty. Lin Feng replied helplessly, then carried her toward the bathroom. The bathroom door closed, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the air. Standing outside the door, Lin Feng listened to the water and couldn't help conjuring certain images in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head and silently chanted a calming mantra. Ding dong! The notification chime of his phone suddenly sounded. Lin Feng picked it up for a look. It was a message from the system. Beginner profession extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining your first profession, gynecologist. A max-level medical skill experience card has been issued. Please proceed to the designated location for part-time work as soon as possible to earn positive reviews. Lin Feng stared at the 4 large characters for gynecologist on the screen, then glanced at the tightly closed bathroom door. His expression instantly turned exceedingly complicated. Gynecologist. This system, was it afraid he wouldn't die fast enough? An obstetrician gynecologist. System, are you deliberately screwing with me? Lin Feng stared at the 4 glaring characters on his phone screen, nearly spitting blood in shock. He snatched up the phone and whispered fiercely into the screen, brother, my real elder brother. Can't you assign something remotely normal? Even hauling bricks at a construction site or bussing dishes at a restaurant would be preferable. An obstetrician gynecologist. If word got out, how could I ever face anyone again? At least let me be a veterinarian. Castrating cats and dogs is infinitely better than this. And look at the woman inside that room. Who is she? If she found out I'd become an obstetrician gynecologist, she'd dismember me limb by limb and sink my corpse in the river to feed the fish. Are you trying to shorten my lifespan? Lin Feng grew increasingly agitated, utterly unaware that the shower's running water behind him had fallen silent long ago. Creak! The bathroom door swung open. Su Muxue stepped out wrapped in a towel, her damp, lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders as droplets traced delicate paths down her elegant clavicles. She had meant to ask Lin Feng for clothes, but the moment she emerged, she caught him muttering furiously into his phone, his back turned. Though she couldn't make out all the words, phrases like screwing with me and sink me in the river rang unmistakably clear. Su Muxue's expression darkened instantly, her eyes narrowed dangerously. You were cursing me. Her voice, glacial and sharp, pierced the air from behind him. Lin Feng froze solid, and his phone clattered to the floor. He turned stiffly, confronting Su Muxue's lethal glare, and forced a smile, so wretched it resembled a grimace. And no. How dare I curse you? I'm cursing this damn phone. It has terrible signal. Is that so? Su Muxue clearly didn't believe him. She advanced step by step, cracking her knuckles with crisp, ominous pops. I distinctly heard someone say, sink me in the river. A misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Lin Feng broke into cold sweat, stumbling backward. I was reading a novel. Yes, a novel. The villain was so despicable I was cursing him. Oh, what novel? Su Muxue arched a brow. It's called The Overbearing School Beauty Falls for Me. Lin Feng improvised wildly. Su Muxue paused mid-step, casting him a peculiar skeptical glance before scoffing, better be true. Just as Lin Feng exhaled in relief, thinking he'd narrowly escaped, Su Muxue struck without warning. Thwack! Thwack! Two precise, forceful punches landed squarely on Lin Feng's chest, same spot both times. Oof! He cried out, staggering backward, grimacing in agony. This girl looked slender, yet her fists packed terrifying strength. After those two blows, he swore his ribs were on the verge of snapping. This is punishment for your earlier shouting. Su Muxue shook out her wrists, her expression impassive. From now on, mind your tone when speaking before me. Su Muxue nodded in satisfaction, then sat cross-legged on the bed, revealing a slender porcelain smooth calf. What were you arguing about just? Su Muxue nodded in satisfaction, then sat cross-legged on the bed, revealing a slender porcelain smooth calf. What were you arguing about just now? What profession? Lin Feng's heart lurched. He dared not tell the truth. Nothing much. I've just taken on a part-time job. The library, quiet, safe, utterly unexposing. The library. Su Muxue seemed mildly surprised, but asked no further. Fine. The library, quiet, safe, utterly unexposing. The library. Su Muxue seemed mildly surprised, but asked no further. The library, quiet, safe, utterly unexposing. The library. Su Muxue seemed mildly surprised, but asked no further. Fine. Since you're my boyfriend, you shouldn't appear too shabby. Work diligently, and don't embarrass me. Standing amid the bustling city street, he stared at the location pinged by the system, Jiangxing Private Boyai Hospital Obstetrics Gynecology Clinic, and felt the world. That afternoon, Lin Feng fled the rented apartment under the pretext of preparing for work. Standing amid the bustling city street, he stared at the location pinged by the system, Jiangxing Private Boyai Hospital Obstetrics Gynecology Clinic, and felt the world dim around him. System, is there truly no changing this? Lin Feng made one last desperate plea. Occupation is irrevocable upon assignment. Proceed immediately to reporting duty, or forfeit the mission. The system will deactivate and reclaim all granted skills. No, I'll go all right. Terrified, Lin Feng instantly capitulated. Deactivation. That would revert him to penniless, powerless oblivion. To minimize social annihilation, Lin Feng bought the largest medical mask available, then scoured his drawers for a baseball cap and non-prescription black-rimmed glasses. Fully armored, he gazed into the mirror. Only his own mother could possibly recognize him. Perfect. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stepping toward Boai Hospital with the grim resolve of a warrior marching towards certain death. Half an hour later, he stood before the door of the Obstetrics Gynecology Department's chief physician's office and knocked. Come in. A gentle female voice answered. Lin Feng entered to find a refined 40-something woman seated behind the desk, gold-rimmed spectacles perched on her nose, her name tag reading, Chief Physician Zhao Min. Zhao Min glanced up, momentarily startled by Lin Feng's bizarre ensemble. You are? Director Zhao. Hello. I'm Lin Feng, the new part-time physician. Lin Feng introduced himself awkwardly, his voice muffled behind the mask. A part-time physician. Zhao Min frowned faintly, then recalled something, pulled a document from her drawer, scanned it, and studied Lin Feng anew. Ah, you're the one specially approved by the hospital director. Dr. Lin. Why, that's me. Lin Feng silently marveled at the system's uncanny reach. Even employment was prearranged. Very well. Since you're here, commit fully. Zhao Min gestured toward a coat rack nearby. White coats are there. Change into one. You'll accompany me on rounds, then begin your outpatient clinic duties. Outpatient clinic. Lin Feng's voice cracked. Alone. Lacking confidence. Zhao Min smiled reassuringly. Don't fret. Every young doctor must grow through practice. I'll observe closely beside you. Lin Feng choked back tears, not over medical skill, but exposure. Yet retreat was impossible. He pressed forward. After donning the white coat and hanging the stethoscope, Lin Feng regarded his reflection though masked and hooded. The coat lent him an undeniable air of professional authority. Dr. Lin, are you ready? Patients are waiting. Zhao Min called from the doorway. Coming. Lin Feng drew another steadying breath and stepped out. Just as he reached the clinic door, before he could even exhale, a clamor of footsteps erupted down the corridor accompanied by a familiar female voice. Oh, come on, Xiao Shui. Don't be shy. It's just a routine checkup. You're already here. Lin Feng went rigid and slowly turned his head. At the corridor's far end, Su Muxue was being half-dragged, half-led toward him by a stunningly glamorous girl in a short skirt. Her features delicate, her demeanor vivacious. Su Muxue protested bitterly. Lu Feifei. I told you. I'm perfectly fine. Why drag me to the hospital? You've been pale these past 2 days and clutching your abdomen constantly. What if it's a gynecological issue? Better early detection, earlier treatment. Lin Feng watched them draw nearer, his mind blank, a single phrase flashing relentlessly. Ruined. Utterly ruined. Quick, hide. A sharp alarm blared in Lin Feng's mind. Instinctively, he darted into the nearby nurse's station and snatched up a patient file to shield his face. His heart hammered wildly, so fiercely it threatened to leap from his throat. That doctor just now looked strangely familiar. Lu Feifei tugged Su Muxue past the nurse's station and glanced back curiously, but Lin Feng had already shrunk beneath the desk. You think everyone looks familiar? Su Muxue retorted with an exasperated glance, her hand pressing lightly against her tender lower abdomen. I told you, it's just menstrual discomfort. No need to overreact. Oh, better safe than sorry. What if it's some gynecological inflammation? Lu Feifei grinned as she gently ushered Su Muxue into Chief Physician Zhao Min's examination room. Come on, let's get checked and be at ease. Only after their figures vanished behind the clinic door did Lin Feng exhale deeply, slumping onto the floor, his back drenched in cold sweat. Too close. If Su Muxue discovered he was working here as a gynecologist, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dr. Lin, what are you doing on the floor? A young nurse approached holding a medical tray, her expression quizzical. I dropped my pen, picking it up. Lin Feng scrambled upright, brushing dust from his white coat and adjusting his glasses with forced composure. Oh, Chief Physician Zhao asked you to go to exam room 3. A patient specifically requested you. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. He'd only been on duty half a day, already had a fan. Heart pounding, he pushed open the door to exam room 3. Inside sat a woman in her 40s. She scrutinized him from head to toe upon his entrance, her tone laced with doubt. You're the new Dr. Lin. You look rather young. Can you really handle this? Lin Feng drew a slow, steadying breath, quieting his inner turbulence, and settled behind the desk. The system-bestowed mastery of medicine surged through his mind, a torrent of flawless knowledge. His earlier anxiety dissolved, replaced by unshakable absolute confidence. Mayam, please rest assured. Tell me about your condition. His voice, muffled yet calm and warm behind the surgical mask, carried quiet authority. The woman sighed. This has plagued me for years, irregular menstruation. I've seen countless doctors, taken both traditional herbal remedies and Western medicine, yet nothing helps. Lately I've also suffered persistent lower back pain. As she spoke, Lin Feng observed her complexion and tongue coating, then asked several precise clinical questions before saying, Mayam, please extend your wrist. I'll take your pulse. Take my pulse. But you're a Western physician, she exclaimed, startled. Integrative medicine yields superior outcomes, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, his fingertips resting lightly on her radial artery. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand. Mayam, this isn't merely menstrual irregularity. It's disharmony of the Chong and Ren meridians compounded by kidney deficiency. Previous prescriptions focused solely on regulating qi and blood, neglecting root-strengthening therapy. I'll prescribe a tailored formula. Take it for 1 week alongside acupuncture. You should notice improvement. He picked up his pen and wrote the prescription with swift, elegant strokes, then retrieved a set of silver needles. Acupuncture, here? She hesitated. Relax. It'll be over in moments, and it won't hurt. Lin Feng assured her, his gaze steady, kind, and imbued with quiet, undeniable conviction. Still uncertain, she lay down on the examination table. Lin Feng's hands moved with lightning precision. Silver needles pierced key acupoints Guanyuan and Sanyinjiao, then gently rotated. A wave of soothing warmth flowed along the needles into her body. She let out a soft, contented hum. Her previously aching lower back suddenly eased. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng removed the needles. All done, ma'am. How do you feel? She sat up, stretched her waist, and exclaimed, remarkable. My back truly doesn't ache anymore. Young man, you possess extraordinary skill. Lin Feng smiled modestly. This is only temporary relief. We must continue with the prescribed herbs. Fill the prescription, then return next week for follow-up. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Lin. She grasped his hand, beaming with gratitude as she stepped out, pausing at the exit to press a resounding excellent on the satisfaction kiosk. Ding. 1 positive review. Current progress 1100. Hearing the system's chime, Lin Feng's heart lifted, his first success. For the remainder of the afternoon, Lin Feng slipped seamlessly into his rhythm. Whether adolescent dysmenorrhea, perimenopausal syndrome in middle-aged women, or early-stage diagnosis of complex gynecological tumors, all yielded effortlessly before his peerless medical mastery. His diagnoses were swift, prescriptions precise, and acupuncture technique transcendent, often alleviating pain with just a few needles. And his demeanor remained unfailingly gentle, his listening patient, free of the awkwardness many female patients associated with male gynecologists. Dr. Lin, my vaginal discharge has been abnormal for months. I've never dared seek help. No need for hesitation. Give me your hand, and let me examine your tongue coating. Dr. Lin, my period pains are so severe I writhe on the floor. Don't fear, I'll stimulate key acupoints. Your symptoms will ease significantly over time. By afternoons, Lin Feng had treated over 20 patients, each leaving with glowing reviews. Even those initially hesitant, due solely to his gender, left flushed, stealing shy glances, some even whispering requests for his contact details. Dr. Lin, you must be stunning under that mask, a bold young woman teased. Lin Feng coughed, awkwardly gesturing toward the silence-required sign on the wall, focus on your health, not fantasies. She stuck out her tongue and obediently complied. When shift ended, Lin Feng collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. Though his skills were flawless, his stamina remained human, and hours of intense diagnosis coupled with constant vigilance against Su Muxue's sudden appearance had left him mentally exhausted. Dr. Lin, you've had quite the demanding day. Chief Physician Zhao Min entered smiling as she clapped his shoulder. Who would have guessed such mastery beneath that youthful face? Even I feel humbled. You flatter me, Chief Physician. I've simply been fortunate, Lin Feng replied humbly. No false modesty. Today you resolved several baffling cases. Zhao Min regarded him with undisguised admiration. Keep excelling. This department head position may well be yours someday. Lin Feng offered a strained chuckle, thinking inwardly, please, no. I just want enough reviews to vanish. Changing into civilian clothes, he slipped stealthily out of the hospital, only breathing freely once he confirmed Su Muxue and Lu Feifei had departed. He lowered his mask and gulped deep fresh air. Today's review tally 28,100. Gazing at the system panel, Lin Feng felt renewed resolve. At this pace, completion was just days away. Just then his phone rang, the screen flashing Queen. Lin Feng nearly dropped it, took a steadying breath, and answered with syrupy charm. Hello, darling. Miss me? A 2-second silence. Then Su Muxue's icy voice cut through. Where are you? I just finished my shift, heading home now. His pulse spiked. Had she found out? Pick me up at Nightshade Bar, she commanded, her voice edged with intoxication. Drinking again. Lin Feng frowned. Your body hasn't recovered. Go easy. Mind your own business. 10 minutes, or you're dead. She hung up without another word. Lin Feng stared at the disconnected call, sighing helplessly. This wasn't a girlfriend. This was a deity demanding tribute. Resigned, he hailed a taxi and recited the address. As the city lights blurred past the window, one thought surfaced. Unbidden, how had Su Muxue's examination gone today? Surely, nothing serious was found. The night was deep inside a rented room. Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue, who had fallen asleep again on the bed, and helplessly rubbed his aching waist. This girl clearly felt unwell, yet insisted on drinking. After drinking, she clamored for exercise, treating his kidneys as if they were renewable resources recklessly overdrawn. What a sin! Lin Feng sighed, resigned, and got up to take a cold shower, trying to extinguish the heat within him. Looking at the obvious bruises on his chest in the mirror, his lips twitched. When would this life come to an end? Early the next morning, Lin Feng, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, quietly slipped out of the house, while Su Muxue was still asleep, and returned to Boai Hospital fully equipped. After putting on a white coat, mask, and glasses, Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened the door to the consultation room. Today there seemed to be more patients. A long queue formed in the corridor, many of whom were returning customers from yesterday or had come to seek him out after hearing of his reputation. Good morning, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, I felt much better after taking your medicine yesterday. Dr. Lin, can you give me 2 more shots today? Faced with the enthusiastic patients, Lin Feng could only force a professional smile and respond to each one. After sending off a high school girl with dysmenorrhea, Lin Feng took a sip of water. Just as he pressed the buzzer, the door to the consultation room was pushed open. Dr. Lin, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Feng looked up and was instantly struck as if by lightning, almost dropping the cup of water in his hand. Standing at the door was Su Muxue. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her face bare and somewhat pale, her brows slightly furrowed, one hand gently covering her lower abdomen. Lin Feng's heart nearly stopped, his mind went blank. Almost instinctively, he lowered his head sharply, pretending to focus on the medical records on the desk, his fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. It's over. This time it's completely over. Why is she here again? Dr. Lin. Su Muxue called again, puzzled, seeing him with his head down and silent. Oh, please take a seat. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, quickly lowering his voice, deliberately changing his tone to sound somewhat hoarse and dull. Su Muxue didn't think much of it, walked to the chair and casually scanned Lin Feng. Though the other party was wearing a mask and glasses, thoroughly covered for some reason, she felt that this doctor's figure was somewhat familiar, especially those eyes. Lin Feng sensed her gaze and quickly buried his head lower, his heart pounding wildly, as if about to burst from his chest. He stared intently at the words in the medical record, desperately praying in his mind, "Don't recognize me. Please don't recognize me. Heaven, just let me get through this, and I will burn incense for you every day." Doctor, I'm not feeling well. Su Muxue withdrew her gaze, speaking lightly, her tone revealing no emotion. I've been having a dull pain in my lower abdomen these past couple of days, and my waist is sore, and she paused, seemingly finding it hard to speak, but continued, and there's something unusual with my discharge. Lin Feng, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Unusual discharge. Could this symptom be caused by his excessive actions last night? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng choked on his own saliva, coughing violently, his face turning bright red. Doctor, are you alright? Su Muxue frowned at him. I'm fine. Just choked. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, forcing himself to calm down, his brain racing, drawing upon all his medical knowledge. Besides these, are there any other symptoms? Like fever or nausea? Su Muxue thought for a moment, shaking her head. No. Is your menstrual cycle regular? Relatively regular, it's just that this time it's a bit light, and the color is dark. Lin Feng lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk, pretending to think, but in reality, he was desperately concealing his inner turmoil. Based on Su Muxue's description combined with his crime from last night, this is most likely pelvic congestion and mild inflammation caused by excessive sexual activity. But how could he say that? Should he directly say, "This patient, you're having this because last night was too intense, go back and let your boyfriend restrain himself a bit"? He could guarantee that the moment those words left his mouth, Su Muxue would have a knife at his throat in the next second. Doctor. Seeing him silent again, Su Muxue became a bit impatient. What's going on? Not serious. Not serious at all. Lin Feng hurriedly said, his voice trembling from nervousness. It's just a bit of hormonal imbalance, plus you might have overexerted recently. He spoke ambiguously, trying to cover it up. Overexerted. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsatisfied with this diagnosis. I haven't done any heavy work recently. It's not physical exhaustion, it's mental stress. Yes, mental stress can also lead to hormonal imbalance. Lin Feng thought quickly and started making excuses. Haven't you been feeling down and irritable lately? Su Muxue paused for a moment, recalling her family's pressure for marriage, her eyes darkening. Kinda. Then that's it. Lin Feng slapped his thigh as if he had found the cause. Emotional fluctuations can affect hormone secretion, leading to a series of symptoms. So I'll prescribe you some medicine to regulate your qi and blood. You should rest more and keep your mood pleasant, and you'll be fine in a few days. Saying this, he picked up a pen and swiftly wrote out a prescription filled with gentle herbal remedies. Is it that simple, eh? Su Muxue took the prescription, glanced at it somewhat skeptical. No need for other tests. Like an ultrasound or something? No need, no need. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. Your symptoms are very typical. It's obviously that. Trust me, I'm a professional. He was afraid that if Su Muxue insisted on having tests done once she got on the examination table, if she recognized something, or if he couldn't control his physiological reactions, it would all be over. Su Muxue stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds. Although she found this doctor a bit strange, she thought nothing more of it, took the prescription, and stood up. All right, thank you, doctor. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's my duty. Lin Feng, as if granted a reprieve, quickly stood up to see her off. Remember to take your medicine on time, drink more hot water, sleep less, and less exercise. The last 3 words he said very quietly, but Su Muxue still heard it, turning back to look at him. Less exercise. Ah yes, resting. Resting is best. Lin Feng hurriedly supplemented. Su Muxue nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the consultation room. Watching her figure disappear at the door, Lin Feng's legs went weak, and he slumped into the chair, gasping heavily, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. That scared me to death. He took off his mask, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back soaked through. Ding. Earned a good review 1, current progress 35,100. The system's prompt tone sounded, but Lin Feng felt no joy. This good review was earned at the cost of his life. At that moment, the consultation room door was pushed open again, and a young nurse poked her head in. Dr. Lin, that beautiful patient just now asked me to ask you. Lin Feng's heart, which had just calmed down, instantly tightened again. What did she ask? She asked if you will still be consulting tomorrow. She said she thinks your medical skills are very good and wants to add you on WeChat for future consultations. Lin Feng. Next patient. Lin Feng pressed the call button listlessly, silently praying it wouldn't be Su Muxue again. The harrowing scene from yesterday still haunted him. Yet Murphy's Law struck once more. The clinic door swung open and Su Muxue strode in on high heels. Her complexion rosier than yesterday, yet her brows knotted tighter, her gait subtly strained. Lin Feng. He nearly slid off his chair, frantically adjusting his glasses and tugging his mask higher, desperate to bury his entire face beneath his collar, while inwardly screaming, "Ancestor! Why are you here again?" Su Muxue strode straight to the chair and sat down, arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed upon the doctor across from her, who kept his head stubbornly bowed. Something about his silhouette felt increasingly familiar. "Doctor, your medicine seems utterly ineffective," Su Muxue declared bluntly, her tone edged with irritation. "In fact, my condition appears to have worsened." Worsened? Lin Feng's heart lurched, his voice trembled. "Where exactly has it worsened?" Su Muxue pressed her lips together, clearly reluctant to speak. Yet for the sake of her health, she forced the words out. "It's that area. It hurts more now, and there's swelling too." Lin Feng. An understanding crashed over him instantly. Last night, after Su Muxue had returned intoxicated, she'd pinned him to the bed and punished him, more fiercely than the first time. Even he had felt his waist threatening to snap. How much worse must it have been for her? This wasn't worsening illness. It was the unmistakable aftermath of excessive indulgence. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed, awkwardly scrambling to mask his fluster. "Miss Su, based on your description, I believe you may need to, adjust certain lifestyle habits." "Which habits?" Su Muxue raised a brow. Matters concerning marital intimacy," Lin Feng whispered, lowering his voice until the words seemed squeezed from between clenched teeth. "You must exercise restraint." Su Muxue's face flushed crimson, humiliation warring with fury. "How dare you say such nonsense?" I'm not making things up." Lin Feng hastily cut her off, terrified she'd erupt. His words tumbled out rapidly. "Your symptoms clearly indicate mucosal trauma, caused by excessive frequency during initial intercourse compounded by external mechanical stress, resulting in localized congestion and edema. Has something similar occurred again last night?" He dared not finish the sentence, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Su Muxue froze, her mind exploding into white noise. Shame, rage, mortification, all surged through her at once, scorching her cheeks. But then, she sensed something wrong. In that voice, though deliberately subdued, its cadence, its phrasing, was achingly familiar. Su Muxue snapped her head up, locking eyes with Lin Feng, her gaze piercing as if seeking to strip away every layer of disguise. "What did you just say? Repeat it now." Lin Feng's pulse spiked. "Nothing. I merely suggested ample rest and reduced physical activity." Su Muxue let out a cold laugh and rose, stepping forward with deliberate, unnerving precision. "Dr. Lin, is it? Remove your mask. Let me see your face." "Absolutely not. Hospital policy forbids mask removal." Lin Feng recoiled, back pressed hard against the wall, cornered. "In policy?" Su Muxue's eyes turned glacial, her voice dripped with quiet menace. "I suspect you're a quack physician, deliberately harassing patients. I will file a formal complaint." "No, please don't. I swear I haven't." Lin Feng's despair was absolute. If reported, his system mission would collapse. "And then remove the mask, now." Su Muxue commanded sharply, her hand already reaching for his face. "Miss Su, wait, hear me out." In panic, Lin Feng blurted her old nickname, the tone slipping back into its natural timbre. The air crystallized. Su Muxue's hand halted midair. Her eyes widened slowly, pupils contracting in stunned disbelief, as she stared at the man swathed head to toe in clinical anonymity. "Lin Feng." The two syllables emerged like shards of ice, charged with volcanic wrath. Lin Feng stiffened entirely, exposed irrevocably. He waved his hands wildly. "Misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. I can explain." "Explain what?" Su Muxue exploded, humiliation and fury detonating in equal measure. She yanked off his mask, revealing his unmistakable face. "It is you, Lin Feng. You're working here as an obstetrician gynecologist." Her voice shook with outrage as she jabbed a trembling finger at him. "And you're treating me for that condition, you pervert, degenerate. It's not what you think. I'm doing this too." Before he could finish, her fists rained down like hailstones. Thud, thud, thud. Ow, don't hit my face. I rely on it for my livelihood. Die already. You dared mock me, I didn't. I'm a professional. Professional. Huh. Let me show you professional. Let me show you treatment." Chaos erupted. Lin Feng scrambled on all fours, ducking and weaving as Su Muxue pursued him, chart stethoscopes and sphygmomanometers scattering across the floor like shrapnel. Nurses and patients outside gathered, peering curiously through the glass panel in the door. What's happening? Is there a fight inside?" Looks like the new Dr. Lin, beaten by a female patient. Tsk. He seemed handsome enough. Turns out he's a lecherous quack." Serves him right. That sort deserves a beating. And Lin Feng, overhearing the murmurs, burned with shame, wishing the floor would swallow him whole. Su Muxue, listen. This is a hospital. Consider the repercussions. And Lin Feng dodged sideways, still trying reason. Repercussions? You know about repercussions. Su Muxue kicked him hard in the shin, making him wince and grimace. Dare molest women here. Today I deliver righteous retribution. After another brutal onslaught, Su Muxue finally paused, breathing heavily, straightening her rumpled clothes and hair before fixing Lin Feng with one searing glare. Fine. You've got guts. She gritted her teeth, jabbing her finger toward him. You'll pay for this. Wait for me after work. I'll deal with you at home. Lin Feng collapsed onto the floor, nursing twin black eyes amid the wreckage, surrounded by gawking onlookers. Speechless despair gripped him. Lin Feng collapsed onto the floor, nursing twin black eyes amid the wreckage, surrounded by gawking onlookers. Speechless despair gripped him. Ding. Negative review, received 1. Current progress 34100. In Lin Feng. In this life, was no longer sustainable. Lin Feng felt that he had never been so humiliated in his life. For an entire afternoon he wore sunglasses to hide his panda eyes and a mask wrapping himself up, as if he were about to rob a bank, shrinking in the clinic, afraid to step outside. Whenever he looked up he could meet the ambiguous gazes of the little nurses, filled with understanding, as well as the curious stares of the patients who seemed hesitant to speak. Have you heard? Dr. Lin got that beautiful patient pinned down and hit. Is that true? He looks quite refined. You can never tell a person's heart by their appearance. He probably got Hansen because he found such a pity his medical skills are so good, but his character is lacking. The chatter from the corridor drifted in, and Lin Feng felt like he could die from shame. He wished he could rush out and shout, I am her boyfriend. That's domestic violence. Do you understand domestic violence? But he didn't dare. He was afraid that if Su Muxue found out she would throw him into the river. System, I hate you. While taking the patient's pulse, Lin Feng was venting in his heart. Look at the terrible job you— Now the whole hospital knows I'm a pervert who harasses female patients. Host, please focus on your work. Good reviews are what matter. The system replied coldly. What do you mean good reviews? I just want to escape from my life. Dr. Lin. The aunt in front of him looked at him in confusion. Why is your hand shaking? Are you tired? Lin Feng snapped back to reality and quickly forced a professional smile. It's nothing, Andy. I was just thinking about the prescription. Your condition is typical of liver stagnation and qi stagnation. He'll prescribe a formula to soothe the liver and regulate qi along with acupuncture, and you'll see results in 3 days. Really? That's wonderful. The aunt instantly beamed with joy. Dr. Lin, you're amazing, even better than those old experts. Ding. Good review 1, current progress 45,100. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng finally felt a bit of comfort. Although his reputation was ruined, the positive reviews were still rising. As long as he could complete the task, he would immediately run away and live in another city. Next patient. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his distracting thoughts, and continued to focus on his work. It must be said that top-tier medical skills are indeed impressive. No matter how complex the illness, once it reached Lin Feng's hands, it was basically cured with either medication or acupuncture. Gradually, the negative gossip about him was overshadowed by the brilliance of his medical skills. Dr. Lin, I've had chronic knee pain for over 10 years. Can you treat it? Come lie down, I'll give you 2 acupuncture. Dr. Lin, my daughter has amenorrhea during puberty. Don't worry, let me take a look at her tongue coating. Does she usually like to eat cold food? For an entire afternoon, Lin Feng saw over 30 patients, and the positive reviews surged, directly breaking through the 50 mark. Those who had originally viewed him through tinted glasses changed their attitudes 180 degrees after witnessing his medical skills. Actually, Dr. Lin is quite nice with high medical skills. He might just be a bit, well, flirtatious. Men, you know, we understand who doesn't have a bit of playfulness. As long as his medical skills are good, I don't care about anything else. Listening to the outside chatter shift from pervert to flirtatious genius, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Is the bottom line of this crowd a bit too flexible? As long as his medical skills are good, I don't care about anything else. Listening to the outside chatter shift from pervert to flirtatious genius, Lin Feng's— As long as his medical skills are good, I don't care about anything else. Listening to the outside chatter shift from pervert to flirtatious genius, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Lin Feng felt alarm bells ringing in his heart, and denied it without changing his expression. No, who told you that? She's just an ordinary patient. There was a misunderstanding. Lin Feng felt alarm bells ringing in his heart, and denied it without changing his expression. No, who told you that? She's just an ordinary patient. There was a misunderstanding. Lin Feng. That was my gentlemanly demeanor. I don't hit women. Come on, I see you're just a softy afraid of your— The little nurse had a look of, I've seen through everything, and continued, but seriously, your girlfriend is really beautiful, just has a bit of a temper. Dr. Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Lin Feng. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Why still have patients here? Lin Feng darkened his face and issued an eviction order. Don't rush, let's chat a little longer. The little nurse clearly wasn't afraid of him continuing to gossip, By the way, Director, Zhao asked me to ask you, there's an expert seminar tomorrow, and he wants you to represent our department and speak. Are you going? Not going. Lin Feng refused without a second thought. He just wanted to keep a low profile, but it would be best if everyone forgot about him. Really not going. But it's at the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, many big figures will be there, and I heard there's even a TV station covering it. Not going. Lin Feng's attitude was firm. What big figures? Is Su Muxue not scary enough? He just wanted to finish work quickly and think about how he could avoid being beaten to death by Su Muxue. Fine, then, I'll tell Director Zhao. The little nurse shrugged and walked to the door, suddenly turning back to Lin Feng and winking. Dr. Lin, good luck. I hope you win over that ice-cold beauty. Lin Feng grabbed the medical record book on the table as if to throw it, and the little nurse ran away giggling. Looking at the empty clinic, Lin Feng slumped in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Current positive reviews, 52,100, still need 48 more. Lin Feng looked at the system panel with a complex expression. On one hand, he was eager to complete the task and escape from this torment. On the other hand, he was somewhat reluctant to let go of his medical skills. Over these days, watching patient after patient recover because of him brought a sense of achievement he had never experienced before. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing temples and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5:30 p.m. There was still half an hour until off-duty. Only half an hour left until death as well. Lin Feng took out his phone, looking at Su Muxue's name on the screen. His finger trembled for a long time, but still didn't dare to dial. How about going to an internet cafe for an all-nighter tonight? Just as this thought emerged, his phone screen suddenly lit up with a WeChat notification. Queen, if you dare not come home, your legs will be broken. Lin Feng. Is this woman a mind reader? Standing at the door of his rental apartment, Lin Feng took several deep breaths, spending a full 5 minutes building up his courage before tremblingly pulling out his keys. With a click, the door opened. The living room was dim, illuminated only by the faint blue light of the television, casting shadows on the cool figure sitting on the sofa. Su Muxue was sitting cross-legged, holding a bag of potato chips, expressionless as she watched television, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's return. This calm before the storm was the most frightening. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Without saying a word, he performed a perfect slide, kneel smoothly gliding to Su Muxue's side, presenting her with the freshly bought milk tea and fried chicken, his tone as humble as dust. Wife. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Su Muxue didn't even look up, grabbing a chip and crunching it with a cold voice. What exactly did you do wrong? I was wrong to hide my profession. I was wrong to let my wife see me treat patients. I was wrong to get hit by my wife in the consultation room. Lin Feng spoke earnestly, his survival instinct kicking in, but I swear, I really was just trying to earn money to support the family. And my medical skills are excellent. I definitely didn't take advantage of any other patients. Su Muxue finally turned her head, looking down at him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Oh, how many female patients did you see today? Lin Feng's heart sank. The deadly question had come. I didn't count, probably around 40 or 50. Lin Feng said, forcing himself to remain calm. But as Su Muxue's gaze sharpened, he quickly added, but to me they are all just patients. Only organs, no genders. Really? I swear to heaven. Su Muxue stared at him for a long moment, suddenly reaching out to pinch his chin with considerable force. You better be. If I find out you dare to fool around outside. She made a scissor gesture with her other hand, gesturing suggestively at Lin Feng's lower body. Lin Feng clenched his legs tightly, cold sweat pouring down. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. In my heart, there is only my wife. Su Muxue finally released her grip, taking the milk tea and sipping it, letting out a satisfied hum. At least you know your place. Get up, kneeling like that is ridiculous. Thank you for sparing my life, my wife. Lin Feng felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly getting up to sit on the sofa, eagerly massaging Su Muxue's shoulders. Wife, how are you feeling today? Still in pain. Can I help you with a massage? Su Muxue enjoyed his service, squinting her eyes. It's okay. But Lin Feng, about your job. Can you quit it? Lin Feng paused, internally lamenting, wife, this. I really can't quit. I have my reasons. What reason? I signed a contract with the hospital, and breaking it would cost me $1 million. Lin Feng casually fabricated, knowing he couldn't mention the system. $1 million. Su Muxue was taken aback, then frowned. When did you owe so much money? Oh, it's a long story. Lin Feng sighed, beginning to weave a tale. It's all for my mother's medical treatment. I borrowed high-interest loans before. He painted a dismal picture of his life with debts and poverty, making Su Muxue's expression soften. All right, don't say any more. Su Muxue interrupted him, her tone considerably softer. Since it's for paying off debt, you can keep working for now. But she shifted her tone, her eyes turning dangerous again. From now on, you are not allowed to treat young and beautiful female patients, especially those who are dressed too flamboyantly. Understood? From now on, I will only treat elderly ladies and gentlemen. Lin Feng patted his chest, assuring her. Su Muxue rolled her eyes at him and said nothing more, continuing to watch television. Lin Feng sighed in relief, finally having navigated this hurdle. However, he was too early in his joy. The next day at work, just as Lin Feng put on his white coat, a knock came at the consultation room door. Come in. The door opened, and a strong scent of perfume wafted in. A young girl wearing a super short skirt and exquisite makeup walked in, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Feng. "You must be Dr. Lin, right? I saw you online. Oh, everyone says you are amazing." Lin Feng's alarm bells rang in his mind. This girl looked like trouble in her outfit. If Su Muxue found out, she would surely skin him alive. "Hello, please take a seat." Lin Feng deliberately kept his face stern, his tone cold. "What seems to be the problem?" "Oh, I'm not feeling well here." The girl pointed to her lower abdomen, her voice dripping with sweetness. "I've had painful periods for a long time. I've seen many doctors, but it hasn't helped." "Dr. Lin, you have to help me." Lin Feng, suppressing his discomfort, took her pulse and asked a few questions, confirming it was just ordinary menstrual discomfort. "It's not a big issue. He'll prescribe you some medicine to warm your womb, and make sure to avoid cold foods." Lin Feng quickly wrote the prescription, wanting to send her on her way. "Is it that simple?" The girl seemed disappointed, leaning closer to Lin Feng, her big eyes blinking. "Dr. Lin, won't you give me a detailed examination?" "No need." Lin Feng abruptly retreated, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. "Your symptoms are very typical. There's no need for an ultrasound." "Oh." The girl pouted, accepting the prescription, but not leaving right away. Instead, she took out a small gift box from her bag and placed it on the table. "Dr. Lin, thank you. This is a little token of my appreciation." "No need for that. The hospital has rules against accepting gifts." Lin Feng hurriedly refused. "Oh, it's just a small thing, not worth much," the girl insisted, pushing the gift box forward, and then took out a business card, kissing it, and leaving a bright red lip mark before shoving it into Lin Feng's hand. "This is my contact information. Make sure to add me if the medicine doesn't work. It'll come back to you." After saying that, she winked at Lin Feng and swayed out of the room. Lin Feng stared at the gift box on the table and the business card with the lip print in his hand, his scalp tingling, feeling that this was even more terrifying than a bomb. He hurriedly grabbed the business card to throw it away, but when he looked up, he found several nurses gathered at the consultation room door, stifling their laughter. Upon seeing him look over, they all gave him thumbs up. "Dr. Lin, you're amazing. You even managed to charm the internet celebrity, little sweetheart. That's a big influencer with millions of followers. Dr. Lin, you're quite the lucky one." Lin Feng. This was it. There was no way to clear his name now. He trembled as he took out his phone, staring at Su Muxue's WeChat avatar, hesitating whether to come clean. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Su Muxue sent a message. "What time do you finish work today? I'll come pick you up." Lin Feng looked at the message, then at the gift box and business card on the table, his vision darkening as he could already see his grim future. "Xiaoxue, what happened at the gynecology department yesterday? You were so mysterious and told me not to ask." In a high-end cafe in the city center, Lu Feifei stirred her latte, gossiping as she looked at Su Muxue across the table. Su Muxue paused, took a sip of her coffee, and tried to conceal the awkwardness on her face. "It's nothing, just a routine checkup. The doctor said I have a bit of inflammation." "Inflammation?" Lu Feifei clearly didn't believe it, leaning in closer and lowering her voice. "But I heard that a male doctor at the Boai Hospital gynecology department was pinned down and beaten by a beautiful patient yesterday. It couldn't possibly be you, right?" "Uffed." Su Muxue almost spat out her coffee, coughing violently as her cheeks flushed red. "Where did you hear such nonsense?" "It's all over the internet." Lu Feifei pulled out her phone and opened a local gossip group. "Look, someone even filmed the video. Although it was blurred, I recognized it was you at a glance." Su Muxue looked at the blurry yet familiar figure in the video, and the doctor who was running away, feeling darkness cloud her vision. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. This must be a misunderstanding." Su Muxue forced herself to calm down, pushing the phone back. "That doctor is just a quack spouting nonsense. I was just too angry to." "Really?" Lu Feifei squinted her eyes like a cunning fox. "What did that doctor say to make you so furious?" Su Muxue. Could she say that the doctor accurately mentioned her excessive intimacy and pointed out external? She couldn't. If she said that, she'd never be able to face anyone again. Anyway, it's all nonsense. Su Muxue gritted her teeth, throwing all the blame onto Lin Feng. "These male gynecologists are all worthless, their minds filled with filthy thoughts." "Tsk tisk, it seems you were really upset." Lu Feifei patted her shoulder sympathetically. "Alright, don't be angry. It's not worth it for such a person. But seriously, what about your little boyfriend? How come I haven't seen him pick you up these days?" Mentioning Lin Feng made Su Muxue's gaze flicker for a moment, her tone becoming even more unnatural. He's busy working." "Working? Where's he working? So mysterious that even I, your best friend, can't know." "Just a regular company, nothing much to say." Su Muxue spoke vaguely, but inside she was sneering. "Working at the gynecology department, seeing female patients. Almost got seduced by an internet celebrity." Just thinking about the gossip she saw in the hospital group that morning made Su Muxue grind her teeth in anger. That little sweetheart actually dared to send Lin Feng gifts and leave lip prints. It seems the lesson from last night was still too light. "By the way, should we go to Nightshade for drinks tonight? It's been a while since we've been there," Lu Feifei suggested. "Not going, I quit drinking." Su Muxue refused without a second thought. The last time drinking led to a mistake, she ended up sleeping with Lin Feng in a muddle. If she went again, who knows what trouble would arise. "Really not going. I heard there's a handsome guy doing live singing today." Not going. All right, then I'll go by myself. Lu Feifei shrugged, not insisting. The two chatted for a while longer, and Su Muxue glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. Lin Feng got off work at 5:30. Su Muxue set down her coffee cup, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It was time to pick up her boyfriend after work. At the entrance of Boai Hospital, Lin Feng changed his clothes, peeking out sneakily, glancing around to confirm that there was no sign of Su Muxue, before letting out a sigh of relief, preparing to slip away. However, just as he took a step, a chilling voice came from behind him. "Dr. Lin, where are you off to?" Lin Feng stiffened, mechanically turning around to see Su Muxue leaning against the wall, a smile that was neither here nor there on her face. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Wife, why are you here?" "I'm here to pick you up from work." Su Muxue straightened up and walked over step by step, her high heels making a tap-tap sound on the ground. Each step felt like stepping on Lin Feng's heart. "What's wrong?" "I'm here to pick you up from work." Su Muxue straightened up and walked over step by step, her high heels making a tap-tap sound on the ground. Each step. "Then let's go." Su Muxue reached out and naturally linked her arm with Lin Feng's, a gentle smile on her face. To outsiders they looked like a loving couple. Only Lin Feng could feel that Su Muxue's fingers were digging into the soft flesh on the inside of his arm, causing him to wince in pain, but dare not cry out. Only Lin Feng could feel that Su Muxue's fingers were digging into the soft flesh on the inside of his arm, causing him. Su Muxue's smile remained unchanged as she increased the pressure a little more. "Dr. Lin saw so many female patients today, and even received gifts from internet celebrities. You should be enjoying yourself, so how could it hurt?" Lin Feng's heart sank, but was indeed because of this. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Lin Feng quickly explained. "I don't even know that internet celebrity. I didn't accept the gift. I threw the business card in the trash. Wife, you have to believe me." "Is that so?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing. "But I heard that she left a lip print on you." "That was her own doing. I didn't even touch her." Lin Feng was sweating profusely from anxiety. "I swear to heaven, there's only you in my heart. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud thunderclap suddenly echoed in the sky. Lin Feng, Su Muxue. The two of them looked up at the gloomy sky, then exchanged glances. "It seems even the heavens can't stand it anymore." Su Muxue sneered, pulling Lin Feng toward the roadside. "Let's go home and have a good chat tonight." "Wife, this is definitely a coincidence. You must believe in science. Believe in materialism." Lin Feng was on the verge of tears as Su Muxue forcefully shoved him into a taxi. Surrounding pedestrians and colleagues saw this scene and cast sympathetic glances. Tisk, Dr. Lin is so pitiful, being dragged back by his girlfriend again. There's no helping it. Who told him to be so charming? Even internet celebrities are throwing themselves at him. This must be the trouble of happiness. Hearing the discussions outside, Lin Feng closed his eyes in despair. This is not the trouble of happiness, it's a life-threatening romantic calamity. Bang! The door of the rental apartment slammed shut as Lin Feng was pushed onto the sofa by Su Muxue, with a shadow looming over him. Su Muxue placed her hands on either side of Lin Feng's body, looking down at him with cold eyes. "Speak. You have 3 minutes. If you can't explain clearly, you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight." Lin Feng swallowed hard, his brain racing as his survival instinct peaked at this moment. "Wife, please listen to me. This is truly a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Lin Feng raised his hands, looking sincere. "I swear I became an obstetrician not because I have any special Then why is that?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "It's because it's a family tradition." Lin Feng hastily improvised. "Actually, my family has been in medicine for 3 generations, specializing in obstetrics. It's a family skill that cannot be lost." Su Muxue was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this reason. "Family obstetrics." "Absolutely true." Seeing that there was hope, Lin Feng quickly continued his fabrication. "My great-grandfather was a well-known obstetrician in the area, specifically treating royal family members. Later our family's fortunes declined, and the skill was almost lost. My grandfather and father couldn't learn it, and now it's up to me to make our family proud." "Really?" Su Muxue narrowed her eyes, seemingly judging the truth of his words. "More real than gold." Lin Feng pounded his chest in assurance. "Besides, when I applied at the hospital, I originally wanted to go into urology or internal medicine, but the director saw my resume and insisted that I was an ancient century obstetrician talent. He insisted I join obstetrics, saying that if I refused it would be a waste of talent and disrespectful to my ancestors. He painted a pitiful picture of himself as if not joining obstetrics would make him a historical sinner." Su Muxue stared at him for a long while before suddenly scoffing. "Keep making up your story. Then tell me, since it's your family skill, why have you never mentioned it before?" Lin Feng stumbled, his eyes darting. "It's because of strict family rules. The family motto says that until the skill is perfected, one must not boast about it, or they will face divine retribution. You see that thunder today? It's a warning." Su Muxue. She looked at Lin Feng's serious expression as he spouted nonsense, feeling both exasperated and amused. This guy even brought up ancestors and divine retribution to cover his lie. Deep down she knew Lin Feng probably had his reasons, after all, who would willingly become an obstetrician to suffer. But just thinking about him treating so many women, especially that internet celebrity who left a lipstick mark, made her feel sour and uncomfortable. Even if what you said is true, Su Muxue straightened up, crossing her arms, her tone still cold. Then what about the incident with that internet celebrity? And accepting her gifts? That's unfair. Lin Feng protested. I didn't want that gift as she forced it on me. And when I was treating her, I kept my eyes straight ahead, thinking only of you. I swear on this light bulb above me, if I lie, may it. Lin Feng pointed at the chandelier above, but before he could finish, the chandelier flickered twice, and with a zap, it went out. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Lin Feng. Su Muxue. An eerie silence filled the air. A few seconds later, Su Muxue's ominous voice echoed in the dark. Lin Feng, do you think I'm easy to fool? Wife, this is definitely a coincidence. The wiring is old. It must be the wiring. Lin Feng was terrified, quickly pulling out his phone to turn on the flashlight, illuminating his earnest and terrified face. You have to believe me. My heart for you can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Buffed. Looking at Lin Feng's silly face, almost in tears from fear, Su Muxue finally couldn't hold it in and laughed, but quickly put on a stern face again. Enough of that. Smooth talker. Seeing Su Muxue smile, Lin Feng felt relieved, knowing he had passed half of the hurdle. He quickly seized the moment, pulling her waist and burying his face in her embrace, rubbing against her like a large dog. Wife, I know I was wrong. From now on, when I treat patients, I will definitely wear a mask and goggles. Besides you, I won't treat anyone else. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Being angry causes wrinkles and makes you less beautiful. Su Muxue felt ticklish from his rubbing, and the little jealousy and anger in her heart almost dissipated, but she still pretended to frown and pushed him away. Stop being so glib. You might escape death, but there's no escaping punishment. Wife, tell me I will accept any punishment. Lin Feng immediately declared as long as they wouldn't break up or he wouldn't drown, he would accept anything. Su Muxue pointed to the corner of the wall. Go stand facing the wall for an hour and reflect on what male virtue means. Huh? Facing the wall? Lin Feng was stunned. What? You don't want to? Of course I do. Lin Feng hurriedly got up, obediently walked to the corner, standing straight, while muttering softly. The first rule of male virtue is that the wife is always right. The second rule, if the wife is wrong, please refer to the first rule. Su Muxue listened to his mumbling, unable to hold back a smile, as she walked behind him and lightly kicked his butt. Stand properly. No slacking. Yes, my queen. Lin Feng stood straight, but in his heart he was cursing the system. Oh system, look at the trouble you caused. I'm a dignified man, yet I've fallen to reciting the male virtue scriptures. If this gets out, how will I ever survive in the world? Host, please focus on the task. Each positive review can be exchanged for a family status upgrade voucher. The system suddenly chimed in. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Why didn't you say so earlier? How many positive reviews do I have now? Current positive reviews, 58,100. Still need 42 more. Lin Feng calculated in his mind that for the sake of his family status, and to avoid facing the wall again, he had to work hard. And he needed to work hard. Once he gathered enough positive reviews to exchange for the family status upgrade voucher. Lin Feng, what are you grinning about? Stand straight. Su Muxue's voice came from behind. Yes, wife. Lin Feng immediately straightened his smile and stood up straight. Forget about family status for now. Keeping his life safe was the priority. The next morning, Lin Feng, supporting his sore waist and sporting two slightly noticeable dark circles under his eyes, limped into the hospital. Did you go out stealing last night? The gossiping little nurse from yesterday saw his condition and immediately came over to tease him. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he awkwardly adjusted his glasses, saying, no, it's nothing last night. I was stargazing and accidentally fell. Stargazing? The little nurse clearly didn't believe him. Her gaze swept across the suspicious red marks on his neck, revealing a knowing smile. Did your little wildcat scratch you at home? Tisk, Dr. Lin, I didn't see that coming, getting quite playful. Lin Feng. He quickly pulled up the collar of his white coat to cover the evidence and cleared his throat, saying, stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Entering the consultation room, Lin Feng slumped into a chair and rubbed his sore waist. Last night, although Su Muxue didn't literally throw him out onto the streets, the punishment was no less as she made him massage her and hammer her legs, and finally forced him to recite the male virtue classic 10 times, nearly exhausting him. When will this life come to an end? Lin Feng sighed, resigned, as he opened his computer and prepared to start a day of next patient. The consultation room door was pushed open and a girl dressed plainly with black-framed glasses walked in, head down, nervously twisting her shirt corners, her voice barely audible. Hello, doctor. Hello, please have a seat. Lin Feng adjusted his demeanor and spoke gently. What seems to be the problem? The girl cautiously lifted her head, glanced at Lin Feng, then quickly lowered it again, her cheeks slightly flushed. I have not come for a long time. Irregular menstruation? Lin Feng asked. The girl's voice became even softer. It's been almost 3 months since I last came, and and my breasts are a bit swollen and painful. Lin Feng nodded, signaling her to place her hands on the pulse pillow. Don't be nervous, let me take your pulse first. He placed his fingers on the girl's wrist and closed his eyes, carefully sensing the rhythm of her pulse. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Have you been under a lot of stress lately? Staying up late and having an irregular diet? The girl was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I've been preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, sleeping very late. Every day? That's it. Lin Feng retracted his hand. This is a typical case of liver qi stagnation combined with deficiency of qi and blood caused by too much stress leading to hormonal imbalance. I'll prescribe you a remedy to regulate it along with acupuncture, and you'll recover quickly. Saying this, he picked up a pen and swiftly wrote out a prescription, then took out silver needles. Come lie down on the bed, I'll give you 2 needles. The girl hesitated a bit, but still obediently lay down. Lin Feng skillfully disinfected, located the points, and inserted the needles, his movements fluid, and without any delay. As the silver needles entered her body, a warm flow of energy immediately swept through her, and the girl let out a comfortable feeling the previously swollen and painful chest miraculously relieved considerably. How do you feel? Lin Feng asked. Much better. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, looking at Lin Feng, with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Dr. Lin, you're amazing. Lin Feng smiled and withdrew the needles. This is just temporary. The key is to adjust your daily routine and not put too much pressure on yourself. Although the entrance exam is important, health is the foundation of everything. The girl sat up, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Thank you, Dr. Lin, I'll pay attention. You're welcome. Lin Feng handed her the prescription. Go get the medicine, take it on time, and remember to come back for a follow-up in a week. Okay. The girl took the prescription but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she secretly glanced at Lin Feng. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him, the white coat, making his figure appear tall and straight. Although he was wearing a mask, the exposed features were deep and gentle, and his focused demeanor while treating patients was simply charming. DDO, you have any more questions? Lin Feng asked in confusion as he noticed she wasn't moving. No, nothing. The girl's face flushed, and she quickly shook her head, standing up in a fluster. Thank you, Dr. Lin. You'll be going now? Saying this, she darted out like a frightened little rabbit, even forgetting to close the door. Lin Feng watched her back, shaking his head helplessly as he got up to close the door. Just as he reached the door, he heard the girl's voice outside, seemingly on a phone call. Hey, Xiao Mei, let me tell you, I met an extremely amazing doctor today. He's handsome and gentle. Plus, he can do acupuncture and heal me in no time. Lin Feng. He silently closed the door, returned to his seat, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to cry a little. If it were the past, being praised by a beautiful girl like that would have made him overjoyed. But now he only felt scared. If Su Muxue found out about this, he would probably face more than just reciting the male virtue classic tonight. He might end up kneeling on a washboard. Being handsome is also a kind of sin. Lin Feng narcissistically sighed as he casually picked up the mirror on the table to take a look. Ding. Received positive feedback. 1. Current progress, 59,100. The system notification sound timely interrupted Lin Feng's self-indulgence. Forget it, I should think about how to quickly accumulate more positive feedback. Lin Feng put down the mirror and pressed the calling device. Next patient. For him, right now positive feedback was life, family status, and a Gatuda fail-free card. To avoid facing the wall again, and to be able to sleep soundly, he was all in. Next patient. And no sooner had Lin Feng uttered the words than the clinic door burst open with a thunderous bang, its force causing the entire frame to shudder. A middle-aged woman strode in, dressed in a Chanel suit, clutching a Hermes handbag, her every gesture shimmering with opulent jewelry. Her face bore meticulously applied makeup, yet beneath it lingered unmistakable exhaustion and sharp-edged resentment. Trailing behind her was a timid assistant, arms laden with shopping bags large and small. The moment she entered, her gaze swept over Lin Feng with icy scrutiny, her brows snapping together as she snapped. So you're that new Dar. Lin, you don't even look old enough to shave. How on earth can you treat patients? And Lin Feng's brow flickered faintly, then relaxed. His voice remained calm and measured. Whether I can treat patients or not will become clear once we begin. Ma'am, who are you calling ma'am? She recoiled as if scalded, her voice leaping an octave higher. Can't you speak properly? And internally Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Outwardly he offered a polished professional smile. Madam, please take a seat. She let out a contemptuous snort before reluctantly lowering herself into the chair, slapping her wrist onto the pulse pillow with deliberate disdain. Let me make one thing clear. I only came here out of respect for Director Zhao. If you fail to help me, I'll file a formal complaint immediately. And rest assured I'll do my utmost. Lin Feng replied, unfazed by the threat, as his fingertips gently settled upon her wrist. After several seconds he withdrew his hand and asked, have you been suffering from chronic insomnia and vivid dreams, palpitations, night sweats, and your menstruation ceased nearly a year ago yet recently resumed abnormally heavy dark red flows accompanied by clots? Her expression of disdain froze mid-face, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed her eyes, but her voice remained defiant. Humph. Anyone could guess those symptoms. What's so remarkable about that? And have you also been plagued by persistent dry mouth soreness and weakness in your lower back and knees? And perhaps, Lin Feng paused, slightly lowering his voice, a noticeable disharmony in marital intimacy. Her face flushed crimson. She darted a nervous glance toward her assistant, who instantly bowed her head, feigning deafness. How dare you say such things? She sputtered, flustered and indignant. Do you even know how to diagnose? Please don't rush to judgment. Let me finish. Lin Feng spoke without haste. What you're experiencing is classic perimenopausal syndrome compounded by Bung Lu, a severe disorder of uterine bleeding. Your pulse reveals liver fire hyperactivity and kidney deficiency. I suspect something at home, or within your company, has been weighing heavily on your mind lately. Her lips parted, poised to protest, yet no sound emerged. Every word he'd spoken struck true. Indeed, she'd been consumed by her company's collapsing cash flow, sleepless nights, deteriorating health, countless consultations with renowned physicians, and stacks of prescribed medicine, all yielding no relief. Then, how do we treat it? Her tone softened, though skepticism still lingered. Simply, Lin Feng. He picked up his pen and swiftly drafted a prescription. First, I'll prescribe a formula to nourish and subdue fire and stabilize the Chong meridian to halt bleeding. Then 2 acupuncture needles, and tonight you'll sleep deeply. Acupuncture. She hesitated. Does it hurt? Rest easy. It feels no sharper than a mosquito's bite. Lin Feng smiled, retrieving sterilized silver needles. She lay down on the examination table, half convinced. With lightning precision, Lin Feng inserted fine needles into the Xinyinjiao Taichong and Yongquan points, then gently rotated them. A cool, soothing current surged through the needles into her body. She exhaled softly, a low involuntary hum of relief, as her agitated spirit settled, her tightly wound nerves finally unwinding. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng withdrew the needles. How do you feel? She sat up, stretched her shoulders, and gasped. The chronic gnawing ache in her lower back and spine had eased by more than half. Her mind felt lucid, her body light. She felt 10 years younger. Miraculous. Truly miraculous. She seized Lin Feng's hand, eyes alight. Dr. Lin, no divine physician, Lin. Just now I mistook a celestial healer for an ordinary doctor. Please forgive my ignorance. You're far too kind. That's simply my duty. Lin Feng withdrew his hand with quiet grace, inwardly savoring the triumph. So much for challenging me. Was his mastery of medicine mere child's play? And she hurriedly pulled a business card from her purse and pressed it into his palm. Divine physician Lin, here's my card. Anything you ever need, just say the word. I hold some influence in Jiangxing. And Lin Feng glanced at the card. Wang Suihua, chairperson, Jiangxing Jinxiu Group. Well now, this was no ordinary matriarch. Thank you, miss. Wang, Lin Feng acknowledged politely. Nonsense. Nonsense. Wang Suihua's laughter crinkled her cheeks as she turned to her assistant. Go. Order the largest possible banner of appreciation for Dr. Lin. Engrave it boldly. Masterful hands restore life. Noble virtue embodies medicine. And right away, Ms. Wang Suihua spent several more minutes lavishing praise upon Lin Feng before departing fully satisfied, pausing only to press a resounding excellent on the satisfaction kiosk, even attempting to tap it repeatedly until Lin Feng gently intervened. Wang Suihua spent several more minutes lavishing praise upon Lin Feng before departing fully satisfied, pausing only to press a resounding excellent on the satisfaction kiosk, even attempting to tap it. Wang Suihua spent several more minutes lavishing praise upon Lin Feng before departing fully satisfied, pausing only to press a resounding excellent on the satisfaction kiosk, even attempting to even the tiger-like Ms. Wang tamed. The young nurse peeked in again, eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Feng arched a single eyebrow, smug. Just routine. My skill speaks for itself. Oh, spare us. The moment you're praised, you puff up like a peacock. The nurse puckered her lips, then leaned in conspiratorially. Oh, and that university student. She's back, lurking outside the door for ages. Seems desperate to see you, yet too shy to step inside. Lin Feng blinked. Why, she returned. Didn't I schedule her follow-up for next week? Who knows? Maybe she's fallen for you. The nurse winked playfully. Dr. Lin, you've got quite the charm aura going. Lin Feng stiffened, waving his hands urgently. Don't joke about that. I'm married. Yes, we know all about your fierce tigress at home. She giggled and dashed off. Lin Feng stared toward the doorway, a quiet unease stirring deep within him. Could this student truly harbor feelings for him? And if Su Muxue found out that he'd not only won over a tycoon, but attracted romantic attention, a shiver ran down his spine. He dared not dwell on it further. A soft chime rang out, ding-ling-ling. Lin Feng had just seen off a patient when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. It was Wang Fatso, his college roommate. Hey Fatso, what's up? Lin Feng answered, flipping through medical records as he spoke. From the other end came Wang Fatso's boisterous voice. Crazy Lin, how's the job hunt going? I'm already at a major internet firm. 15,000 yuan a month. Yeah, it's exhausting, but the future's limitless. Want to give it a shot? I'll refer you internally. A faint twitch tugged at Lin Feng's lips. 15,000. If only Wang Fatso knew his current salary consisted of a fully mastered medical system, and the ever-present risk of being drowned by his girlfriend. He wondered what expression would cross Wang Fatso's face upon hearing that. Thanks, bro. I've already landed something, Lin Feng replied vaguely. Landed something? Where? What do you do? Wang Fatso asked curious. Lin Feng glanced around the clinic. Women of all ages streaming in and out, elderly women lining up outside the door. Then took a slow breath and lowered his voice. At a hospital. A hospital? Nice. You're a doctor. Wang Fatso's tone brightened. Which department? Surgery. Internal medicine. Neither. Lin Feng swallowed hard and improvised. I'm an administrative clerk. Office work, filing paperwork, general support. An administrative clerk. Wang Fatso's voice dripped with disdain. Crazy, Lin. You wasted 4 years in university just to become a clerk. What kind of future is there in that? You'd be lucky to pull 3 or 4,000 a month. Lin Feng fell silent. He longed to tell the truth, but dared he? If he admitted he practiced gynecology, Wang Fatso would laugh himself into next year, and by tomorrow the entire class would know. Then he truly wouldn't be able to show his face again. It's not bad. Relax, stable, Lin Feng said, puffing up bravado. Stable? Huh, that's retirement work. Wang Fatso groaned in exasperation. Look at you. You're not ugly yet so lackluster. Come join me instead. Sure, it's grueling, but at least it's a technical role. No. I'm good where I am, Lin Feng cut in quickly. Actually, I've got something urgent. Gotta go. Let's catch up soon, dinner's on me. Without waiting for another word, setting down his phone, Lin Feng watched as an elderly woman entered the clinic beaming at him. Dr. Lin, my old ailment's acting up again. Please take a look. Outside, a line of women stretched across the corridor. Teenage girls, middle-aged mothers, grandmothers in their 60s and 70s. Lin Feng sighed deeply, his heart a storm of contradictions. Administrative clerk. General support. He wished he could be. Given the choice, he'd gladly trade places with a 9-to-5 office worker, even for lower pay, if it spared him daily dread of being caught red-handed. Well, caught red-handed in the clinic. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? You're sighing like your heart's breaking, the woman asked, concerned. Nothing, auntie. Just reflecting on life. Lin Feng forced a smile and picked up his stethoscope. Let's begin your examination. Ah, yes. She settled onto the exam table. You're such a wonderful doctor, patient skilled, even better than my son. If he were half as accomplished, I'd light incense in gratitude. Lin Feng remained silent. Auntie, your praise makes me feel guilty. Just moments ago, Wang Fatso had called him unambitious. The contrast couldn't be starker. Yet despite the social peril, nothing matched the quiet triumph in a patient's grateful smile after recovery. Just moments ago, Wang Fatso had called him unambitious. The contrast couldn't be starker. Yet despite the social peril, nothing matched the quiet triumph. Ordinary. You're a miracle healer. She relaxed, eyes half closed. Oh, Dr. Lin, are you seeing anyone? My niece just graduated. Lovely girl, fresh as spring blossoms. Want me to introduce you? Lin Feng's hand jerked, nearly missing the point, and he shook his head vigorously. No thank you, auntie. I already have a girlfriend. Already taken. Her face fell. What a shame. Such a fine young man. She must be extraordinary then. Su Muxue's icy visage flashed in his mind, followed instantly by the image of her fist flying toward his jaw. His lips twitched. Yes, exceptionally impressive. Just rather fiery-tempered. Fiery. Excellent. She'll keep you in line. The woman nodded sagely. A man needs a strong wife. Otherwise he floats away. Lin Feng said nothing. Auntie, your idea of keeping in line and mine likely belong to entirely different dimensions. Mine involves physics, potential trauma, and possibly mortal peril. After finally bidding farewell to the enthusiastic aunt, Lin Feng stared at his system interface. Another glowing review added. Current positive reviews 61100. 13 more to go. To silence his roommate's ridicule. To escape this crucible. To stand tall before Su Muxue. Lin Feng drew a deep breath and pressed the call button. Next patient. Dr. Lin. A honeyed voice floated in. The viral internet celebrity little sweetheart, swaying her hips as she stepped inside, cradling an elegant cake box. Dr. Lin. A honeyed voice floated in. The viral internet celebrity little sweetheart, swaying her hips as she stepped inside, cradling an elegant. Help. I'll forfeit this review. Please just spare me. Su Muxue felt that something was off lately. Ever since returning from the hospital that day, although she verbally claimed to have forgiven Lin Feng, the awkwardness in her heart had not dissipated. Especially after her body had fully recovered. Every time she recalled the scene of Lin Feng accurately stating her diagnosis in the examination room, her cheeks would involuntarily flush, accompanied by an inexplicable irritation. That bastard, is he also this professional with other women? Once this thought emerged, it grew like wild grass. Xiaoxua, what are you daydreaming about? Lu Feifei waved her hand in front of her. The coffee has gone cold. Su Muxue came back to her senses, picked up the coffee, took a sip, disguising the turbulence within her heart. Nothing, just thinking about something. Are you thinking about your little boyfriend? Lu Feifei raised her eyebrows playfully. I haven't seen him pick you up these past few days. Did you have a fight? No. Su Muxue denied flatly, her tone cold. He's busy with work. Busy? How busy can an administrative clerk be? Lu Feifei clearly didn't believe her. He wouldn't have someone else, would he? Su Muxue's hand holding the cup froze, her gaze instantly turning frigid. He wouldn't dare. Haha, I was just joking. Look at you getting all worked up. Lu Feifei said with a grin. But seriously, men should be watched closely, especially your guy. He's quite the heartthrob. Su Muxue remained silent, but her fingers tightened slightly around the cup. Just then her phone vibrated, and the screen lit up with a WeChat message from the nurse, Xiao Mei, whom Su Muxue had secretly added during her last hospital visit, having given her some benefits to inform her of any special news regarding Lin Feng. Nurse Xiao Mei, Miss Su, urgent intel. That internet celebrity little sweetheart is back. She even brought she's in Dr. Lin's examination room right now. Image below was a surreptitiously taken photo capturing Lin Feng's awkward expression as he looked at the cake on the table, while the internet celebrity leaned over him, her neckline low enough to reveal quite a view. Crack. Su Muxue's coffee cup handle broke with a snap, scalding coffee spilling over her hand, but she seemed oblivious to the pain, her eyes fixed intently on that photo, the surrounding temperature plummeting to freezing point. What's wrong? Lu Feifei was startled, quickly grabbing a tissue to help her wipe her hand. Your hand is all red. Who sent the message? Su Muxue did not answer and directly dialed Lin Feng's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and Lin Feng's voice, intentionally lowered, came through the background noisy hello. Wife, what's up? Where are you? Su Muxue's voice was chillingly calm. At the hospital working. Lin Feng said, sounding working. Su Muxue sneered. What kind of work? The kind where you cut cake for an internet celebrity. The line instantly fell silent, and after a few seconds Lin Feng's panicked voice came through. Wife, let me explain. It was forced on me. I haven't eaten a bite. Really? I'm allergic to cake. Is that so? Su Muxue's tone remained icy. Then what are you doing right now? I'm seeing patients. Yes, seeing patients. Lin Feng hurriedly said, sounding somewhat flustered. Wife, I'm a bit busy. I'll hang up now. I'll bring you something good after work. Without waiting for Su Muxue to respond, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Su Muxue's expression darkened to the point that it could drip water. What happened? Did you really have a fight? Lu Feifei asked cautiously. Su Muxue remained silent, picked up her bag, and stood up. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Hey, where are you going? Catching him in the act. With those two words, Su Muxue walked out in her high heels without looking back, her silhouette exuding a murderous aura. Lu Feifei watched her retreating figure, shrank her neck, and mourned silently for the oblivious Dr. Lin for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, in the hospital examination room, Lin Feng looked at the disconnected phone call, then glanced at the exquisite cake on the table and at the innocent-looking internet celebrity in front of him, feeling a pounding headache. Dr. Lin, why didn't you answer the phone? Was it your girlfriend? Little sweetheart blinked her big eyes, feigning ignorance. That's none of your business. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he pointed to the door. Please take the cake with you. I still have work to do. Please leave. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone firm. And I love her very much. Please respect that. Little sweetheart's smile froze for a moment before returning to normal, pouting. So what if you have a girlfriend? We're not married. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone firm. And I love her very much. Please respect that. Little sweetheart's smile froze for a moment before returning to normal, pouting. So what if you have a girlfriend? We're not married. Let's compete fairly. Lin Feng was almost amused to anger by her logic. Just as he was about to say something, the examination room door was pushed open and Director Zhao Min walked in. Lin Feng, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Zhao Min began, but upon seeing the situation in the room, she froze for a moment. Who is this? Director Zhao, this patient has finished her consultation. I'm just asking her to leave. Lin Feng hurriedly said, as if he had found a savior. Little sweetheart, seeing there was someone else, didn't dare continue to pester, reluctantly shot Lin Feng a glare, grabbed the cake box, and swayed her hips as she left. What happened? Zhao Min asked, frowning. It's nothing, just a difficult patient. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Zhao Min glanced at him, seemingly understanding something, patted his shoulder. Xiao Lin, being handsome is a good thing, but you have to be mindful the hospital is a workplace after all. I understand, Director Zhao. Lin Feng forced a smile. I will be careful. By the way, there's a community-free clinic tomorrow. Come with me. It's a good way to avoid the spotlight. A free clinic? Where to? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As long as he could leave the hospital, he was fine with anywhere. To the nursing home in the south of the city. There are many elderly people there, and they need a general practitioner like you. No problem. I'll go. Lin Feng immediately agreed. Visiting the nursing home would be great. It would be all grandpas and grandmas. Surely there wouldn't be any internet celebrities or young female university students there, right? Finally, it was safe. Su Muxue stormed into the hospital, radiating fury, only to find Lin Feng racing down the corridor alongside Chief Physician Zhao Min, pushing a stretcher with desperate urgency. Make way. Everyone make way. The patient's condition is critical. Prepare epinephrine. Chaos erupted in the hallway. Medical staff rushed past with grim expressions and hurried steps. Startled by the commotion, Su Muxue instinctively stepped aside against the wall, and through the throng her gaze locked onto a familiar figure. Lin Feng wore a white coat and surgical mask. Sweat glistened across his brow, yet his eyes burned with unwavering focus and calm authority. As he ran, he barked precise orders to nurses, commanding instruments, coordinating care, a stark contrast to the hesitant, jesting man she knew so well. Su Muxue froze. The anger and jealousy she'd carried surged inward, then inexplicably dissolved, half erased by what she witnessed. She seized a passing nurse and asked, "What's happening?" Recognizing her, the nurse replied urgently, "It's an emergency case. Ectopic pregnancy rupture with massive hemorrhage. Blood pressure is collapsing." Chief Physician Li and the senior team deemed surgery too risky and advised the family to prepare for the worst until Dr. Lin stepped forward and insisted on operating. Su Muxue's breath caught. Ectopic rupture with severe bleeding was life-threatening. Could Lin Feng truly manage it? He's a gynecologist. How can he perform such a procedure? The question slipped out, laced with unacknowledged concern. Dr. Lin is no ordinary gynecologist. The nurse's voice brimmed with awe. He diagnosed the crisis instantly and demanded immediate surgery. His technique surpasses even our most seasoned experts. Su Muxue stared at the sealed operating room door, her heart a tempest of contradiction. The man who joked and deferred before her now stood transformed within, resolute, commanding, extraordinary. Inside the operating room, blood pressure 60/40, heart rate 140, and falling. Hemorrhage is catastrophic, no control in sight. Dr. Lin, what do we do? Should we transfer her? Senior physicians watched the monitors flash relentless alarms, sweat beading on their foreheads, helpless before the precipice of death. No time. She'll die en route. Lin Feng's voice remained steady, unshaken. Prepare the largest set of silver needles, for me. Silver needles? Now. A senior expert frowned. Lin, this isn't acupuncture. It's hemorrhagic shock. Don't improvise. Trust me. I have a method. Lin Feng met his gaze. Calm, resolute, emanating an aura of irrefutable command. The elder physician hesitated, then nodded almost involuntarily. Lin Feng accepted the sterilized needles from the nurse, took a deep breath, and his eyes sharpened like drawn blades. The elder physician hesitated, then nodded almost involuntarily. Lin Feng accepted the sterilized needles from the nurse, took a deep breath, and his eyes sharpened like drawn. Shua, shua, shua. 3 needles flashed, lightning swift, precise, piercing Baihui Yongquan and Zusongli. Their technique was arcane. Needle tips trembled faintly, humming with subtle resonance. This is the trembling needle technique. The senior expert gaped, incredulous. A lost art. How do you know it? This is the trembling needle technique. The senior expert gaped, incredulous. A lost art. How do you know it? Points with surgical precision. Then, miraculously, the plummeting blood pressure stabilized. Not restored but held. Alarms silenced, crisis arrested. Bleeding slowed markedly. A nurse gasped, "It's decreasing, truly decreasing. Begin transfusion. Prepare for suturing." Lin Feng exhaled softly, but his hands never stilled, maintaining vital signs with needle-fine control. "Hurry, the window is 10 minutes. "Yes, yes." The lead surgeon snapped awake, rallying assistants to begin. 10 minutes later the operation concluded, vital signs fully stabilized. Phew. Lin Feng withdrew the needles, releasing a long, weary breath. Those 10 minutes had drained him utterly, mind, body, spirit pushed to their absolute limit. Miraculous. Absolutely miraculous. The senior expert seized Lin Feng's hand, trembling with emotion. "Lin, no shinny Lin. Forgive my earlier blindness. I beg your pardon. You wield medicine as Hua Tuo himself once did." "You flatter me. I was merely fortunate," Lin Feng replied, modestly removing his mask and wiping sweat from his brow. The operating room door swung open. Family members surged forward. "Doctor, how is she? Is my wife all right?" "Rest assured, the surgery succeeded. She's out of danger." Lin Feng smiled gently. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." Overwhelmed, the husband dropped to his knees, only to be swiftly steadied by Lin Feng's firm, gentle hands. "It's our duty." Around him, colleagues watched in silent reverence. Rumors and whispers evaporated, replaced by awe. Before consummate skill, gossip holds no weight. A chime echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. 5 praise acquired. Progress 66,100. Ding. Achievement compassionate healer unlocked. 10 praise. Progress 76,000. Ding. Host's medical mastery has earned authoritative recognition. Full mastery medicine proficiency increased. Chi perception art level I unlocked. A cascade of system notifications flooded his consciousness. Lin Feng's pulse quickened. Unexpected rewards. Praise soared and a new ability bloomed. "Dr. Lin, are you alright?" A nurse handed him a bottle of water, her expression tender with concern. "Fine, just tired." He took a sip, and as his gaze swept the corridors and a familiar silhouette vanished around the corner. Su Muxue. Lin Feng blinked. When had she arrived? He moved to follow, only to be encircled by reporters and colleagues rushing in from all sides. Dr. Lin, was that traditional Chinese acupuncture? Could you elaborate on your technique? Trapped in the vortex of voices, he could only watch helplessly as Su Muxue disappeared into the elevator lobby. Let it wait. Explanations can come tonight. Lin Feng sighed, then straightened his shoulders ready to face the storm. Whatever else, today's victory had been absolute. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Su Muxue sat in her car scrolling through a photo she'd just taken. Lin Feng, surrounded by admirers. A faint involuntary smile curved her lips, then vanished, replaced by a cool, dismissive huff. Fine. You've got some talent after all. She deleted the nurse's gossipy messages, then opened Lin Feng's WeChat and typed, "I want braised pork for dinner." She sent it, started the engine, and drove away, her mood lighter than it had been in days. Dr. Lin, I'm back for my follow-up appointment. The internet celebrity known as Little Sweetheart spoke in a voice dripping with honey, her presence announced not by footsteps but by the rich, cloying scent of perfume wafting into the examination room before she even entered. She wore an even bolder ensemble today, a form-fitting pencil skirt that accentuated every curve, arms laden with luxury shopping bags, and trailed closely by an assistant holding a smartphone mount, clearly broadcasting live. Lin Feng felt an immediate headache at the sight of her and instinctively recoiled. Your condition has fully resolved. No further appointments are necessary. Please leave. Oh, but I still don't feel quite well yet. Little Sweetheart completely ignored his refusal, swaying her hips as she approached his desk, dropping the bags onto it with a sharp thud. Dr. Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. A brand new Louis Vuitton handbag and this watch. Do take a look. Do you like them? Lin Feng felt an immediate headache at the sight of her and instinctively recoiled. Your condition has fully resolved. No further appointments are necessary. Lin Feng's expression darkened, his tone turned stern. I've already stated clearly, hospital policy strictly prohibits accepting gifts. Please take them back. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. She cooed, leaning forward, deliberately lowering her neckline and reaching out to grasp Lin Feng's hand. Dr. Lin, just accept them. Let's be friends. Lin Feng recoiled sharply, evading her touch, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Please maintain your decorum. This is a hospital, not your live streaming sales platform. So what if it's a hospital? Does that mean romance is forbidden here? Little Sweetheart, unfazed, flashed a flirtatious wink directly into the camera lens. My darlings, what do you think? Isn't love about courage and pursuit? The live stream chat exploded instantly. Absolutely. Sweetheart flies bravely. She'll shoulder the consequences herself. This doctor's got a great physique, but his face is too obscured. Could he possibly be ugly? Ugly doesn't matter. He's rich. Sweetheart, go for him. Wait, doesn't this doctor look strangely familiar? Lin Feng watched the torrent of scrolling comments surge across the screen and felt his blood pressure spike. Don't be so harsh, Dr. Lin, she pouted then, eyes suddenly gleaming. Seize the moment. Don't be so harsh, Dr. Lin, she pouted then, eyes suddenly gleaming. Seized the moment when Lin Feng looked away and snatched off his mask with startling speed. Let me see what you really look like. Oh. The mask fell away, revealing Lin Feng's chiseled, breathtakingly handsome features in full clarity. Flushed from their heated exchange, brows, slightly knit, eyes smoldering with restrained indignation. His stern composure only heightened his austere, magnetic allure. Silence crashed over the room like a wave. Little Sweetheart stood, frozen mouth slightly agape, utterly unprepared for such devastating, otherworldly beauty beneath the mask. The live stream detonated. Holy SHD. He's absolutely stunning. Is he a doctor? Or a Hollywood Alistair? Mom, I'm in love. I could worship this face forever. Sweetheart, go for it. Claim this ultimate specimen. Officially declaring him my new husband. What do you think you're doing? Lin Feng recoiled in shock and fury, fumbling to replace his mask. But it was all. Little Sweetheart snapped back to reality, eyes blazing with predatory intensity, as though a starving wolf had finally locked onto its prey. She lunged forward, seizing Lin Feng's hand with fervent excitement. Dr. Lin, I had no idea you were this handsome. I'm utterly smitten. Let's start dating. Lin Feng. Onlookers, are you insane? Lin Feng wrenched his hand free, his face ashen with rage. I already have a girlfriend. Please respect boundaries. Having a girlfriend changes nothing. Y'all aren't married yet. Undeterred, Little Sweetheart faced the camera and declared triumphantly, Darlings, starting today, I officially declare my pursuit of Dr. Lin. He is my destined soulmate. Then turning back to Lin Feng, her gaze burned with feverish devotion. Dr. Lin, I mean it. Say yes, and my fortune becomes yours, my millions of followers too. Name anything. You shall have it. I want nothing from you. I only want you gone. Lin Feng was nearing the brink of collapse. Was this woman seriously unhinged? Bystanders could no longer stay silent. Voices rose in protest. How dare you behave like this? He told you plainly. He has a girlfriend. Exactly, broadcasting this live. Do you have any shame? Just leave. We're here to get treated, not watch. Chastised. Little Sweetheart flushed, But prioritizing her stream, she feigned wounded sincerity, gazing up at Lin Feng. Dr. Lin, give me just one chance. I truly adore you. Security. Lin Feng cut her off, shouting without restraint. Within seconds, 2 security guards rushed in. Dr. Lin, what's happening? Escort her out. Permanently ban her from this hospital, Lin Feng commanded, pointing coldly at little sweetheart. Yes, sir. The guards moved swiftly, each gripping one of her arms. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm an influencer, with millions of followers. Try touching me and see what happens. She shrieked and thrashed, but to no avail. Dragged unceremoniously from the room. Her assistant hastily stowed the phone and scurried after her, tail tucked low. At last the clinic fell silent, though an awkward thick tension lingered in the air. Lin Feng retrieved his mask from the floor, slipped it back on, took a slow, steadying breath, and bowed deeply to the stunned crowd. My sincerest apologies for the disruption. Let us resume. Dr. Lin, are you all right? A junior nurse whispered softly. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head, even as despair screamed inside. Fine. Far from it. Everything's ruined now. That entire scene had surely gone viral, and if Su Muxue saw it. Lin Feng shuddered violently, refusing to imagine the fallout. He snatched up his phone to send Su Muxue an explanation, only to find his screen flooded with over a dozen WeChat messages, all from her. Su Muxue, the braised pork is gone. Su Muxue sleeping on the street tonight. Su Muxue, just wait to die. Lin Feng stared at the 3 lines, and felt his world go black. Hope extinguished. System, can I still apply for relocation to another planet? He pleaded, inwardly, voice hollow with despair. The system responded, icy and unyielding. Host, please accept condolences. Interplanetary migration services are not supported by this system. Watching the 3 menacing WeChat messages from Su Muxue, Lin Feng felt as though his heart was about to stop. He could almost envision Su Muxue standing at his doorstep with a knife waiting for him. No way, I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The only solution now was to quickly gather enough positive reviews to exchange for a family status upgrade voucher. Perhaps it would give him a glimmer of hope. Next, hurry up. Lin Feng pressed the calling device, his tone urgent, startling the elderly lady who had just walked in. Lin, doctor, what's wrong? The elderly lady asked cautiously, noticing his pale complexion. I'm fine. I'm great. Lin Feng forced a stiff smile and urged, Annie, what seems to be the problem? Quickly. I'm in a hurry. Oh, The elderly lady began to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Is it irregular menstruation? Back pain? Insomnia with vivid dreams? The elderly lady paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, how did you know? Just a small issue. Lin Feng swiftly wrote out a prescription and handed it to her. Go get your medication. Next. Hey, Dr. Lin, I haven't finished. Next. Lin Feng didn't give her a chance to speak, directly pressing the calling device. Over the next few hours, Lin Feng exhibited astonishing work efficiency. With a seamless combination of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis, his speed in prescribing and administering treatment was like lightning, leaving the patients and nurses astonished. What's wrong with Dr. Lin today? Did he take the wrong medicine? I don't know, it feels like there's a ghost chasing him. Is it because of that internet celebrity incident? Did he get triggered? That's possible. If I were in his position, I would be scared too. That internet celebrity has millions of followers. Dr. Lin is in big trouble now. Listening to the discussions outside, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. You have no idea, behind me is not a ghost, but a terrifying tigress. Dr. Lin, it seems this patient's medical record got mixed up. A young nurse walked in holding the medical record book, speaking softly. Lin Feng took it and instantly broke into a cold sweat. He had been too rushed and confused the previous patient's record with this one, almost prescribing the wrong medication. I'm so sorry, it was my mistake. Lin Feng quickly apologized, double-checking the medical record, feeling a wave of dread. Although his medical skills were top-notch, an unstable mindset could lead to errors. If he really prescribed the wrong medication, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dr. Lin, are you okay? Do you need to take a break? The young nurse asked with concern. No need, I'm fine. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, forcing himself to concentrate. Let's continue. Despite the minor hiccup, it was fortunate that nothing serious happened. Lin Feng adjusted his mindset, slowed down a bit, yet his efficiency remained high. Finally, it was time to clock out. Lin Feng looked at the system panel displaying current positive reviews 82100 and let out a slight sigh of relief. Today was nerve-wracking, but the positive reviews were rising rapidly, bringing him closer to his goal. Dr. Lin, your shift is over, aren't you leaving? Director Zhao Min walked in, noticing Lin Feng still organizing his things, and asked. I'm leaving right away, Director Zhao, Lin Feng hurriedly replied. I've heard about what happened today, Zhao Min said, patting his shoulder with a hint of sympathy. I've already instructed someone to keep that internet celebrity at the door. She won't be allowed in again. Don't feel too much pressure, make sure to rest well. Thank you, Director Zhao, Lin Feng said gratefully. There's a volunteer clinic at the nursing home tomorrow, remember to come early. After Zhao Min finished speaking, she turned to leave. Lin Feng packed his things and stealthily walked to the back door of the hospital, confirming that there was no internet celebrity waiting nor any sign of Su Muxue before finally relaxing and hailing a taxi. "Driver, take me to Xingfu Community quickly." As the car started, Lin Feng leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes in exhaustion. This day had been more tiring than his college entrance exams back in the day. He took out his phone, looking at Su Muxue's WeChat avatar, hesitating for a long time, yet he still didn't dare to send a message. "Forget it, whether I stick my neck out or withdraw it, it's still a knife. Oh, I'll deal with it when I get home." However, just as he put down his phone, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Lin Feng to nearly collide with the seat in front of him. "What happened, driver?" "It seems there's been a car accident ahead. It's completely blocked," the driver said helplessly. Lin Feng looked up and indeed saw the road ahead clogged with traffic police directing the flow. "How long will this block last?" Lin Feng panicked, as he just wanted to hurry home to face the music. Every minute delayed meant another point added to Su Muxue's anger meter. "I estimate about half an hour," the driver sighed. "Half an hour?" Lin Feng felt darkness cloud his vision, sensing that the Grim Reaper was beckoning him. "Driver, let me off here, I'll walk back myself." Lin Feng paid the fare and quickly got out of the car, intending to take a shortcut back. "I estimate about half an hour," the driver sighed. "Half an hour?" Lin Feng felt darkness cloud his vision. Su Muxue stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Oh, isn't this our big internet celebrity, Dr. Lin? In such a hurry, where are you off to?" Lin Feng halted his steps, gazing at Su Muxue's icy smile, swallowing hard and forcing out a smile even more awkward than crying. "Wife, if I say I'm going to save the world, would you believe me?" "Save the world?" Su Muxue scoffed lightly as she walked gracefully to Lin Feng, pinching his chin with a firm grip. "I see you want to save that internet celebrity, don't you?" "It's a misunderstanding, my wife." Lin Feng quickly raised both hands, his face sincere. "I swear to the heavens I have no relationship with her at all. It's her own problem, as she insisted on clinging to me. I've already had the security block her." "Is that so?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing him. "But I saw on the live stream that she is quite sincere about you, even offering to give you millions of fans." "What would I want with her fans? I don't do live streaming," Lin Feng said, almost in tears. "I only have you in my heart." "Really?" Su Muxue stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly released him and turned towards home. "Let's go home and see how I deal with you." Lin Feng's heart sank as he hurriedly followed, pleading, "Wife, spare me. I am innocent today. I even saved someone. A director Zhao can testify for me. Since I saved a life, can you let me off lightly?" Su Muxue continued, walking her tone cold. "A crime is a crime, saving someone is saving someone, and attracting trouble is attracting trouble. Lin Feng, it's over if this logic is impeccable." Back at the rental apartment, as soon as the door closed, Su Muxue threw her bag onto the sofa, crossed her legs, and pointed to the corner of the wall. "Old rules face the wall in reflection, or..." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, her lips curling into a dangerous arc. "Wash yourself clean and wait for me inside." Lin Feng stiffened, realizing that this choice. One was mental torture, the other was physical torment. Neither was a good option. "I choose one." "Choose one," Lin Feng shouted without hesitation. "It's the book of male virtue, right? He'll memorize it. He'll do it right now. 10 times isn't enough, 20 times is fine." Su Muxue's smile instantly disappeared, her eyes turning cold. "You chose one." "Yes, I chose one." Lin Feng nodded vigorously, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Su Muxue stood up, walking step by step to Lin Feng, her tone chilling. "What you mean is you'd rather face the wall and memorize then? Come inside with me." Lin Feng finally realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought I was dirty and didn't want to offend you. I wanted to wash up first before memorizing." "Too late." Su Muxue snorted coldly. "Since you love memorizing so much then." No, wife, I was wrong." Lin Feng quickly interrupted her, trying to recover. "Actually, I wanted to choose too." "Really? I just misspoke. I'll go take a shower right now. He'll wait for you after I'm clean." Saying this, he turned around and rushed towards the bathroom. "Stop." Su Muxue stopped him. Lin Feng paused, turning stiffly. "Wife, is there anything else you need?" Su Muxue walked up to him, gently adjusting his collar, her actions tender, yet laced with threat. "Since you chose to, then you better perform well. If you don't satisfy me." She traced a circle on Lin Feng's chest with her finger, then slowly moved down to a dangerous spot, poking it lightly. Lin Feng's legs tightened, cold sweat pouring down. "Satisfied? I will definitely satisfy you. Go on then." Su Muxue withdrew her hand with satisfaction. Lin Feng felt as if he was pardoned and hurried into the bathroom, turning the water to maximum, trying to douse the fear within him with cold water. What a sin. Lin Feng looked at his pale face in the mirror, wanting to cry. "System, save me. Is there any skill exchange like indestructible kidney? Host permissions insufficient, cannot exchange for advanced physiological skills." The system responded coldly. "What about lower level ones? Like rapid recovery of stamina? Can exchange for energy potion, beginner requires 10 good reviews. 10 points." Why don't you go rob someone? Lin Feng looked at the 82 good reviews he had painstakingly accumulated, feeling heartbroken. Can you make it cheaper? No bargaining. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. To save his own life, he had to go all in. Exchange. Give me a bottle. Exchange successful. Consumed 10 good reviews. Current good reviews 72,100. Energy potion beginner has been issued to the system space. We please check. Lin Feng suddenly found a small blue bottle in his hand and quickly opened it to drink. The taste was somewhat like glucose. Once swallowed, a warm current surged through his body, instantly easing the exhaustion, relieving his sore waist and legs. What a good thing. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, feeling rejuvenated. However, he was too early to celebrate. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng finished his shower, dressed in pajamas, and walked into the bedroom prepared for the storm. Su Muxue had already changed into her pajamas and was leaning against the head of the bed reading. Hearing the noise, she lifted her head and glanced at him, her eyes meaningful. All cleaned up. Yes, I'm cleaned up. Lin Feng swallowed hard, slowly edging towards the bed. Then let's begin. Su Muxue put down her book and patted the space beside her. Lin Feng lay down with trepidation, closing his eyes, ready to face the impending storm. However, the anticipated punishment did not come. Su Muxue simply reached out to turn off the light, then lay down beside him, facing away, and said calmly, sleep. Lin Feng. Sleep, sleep. Lin Feng was bewildered. No, that anymore. Su Muxue turned to look at him in the dark, her tone teasing. What? Are you looking forward to it? No, absolutely not. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. I just found it a bit unexpected. Aren't we supposed to go for a free clinic tomorrow? Su Muxue snorted. If you wear yourself out, who will see those elderly patients tomorrow? Lin Feng paused, a warm current suddenly swelling in his heart. So she knows everything and is even thinking for him. Wife. Lin Feng moved closer, wanting to hug her. Stay away, it's hot. Su Muxue pushed him away mercilessly. No touching me tonight. Sleep with your back to me. As you command, my queen. Lin Feng obediently turned around, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Although Su Muxue spoke harshly, she still cared for him deep down. In the darkness, Su Muxue listened to Lin Feng's, even breathing, her lips also slightly curling. Su Muxue pushed him away mercilessly. No touching me tonight. Sleep with your back to me. As you command, my queen. Lin Feng obediently turned around, but tomorrow she would personally go to confront that woman who was unaware of her own insignificance. Perhaps it was due to the energy potion from last night, or perhaps Su Muxue's gentle treatment, but Lin Feng, perhaps it was due to the energy potion from last night, or perhaps Su Muxue's gentle treatment, but Lin Feng felt exceptionally good, almost as if he was walking on air. Dr. Lin, you seem quite spirited today, Zhao Min teased with a smile as she looked at Lin Feng. Not bad, I slept well last night. Lin Feng replied with a grin, feeling cheerful. The nursing home's free clinic was set up in the activity room, and hearing that a prominent expert from the city was coming, the elderly had lined up early. Lin Feng changed into his white coat and put on a mask, immediately entering a work mode. Grandma, you have old cold legs. They'll give you 2 acupuncture needles and prescribe some medicine. Be sure to keep warm. Grandpa, your blood pressure is a bit high. You must take your antihypertensives on time and eat less salty food. Lin Feng diagnosed patients at an incredible speed, performing the 4 diagnostic methods seamlessly, and his acupuncture skills were extraordinary. After just a few needles, the elderly felt immediate relief from their pains, expressing their gratitude profusely. This young Dr. Lin is truly amazing. My shoulder has hurt for half a year, and he fixed it in no time. Yes, he's even better than the experts at big hospitals. He's also quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hearing the compliments from the elderly, Lin Feng felt delighted, and his hands moved even faster. Next, please. A caregiver pushed a wheelchair over, and in it sat a silver-haired grandmother, her gaze somewhat vacant, tightly holding a worn-out cloth doll. Dr. Lin, this is Grandma Zhang. She has been suffering from dementia for several years and doesn't recognize anyone just hugging this doll, saying it's her daughter, the caregiver introduced softly. Lin Feng nodded, crouched down, and looked gently at Grandma Zhang. Grandma, what seems to be troubling you? Grandma Zhang slowly raised her head, her cloudy eyes staring at Lin Feng. After a long while, she suddenly broke into a smile and handed him the cloth doll. Nan. Let Nan see the doctor. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart, took the doll, pretended to examine it, and softly said, Grandma, Nan is fine. Oh, she is very healthy. How about you? Do you often have headaches and trouble sleeping? Grandma Zhang nodded blankly, then shook her head, mumbling, Nan. My Nan. Lin Feng gently placed his hand on Grandma Zhang's wrist. The pulse was weak and the heart pulse was stagnant, a sign of mental confusion caused by prolonged worry. Grandma, don't worry. Nan will be back to see you soon. Lin Feng softly reassured her, took out a silver needle, and gently inserted it into several acupoints on Grandma Zhang's head. This time, he didn't use quick acupuncture, but rather a gentle, nourishing method, letting a warm flow slowly enter through the needle, nurturing Grandma Zhang's damaged brain nerves. Grandma Zhang comfortably squinted her eyes. Her previously vacant gaze seemed to clear up a bit. She looked at Lin Feng and suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, Doctor. When will my daughter come back? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Soon, once you get better, she will return. Really? A glimmer of hope flashed in Grandma Zhang's eyes. Really, I promise. Lin Feng nodded and continued with the acupuncture. Half an hour later, he withdrew the needles. Grandma Zhang moved her neck a bit. Her gaze was no longer as cloudy as before. She looked around then at the doll in her arms and suddenly cried out, I remember. I remember. My daughter's name is Xiaofeng, though she married to another place. I miss her so much. The surrounding caregivers and elderly were stunned to see this. Grandma Zhang hadn't been this lucid in years. Usually, she couldn't even recognize people, yet today, she was able to recall her daughter's name. Incredible. Truly amazing. The caregiver excitedly grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Dr. Lin, thank you. Thank you so much. Lin Feng smiled and replied, no need to thank me, but Grandma's condition is not completely cured yet, and she still needs medication for treatment. By the way, can you contact her daughter? Yes. Yes. He'll go make the call right now. The caregiver hurriedly ran off to find a phone. Before long, a middle-aged woman rushed in, and upon seeing Grandma Zhang, crying in the wheelchair, tears instantly streamed down her face. Mom. Xiaofeng. Is that you, Xiaofeng? Grandma Zhang lifted her head, trembling, as she reached out her hand. Mom. It's me. I'm Xiaofeng. I'm back. The middle-aged woman jumped forward, embracing Grandma Zhang tightly, as the mother and daughter cried together. The surrounding elderly couldn't help but wipe their tears at this sight. Mom, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have sent you here. Oh, I'm unfilial. Xiaofeng cried. It's not your fault. It's my confusion. Grandma Zhang patted her daughter's back, tears streaming down her face. After crying for a while, Xiaofeng finally stopped her tears, held Grandma Zhang's hand, approached Lin Feng, and knelt down with a thud. Doctor, thank you. Thank you for saving my mom. If it weren't for you, my mom might never remember me. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly helped her up. Sister, please get up. This is what I should do. Grandma Zhang's condition still requires follow-up treatment. You should spend more time with her. It will benefit her recovery. Okay. I will listen to you. Xiaofeng nodded repeatedly, pulling out a thick envelope from her bag and trying to hand it to Lin Feng. Doctor, this is my small token of appreciation. You must accept it. That won't do. The hospital has regulations. I can't accept red envelopes. Lin Feng quickly refused. If you really want to thank me, just spend more time with Grandma, letting her enjoy her twilight years. Seeing Lin Feng's firm attitude, Xiaofeng had no choice but to take back the envelope and deeply bowed to Lin Feng. Thank you, Dr. Lin. You are truly a good doctor. Ding. Received positive feedback 5. Current progress 77,100. Ding. Triggered hidden task benevolent doctor, filial piety legacy, additional reward, positive feedback 10. Current progress 87,100. Listening to the system's notification sound and seeing the mother and daughter embracing and crying, Lin Feng felt warm inside. This sense of achievement from saving lives was something that money could never buy. Dr. Lin, look at your phone. A young nurse suddenly rushed over, her expression anxious as she handed Lin Feng took it and saw his face change instantly. The phone displayed a trending local news article with a striking title: shocking. Male gynecologist at Boai Hospital suspected of chaotic private life with ambiguous relationships with multiple female patients, with pictures as evidence. Several photos accompanied the article, including one of a social media influencer bringing a cake, another of a female university student peeking at him, and even one of Su Muxue grabbing his arm at the hospital entrance yesterday, taken from an awkward angle, making it look like they were in a compromising situation. The comments section was in an uproar with all sorts of remarks. You can't judge a book by its cover. He looks handsome, but turns out to be a playboy. I praised his medical skills yesterday. Ugh. Such a person is unworthy of being a doctor. I suggest the hospital dismiss him. Lin Feng trembled with anger at those comments. It was obvious that someone was deliberately trying to smear him. Dr. Lin, what do we do now? The young nurse asked, worried. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Without a doubt, it was that influencer's doing. It's fine. The innocent will clear themselves. Lin Feng returned the phone to the nurse, his gaze turning cold. You want to play? Then I'll play along. After the free clinic ended and returned to the hospital, Lin Feng clearly felt that the atmosphere around him was off. Colleagues who had previously greeted him warmly were now avoiding his gaze, either pretending not to see him or whispering among themselves. Patients in the corridor looked at him and cast strange glances, some even pointing at him right in front of his face. It's him, looking all respectable, yet who would have thought it's such a mess? I heard he has affairs with several female patients and even accepts expensive gifts from them. Why hasn't the hospital fired him yet? Are they keeping him for the new year? Lin Feng walked through the corridor with a blank expression, ignoring the discussions. He walked straight to Director Zhao Min's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Zhao Min was looking at the computer with a grim expression. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she sighed. Xiao Lin, you're here. You've seen what's been going on online, right? I have. Lin Feng nodded. Director Zhao, I'm sorry for the trouble. It's not really a trouble, just a bad influence. Zhao Min rubbed her temples. The hospital leadership has also been pressuring me to handle this quickly. Xiao Lin, please tell me honestly what exactly happened with those photos. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng explained in detail how things had unfolded, including how the internet celebrity had been pestering him. The female college student was just an ordinary patient, and that Su Muxue was indeed his girlfriend. After listening, Zhao Min's expression softened somewhat. I knew you weren't that kind of person. But the problem is the public opinion is overwhelmingly against you. I'm afraid no one will believe our explanation. I understand, Lin Feng said firmly. Director, Zhao, give me a day and I will resolve this matter. What do you plan to do? Since they like to play with public opinion, I will play along with them. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. But before that I need your help. Meanwhile, Su Muxue had also seen the news online. Looking at the unsightly headlines and vicious comments, Su Muxue's delicate face instantly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. What's wrong, Xiao Shui? You look so pale. Lu Feifei leaned over to take a look at the phone and exclaimed, What the hell? Isn't this your Lin Feng? How did he get on trending? And it's so explosive. Su Muxue remained silent, her fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen, her gaze growing colder with each revelation. This is clearly someone trying to smear him. Lu Feifei said indignantly. I know that internet celebrities shall do anything for views. Lin Feng just happened to be targeted by her. He's not just unlucky, he's foolish, Su Muxue said coldly. I've told him to quit this job long ago, but he wouldn't listen. What should we do now? Should I find some influencers to help you fight back? Lu Feifei cracked her knuckles. No need. Su Muxue stood up, grabbed her bag, and headed out. Hey, where are you going? To clear the field. Su Muxue dropped this sentence and walked away without looking back. Lu Feifei watched her fierce back, shrinking her neck in apprehension, mourning for that oblivious internet celebrity for 3 seconds. Of all people to provoke, she chose this lady. That's just asking for trouble. Lin Feng came out of Zhao Min's office ready to confront the internet celebrity when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Muxue. He took a deep breath, answered the call, and cautiously said, Hello, dear. Where are you? Su Muxue's voice was devoid of any emotion. At the hospital. Wait, there'll be there in 10 minutes. After she finished, she hung up the phone directly. Lin Feng looked at the disconnected call, feeling nervous. Was Su Muxue coming to question him, or to support him? 10 minutes later, Su Muxue's car arrived right on time at the hospital entrance. Lin Feng opened the car door and sat down, glancing at Su Muxue's icy profile. He probed, Dear, about the situation online. Shut up. Su Muxue interrupted him, handing over a tablet. Take a look at this. Lin Feng took it, and the screen showed the interface of a live streaming room, the very room of that internet celebrity, little sweetheart. At that moment, she was crying in front of the camera, accusing Lin Feng of how he played with her feelings, accepted gifts without acknowledgement, and juggled multiple relationships. The live stream was bustling with activity, and the comments were filled with insults directed at Lin Feng. This woman is truly shameless, Lin Feng said, laughing in anger. I've already found the address, Su Muxue said indifferently. Buckle up. What are you going to do? Lin Feng felt a bad premonition. Su Muxue put on sunglasses, opened the car door. You wait here. I'm going to. Lin Feng quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. This mess started because of me. As soon as she finished speaking, the car roared to life, darting out like an arrow. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a high-end apartment building. Su Muxue put on sunglasses, opened the car door. You wait here. I'm going to. Lin Feng quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. This mess started because of me. Ooh, I can't let you face it alone. Su Muxue glanced at him and didn't object. Suit yourself, just don't hold me back. The two of them entered the apartment and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Su Muxue walked to a door and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Came little sweetheart's voice from inside. Property management, checking the water meter. Su Muxue said without changing her expression. The door opened and little sweetheart peeked out. Upon seeing Su Muxue and Lin Feng outside, her face instantly changed. What are you doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Muxue kicked the door and the heavy wooden door slammed into little sweetheart's face with a loud bang. She screamed, blood instantly gushing from her nose. Su Muxue strode in, shutting the door behind her, and looked at the wailing little sweetheart, her gaze icy. I heard you want to steal my man. What do you think you're doing? Breaking into someone's home is illegal. Xiao Tianxin clutched her bleeding nose, trembling as she stared at Su Muxue advancing steadily toward her, her voice shrill with false bravado. I'm live streaming right now. Everyone's watching. Live streaming. Su Muxue sneered coldly, her gaze sweeping across the phone mount set up in the living room, where the screen overflowed with frantic chat messages. Whoa, what's happening? Someone just barged in. And looks like the doctor's girlfriend. She brought him along for fight. And don't be afraid, Tianxin. We're behind you. Su Muxue strode to the phone, lifted the mount, and adjusted its angle until it framed Xiao Tianxin squarely. Her voice was calm, yet laced with unassailable authority. Perfect. Let your followers witness firsthand how you fabricate lies. You're lying. I never lied. Xiao Tianxin shrieked. He toyed with my feelings. He accepted my gifts and then denied everything. Is that so? Su Muxue arched a brow, pulled a USB drive from her pocket, and tossed it to Lin Feng. Plug it in and play it for her. Lin Feng caught the drive. Though he had no idea what it contained, he obediently inserted it into the nearby computer and projected the footage onto the television screen. The moment the video appeared, Xiao Tianxin's face drained of all color. It was high-definition surveillance footage from a hospital corridor, crystal clear and unedited, capturing day by day how she had relentlessly pursued Lin Feng, forced gifts upon him, and how he had repeatedly refused her advances. Even yesterday's grotesque spectacle, her yanking off his surgical mask and declaring her love in public, was recorded in merciless detail. And this is fake. You forged it. Panicked Xiao Tianxin lunged for the remote control, only to be shoved aside by Su Muxue. Forged. Su Muxue scoffed, then pulled out her phone and played an audio clip. NDR. Lin, if you agree to be with me, my money is yours, my fans are yours. And I already have a girlfriend. Please respect yourself. So what if you have a girlfriend? You're not married yet. And the recording was pristine. The very conversation from yesterday's clinic room. And instantly the live stream exploded. Whoa, mind-blowing twist. And turns out she was the one throwing herself at him. And he kept rejecting her. Disgusting. She sacrificed dignity just for fame. Everyone who slandered Dr. Lin, apologize now. I knew Dr. Lin wasn't that kind of person, and the tide of commentary reversed in an instant. Those who'd vilified Lin Feng moments earlier now turned their fury entirely upon Xiao Tianxin. No, it's not true. Xiao Tianxin broke down, completely pointing frantically at Su Muxue. It's you set me up? You two are in cahoots. Set you up. Su Muxue stepped before her, gazing down with icy disdain. Do you even deserve that much? She bent low, her lips brushing Xiao Tianxin's ear. Her whisper razor-sharp, audible only to them. I know who sent you. Go tell your backer this. If anyone dares touch the man who belongs to Su Muxue, they should first count how many lives they have left. Xiao Tianxin shuddered violently, staring at Su Muxue, as though beholding a specter. Su Muxue straightened, dismissed her with a glance, and turned to Lin Feng. Call the police. Report defamation and harassment of medical personnel. Yes. Lin Feng immediately dialed emergency services. Hearing the word police, Xiao Tianxin collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Don't call them. I'm sorry, I truly am. Please don't call them. I'll delete the post. I'll apologize right now. She scrambled to the computer, frantically deleting her earlier expose, then wept into the live stream camera. I'm sorry. I was possessed by madness. I fabricated everything. Dr. Lin is innocent. It's all my fault. Su Muxue watched her crumble, her eyes utterly devoid of pity. She stepped before the livestream lens, met the screen heat-in, and spoke with glacial composure. My name is Su Muxue. I am Lin Feng's girlfriend. This matter ends here. Should anyone dare spread falsehoods or maliciously slander again. And she paused, her gaze sharpening like a blade drawn from its scabbard. I won't hesitate to erase her from Jiangqing. With that, she yanked the power cord from the livestream setup, and the screen went black, but the storm of public opinion had only just begun to gather. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Su Muxue walked out of the apartment. Wife, thank you for just now. Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue, warmth blooming in his chest, tinged with quiet remorse. I've caused you trouble. Su Muxue halted, turned, and suddenly pinched his ear. Now that you know you've troubled me, quit your job, and me. Ow, ow, ow. Easy, wife. Lin Feng winced, grimacing. I want to quit, but there's still one last assignment unfinished. And what assignment? Su Muxue frowned. Well, Lin Feng stammered, too timid to speak the truth. Su Muxue released his ear and snorted. Whatever your assignment is, I don't care. But if I ever catch you entangled with another woman again. And she mimed, scissors cutting through air. Lin Feng instinctively squeezed his legs together. Never again. I swear. Su Muxue rolled her eyes, turned, and climbed into the car. Lin Feng hurried after her, buckling his seatbelt, and stole a glance at her profile. His ears still throbbed, but his heart swelled sweet and full. Was this what it felt like, to be protected by one's wife? And not half bad after all. Staring again, Su Muxue glanced sideways. Just admiring how stunning my wife is, Lin Feng grinned. A faint involuntary smile curved her lips, then vanished as swiftly as mist. Less chatter. Cook dinner when we get home. As your majesty commands. The engine purred to life, and the car glided away into the distance. Online public sentiment toward Lin Feng had undergone a complete reversal. Those who'd attacked him now issued public apologies, while others spontaneously organized campaigns to confront Xiao Tianxin on her social media. Lin Feng scrolled through a cascade of glowing notifications on his phone, his emotions a tangled knot. Ending. 20 positive reviews acquired. Progress 107,100. Congratulations, task completed. Full mastery of gynecological medicine is now permanently locked in. Upon completion of the physical examination task, new profession selection will become available. Confirms. At last, it was done. Triumph surged through Lin Feng, until his eyes snagged on the words, new profession selection. His stomach dropped. Would the next profession be even more absurd than gynecologist? Lin Feng not submitting, for now. Back at the rented flat, the door had scarcely shut when Lin Feng, still in his shoes, was thrust against the wall by Su Muxue. A searing kiss fell upon him, like an overwhelming storm, part punishment and part release. Wife. Lin Feng gasped, momentarily breathless. He reflexively tried to push her away, only for Su Muxue to seize his wrist and twist it behind his back, pinning him immovably between her and the wall. Don't move. Su Muxue breathed, her eyes hazy yet edged with a dangerous light. What happened today is far from over. Lin Feng's heart lurched. He hurried to confess. Wife, I was wrong, truly wrong. He'll stay far away from those women from now on. He'll go the other way when I see them. Shut up. Su Muxue covered his mouth while her other hand began undoing the buttons of his shirt. Apologize with action. Lin Feng was speechless. That night, Su Muxue demonstrated in the most literal fashion what it meant to apologize with the body. From the living room to the bedroom, from the wall to the bed, Lin Feng felt like a stalk of sugarcane squeezed again and again until not even the pulp remained. Wife, spare me. I really can't. Lin Feng lay face down on the bed, pleading weakly, utterly drained, as if hollowed out, his waist aching as though it might break. Su Muxue sprawled across his back, licking her lips in satisfaction as a finger traced lazy circles on his chest. He'll let you off this time. But if you ever flirt again, he'll squeeze you dry and toss you out. Lin Feng shivered and hurriedly promised, I won't dare again, I swear. From now on, my eyes and heart will hold only you. That's more like it. Su Muxue hummed in approval and gave his shoulder a gentle nip, leaving a faint bite mark. Sleep? Yes, ma'am. Lin Feng was so exhausted his eyelids could not stay open. He fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, Lin Feng was roused by his alarm. He felt as if a truck had run over him. Every muscle protested, and his lower back ached so intensely he could hardly straighten up. He inhaled sharply and gingerly moved Su Muxue's leg from atop him, attempting to rise. Su Muxue muttered, displeased, eyes closed, and pulled him back. Don't move, go back to sleep for a while. Wife, I have to go to work. Lin Feng said with a strained face. Su Muxue opened her eyes to glance at him, then closed them again. Her voice was hoarse and languid. Call in sick. Don't go. I can't, there are patients today. He tried to reason. Su Muxue said nothing, only tightened the arm around his neck and swung her leg back over him, wrapping him like an octopus until he was trapped. Lin Feng fell silent. It seemed today getting out of bed would be impossible. After another half-hour of struggle, he finally freed himself of Su Muxue's claws supporting his waist as he limped into the bathroom. He stared into the mirror at a face ravaged by overindulgence with hollows beneath his eyes and felt a helpless urge to cry. Is this what a sweet burden feels like? It weighs far too heavy. When he finished and came out, Su Muxue still slept soundly, though her brow was lightly furrowed, as if she too felt unwell. Lin Feng sighed, resigned, massaged her waist and legs, pulled the covers over her, and tiptoed out. At the hospital, his steps felt cottony beneath his feet, as if he were walking on clouds. Dr. Lin, good morning. Hey, what's wrong with you? Director Zhao Min exclaimed upon seeing him, startled. You look terrible. Are you ill? No, it's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night. Lin Feng said awkwardly, rubbing his sore waist and unwilling to tell the truth. Was it because of yesterday's incident? Too much stress? Zhao Min's face showed concern. Why don't you take the day off and rest? No, I can manage. Lin Feng hastened to refuse. The idea of going home to rest was laughable. Home was the lion's den. At least at the hospital, though exhausting, he was safe. Are you really all right? Zhao Min persisted. Lin Feng pounded his chest with confidence, perhaps a little too hard, and pulled a sore muscle, grimacing in pain. Zhao Min looked at him oddly, as if understanding something, and patted his shoulder with solemnity. Young man, you must learn restraint. Yes, Director Zhao, duly noted, Lin Feng replied. Changing into his white coat, he sat in the consultation room, feeling as if he might fall apart. He hurriedly retrieved the energy elixir he had exchanged for in the system space the previous night, and sipped a little. Only then did he feel marginally steadier. Next, Lin Feng pressed the call buzzer in a voice that lacked strength. A young woman entered and blushed upon seeing him. Dr. Lin, she began softly. What's troubling you, eh? Lin Feng kept his head lowered, eyes fixed on the case notes, deliberately avoiding looking at her. His tone was cool and distant. The girl faltered, embarrassed, but continued. It's, my cycles have been irregular. Oh, extend your hand, I'll take your pulse. Lin Feng produced the pulse cushion, never once wavering in his gaze, placed his fingers on her wrist, and withdrew within 3 seconds. Liver qi stagnation. He'll prescribe something to regulate it, go get the medicine. He scribbled the prescription briskly, handed it over, and immediately pressed the buzzer. Next, the girl left utterly bewildered. Is that it? Dr. Lin used to ask more, to be so gentle. Why is he so cold today? For the next half-day, Lin Feng displayed an unprecedented efficiency and frosty reserve. His consultations were swift, inquiries never exceeded 3 questions. He avoided meeting patients' eyes, eschewed any physical contact, and minimized acupuncture in favor of prescriptions. What's wrong with Dr. Lin today? He seems off. Yes, he used to chat with me. Oh, today, he's ice cold. Could it be because of yesterday? He was shaken. Maybe. If it were me, I'd be wary too. Doctor-patient relations are so tense now. Listening to the murmurs outside, Lin Feng gave a bitter smile. They had no idea. He was doing all this to protect his own life. If Su Muxue learned that he had lingered over a female patient with a few extra words or a lingering glance tonight, he would not sleep. He would be making preparations for his own funeral. He barely endured until the end of his shift. Utterly spent, he supported his waist and shuffled out of the hospital, intending to hail a taxi, when his phone suddenly rang. It was Su Muxue calling. Lin Feng's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the phone. He drew a deep breath and answered, "Hello, wife." Her voice was lazy, as if just awakened. "Where are you?" "Just off work, heading home." "Don't come home. Come pick me up at Ye's." Lin Feng's voice quivered, again drinking. "Wife, your health isn't well. Please drink less. Less chatter. 10 minutes. Miss it, and you'll be finished." Su Muxue said, then hung up. Lin Feng stared at the ended call, glanced down at his aching waist, and felt his vision go dark at the thought. Heavens, are you intent on my doom? When Lin Feng arrived at the Nightshade bar, Su Muxue was sitting alone in a corner booth, several empty glasses in front of her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her gaze a bit hazy, yet she was not completely drunk. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, she waved her hand, lazily tinged with the remnants of inebriation. "Come here." Lin Feng mustered his courage and sat down beside her cautiously, saying, "Wife, shall we go home? You've had too much to drink." "I haven't drunk too much." Su Muxue shot him a glare, leaning against his shoulder, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. "You performed well today, not flirting with those female patients." Lin Feng's heart tightened, forcing a laugh. "Of course, I always keep male virtue in mind, never crossing the line. At least you understand." Su Muxue hummed in satisfaction, tilting her head to look at him with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "However, the account from last night is still unsettled." Lin Feng's face turned pale, hastily pleading, "Wife, spare me. You already punished me last night. If it happens again, I might really be left with nothing." Lin Feng's face turned pale, hastily pleading, "Wife, spare me. You already punished me last night. If it She stood up, swaying slightly, and Lin Feng quickly supported her. "Let's go home." Su Muxue leaned against him, her voice soft. "Tonight. Let's call a truce." Lin Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly nodding okay. "Let's go home. Right away." Supporting Su Muxue out of the bar, the night breeze seemed to clear her mind a bit, but her steps were still somewhat unsteady. Lin Feng gazed at her slightly tipsy profile. A pang of heartache suddenly surged within him. Although she usually appeared cold and fierce deep down, she was merely a girl in her early 20s, capable of jealousy, lacking in security, and expressing her claim in this clumsy manner. "Wife, you should drink less in the future. It's not good for your health," Lin Feng said softly. "Mind your own business." Su Muxue mumbled, resting her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes. "Lin Feng, if you dare to betray me, what will you do?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "They'll castrate you and throw you into the river to feed the fish." Su Muxue's tone was flat, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Lin Feng clamped his legs tightly, hastily assuring her, "I wouldn't dare. In this life, I'm completely in your hands. How could I have any other thoughts?" Su Muxue's lips curled slightly, and she fell silent, comfortably leaning against him as he helped her walk forward. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the hospital feeling refreshed. Last night, Su Muxue kept her promise and truly called a truce, allowing him to sleep well. Coupled with the residual effects of the energy potion, he felt rejuvenated. "Dr. Lin, good morning." "Dr. Lin, you look good today." His colleagues greeted him warmly as they saw him. After yesterday's events, Lin Feng's reputation in the hospital not only remained intact, but improved. After all, who would dare gossip when he had a girlfriend willing to confront issues hidden for him? "They'll castrate you and throw you into the river to feed the fish." Su Muxue's tone was flat, yet it carried it. Lin Feng was taken aback. "A banner." "Yes. It's hanging in the lobby. Go check it out." Lin Feng walked to the lobby and indeed saw a brand new banner hanging on the wall with a red background and golden text strikingly visible, presented to Dr. Lin Feng of Boai Hospital. Miraculous hands heal ailments, noble medical ethics warm the heart. Patient Wang Xiaoying respectfully presents. Wang Xiaoying. Lin Feng recalled that she was the middle-aged lady who had suffered from menopausal syndrome for several years. "Dr. Lin, you're finally here." A familiar voice called out as Aunt Wang approached with a middle-aged man, excitement evident in her grasp of his hand. "Thank you, Dr. Lin. I can't thank you enough. After taking your medicine and getting a few shots, my old ailment is completely cured. I can sleep at night now, no longer feel hot, and I feel so relaxed." "Auntie, you're too kind. It's what I should do," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You must be thanked. This is my husband, Old Li, who works at the health bureau." Old Li shook Lin Feng's hand, gratitude written all over his face. "Dr. Lin, thank you for saving my wife. She has been tormented by this illness for years, seeing so many experts without success, and unexpectedly you cured her. Truly a miraculous doctor." "You're flattering me. I'm just doing my duty," Lin Feng humbly responded. "Young man, not arrogant or impetuous, good." Director Li nodded appreciatively and said to Director Zhao beside him, "Director Zhao, having such talent in your hospital is a blessing for the patients. You must cultivate him well." Yes, 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 Director Li, don't worry, we will definitely take it seriously. Director Zhao hurriedly nodded, her face beaming with joy. After sending off Aunt Wang and her husband Director, Zhao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Shaolin, well done. Director Li just mentioned that in the future the Health Bureau will prioritize our hospital for physical examinations and health work. This is all your credit. Director Zhao, you're overpraising me. It's all thanks to your guidance, Lin Feng quickly flattered. Stop with the flattery. Director Zhao said jokingly, then turned serious. However, Shaolin, your skills are indeed impressive. The hospital has decided to give you more responsibilities. Starting next week, you will also handle the difficult cases at the outpatient clinic. What do you think? Oh, the difficult cases outpatient clinic. Lin Feng was taken aback. Isn't that for specialists? With your level, being a specialist is more than sufficient. Director Zhao stated moreover that clinic has many patients with complex conditions which will help you accumulate more experience. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Oh, wouldn't the good reviews come even faster from the difficult cases outpatient clinic? Thank you, Director Zhao. I will definitely work hard. Lin Feng quickly expressed his determination. Work hard. Director Zhao left with satisfaction. Lin Feng looked at the banner on the wall, then at the system panel where the number of good reviews was continuously rising, feeling elated. After sending off the aunt with a complex uterine fibroid who was nearly misdiagnosed with a malignant tumor, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Although the earlier surgery was minimally invasive, he was highly focused, bolstered by the system to ensure everything went perfectly. Now that he relaxed, fatigue washed over him. Dr. Lin, have some water. A little nurse kindly handed him a bottle of mineral water, her eyes filled with admiration. That was really close just now. If you hadn't insisted on further tests, the aunt might have had her uterus mistakenly removed. Lin Feng took a sip of water and smiled, saying, a healer's heart is like that of a parent, it's only right. Just then his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw the words, Mom, flashing on the screen, and his heart skipped a beat. Hello, Mom. He stepped into a corner of the corridor, answering the call, his voice unconsciously tinged with guilt. Xiao Feng, are you busy? His mother's gentle voice came through the phone. Not busy at all, just finished up getting ready to take a... Lin Feng quickly replied, instinctively straightening his back, as if that would make his lie sound more convincing. That's good, don't tire yourself out too much. How's that job of yours? Are you adjusting? His mother asked. I'm adjusting well. Lin Feng answered immediately, his tone light. The work is easy, the environment is good, and my boss takes good care of me. That's good, that's good. His mother seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then lowered her voice. Xiao Feng, I need to tell... What is it? Go ahead. It's about Aunt Wang. She has a niece working in Jiangxing. She's a teacher, and quite demure. What do you think? His mother's voice carried a hint of probing anticipation. Hearing this, Lin Feng's head began to throb, and he quickly interrupted. Mom, I've told you so many times that I'm just settling into my job, and I don't want to think about this. Oh, come on, I'm not saying you should get married right away, just meet and make a friend. His mother was relentless. Look, you've graduated, it's time to think about personal matters. Mom, I already have someone I like. In a moment of panic, Lin Feng blurted out. The other end of the line fell silent for an instant, and then his mother's voice abruptly rose. What? You like someone? Is that true? Which girl? How old is she? What does she do? A barrage of questions came, and Lin Feng instantly regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. You really need to watch your mouth. Lin Feng stammered. Mom, please don't get excited, it's just... We just met not long ago, and are still getting to know each other. Once the relationship stabilizes, I'll bring her home to meet you. Really? Don't be lying to your mom. His mother sounded skeptical. Really? Why would I lie to you? Lin Feng declared earnestly. Your son is so excellent, how could I not find a girlfriend? All right, then make sure you hurry up. His mother seemed to be pacified, giving a few reminders to take care of his health before finally hanging up. Putting down the phone, Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. It's not easy being an underground worker these days, having to worry about both his girlfriend checking up on him and his mother pressuring him to get married. He opened his phone's photo gallery, revealing a side profile of Su Muxue taken secretly while she was asleep one day. The girl in the photo appeared serene and beautiful, her long eyelashes resting gently. Lin Feng gazed at the photo, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips, his fingers gently traced. Soon. He murmured softly, once I finish this annoying system task and save enough for marriage, I'll bring you home to surprise my mom. Dr. Lin, what are you smiling about? You seem so happy. The little nurse leaned in curiously. Lin Feng quickly put away his phone, putting on a serious face. It's nothing, just remembered a joke. By the way, did you explain the postoperative care instructions to that patient clearly? Yes, Dr. Lin, don't worry. The little nurse nodded, then leaned in gossipingly. Dr. Lin, were you chatting with your girlfriend just now? You looked so sweet when you were smiling. Lin Feng's face turned red, and he feigned seriousness as he tapped her on the head. Less gossiping, more working. Go organize the afternoon's case files. Understood, Dr. Lin. The little nurse giggled and ran off. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile he couldn't suppress lingering on his face. Though the job is a bit special, and life can be a bit thrilling, just thinking about his fierce girlfriend at home. Ding-ling-a-ling. His phone rang again, and Lin Feng thought it was his mom calling back, so without looking he answered, "Mom, I'm really busy." "Who do you think you are?" A cold voice came from the other end, that of Su Muxue. Lin Feng's hand shook, nearly dropping the phone, quickly smiling. "Wife. It's you. I thought it was my mom. Where are you?" Su Muxue seemed to ignore his slip of the tongue, and "I'm at the hospital, just finished up. Come to the parking lot, and pick me up." "Huh, you're at the hospital?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Why, not welcome." Su Muxue's tone turned dangerous. "Of course you're welcome. I'm coming right away." Lin Feng hung up the phone, quickly tidying his clothes, and rushing towards the parking lot. "Not welcome." Su Muxue's tone turned dangerous. "Of course you're welcome. I'm coming right away." Lin Feng hung up the phone, quickly tidying his clothes. Lin Feng jogged over, opened the passenger door, and sat down. "Wife, why are you here? Do you miss me?" he asked with a playful grin. Su Muxue ignored him, tossing over a thermos. "For you." Lin Feng opened it to find steaming braised ribs inside, the aroma wafting. "Wow, you're so kind, wife. You even brought me food." Lin Feng was so moved, he nearly shed tears, picking up chopsticks to dig in. "Stop being so self-important." Su Muxue shot him a glance, starting the car. "It's from my mom. If there are leftovers, you can have them." Lin Feng chuckled, not pointing it out. Although Su Muxue pretended to be dismissive, the food in the thermos was clearly freshly made and delivered with care, and he understood her intentions. "Thank you, mother-in-law." "Thank you, wife," Lin Feng said, happily speaking with his mouth full. Su Muxue's lips slightly curved upward, but she quickly put on a serious face. "Eat slowly. No one's going to snatch it from you. Finish quickly and get out of the car. I'm heading back." "So soon? Aren't you coming up to sit?" Lin Feng felt a bit disappointed. "No, seeing those female patients annoys me." Su Muxue snorted coldly. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. It turned out she was jealous and had come to assert her claim. "Wife, don't worry. In my eyes, you're the only woman. The others are all patients." Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, speaking seriously. Su Muxue glanced at him, her gaze softening somewhat. "Smooth talker. Hurry up and eat, then get lost." "Understood, my queen." Lin Feng quickly finished his meal, leaned over to kiss Su Muxue on the cheek, then jumped out of the car. "Drive safely, wife. See you tonight." Su Muxue touched the cheek he had kissed, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, shaking her head helplessly, her eyes filled with smiles. "Fool. Honestly, tell me, where have you been these days, staying out all night?" At 10 o'clock at night, in room 308 of Jiangxing University Girls' Dormitory, Su Muxue had just come out of the shower when she was surrounded by 3 roommates who pinned her down on a chair and started the 3-party interrogation. "I didn't go anywhere, I stayed at home." Su Muxue maintained her composure, drying her hair with a towel, trying to evade the issue. "Don't give me that." The bespectacled academic roommate Zhou Jing adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp as a hawk. "You hardly go home all year, yet you suddenly go back every day recently. Are you kidding?" "Exactly." The lively and adorable short-haired roommate Li Meng leaned and sniffing around her like a puppy. "And you smell like a man." Su Muxue paused, a hint of discomfort flashing across her face. "What nonsense, it's the smell of my shower gel." "Is it, eh?" Another stylishly dressed roommate Wang Lulu crossed her arms, half smiling. "Then why are you blushing?" Su Muxue instinctively touched her cheeks, realizing they were indeed a bit hot. She quickly turned her face away, her tone indifferent. "It's just hot." "TSK tisk," still not admitting it. Li Meng grinned mischievously, poking her in the side. "Quick, tell us, have you got a boyfriend? Which department is he from? Is he handsome?" Su Muxue felt ticklish from the poke, unable to help but flinch, a crack finally appearing in her icy demeanor. "No, stop guessing." "Oh, there's no one." Wang Lulu stretched her voice, suddenly pulling out her phone and showing a picture to Su Muxue. "Then who is this person?" The photo was taken yesterday at the entrance of Boai Hospital, showing Lin Feng helping Su Muxue into a car. Although only his profile was captured, anyone familiar could recognize him at a glance. Seeing the photo, Su Muxue's expression changed instantly as she snatched the phone. "Were you stalking me?" "Who was stalking you?" Wang Lulu rolled her eyes. "This was taken by my friend who went to the hospital yesterday." "Xiaoxue, you're impressive, quietly landing our school's gynecology master." "Gynecology master?" Zhou Jing and Li Meng exclaimed in unison. "Isn't that the Lin doctor who has been trending online recently?" "That's right, it's him." Wang Lulu snapped her fingers, her face full of gossip. "I heard he's super handsome and skilled, and many girls have a crush on him." "Xiaoxue, you move fast." Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng's cautious profile in the photo, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, but it quickly vanished as she threw the phone back to Wang Lulu. "Don't spread rumors." "So that's an admission." Li Meng's eyes brightened as she excitedly grabbed her arm. "Quick, tell us. How did you meet? How far has it progressed? Was there Thatty?" Su Muxue's face flushed hotly, flashes of last night's indescribable moments racing through her mind, heating her ears. She pushed Li Meng away, pretending to be calm as she stood up. "I'm going to dry my hair." "Hey, don't run." Li Meng wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Zhou Jing. "All right, stop asking. Can't you see how shy she is?" Zhou Jing looked at Su Muxue's somewhat flustered back and chuckled. "Looks like this time it's for real." Of course, can someone who isn't serious stay out all night? Wang Lulu scoffed, then curiously asked, but speaking of which, with Xiox's family background, why would she date a gynecologist? Although Lin Feng's reputation is good now, the profession of a male gynecologist is still somewhat awkward in the eyes of most people, let alone in a family like Su's. Jobs should not be judged by status. Dr. Lin is skilled and has good character. I think it's quite good, Zhou Jing stated. I also think it's quite good. Li Ming nodded vigorously. He's handsome, he can cure illnesses, and he gives a strong sense of security. Plus, think about it, if we have any gynecological issues in the future, we won't need to go to the hospital, we can just go to Xiox's boyfriend. How convenient. Su Muxue, who was drying her hair, paused, shooting a cold glance at Li Ming through the mirror. Don't even think about it. Li Ming shrank her neck, muttering softly, so stingy. After drying her hair, Su Muxue climbed onto her bed, put on an eye mask to prepare for sleep, but was relentlessly disturbed by her 3 roommates. Xiaoxue, tell us, is he usually strict with you? Who confessed first? Does he know about your family? Enough. Su Muxue suddenly sat up, removing her eye mask, looking at the 3 inquisitive roommates with a helpless sigh. He's annoying, silly, and sometimes quite foolish. Is that all? Wang Lulu looked disappointed. No good qualities. Su Muxue paused, the image of Lin Feng seriously treating patients, cooking for her, and last night's whispers of pleading flashed before her eyes. Her cheeks began to flush again. Good qualities. She lay back down, pulling the blanket over half her face, her voice muffled. He can cook. Not bad. After saying this, she immediately turned her back to them, refusing to speak further. The 3 roommates exchanged glances, seeing shock and understanding in each other's eyes. To make the icy school beauty, Su Muxue show such a girlish demeanor, and even praise his cooking, it seemed this Dr. Lin was indeed something special. Looks like our dormitory will soon have a wedding to celebrate, Wang Lulu said with a smile. I want to be the maid of honor. Li Ming raised her hand. I want to choose my own maid of honor dress, Zhou Jing added. Su Muxue listened to the chatter behind her, the corner of her mouth slightly lifting as she closed her eyes, her mind filled with Lin Feng's silly smiling face. Although he was annoying, silly, and always made her angry. But he didn't seem too bad. Help! Somebody help me! A desperate cry echoed in the corridor of the gynecology clinic. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source and saw a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl, clutching her stomach, her face pale and covered in cold sweat, painfully leaning against the wall. Beside her, a similarly anxious translator was present, but evidently their communication was not going smoothly. What's going on? Director Zhao Min rushed over, frowning as she asked. Director Zhao, this is a foreign exchange student from country M, named Emily. She suddenly has abdominal pain, but the translator can't quite understand what she is saying. Ooh, it seems to be an urgent gynecological issue, the nurse hurriedly explained. Zhao Min looked at the translator and asked, what did she say? The translator, a young girl, was sweating profusely with anxiety. She said her stomach hurts, and there is bleeding below, but I can't really understand where it hurts or how it feels. Zhao Min's brow furrowed. This situation was troublesome, as the language barrier made the condition unclear and misdiagnosis would be disastrous. Let me give it a try. Lin Feng walked over, having heard the commotion in the consultation room earlier. Xiao Lin, you can speak English. Zhao Min was somewhat surprised. A little. Lin Feng nodded and approached Emily, asking in fluent English, hi MDR. Lin, can you tell me what's wrong? Emily's eyes lit up upon hearing the familiar language. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and spoke rapidly. Doctor, my stomach hurts so bad. It's like someone is stabbing me. And I'm bleeding. A lot. Lin Feng listened while observing her complexion and physical signs, gently placing his fingers on her wrist. He spoke to Zhao Min in Chinese. The right lower abdomen is in severe pain, accompanied by vaginal bleeding. The pulse is taut and rapid, which may indicate a ruptured ectopic pregnancy or a ruptured corpus luteum. We need to perform an ultrasound and HCG test immediately. Zhao Min was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Feng to be not only fluent in English, but also to diagnose so quickly and accurately. Hurry, prepare the emergency room and take her to the ultrasound room, Zhao Min ordered immediately. Lin Feng helped Emily onto the stretcher and continued to reassure her in English, don't worry, we'll take good care of you. Just relax and breathe deeply. His voice was gentle and steady, carrying a sense of reassuring strength. Emily's tense emotions eased a little as she tightly grasped his hand. Please don't leave me. I want. Lin Feng nodded and followed the stretcher towards the ultrasound room. The examination results came out quickly, confirming a ruptured corpus luteum with internal bleeding requiring immediate surgery. Prepare for surgery, Zhao Min decisively ordered. In the operating room, Lin Feng assisted Zhao Min in performing a minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery. His technique was precise and skilled, even quicker than Zhao Min, leaving the nearby nurses and anesthetists in awe. Xiao Lin, your skills have improved significantly. Zhao Min couldn't help but praise him. You're too kind, Director Zhao. It's your guidance that has helped me, Lin Feng humbly replied, his hands never pausing. The surgery was a success, and the bleeding was quickly controlled. Emily's vital signs stabilized. After the surgery, Emily woke up and saw Lin Feng by her bedside. She smiled weakly. Thank you, Dr. Lin. You saved my life. You're welcome. It's my job. Lin Feng smiled and tucked her blanket in. Rest well, you'll be better soon. Emily looked at him, her blue eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Your English is perfect and your medical skills are amazing. You are a real hero. Thank you. Lin Feng politely replied. Ding. You have received an International Commendation 1A rewarding you with a special item language master experience card, 24 hours. Ding. Current commendation progress 118,100. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Feng felt secretly pleased. Earlier he had spent 5 commendation points to exchange for English Proficiency Beginner and unexpectedly not only earned it back, but also gained an experience card. What a profit. Exiting the ward, Zhao Min patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with an appreciative look. Xiao Lin, thank you so much today, otherwise we would have been in trouble. I didn't expect your English to be this good. Oh, why have I never heard you mention it before? Previously, I didn't have a chance to showcase it. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, thinking he couldn't say he had just spent $5 to buy it. Alright, from now on, any foreign patients will be handled by you, Zhao Min said with a smile. By the way, there will be an international medical exchange meeting next week. The hospital initially wanted to send me, but I have to go on a business trip next week. You can replace me. Me? International exchange meeting. Lin Feng was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm too inexperienced. Experience is not the issue, ability is what matters. Zhao Min said today's events have already proven your capabilities. Do I believe in you? Then. Okay, thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Back in the consultation room, he looked at the language master experience card on the system panel and suddenly had a bold idea. Since this card can allow him to master any language in a short time, could it also be used to learn something else? For example, Su Muxue recently seemed to be reading a French novel. If he could understand it, and even converse with her fluently in French, would she be surprised? Thinking of Su Muxue's astonished and admiring gaze, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Let's do it. He immediately used the experience card, and a flood of language information surged into his mind. French, German, Japanese, Spanish. It seemed that as long as he wished, there was no language he couldn't speak. Awesome. Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Su Muxue. Lin Feng, bonsoir ma chérie. Comment vas-tu ce soir? After sending it, he proudly awaited Su Muxue's astonished reply. However, 5 minutes later, Su Muxue replied. After sending it, he proudly awaited Speak properly. Lin Feng. I'm learning French. How is it? Is it standard? Su Muxue, your pronunciation sounds like an Indian speaking English. It's terrible. Could it be that the experience card failed? Or could it be that the experience card failed? Could it be that the experience card failed? Or was Su Muxue deliberately trying to discourage him? Lin Feng, undeterred, sent another voice message passionately, saying in fluent French, J.E. Tame. This time Su Muxue quickly replied with a voice message as well. Dr. Lin. A faint, weak voice echoed at the door of the consultation room. Lin Feng lifted his head and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It was the female college student Xiao, one who had previously come in with menstrual pain. Today she wore a clean floral dress, holding a delicate paper bag in her hand, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze evasive, not daring to look at him. It's you. Are you feeling better? Lin Feng quickly stood up and subtly glanced towards the door, confirming that Su Muxue was not nearby, which allowed him to relax slightly. Yes, much better, thank you, Dr. Lin. Xiaowen said softly, handing over the paper bag. This is some snacks I made myself, a gift for Dr. Lin to try. Thank you for curing my illness. Lin Feng looked at the paper bag, alarm bells ringing in his mind. If he accepted it, and Su Muxue found out, he might as well prepare for the worst tonight. No, I appreciate your kindness, but please take it back. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand in refusal. The hospital has rules against accepting gifts from patients. This isn't a gift, just some food, it's not worth much. Xiaowen said anxiously, her eyes slightly red. Dr. Lin, please accept it, I made it for a long time. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. This girl is so innocent. If he spoke harshly, he feared hurting her pride, but if he didn't clarify, he worried she might fall deeper. Xiaowen, thank you, but I really can't accept this. Lin Feng softened his tone, but remained firm. I am a doctor. Treating and saving people is my duty. You don't need to feel indebted to me. Moreover, he paused, deciding to be honest. I have a girlfriend who gets very jealous. If she finds out I accepted something from another girl, I would be in big trouble. Xiaowen was taken aback, the color draining from her face as her eyes dimmed. Is that so? Dr. Lin already has a girlfriend. Yes, I love her very much. Lin Feng nodded, his tone serious. Xiaowen lowered her head, silent for a few seconds, then lifted her head, forcing a smile. I understand. I'm sorry for bothering you, Dr. Lin. After saying that, she shoved the paper bag into Lin Feng's hand and turned to run her back, appearing somewhat flustered. Hey, your things. Lin Feng wanted to chase after her, but Xiaowen ran too fast and disappeared at the stairway. Lin Feng looked at the paper bag in his hand and sighed. What kind of situation is this? He opened the bag to take a look, and inside were several cute little cakes that clearly took a lot of effort to make. Dr. Lin, you're quite the charmer. A nurse had somehow appeared, looking at the cakes in his hand with a gossiping expression. First a social media sensation, now a female college student. Dr. Lin, your luck with the ladies is unstoppable. Enough chatter. Lin Feng shot her a glare and shoved the paper bag into her hands. Take this and share it with everyone. Don't say it's from me. Really? Then I won't hold back. The nurse's eyes lit up as she took a bite of one of the cakes. Delicious. Aren't you going to eat any, doctor? No, I'm afraid I might die. Lin Feng said with a straight face. "'Tis coward." The nurse pouted and happily ran off with the paper bag. Ladies, Dr. Lin is treating us. Watching the nurse's retreating figure, Lin Feng shook his head. Just as he was about to sit down and continue working, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Su Muxue. Su Muxue, is the cake good? Lin Feng's hand trembled, and the phone almost slipped from his grasp. Lin Feng, what cake? I don't know. Su Muxue, keep pretending. Lin Feng, wifey, I really don't know what you're talking about. Is there a misunderstanding? Su Muxue image. Lin Feng clicked on the image and nearly lost his mind. The photo was of the scene where Xiao Wen had just delivered the cake to him, taken from a clever angle, making it appear as if they were in an intimate conversation with Xiao Wen holding that paper bag. Lin Feng, wifey, this is a misunderstanding. She insisted on giving it to me. I refused. I really refused. I didn't accept it. I gave the cake to my colleagues. You can ask them. Lin Feng was in a panic, sweating profusely as he typed out an explanation rapidly. Su Muxue, you shared it with your colleagues. Lin Feng, absolutely true. I swear to heaven. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning. Su Muxue, fine, I'll believe you this once. Lin Feng, wifey, is brilliant. Long live my wife. Su Muxue, when you get home tonight, copy the Book of Male Virtues 10 times. Lin Feng, fine, I'll copy it. It's better than sleeping. Lin Feng, wifey, is brilliant. Long live my wife. Su Muxue, when you get home tonight, copy the Book of Male Virtues 10 times. Lin Feng, fine, I'll copy it. It's better than sleeping on the streets. Putting down his phone, Lin Feng slumped in his chair, feeling mentally exhausted. This life is really like walking on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Dr. Lin, are there any cakes left? They were so delicious. Another nurse peeked in to ask. None. Lin Feng replied irritably, if anyone dares to accept gifts from female patients again, I'll dock their salary. Tisk stingy. The nurse stuck out her tongue and ran off. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, feeling that this couldn't go on. This time it was cake. What if there was something else next time? It's hard to defend against. It seems I need to think of a permanent solution. He pondered for a moment, took out some paper and a pen, and wrote a notice to post in the most prominent place at the consultation room door. Warm reminder: this doctor is already in a committed relationship and has a fierce, crossed-out, virtuous wife with a deep bond. All non-medical gifts and advances are declined. Life is precious. I cherish it while you can. Lin Feng, respectfully. After posting the notice, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This should ensure safety, right? However, little did he know this notice was soon photographed and posted online with the title shocking. Male gynecologist at Bo AI Hospital posts a survival notice at the consultation room door to maintain his innocence. The comments section exploded instantly. Haha. Dr. Lin is so unfortunate. Fierce wife confirmed. Strong survival instinct. Someone light a candle for Dr. Lin. They must be strict with him. This is hilarious. Am I the only one curious about what this fierce wife looks like? How could she make Dr. Lin so obedient? She clicked on the comments and replied to one of them. Su Muxue, not a fierce wife, but a fairy. Lin Feng, after this fool. She looked at Lin Feng's expression in the photo, which was one of ready to face death, and felt both amused and angry, but a hint of unnoticeable sweetness flashed in her eyes. She clicked on the comments and replied to one of them. Su Muxue, not a fierce wife, but a fairy. Lin Feng, after posting, she put down her phone, her lips curving slightly upwards. It seems that tonight's copy of the Book of Male Virtues can be shortened by 2 times. In the outskirts of Jiang City, at an abandoned dock warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a faint scent of blood and tobacco. Several burly men in black stood respectfully on either side, while in the open space between them a wounded man knelt on the ground trembling. The warehouse door was pushed open and Su Muxue entered in high heels. She wore a fitted black trench coat, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and sunglasses obscured most of her face, revealing only her sharp chin and red lips. Behind her were 2 middle-aged men with restrained auras, their eyes sharp like eagles, clearly not ordinary body. Upon seeing Su Muxue enter, the men in black bowed in unison, their voices synchronized. Su Muxue walked to the chair at the head of the table and sat down, removing her sunglasses to reveal her cold and sharp gaze, which fell upon the man kneeling on the ground. Her voice was devoid of warmth. A bow. Having followed my father for 10 years, have you forgotten the rules? I'm sorry, miss. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The man called a bow, repeatedly bowed his head, his forehead striking the cement floor with a dull thud. It was Scar forcing me. He kidnapped my wife and children. Ooh, I had no choice. Scar. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. That lowly thug from the south side dares to touch someone from the Su family. Yes, he was reckless. Please spare me, miss. Spare me. A bow cried, his face a mix of blood and tears, looking utterly disheveled. Su Muxue remained silent, merely watching him with indifferent eyes, as if observing an ant. The warehouse was silent save for Bao's heavy breathing and the sounds of his bowing. After a long pause, Su Muxue finally spoke. You should know what happens to those who betray the Su family. Bao's body stiffened, his face turning pale as paper collapsing onto the ground, his gaze filled with despair. However, Su Muxue's tone shifted. Considering your past honesty, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Bao suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Miss, what do you want me to do? Before tomorrow, bring me all the information on Scar and his men and deliver it to my desk. Su Muxue stood up and walked in front of Bao, looking down at him. If you succeed, I will send someone to bring your wife and children back and ensure their safety. If you fail, she paused, her voice cold, you know the consequences. I will. Thank you, miss. Bao, as if granted a reprieve, continued bowing profusely. Su Muxue did not look at him again, turning to walk towards the door, instructing the middle-aged man behind her, Uncle Hey, keep an eye on him, don't let him pull any tricks. Yes, miss. The man called Uncle Hey nodded respectfully. Stepping out of the warehouse, the night wind carried the dampness from the river, hitting her face. Su Muxue took a deep breath and glanced at her phone. On the screen was a WeChat message from Lin Feng asking what she wanted for dinner, along with a selfie of him in the kitchen wearing an apron, grinning foolishly. Looking at the photo, her cold gaze softened in an instant, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. The decisive demeanor she had in the warehouse vanished, and she reverted to a girl who would soften at the thought of cooking for her boyfriend. She replied, anything, just don't put coriander. After sending the message, she tucked away her phone and said to another bodyguard beside her, Uncle, Bai, look into this Scar character. I want to know who is pulling the strings behind him. Yes, miss. Uncle Bai replied. Su Muxue's expression grew slightly cold. Bao was merely a pawn. A Scar wouldn't have the guts to touch the Su family, so there must be someone else behind him. It seemed that some people had recently grown too comfortable forgetting whose territory Jiang City was. Let's go, take me back to the city. Su Muxue opened the car door and sat inside, closing her eyes and rubbing her temples. Dealing with these matters was exhausting for her. If she could, she would just want to be an ordinary college student, attending classes, eating and shopping with Lin Feng, without facing the darkness and bloodshed. But she was the daughter of the Su family, and there were responsibilities from which she could not escape. The car started and headed towards the city. Su Muxue took out her phone, clicked on Lin Feng's WeChat avatar, and looked at his moments. The latest post made 10 minutes ago was a photo of him posting a notice at the hospital, captioned, for family harmony and world peace, I hereby declare, I am already taken, no flirting allowed. P.S. Long live my wife. Below were comments from colleagues. Dr. Lin, your survival instinct is off the charts. Haha, Dr. Lin, you are so cowardly. Sister-in-law is mighty. Looking at that post, Su Muxue couldn't help but laugh. This silly boy was adorably foolish. Lin Feng. Looking at the crying face emoji, Lin Feng sent Su Muxue felt a pleasant mood as she put her phone away and gazed out. Su Muxue smiled, typed back, your reward is to copy the book of male virtues more times. Lin Feng. Looking at the crying face emoji, Lin Feng sent Su Muxue felt a pleasant mood as she put her phone away and gazed out at the night scenery. Though life was filled with helplessness and darkness, as long as he was by her side, it didn't seem so difficult to endure. Drive faster, I'm hungry. Yes, miss. Dr. Lin, please sign this for me. Dr. Lin, could we take a photo with you? Dr. Lin, I made chicken soup for you. Please try it. Dr. Lin, I knitted this scarf for you. It's cold, wear it to keep warm. The gynecology outpatient corridor of Boai Hospital had become the liveliest place in the building, more raucous even than some celebrity fan events. Every day before dawn, patients and relatives lined up. There were even young women clutching various gifts, necks craned in eager anticipation of Lin Feng's arrival. Wearing a white coat and a surgical mask, Lin Feng was shepherded through the crowd by security guards and nurses, pushing his way exhausted into the consultation room. The door slammed behind him with a bang. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just fought a battle. Dr. Lin, you are the hospital's top star now, someone murmured. A young nurse handed him a cup of water with a grin. That older woman queued up at 3 in the morning just to register for you. Lin Feng took a sip and sighed helplessly. Top star, huh? I'm about to be driven mad. Ever since the internet sensation incident and the banner incident, Lin Feng had become thoroughly famous. Many people came not to be treated but to see him. During consultations they digressed and gossiped, and some even asked if he had a girlfriend or whether he wanted to be introduced to someone. On the one hand, this recognition was good, an acknowledgement of his skill, but it also brought many headaches. For example, diagnostic efficiency had plummeted. Many people came not to be treated but to see him. During consultations they digressed and gossiped, and some even asked if he had a girlfriend or whether he wanted to be introduced to someone. Then there were the gifts, which never ceased. Though Lin Feng repeatedly forbade accepting presents, he could not stem his patients' enthusiasm. Flowers, fruit snacks, handmade crafts. His office was nearly overflowing. Dr. Lin, what should we do with all these gifts? The nurse asked, pointing to the mountain of packages in the corner. If they keep coming, there won't be any room left in the consultation room. Lin Feng glanced at the pile and felt a sharper ache in his head. The usual fruit and snacks go to the inpatient's. Flowers. Fine, distribute the flowers as well. Try to return what can be returned. Oh, whatever can't be returned, donate to the welfare home. All right, the nurse answered and began to sort. Lin Feng sat down and stared at the system panel, the astonishing numbers making his emotions complicated. Current praises 168,100. His primary professional task had long been completed, yet the praise count kept climbing wildly and at an increasing pace. At this rate, breaking 200 was only a matter of time. System, what can I do with these surplus praises? Lin Feng asked inwardly. Extra praises can be accumulated in exchange for advanced items used for skill upgrades or to unlock special advanced items. Like what? For example, energy elixir, advanced fortune aura, 24 hours temporary charm boost, and so on. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Temporary charm boost. That's good. Could it make my wife love me more? Charm boosts only enhance the host's appearance and aura. They cannot force or change another person's feelings. Oh, then never mind. Lin Feng immediately lost interest. He was confident in his looks and did not want to rely on an artificial aid. Besides, Su Muxue probably did not love him for his face, or so he comforted himself. What about the advanced energy elixir? What does it do? Energy elixir advanced instantly restores all physical stamina and mental energy, maintains peak condition for 1 hour with no side effects. Exchange requires 50 praise points. 50 points. That expensive? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, but thinking of the effects, he admitted it was far superior to the basic version. Handy in critical moments, it could save a life. They'll save them for now, or maybe they'll be useful later. Lin Feng closed the system panel, pressed the call button, and said next. The busy day resumed. Though exhausted watching patients recover, seeing their grateful smiles, and hearing the system's occasional chimes left Lin Feng feeling fulfilled and accomplished. Dr. Lin, thank you. This chronic problem of mine never healed after 10 years, and you fixed it with a few injections. Dr. Lin, you are a miracle worker. From now on, I'll always come to you. Dr. Lin, this is a small token of my thanks. Please accept it. Auntie, really, you don't need to. I appreciate your intention. I take it home for your grandson. Lin Feng deftly refused the gift and saw the patient out. After sending out the last patient, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lin Feng collapsed into his chair, his body aching, as if his bones might fall apart. Not off duty yet. Director Zhao Min walked in and asked with a smile. They'll leave soon, just resting for a bit, Lin Feng replied weakly. You've worked hard, Zhao Min said, patting his shoulder. They'll give you a half day off tomorrow. Get some proper rest. Really? Thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the thought of sleeping in. But Zhao Min's tone shifted, and she pulled out a file. How are you preparing for next week's international medical exchange? Is your speech ready? Lin Feng's smile stiffened. Still working on it. Hurry up, this represents our hospital's face, Zhao Min reminded him. By the way, the exchange allows family to accompany. Do you want to bring your girlfriend? Consider it an official trip. Bring family. Lin Feng paused, then a thought lit his face. Bringing Su Muxue sounded perfect. He could escape the hospital's frenzied fans and have some time alone with her. He'll ask her, Lin Feng said. All right, then get some rest early, Zhao Min replied and left. Lin Feng packed up and walked out. Just beyond the hospital gate, he saw Su Muxue's car parked at the curb. A warmth flooded him, and he hurried over, opening the door and sliding in. Wife, why are you here? I said I'd take a taxi home. I was on the way, Su Muxue said calmly, handing him a thermal container. I brought you dinner. Eat it while Lin Feng opened the container to find his favorite braised spare ribs and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steaming and fragrant. Thank you, my wife. You are so wonderful. Almost moved to tears, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. Su Muxue watched his starving face with soft eyes and gently wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Lin Feng mumbled with his mouth full. Wife, next week I have an international medical exchange and can bring a family member. Would you like to come with me? An exchange? Why would I go? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Just come along to keep me company, and we can have a little trip. I heard it's by the sea, the scenery is lovely, and there's seafood. Su Muxue studied his eager face, and the corner of her mouth twitched. They'll decide based on how you behave. I've been on my best behavior. Lin Feng straightened with pride. Today I saw 50 patients, accepted no gifts, and didn't say an extra word to any female patient. Is that so? Su Muxue glanced at him. Then what about the scarf? Lin Feng froze. What scarf? Su Muxue pulled out her phone and opened a photo, the older woman offering a scarf earlier that day. Although Lin Feng had refused it, the angle in the picture made it seem as if the two were politely passing it between them. Lin Feng. Wife, that's a complete misunderstanding. The woman insisted on shoving it at me. I refused, I swear I refused. He blurted, helpless and on the verge of tears. Who took that photo? Why were they staring at me? If you want things to stay unknown, then simply do not do them, Su Muxue said with a cold snort, starting the car. Go home and copy the manual of male virtue. Copy it again. Lin Feng grimaced. Can't you give me a discount? 5 times. 10 times. 1 time short, and you sleep on the sofa tonight. Yes, ma'am, your majesty. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, yet as he glanced at Su Muxue's profile beside him his heart swelled with a sweet contented warmth. It seems that tonight's copy of the Book of Male Virtues can be. A woman dressed in a professional suit with exquisite makeup and a strong presence walked into the consultation room, placed a voice recorder and camera on the table, and scrutinized Lin Feng, with a critical gaze, her tone laced with a hint of examination and disdain. I am Lin Feng, may I ask who you are? Lin Feng politely inquired, putting down the medical records in his hands. I am Qinwei, a reporter from the Jiangxing Daily. The woman waved a press card she pulled from her bag in front of Lin Feng. There have been a lot of news about you lately. I am here for an exclusive interview, and by the way, to see if your medical skills are as remarkable as claimed online. Lin Feng understood her intentions. His recent rise to fame must have irked some people. This reporter Chun was likely here to stir trouble. Hello, reporter Chun, if you are here for medical consultation, I welcome you. If it's an interview, I may need you to wait a moment while I finish with my patients, Lin Feng said with composure. Qinwei raised her eyebrows, seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's reaction. She pulled a chair and sat down, crossing her legs. Fine, you go ahead, I'll just sit here and watch. Lin Feng ignored her, pressing the call button. Next patient. An elderly woman in her 60s walked and paused upon seeing a woman with a camera in the consultation room, and said, Dr. Lin, what is this? It's nothing, Annie, please have a seat. Lin Feng smiled and reassured her. What seems to be the problem? I've had this old issue, my back hurts, my legs hurt, I can't sleep at night. The elderly woman rambled. Lin Feng listened patiently, occasionally asking a few questions before asking the woman to extend her hand for a pulse check. Chun Wei observed coldly from the side, holding a notebook ready to jot down any dirt. Auntie, you are suffering from kidney deficiency and lower back pain along with some rheumatism, Lin Feng diagnosed, picking up a silver needle. I will give you 2 acupuncture treatments and prescribe some medicine. You'll feel relief soon. More needles again. The elderly woman hesitated, saying, the last time it hurt me so much. This time I will use a lighter technique. I guarantee it won't hurt. Lin Feng smiled gently, took out a slender silver needle, disinfected it, and precisely inserted it into the woman's kidney point on her lower back. Chun Wei immediately raised the camera, aiming it at Lin Feng's hands, ready to capture any mistakes or discomfort inflicted on the patient. However, to her disappointment, Lin Feng's technique was as swift as lightning. He inserted the needle steadily and accurately, and the elderly woman didn't even have time to react before the needle was already in place. Oh, it really doesn't hurt. It's a bit warm, quite comfortable, the elderly woman exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and gently twisted the needle, allowing a warm flow of qi to enter the woman's body. A few minutes later, he removed the needle. All right, Annie, move your waist a bit. The elderly woman tried to twist her waist and took a few steps, exclaiming, amazing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Dr. Lin, you are incredible. Make sure to keep warm and don't catch a cold when you go home, Lin Feng reminded her while writing out a prescription. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. The elderly woman holding the prescription expressed her gratitude profusely as she left. Chun Wei watched the woman's retreating figure, frowned slightly, jotted down a few words in her notebook, and then turned to Lin Feng. Next one. In the following hours, Lin Feng saw over a dozen patients, from a teenage girl with dysmenorrhea to an elderly woman in menopause, from ordinary inflammation to complex myomas. Regardless of the severity of the conditions, he handled them with ease, diagnosing accurately and treating efficiently. Chun Wei went from nitpicking and finding fault to silent observation, and finally her eyes began to show a hint of uncontainable astonishment and admiration. This Lin Feng truly had skills. Not only was his medical expertise exceptional, but his attitude was also superb. No matter how chatty or difficult the patients were, he maintained his patience and smile, showing no signs of annoyance. Reporter Chen, do you have any other matters to discuss? After sending off the last patient, Lin Feng looked at Chun Wei, who was still seated. Chun Wei closed her notebook, stood up, looked at Lin Feng with a complex gaze, and said, Dr. Lin, your medical skills are indeed impressive. You flatter me, but it's part of my job. Lin Feng smiled. Chun Wei was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, Actually, I came today because I received a tip-off saying your hospital practices excessive medical care, that male doctors examining gynecological issues is unethical, and that you accept gifts from patients. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. What do you think now? Chun Wei looked at Lin Feng, then glanced at the pile of gifts in the corner that had yet to be processed, all forced upon him by patients which Lin Feng planned to donate, and at the conspicuous survival notice at the entrance suddenly smiled. I think the informer is either jealous or has some issues with their brain. Chun Wei packed away her voice recorder and camera. Dr. Lin, sorry for the disturbance. Today's interview. I am quite satisfied. Thank you, Lin Feng nodded. As Chun Wei reached the door, she paused, turned back to Lin Feng, and said, By the way, the informer seems to have the surname Lu, a woman, and her voice sounds quite young. After saying that, she pushed the door open and left. Surname Lu. A woman. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before he quickly realized. Lu Feifei. Su Muxue's friend. Lin Feng squinted, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This Lu Feifei had deliberately gotten Su Muxue drunk at the bar last time, and was now looking for trouble. It seemed she was asking for a lesson. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Muxue. Lin Feng wife is your friend Lu Feifei. Su Muxue, why? Did she offend you? Lin Feng, she brought a reporter to investigate me. Su Muxue. A few seconds later Su Muxue replied. Su Muxue, got it, I will take care of it. After sending this, she sent another message. Su Muxue, what do you want to eat tonight? I will ask the auntie at home to make it. Lin Feng looked at the message, the corners of his mouth lifting. It seemed Su Muxue was on his side this time. Lin Feng, I want to eat what my wife makes. Su Muxue, dream on only what the auntie makes. Lin Feng, that's fine too, as long as it's from you, I love it. Su Muxue, smooth talker. Get off work early. Lin Feng put away his phone feeling cheerful. Although there was a minor interruption, overall today went quite well. Ding. Received special praise 1 from a professional's recognition, current praise 169,100. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Lin Feng smiled. It seems that as long as one works sincerely, someone will always notice. As for Lu Feifei, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Since she loves to cause trouble, he wouldn't hold back. Ding. Received special praise 1 from a professional's recognition, current praise 169,000. Bang. The door of Lu Feifei's apartment was kicked open, and Su Muxue walked in with a cold expression, her gaze sharp as a knife directly aimed at Lu Feifei, who was snuggled on the sofa, munching on potato chips, while watching a drama. Lu Feifei was startled, dropping the potato chips in her hand. Xiaoxiu, why are you here? You didn't even knock. Su Muxue sneered, walking to the front of the sofa, looking down at her. If I had knocked, would I have caught you scheming behind my... Lu Feifei's eyes flickered nervously, turning her face away. What am I scheming about? I don't understand what you're... Su Muxue bent down, snatching the phone from the coffee table, the screen still lit, showing a chat record between Lu Feifei and someone saved as reporter Chun. Looking for a reporter to investigate Lin Feng. Lu Feifei's complexion changed, reaching out to grab the phone. You peeked at my phone. Su Muxue turned her wrist, dodging her hand, her gaze icy. Did I need to peek? I could guess your little tricks, even with my eyes closed. Lu Feifei realized she couldn't hide it any longer, and decided to admit it defiantly, saying yes. It's me who looked for a reporter to investigate him. What of it? I'm doing this for your own good. Look at you lately, completely infatuated with him, staying out all night, and your body. She paused, her gaze falling on the faint red marks on Su Muxue's neck and wrist, raising her voice. Look at these injuries on you. Did he abuse you? Su Muxue was taken aback, following her gaze to glance down, her cheeks instantly flushed, instinctively tugging at her collar, her tone a bit flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? This isn't abuse. Lu Feifei stood up excitedly, pointing at Su Muxue. Last time I saw a bruise on your waist, and now there's one on your neck. Xiaoxiu, don't be afraid. If he dares to hit you, I will be the first to not let him go. Let's call the police. Su Muxue. She looked at Lu Feifei's righteous expression, feeling both angry and amused, her cheeks burning, gritting her teeth, and saying, that was... I accidentally bumped into something. Bumped into something? Are you kidding? Lu Feifei clearly didn't believe it. How can a bump cause this? It's clearly the shape of a hand, it looks just like someone grabbed you. Xiaoxiu, stopped covering for him. Men with violent tendencies should be cut off as soon as possible. Su Muxue took a deep breath, suppressing her shame and anger, and said slowly, Lu Feifei, you'll say it again, this isn't abuse, it's a form of intimacy. Do you understand? Lu Feifei blinked, not catching on. What kind of intimacy could cause this? Su Muxue closed her eyes, feeling she had never been this embarrassed in her life. She gritted her teeth, leaned closer to Lu Feifei, and whispered, it's the kind that happens in bed. Do you need me to spell it out for you? Lu Feifei. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Lu Feifei's face instantly flushed, her gaze darting, stammering. Who told you to take it upon yourself to find a reporter to investigate him? Huh? Lu Feifei quickly pleaded for mercy. I'm just worried about you. How was I to... Who told you to take it upon yourself to find a reporter to investigate him? Huh? Lu Feifei quickly pleaded for mercy. I'm just worried about you. How was I to know you were playing around like this? Besides, I've never experienced this, how would I know? Shut up. Su Muxue's face was red enough to bleed, her grip tightening. You are not to cause any more trouble for Lin Feng, understood? Got it. Lu Feifei cried out, let go, grandma. Lu Feifei winced in pain. I swear I won't do it again. Su Muxue finally let go, snorting coldly. If there's a next time, I'll post your dark history online. Lu Feifei rubbed her red ear, mumbling softly. Loyal to love, forget friendship. What did you say? I said Dr. Lin is really lucky to have a girlfriend as wonderful as you. Lu Feifei immediately changed her tune, smiling as she hugged Su Muxue's arm. Xiaoxiu, since the misunderstanding is cleared, could you have your Dr. Lin introduce me to someone? He doesn't have to be as handsome as him, just half as good would be fine. Su Muxue rolled her eyes at her, dream on. Greedy. At 7 in the evening, Lin Feng walked out of the hospital after work and immediately spotted the car parked by the roadside, along with Su Muxue waiting for him by the car. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed her in a warm light, highlighting her cool profile, with a soft glow making her look almost unreal. Lin Feng's heart warmed, and he hurried over. Wife, have you been waiting long? Just arrived. Su Muxue opened the car door. Get in, let's go eat. All right. Lin Feng got into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, and stole a glance at Su Muxue. And noticing she seemed to be in a good mood, he tentatively asked, about Lu Feifei. It's resolved. Su Muxue said lightly. She won't dare to trouble you again. All right. Lin Feng got into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, and stole a glance at Su Muxue. And noticing she seemed to be in a good mood, the car started driving toward the city. What do you want to eat? Su Muxue asked. Anything is fine, I'll follow you, Lin Feng replied, then added. As long as it's not cilantro, anything is good. Su Muxue glanced at him, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. You're getting bold. In the end, they went to a private restaurant. The environment was serene, the dishes exquisite, and the taste quite good. While eating, Su Muxue suddenly spoke, stay away from those female patients in the future. Lin Feng was gnawing on a rib, and upon hearing this he immediately put down his chopsticks and raised his hand to swear, I promise. Absolutely maintain a safe distance. 3 meters. No 5 meters or more. Su Muxue picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in his bowl, her tone flat. And those female colleagues of yours, nurses, or whatever, be cautious with them too. Understood. From now on, apart from work, I won't say a single word to them. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. And Su Muxue paused, her gaze a bit unfocused, her voice dropping a few decibels. In the future, don't leave marks on me that others can see. It's very troublesome. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood, his face turning red, awkwardly scratching his head. He'll be careful next time, try to be gentler. Su Muxue shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed, lowering her head to eat, not saying anything more. Lin Feng looked at her shy demeanor, feeling a flutter in his heart, leaning closer and whispering, Wife, actually, you don't need to care too much about what others think. We have a legitimate romantic relationship. Having a few marks is quite normal. Su Muxue picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat your food, stop talking nonsense. Lin Feng chewed on the pork, grinning foolishly. Although he was being scolded, he felt that Su Muxue wasn't really angry. Instead, she seemed to be indulging him. This meal was warm and sweet. After dinner, the two strolled hand in hand along the riverbank. The evening breeze was gentle, the river shimmering with light, and the neon lights on the opposite bank flickered. Lin Feng held Su Muxue's hand, his heart filled to the brim. Although his work was a bit embarrassing and life felt a bit thrilling, as long as she was by his side, everything was worth it. Wife, you're really not coming with me to the exchange meeting next week? Lin Feng asked. It depends on my mood, Su Muxue replied casually. Then you'll perform well these few days to try and improve your mood. Lin Feng said with a grin. Su Muxue glanced at him. How do you plan to perform? For example, give you a massage, cook for you, or copy the book of male virtues? Lin Feng said, trying to please her. Su Muxue couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch his face. Silly. Lin Feng looked at her radiant smile, feeling a stir in his heart. He leaned down and gently kissed her on the lips. Don't mess around, there are people around. Su Muxue gently pushed him, but she wasn't really angry. What are you afraid of? I'm just kissing my girlfriend, it's perfectly natural, Lin Feng said confidently, kissing her. The Jiangxing International Conference Center is hosting the annual International Medical Exchange Conference. The venue is packed with medical experts from around the world gathered together, creating a solemn yet lively atmosphere. The Jiangxing International Conference Center is hosting the annual International Medical Exchange Conference. The venue is packed with medical experts from around the world gathered together, creating a solemn yet lively atmosphere. Don't be nervous, just treat it like seeing patients in the hospital, Director Zhao Min, sitting next to him, whispered to comfort him. I'm not nervous. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his tie. For today he had specially worn a well-fitted suit and had meticulously groomed his hair, looking energetic and striking. Next, let's welcome Dr. Lin Feng from Boai Hospital to present his report on the application of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture in difficult gynecological cases, the host announced. Lin Feng stood up and walked onto the stage under the gaze of the audience. He could feel various eyes upon him, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some disdainful. After all, he was the youngest speaker of the day and came from a private hospital. Lin Feng approached the podium, adjusted the microphone, and scanned the audience, suddenly spotting a familiar figure in the corner. Su Muxue, dressed in a beige trench coat and wearing sunglasses, was sitting there. When she noticed him looking over, she slightly nodded with a barely perceptible smile. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warmth in his heart, and his original nervousness dissipated instantly. He smiled in Su Muxue's direction, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Hello, esteemed seniors and colleagues. I am Lin Feng from Jiangxing Boai Hospital. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying a confidence and composure beyond his years. As the PPT played, he began to elaborate on his viewpoints and clinical experiences. Initially, there were some whispers in the audience, but as Lin Feng's narrative deepened, the venue gradually quieted down. Many of his points were novel and insightful, and the cases he referenced were astonishing, especially the examples of acupuncture treatment for ectopic pregnancy and uterine fibroids, which drew surprised expressions from the attending experts. Therefore, I believe that traditional Chinese medicine is not pseudoscience, but a science grounded in rigorous theory and practical evidence. As long as it is applied appropriately, acupuncture can serve as an effective complement to modern medicine and may even play a leading role in certain fields. Lin Feng concluded, bowing slightly. That concludes my report, thank you all. The venue fell silent for a few seconds, then a crisp round of applause erupted from the corner. Su Muxue stood up, clapping vigorously, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng on stage. Encouraged by her, others soon responded, and thunderous applause filled the entire venue. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. An elderly expert with white hair stood up excitedly. Dr. Lin, could you elaborate on the trembling needle technique you mentioned? Certainly. Lin Feng nodded, beginning to respond calmly. The subsequent QA session turned into Lin Feng's personal showcase. No matter how tricky or specialized the questions were, he answered them fluently, even referencing classical texts to point out flaws in the questioner's theories. This young man is incredible, the experts in the audience exclaimed. When did Boai Hospital produce? It seems traditional Chinese medicine is truly on the rise. Director Zhao Min watched Lin Feng speak confidently on stage, glowing with pride. She knew that from today onward Lin Feng's name would resonate throughout the entire medical field. Su Muxue watched the confident and eloquent man on stage, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was her man, who usually seemed timid as a quail in front of her, yet shone brightly like a star in his own field. She took out her phone, secretly snapped a few pictures of Lin Feng, then opened her social media to post an update. My man looks a bit handsome today. The accompanying pictures were a profile shot of Lin Feng, giving his speech and his confident smile while answering questions. Soon comments started pouring in. Lu Feifei, wow. Is this Dr. Lin? Is he this handsome in a suit? Xiaoxue, you hit the jackpot. Roommate A, so handsome. Xiaoxue, please introduce him. Roommate B, is this the legendary? Men are most charming at work. Love it, love it. Su Muxue looked at the comments, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, replying to Lu Feifei, it's just average, nothing special. After sending, she put her phone away and continued to watch Lin Feng on stage, her expression warm and proud. After the report concluded, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts exchanging business cards and discussing academic issues. He was busy but kept searching for Su Muxue's figure. Finally, during a break, he squeezed out of the crowd and rushed to Su Muxue's, eyes sparkling. Wife, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to not come? Su Muxue removed her sunglasses and glanced at him. Just passing by, thought I'd come see. Lin Feng chuckled, leaning closer and lowering his voice. So how did I do? Was I handsome? It was so-so, Su Muxue replied flatly, but the slight blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. Just so-so. Lin Feng felt a bit disappointed. I thought you would be utterly captivated by me. Stop being so vain. Su Muxue shot him a glare and handed him a thermos cup from her bag. Drink some water, your throat is hoarse. Lin Feng took the thermos, opened it to find warm honey water inside, sweet and soothing, warming his heart. Thank you, wife. Lin Feng looked at her gratefully. You're the best. Su Muxue felt a bit awkward under his gaze and turned her face away. Hurry up and drink. We have another meeting soon. Yes, ma'am. Lin Feng happily drank the water, feeling invigorated. Just then a blonde foreign expert approached and said to Lin Feng in English, Dr. Lin, your speech was amazing. I would like to invite you to our university for an exchange. Dr. Lin, your speech was fantastic. I would like to invite you to our university for an exchange. Before Lin Feng could respond, Su Muxue suddenly stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Feng's and smiling in fluent English. Thank you for the invitation, but Dr. Lin has a very busy schedule recently. If you are interested, you can contact the hospital directly. Her tone was polite, yet distant, carrying an undeniable authority, instantly shielding Lin Feng behind her. The foreign expert was momentarily stunned, glancing between Su Muxue and Lin Feng, seemingly understanding something, then smiled. Of course I understand. The foreign expert was momentarily stunned, glancing between Su Muxue. Of course I understand. Dr. Lin, your wife is very beautiful and capable. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, gripping Su Muxue's hand tightly. After the foreign expert left, Lin Feng leaned close to Su Muxue's ear and whispered, Wife, were you jealous just now? Su Muxue shot him a glance and huffed lightly. I was just worried you might get taken advantage of. How could that be? Am I that foolish? Lin Feng protested. You are, Su Muxue said without hesitation. Lin Feng. Although feeling a bit reproached, Lin Feng felt sweet inside. He knew Su Muxue was protecting him, not wanting him to be troubled by these complex interpersonal relationships. Wife, it's so good to have you. Lin Feng held her hand, speaking earnestly. Su Muxue looked at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Just know that. Perform well in the future and don't embarrass me. Yes, ma'am, your majesty. Lin Feng stood at attention, saluting exaggeratedly, making Su Muxue unable to suppress her laughter. After the International Exchange Conference concluded, Lin Feng's position in the hospital was thoroughly solidified, even hinting at an emerging stature as a pillar. Director Zhao Min directly regarded him as a successor, involving him in decision-making for both major and minor matters. However, Lin Feng had his own plans in mind. Looking at the system panel where the positive feedback had already surpassed 200, he knew it was time to consider retiring after achieving success. Director Zhao, I would like to discuss something with you. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Lin Feng approached Zhao Min. What is it? Go ahead, Zhao Min said, setting down the documents in her hand and smiling at him. I want to take on a few apprentices, Lin Feng said thoughtfully, to teach them my acupuncture techniques and some diagnostic experiences. Zhao Min was momentarily taken aback, surprised. Taking on apprentices. What prompted this sudden idea? Lin Feng smiled lightly, saying half seriously, half jokingly, the strength of one person is ultimately limited. I want more people to learn these skills so that we can help more patients. Moreover, I can't always stay in gynecology, can I? Zhao Min looked at him, her gaze complex. She understood Lin Feng's intention, given his medical skills. Remaining in gynecology was indeed somewhat overqualified, and his identity as a male doctor could also lead to some troubles. If you want to teach, I certainly support it, Zhao Min nodded. Who do you have in mind? I can help arrange it. Nurse Xiao Zhang is quite good, attentive, and eager to learn. And there's intern Dr. Xiao Wang, who has a solid foundation as well, Lin Feng added. These two people had a good relationship with him and were diligent in their work. All right, those two it is, Zhao Min decided. Starting next week you can mentor them. But Shaolin, aren't you really considering staying? The hospital is already discussing promoting you to deputy director. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Zhao, but I indeed have my own plans, Lin Feng said apologetically. He couldn't disclose the matters related to the system, so he could only be vague. Zhao Min looked at him for a moment and sighed. All right, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't stop you. However, before you leave you must show me all your skills. Don't hold anything back. Of course, Lin Feng promised with a smile. Stepping out of the director's office, Lin Feng felt considerably lighter. With the successor arranged, he could rest easy and retire to face the next challenge from the system. Although he didn't know what his next profession would be, it surely couldn't be worse than being a gynecologist, right? However, he seemed to have celebrated too early. As the workday ended, just as Lin Feng walked out of the hospital gates, he heard a familiar yet annoying voice. Dr. Lin. Lin Feng halted his steps, furrowing his brows as he turned around. Sure enough, it was the relentless internet celebrity Little Sweetheart. Today she wore a plain white dress, without any makeup, looking somewhat haggard with red eyes, as if she had been crying. Seeing Lin Feng, she quickly jogged over, holding a fruit basket in her hand. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm here to apologize to you. Little Sweetheart said, tears streaming down her face. I was misguided before, did something wrong, and caused trouble for you and the hospital. I know I was wrong, I truly know. She sobbed as she spoke, her voice not too loud, just enough for the surrounding departing people to hear. Many people stopped in their tracks, curiously looking over. Lin Feng watched her performance with a cold smile in his heart. Such acting skills, it was a pity she wasn't pursuing an acting career. I accept your apology, but take your things back. Don't come to me again. Lin Feng replied coldly, not wanting to get entangled with her any further, and turned to leave. Dr. Lin. Little Sweetheart grabbed his sleeve, crying even harder. Please forgive me. If you don't forgive me, my fans won't forgive me either. My account has been suspended, and I'm truly at a dead end. Lin Feng shook off her hand, his expression turning cold. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Dr. Lin, are you really that heartless? Little Sweetheart cried out. I've lowered myself so much to beg you, can't you give me one chance? The onlookers began to point and whisper, some even took out their phones to record. Isn't that the internet celebrity? She's back to bother Dr. Lin again. She looks quite pitiful. Isn't Dr. Lin being a bit too ruthless? Those who are pitiful must also have something to be hated for. After all, she spread rumors before. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Feng felt agitated and just wanted to leave this trouble spot quickly. Just then a black car slowly stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Su Muxue's cold profile. Get in the car, Su Muxue said, without even glancing at Little Sweetheart, addressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He quickly responded and opened the car door to sit inside. Wait. Little Sweetheart suddenly rushed over, blocking the car door, pleading with Su Muxue inside the car. Miss Su, I know I was wrong. Please let Dr. Lin forgive me. I truly know I was wrong. Su Muxue slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on Little Sweetheart, her expression indifferent, as if she was looking at something unimportant and worthless. No, you were wrong. Su Muxue spoke, her voice soft, yet carrying a chill. If you know you were wrong, you should bow your head and behave, not put on a show here to gain sympathy. Little Sweetheart froze under her gaze, her crying stifled. Too wasn't acting. Whether you were acting or not, you know in your heart. Su Muxue interrupted her, her tone icy. I give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise I won't hesitate to make you completely disappear from Jiangxing. Little Sweetheart's face turned pale instantly. Looking into Su Muxue's emotionless eyes, a chill ran from her feet to the top of her head. She had no doubt that this woman could truly do it. 1. Su Muxue began to count down. Little sweetheart trembled in fright, no longer caring about acting, turned around, and ran, even forgetting to take the fruit basket. Su Muxue watched her retreating figure scoffing, and said to Lin Feng, "Aren't you coming in?" Lin Feng hurriedly sat inside the car, closed the door, and smiled ingratiatingly. "Wife, you came just in time, oh, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Su Muxue glanced at him, starting the car. "Don't know what to do. I saw you chatting quite happily with her." "That," Lin Feng quickly protested. "I was being cornered by her, I couldn't shake her off. You have to believe me, I have no interest in her at all." "It better be true," Su Muxue snorted coldly, her tone softening a bit. "From now on, leave through the side door after work, don't use the main entrance." "Yes, ma'am. I can even climb out the window if necessary," Lin Feng immediately affirmed. Su Muxue was amused by him, shaking her head helplessly. "You have a sharp tongue." Lin Feng smiled at her, feeling relieved, and leaned over to kiss her cheek. "Wife, what do you want to eat today?" You got paid, oi?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. "Not yet, but I have some pocket money," Lin Feng chuckled. "Pocket money?" Su Muxue narrowed her eyes. "How much have you hidden?" Lin Feng's smile stiffened. Not much, just a few hundred." "Hand it over." Wife, leave me a little, I still need to buy cigarettes." "Smoking is bad for your health, quit it." Lin Feng felt like crying, without tears, feeling as if he had fallen into a sweet trap. "Wife, what are we doing here?" Lin Feng glanced at the brightly lit cinema in front of him, then at the expressionless Su Muxue beside him, feeling a bit uneasy. "This atmosphere does not seem like a date, it feels more like a covert mission." "A date?" Su Muxue replied with 2 words, her tone as flat as if she were stating the weather. "A date?" Lin Feng's lips twitched. "But with your expression. It doesn't look like a date, it looks like you're going to kill me and sink me in the river." Su Muxue shot him a glance, her eyes glinting dangerously. "If you keep talking nonsense, I really will sink you in the river." Lin Feng immediately shut his mouth, making a zipper gesture, but inwardly he muttered, "This is no date, it's a form of torture." Su Muxue walked to the ticket counter, looking at the schedule on the screen, her brows slightly furrowing, seemingly hesitant. "What do you want to watch?" she asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look. "Anything is fine, it's up to you. Romantic movie, comedy, or action?" Su Muxue's gaze swept across the posters, finally stopping at a particularly eerie one, which had blood-red letters, The Ring 3. "This one then," Su Muxue pointed at the poster. "Lin Feng, wife, are you sure?" Lin Feng's face turned pale. "You're suggesting we watch a horror movie?" "What? Are you scared?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, her gaze teasing. Who said I'm scared?" Lin Feng straightened his back, forcing himself to say, "I'm a man of 7 feet. Would I be afraid of horror movies?" "What a joke." Su Muxue's lips barely curled up as she bought 2 tickets and a bucket of popcorn, shoving it into Lin Feng's hands. "Hold this," Su Muxue said, indifferently popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth with elegant movements, as if she were watching an art film. The movie began, the plot growing increasingly tense. The scene, Su Muxue said, indifferently popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth with elegant movements, as if she were watching an art film. The movie began, the plot growing. Su Muxue said, indifferently popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth with elegant movements, as if she were watching an art film. The movie began, the plot growing increasingly tense, the scenes more horrifying. Lin Feng stared at the screen, his body tense, muttering, "It's all fake, it's all special effects. Science proves there's no such thing as ghosts." Suddenly a female ghost lunged at the screen, accompanied by a chilling scream. "Ah!" Lin Feng was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. The popcorn bucket flew from his hands, and he dove into Su Muxue's embrace, burying his head deep into her shoulder, gripping her waist tightly, his body shaking like a leaf. "Ghost! Wife, help me!" Su Muxue. She looked at the trembling man in her arms, and then at the strange glances from around them, feeling a vain throb on her forehead, wishing she could kick him away. "Let go!" Su Muxue gritted her teeth. "No, there's a ghost. It's so scary." Lin Feng clung on tighter, his voice rising with a hint of tears. "That's a movie. It's fake." Su Muxue felt like she was suffocating. How could this guy be so strong? "I know it's fake, but I'm still scared." Lin Feng mumbled softly, still refusing to lift his head. Su Muxue took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to throw him away, and patted his back, her tone stiff as she comforted him. "It's okay, the ghost is gone." "Really gone?" Lin Feng cautiously lifted his head from her shoulder, his eyes tightly closed, not daring to look at the screen. "Gone," Su Muxue said helplessly. Only then did Lin Feng relax, realizing he was hanging on to Su Muxue, their position extremely ambiguous. His face flushed red, and he quickly sat up straight, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Sorry wife, it was a reflex. Su Muxue adjusted her clothes that he had messed up, giving him a cold glance. "If there's a next time, it'll break your hand." Yes, I won't do it again." Lin Feng nodded, repeatedly glancing at the screen with lingering fear, just in time to catch a close-up of the female ghost startling him again, and he quickly grabbed Su Muxue's hand. "Wife, lend me a hand for courage." Su Muxue looked at her hand, tightly held by him, then at Lin Feng's pale face. She wanted to shake it off, but seeing his pitiful look, she ultimately relented and let him hold on. "Such a coward." She huffed lightly, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. For the rest of the time, Lin Feng clutched Su Muxue's hand tightly, his eyes half open, ducking behind her every time there was a scary scene, muttering, "By God bless demons and ghosts, please go away." Su Muxue found his antics amusing, and the slight discomfort in her heart dissipated. This guy usually seems boastful, but who knew he was so timid? As the movie ended, and the lights came on, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just fought a battle, his back completely soaked. Finally over, I was scared to death. He patted his chest, still shaken. Su Muxue stood up, looking at his appearance, unable to resist teasing him. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid?" A man of 7 feet. Lin Feng's face reddened stubbornly, saying, I wasn't scared. I was just immersing myself in the experience. Yes, an immersive experience. Su Muxue couldn't be bothered to expose him, turning to walk out. "Let's go home." "Okay." Lin Feng quickly followed, naturally taking her hand. Su Muxue paused, glancing down at their clasped hands, saying nothing, allowing him to hold her hand. As they exited the cinema, the evening breeze blew, gently dispelling the heat from the theater. "Wife, does today count as a date?" Lin Feng asked softly, shaking Su Muxue's hand gently. Su Muxue shot him a glance. "What do you think?" "I think it counts," Lin Feng said with a grin, leaning closer to her. "So, can we arrange a few more in the future?" "Depends on your performance." Su Muxue replied flatly. "I performed really well." Lin Feng straightened his back immediately. Although there were a few hiccups today, overall, it was pretty good, right? Su Muxue looked at his expectant eyes, her lips curling slightly. "Yes, it was quite good." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, taking the opportunity to ask then, "Can I request a little reward?" "What kind of reward? For example, not copying the man's virtue classic tonight?" Lin Feng asked tentatively. Su Muxue stopped looking at him and smiled slightly. "Sure." "Really? You're so good, wife," Lin Feng exclaimed. "But," Su Muxue's tone shifted, "since you're not copying the book, you should do something else." "What?" Lin Feng felt an ominous premonition. Su Muxue leaned close to his ear, lowering her voice, her tone carrying a hint of danger. "Go home and help me review the movie we just watched." "Wife, spare me." Lin Feng's cries echoed in the night sky. As they exited the cinema, Lin Feng was still immersed in the fear of having to accompany her to watch a horror movie when Su Muxue suddenly pulled him into a nearby alley. The alley was brightly lit and bustling with people, the mixed aromas of various foods tantalizing the senses. This was the famous night market snack street of Jiangcheng, filled with the vibrant energy of human life. "Wife, do you want to eat this?" Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. In his impression, Su Muxue, being a rich girl, typically dined at Michelin-starred restaurants and would usually steer clear of street food. Su Muxue nodded, her gaze falling on a stall selling stinky tofu, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "That stinky one, what is it?" "Stinky tofu. This is a delicacy." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled her over. "Boss, 2 portions of stinky tofu, extra spicy." "Stinky tofu. This is a delicacy." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled her over. "Boss, 2 portions of stinky tofu, extra spicy." Su Muxue watched as Lin Feng savored the dish, hesitating for a moment before picking up a bamboo skewer and cautiously taking a bite. "How is it?" Lin Feng looked at her expectantly. Su Muxue's eyes widened slightly as she nodded. "Delicious. I told you you'd like it." Lin Feng grinned proudly, and then took her to buy grilled gluten-fried skewers and milk tea. Su Muxue, like a curious child, wanted to try a little of everything. Although she ate slowly and gracefully, the sparkle in her eyes was unmistakable. Having grown up in a strictly regulated family where her diet was closely monitored, this experience of indulging in street food was a first for her. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Lin Feng chuckled as he noticed the sauce on the corner of her mouth and reached out to wipe it away. Su Muxue was taken aback for a moment, her cheeks flushing, but she did not shy away. Instead, she slightly tilted her face to make it easier for him. "Do you want more milk tea?" Lin Feng shook the half-empty cup of bubble tea in his hand. Su Muxue nodded, took the milk tea, and sipped through the straw, the sweet taste making her squint like a lazy kitten. Lin Feng looked at her like this, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Usually Su Muxue was icy and sharp, but only during these moments did she reveal the simplicity and joy that a girl her age should possess. "Let's go for a walk to help with digestion." Lin Feng took her hand. Su Muxue nodded, allowing him to lead her, their fingers intertwined as they slowly walked toward a nearby park. The park was quiet, the evening breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass, dissipating the smell of oil from their meal. The moonlight spilled over the river, shimmering beautifully. The two walked slowly along the riverbank, neither speaking, yet the atmosphere was warm and intimate. "Did you have fun today?" Lin Feng asked softly. Su Muxue nodded, her voice barely audible. "It's my first time on a date like this." Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, stopping in his tracks to look at her. Under the moonlight, Su Muxue's profile was soft and beautiful, her eyes clear, carrying a rare tenderness. "In the future, I will often take you out to play," Lin Feng said seriously. "We can go to the amusement park, hike, see the sea. Do all the things that ordinary couples." Su Muxue looked up at him, a slight smile forming on her lips. "Okay." Lin Feng gazed at her lips, which were so close his heart raced, unable to resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss. Su Muxue's body stiffened slightly, but then she relaxed, closing her eyes as she responded to the tender and lingering kiss. The moonlight, the river, the gentle breeze, and the embracing lovers formed the most beautiful picture. Upon returning home, it was already deep into the night. As soon as they entered, Lin Feng pinned Su Muxue against the wall, a passionate kiss raining down upon her filled with long-suppressed desire. Su Muxue felt breathless from the kiss and gently pushed him. "Let's wash up first." Together, Lin Feng whispered in her ear, his voice husky. Su Muxue's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. "Dream on. Then he'll wash alone." Quickly, Lin Feng kissed her cheek and dashed into the bathroom. After closing the door, Lin Feng immediately opened the system panel. Current good reviews 218100. System exchange for a bottle of advanced energy potion. Lin Feng called out in his heart. Exchange successful. Consumed 50 good reviews. Advanced energy potion has been issued. Lin Feng now held a small, deep blue bottle, opened the cap, and gulped it down. A powerful surge of heat instantly coursed through his body, sweeping away his fatigue, replaced by boundless energy and vitality, even feeling as if his body was filled with inexhaustible strength. Awesome. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling that he could take down a bull. Tonight he would redeem his honor and Half an hour later, when Su Muxue finished her shower and came out, she saw Lin Feng leaning against the headboard, gazing at her with burning intensity, like a leopard ready to pounce. "You?" Su Muxue felt uneasy under his gaze, and just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng had already stood up and swept her into his arms. "You?" Su Muxue felt uneasy under his gaze, and just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng had already stood up. "You?" Su Muxue felt uneasy under his gaze, and just as she was about to say something, Su Muxue's heart raced at the look of aggression in his eyes, but she refused to back down. "Who knows who will beg for mercy?" "Is that so?" Su Muxue's heart raced at the look of aggression in his eyes, but she refused to back down. "Who knows who will beg for mercy?" "Is that so?" Jordan. Lin Feng seemed like a different person, brimming with energy and tireless, showcasing various techniques that had Su Muxue begging for mercy, eventually even bringing her to tears. "Enough. Lin Feng. Stop." Su Muxue's voice was hoarse, tinged with tears, her body feeling as weak as a puddle of water, lacking the strength to even raise her hand. Seeing her in such a frail state, Lin Feng felt a surge of immense satisfaction, finally letting her go, pulling her close in his arms and kissing her sweaty forehead. "Sleep well, my wife." Lin Feng's voice was gentle, laced with post-satisfaction languor. Su Muxue leaned against him, too tired to keep her eyes open, soon drifting into a deep sleep. As she fell asleep, one thought lingered in her mind: what on earth did this rascal take? Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Su Muxue in his arms, then at the remaining good reviews on the system panel, a smile creeping onto his lips. This good review was worth it. The morning sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains and onto the bed as Su Muxue groggily opened her eyes. Habitually attempting to turn over, she felt as though her body had been run over by a truck, each muscle protesting in agony, particularly below her waist, which felt so sore and weak that she could hardly muster any strength. Last night's wild and shameful scenes surged into her mind in an instant, causing Su Muxue's cheeks to flush as she instinctively glanced at the figure beside her. Lin Feng was already awake, lying on his side with one hand supporting his head, gazing at her with a satisfied and smug look in his eyes. "You're awake, wife." Lin Feng leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, his voice hoarse from just waking, exuding an irresistible sexiness. Su Muxue shot him a glare, wanting to scold him, but found her throat extremely dry and her voice a bit hoarse. "Water." "Just a moment." Lin Feng immediately rolled out of bed, poured a glass of warm water, and thoughtfully inserted a straw before bringing it to her lips. Su Muxue took a few sips from his hand, feeling her throat ease a bit before weakly saying, "Help me sit up." "All right." Lin Feng set down the cup and carefully helped her sit up, his movements gentle, as if handling Just as Su Muxue attempted to get out of bed, her legs weakened the moment they touched the ground, and she uncontrollably slid toward the floor. "Be careful." Lin Feng reacted swiftly, catching her and lifting her into his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down." Su Muxue exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed. "Don't move around, your legs are weak. They'll carry you to the bathroom." Lin Feng carried her toward the bathroom, his tone matter-of-fact. "It was my fault last night for being too rough. Today, they'll take care of you." Su Muxue was so embarrassed by his blunt words that her face turned crimson. She pounded his shoulder lightly. "Shut up. Don't say that." All right, I won't say anything." Lin Feng obediently fell silent, yet the corners of his mouth still curled up. Upon reaching the bathroom, he set Su Muxue on the sink, squeezed out toothpaste, and handed it to her. "Here, brush your teeth." Su Muxue took the toothbrush, noticing Lin Feng's eager expression, full of expectation. Amused yet annoyed, she shot him a glare. "Turn around, you can't look." "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Lin Feng muttered under his breath. but under Su Muxue's murderous gaze he obediently turned around facing away from her. Only then did Su Muxue begin brushing her teeth, glancing at the marks all over her body in the mirror, causing her cheeks to flush again. That scoundrel last night, he seemed to have taken some stimulant, making her endure quite a lot. After brushing her teeth, Su Muxue wanted to wash her face. Just as she was about to get up, Lin Feng, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, immediately turned around. "I'll do it." He wrung out a hot towel and gently wiped her face from her forehead to her chin, not neglecting even behind her ears, as if he were polishing some precious porcelain. Watching his earnest expression, the last remnants of Su Muxue's embarrassment slowly faded away, replaced by a warm feeling. This guy, although he could be quite a jerk at times, was truly irresistible when he was being considerate. After freshening up, Lin Feng carried her to the living room for breakfast. He had risen early to prepare a meal of century egg and lean meat porridge, fried eggs, and a few soup dumplings, all of which were Su Muxue's favorites. "I'll eat by myself." Su Muxue attempted to take the bowl, but Lin Feng dodged away. "I'll feed you." Lin Feng scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to her lips, saying, "Ah." Su Muxue looked at his childlike demeanor, helplessly opening her mouth to take a bite. "Is it good, eh?" Lin Feng asked eagerly. "It's all right." Su Muxue nodded, genuinely finding it delicious. "Then eat more to replenish your strength." Lin Feng scooped another spoonful, saying with a suggestive tone. Su Muxue's face turned red as she shot him a glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, you'll sleep on the couch tonight." "I was wrong, my dear wife, please spare me." Lin Feng immediately surrendered, but his movements didn't stop as he continued to feed her. After finishing the meal, he carried Su Muxue back to the bedroom, placing her gently on the bed and tucking her in. "What are you doing?" Su Muxue looked at him. "You're not going anywhere today. I'll rest well at home," Lin Feng said, petting her hair. "They'll go to the hospital to take a day off and come back to keep you company." "No need, you should go to work." Su Muxue shook her head. "I just need to sleep for a bit." "Are you really sure you don't want me to stay?" Lin Feng asked, somewhat concerned. "No, you go ahead," Su Muxue replied. She knew Lin Feng had been busy lately and didn't want to delay his work. "All right, then call me if you need anything." "Okay, then sleep well." "I'm leaving," Lin Feng said, tucking her blanket in neatly and quietly closing the door behind him. Hearing the door close, Su Muxue slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the ceiling with a slight smile. Though her body felt uncomfortable, her heart felt sweet and warm. This feeling, it wasn't so bad. Lin Feng walked into the hospital feeling refreshed, his steps light, with an unmistakable air of triumph on his face. Last night's victory had dispelled the gloom of earlier, making him feel like he had finally reclaimed his dignity as a man. "Good morning, Dr. Lin. You look great today." A young nurse greeted him with a smile upon seeing him. "Morning." "Good morning, everyone." Lin Feng responded cheerfully, even humming a little tune. "Hey, Dr. Lin, what good fortune have you encountered? Did you win the lottery?" Director Zhao Min teased upon seeing his expression. "I'm happier than winning the lottery." Lin Feng chuckled and leaned closer to Zhao Min, lowering his voice. "Director, where are my two apprentices? Their special training starts today." Zhao Min found his enthusiasm amusing, so eager. "They've been waiting for you in the consultation room." "All right," Lin Feng replied, and quickly walked towards Inside the consultation room, intern Dr. Wang and nurse Zhang were already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, they immediately stood up. "Good morning, Teacher Lin." "Good morning, take a seat." Lin Feng waved his hand, becoming serious. "Starting today, I will teach you my acupuncture techniques and some unique diagnostic skills. The process may be tiring and dull, so you need to be mentally prepared. We're not afraid of tiredness. Please teach us, Teacher Lin." The two replied in unison, their eyes filled with admiration and expectation. To learn medicine under Lin Feng was an opportunity that many would envy. "All right, let's begin." Lin Feng nodded, took out silver needles and a human model to start the explanation. In the following days, Lin Feng seemed like a different person, his work enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. He was no longer satisfied with merely treating patients, but devoted most of his energy to teaching. Every time he saw patients, he would call Dr. Wang and nurse Zhang over, explaining in detail the symptoms, diagnostic thinking, and principles of medication, even teaching them acupuncture techniques step by step. "Look for this acupuncture point. The needle must be quick, precise, and steady at this angle. This pulse is called slippery pulse, indicating phlegm and food stagnation, but if it's a woman, it could also mean." "Why do we need to add this herb to this prescription?" "Because it can." Lin Feng spoke earnestly while his two apprentices learned diligently, making rapid progress. For some simple conditions, Lin Feng had already started to let them handle it on their own, merely supervising them from the side. "Dr. Lin, your teaching is excellent. I feel like I've made great progress recently." Dr. Wang exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, Dr. Lin, I used to be afraid to touch needles, but now I can do it myself." Nurse Zhang chimed in enthusiastically. Lin Feng looked at them with a sense of satisfaction. As long as they could manage independently, he could retire sooner. Besides teaching, Lin Feng also became more cautious in his attitude towards female patients, even one might say cold. "Auntie, please place your hand here, I will check your pulse." Lin Feng, wearing a mask, kept his eyes on the pulse pillow, not glancing aside. "Dr. Lin, I recently The female patient wanted to say more, but Lin Feng interrupted her. The pulse is thin and taut. The tongue coating is pale white, indicating liver stagnation and qi obstruction. Dr. Wang prescribed chai hu shu gan san with modifications. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, his tone flat. Next. The entire process took no more than 2 minutes without a single unnecessary word, and there was even very little eye contact. The female patient left holding the prescription, looking bewildered. Wasn't Dr. Lin supposed to be gentle and patient? Why did he seem so businesslike today? Teacher Lin, you just... Dr. Wang questioned, thinking that the previous patient could have asked a few more questions. When treating patients, we must emphasize efficiency, focus on the key points, and there's no need for small talk. Lin Feng replied lightly. Remember, we are doctors, not psychological counselors. Oh, understood. Dr. Wang nodded, somewhat comprehending. Lin Feng secretly scoffed. What small talk? What if they chatted too much and got caught by some well-meaning person spreading the news to Su Muxue? He would have to sleep on the couch tonight. In these few days, he had set a 3 no principles for himself. Do not look into the eyes of female patients, do not engage in casual conversations with them, and do not accept any gifts from female patients. Even when a female patient wanted to shake hands to express gratitude, he quickly tucked his hand behind his back and said seriously, hospital rules require attention to hygiene to avoid cross-infection. This made the female patients feel quite awkward, wondering if Dr. Lin had been stimulated by something, suddenly becoming so aloof. However, despite his cold attitude, Lin Feng's medical skills were beyond reproach as he continued to cure ailments with remarkable results and received numerous praises. Ding. Received praise 3, current praise 221,100. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt delighted. At this pace, once he trained his apprentices, his praise count would likely exceed 300, allowing him to exchange for numerous good items. Dr. Lin, there's a patient specifically requesting to see you, claiming to have traveled from another city. A young nurse walked in and said, "Is it a male or female?" Lin Feng asked instinctively. Female, it's an older lady." The nurse hesitated before responding. "I'll let her in then." Lin Feng sighed in relief. "Older ladies are good, they are safe." The lady entered wearing a worried expression. "Dr. Lin, I finally found you. I heard you are highly skilled, and I specially took the train from the neighboring city. Annie, don't rush, take your time, and tell me where you feel unwell." "I heard you are highly skilled, and I specially took the train from the neighboring city." "Annie, don't rush, take your time. I feel..." The lady pointed to her chest. "I always feel stuffy, my heart races, and I can't sleep at night." Lin Feng nodded, signaling her to extend her hand for a pulse check. After placing his fingers on her wrist a few seconds later, he frowned slightly. "Annie, your condition is not gynecological." "Huh? Not gynecological?" The lady was taken aback, but all the doctors I consulted before said I had menopausal syndrome. "Menopausal syndrome does exist, but your main issue is with your heart." Lin Feng withdrew his hand, his expression serious. "Do you also experience dizziness, fatigue, and occasional blackouts?" Yes. Exactly." The lady nodded repeatedly. "Dr. Lin, you are amazing. How did you see that? You are experiencing heart qi deficiency combined with blood stasis. We must regulate it quickly, or it could be very dangerous." Lin Feng said, "I'll write you a prescription. You should first go to the cardiology department for a detailed check, and we'll treat it together." All right. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I can't thank you enough." The lady expressed her gratitude profusely while leaving with the prescription. Lin Feng watched her departing figure, feeling a bit emotional. This was why he was eager to teach his apprentices. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Only by teaching more people can he help more patients like this lady. "Teacher Lin, you are incredible. How did you see that?" Dr. Wang and Nurse Zhang looked at him with admiration. Lin Feng smiled and patted their shoulders. "Study well, and you'll be able to do it too in the future. Quick, get out of the way. Everyone step aside." A series of urgent shouts and the sound of wheeled stretchers shattered the tranquility of the gynecology clinic. A few nurses rushed in, pushing a stretcher with a young pregnant woman lying on it. Her face was pale, her hands clutching her abdomen, groaning in pain, and the sheets beneath her were already stained red with blood. "What's going on?" Director Zhao Min arrived, her expression grave. "Director Zhao, this pregnant woman is 40 weeks along, suddenly experiencing abdominal pain and bleeding. The ultrasound indicates placental abruption, but we can't find the cause, and her blood pressure and heart rate are dropping." The emergency doctor quickly reported the situation. "Prepare the operating room. Initiate rescue immediately," Zhao Min decisively commanded. However, at that moment, the pregnant woman suddenly began to convulse, violently foaming at the mouth, and the monitor emitted a piercing alarm. "Not good. Cardiac arrest. Defibrillator. Quick. 200 joules. Prepare." Bang. The current coursed through the pregnant woman's body, causing her to jerk up and then fall back down, yet her heart rate remained a flat line. Again. 300 joules. Bang. Still no response. "Director Zhao, this isn't working. The defibrillation is ineffective," a nurse exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Min looked at the despairing flat line on the monitor, her face paling. In this situation, even if they managed to revive her, the fetus couldn't be saved, and the mother's life was in danger as well. Let me give it a try. A calm voice emerged from behind. Lin Feng pushed through the crowd, his expression composed and his gaze sharp. Xiaolin, do you have a way? Zhao Min seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. Not sure, but it's worth a try. Lin Feng approached the pregnant woman, quickly placing his fingers on her wrist, closing his eyes, and channeling his full medical expertise. In his perception, the pregnant woman's pulse was extremely chaotic, her qi and blood in turmoil, life force rapidly slipping away. Strangely, he couldn't detect any obvious pathology in her abdomen, but rather in her feet. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixing on the pregnant woman's feet. She was wearing slippers, and all 10 toes were adorned with exquisite nail art sparkling with rhinestones, looking perfectly normal. Take off her socks, Lin Feng suddenly said. Huh? Everyone was taken aback. Quick! Lin Feng's tone was stern. The nurses hurriedly moved to remove the pregnant woman's socks. Lin Feng grasped her left foot, his eyes intensely focused on her big toe. It was adorned with the largest pink rhinestone glimmering under the light. This is it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation he reached out and pried the rhinestone off. Dr. Lin, what are you doing? Someone exclaimed in shock. Ignoring the outcry, Lin Feng tossed the rhinestone into a nearby metal tray, then took out a silver needle, swiftly piercing the acupoints of the pregnant woman, such as Rinzhong Naguan and Zusanli, while a gentle internal energy flowed through the needle, protecting her heart meridian. Beep, beep, beep. The previously jarring alarm suddenly stopped, and on the monitor the flat line began to fluctuate again, heart rate gradually rising and blood pressure stabilizing. She's alive. We saved her. The crowd exclaimed joyfully. It's not over yet. Lin Feng's expression remained serious as he looked at Zhao Min. Director Zhao, prepare for surgery. We need to perform an emergency cesarean section. The fetus can still be saved. But her condition. Zhao Min hesitated. Trust me, the cause has been removed, and the surgical risk will be greatly reduced. Lin Feng's tone was firm. Zhao Min looked at Lin Feng, bit her lip, and said, all right. Prepare for surgery. Xiao Lin, you'll be the lead surgeon, and I'll assist you. Okay. Lin Feng nodded without a hint of reluctance. In the operating room, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Feng took the lead with Zhao Min assisting him. Lin Feng's technique was astonishingly swift, cutting, stopping the bleeding, separating, and extracting the fetus. His movements were fluid and seamless with no delays, and even the amount of blood loss was controlled to a minimum. Wow! A loud cry echoed as the baby was successfully delivered. Although premature, the cry was strong, and the vital signs were stable. The baby is fine. That's great, a nurse said excitedly. Lin Feng, however, didn't relax, continuing to deal with the mother's uterus and incision, confirming there were no other issues, before finally exhaling, closed the abdomen. The surgery concluded and Lin Feng stepped out of the operating room, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The preceding surgery had been a tremendous test of his stamina and energy. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. You're a lifesaver for our entire family. The pregnant woman's husband rushed over, nearly kneeling before Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly supported him, saying, don't do that, this is what I should do. Your wife is out of danger, and the baby is fine, just premature, and needs to stay in an incubator for a while. Thank you. Thank you. The man was choked with emotion. At that moment, Zhao Min walked out holding the metal tray, her expression serious. Xiao Lin, what exactly is going on here? That rhinestone. Lin Feng took the tray, pointing at the pink rhinestone. This rhinestone contains radioactive. Although the dosage is small, prolonged exposure for the pregnant woman combined with the sensitivity of the acupoints in her feet caused the radiation to accumulate, resulting in systemic qi and blood disturbances, ultimately leading to placental abruption and cardiac arrest. Radioactive rhinestone. Zhao Min's expression changed. How could such a thing be in a nail salon? It must be a substandard product or something added artificially. Lin Feng said, I've already sent a nurse to investigate the nail salon where the pregnant woman recently had her nails done. Oh, we should have results soon. That's terrifying. Zhao Min said, her heart still racing. If you hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I was just lucky. Lin Feng smiled, but felt a bit of fear inside. If he hadn't possessed top-tier medical skills and sensed the subtle abnormalities, who would have thought that a small rhinestone from a nail salon could take a life? The news of this incident quickly spread throughout the hospital, and everyone was astonished by Lin Feng's miraculous medical skills. Oh my, Dr. Lin is incredible. He noticed this. He's like Hua Tuo reincarnated. Amazing. We have to be careful with nail art from now on, it's too scary. Lin Feng once again became the focus of the hospital, with even the director personally coming to commend him and saying he would apply for him to be recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Jiangqing. Lin Feng took this calmly. He was only concerned about one thing. Ding. Received special praise 10, saved 2 lives, current praise 231,100. Looking at the rapidly increasing praise on the system panel, Lin Feng felt delighted. This was a good deal, bringing him one step closer to retirement. That evening when Lin Feng returned home, he told Su Muxue about the incident. After listening, Su Muxue frowned slightly. Radiation nail art. Where's that salon? It has already been shut down. Oh, I heard the owner tried to save money by purchasing a batch of inferior products and even added prohibited substances. Lin Feng replied, then suddenly realized looking at Su Muxue. Cautiously, wife, why are you asking this? You're not thinking of. Su Muxue glanced at him. I never do that kind of stuff. That's good, that's good. Lin Feng sighed in relief, then grinned as he moved closer. Wife, I saved 2 people today. Shouldn't I get some? What kind of reward do you want? Su Muxue asked, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Like, not doing any homework tonight? Lin Feng tentatively asked. That's fine. Su Muxue nodded. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Really? You're the best wife. But, Su Muxue's tone shifted, her eyes carrying a hint of danger. Since we're not doing homework, let's do something more meaningful. What? Something more meaningful? Lin Feng felt an ominous premonition. Su Muxue stood up, looking down at him. I recently learned a new massage technique. I'll just practice on you. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, holding his sore back, walked into the hospital grimacing. Last night, Su Muxue's so-called massage nearly dislocated his entire body. Her strength was frightening, and he dared not resist. Dr. Lin, good morning. What happened to you? Did you sleep wrong? The little nurse asked with concern upon seeing his condition. No, it's nothing. I just twisted a bit while sleeping last night. Lin Feng awkwardly rubbed his waist internally, cursing Su Muxue. As soon as he entered the consultation room, Director Zhao Min walked in with a beaming smile. Xiao Lin, good news. The pregnant woman you saved yesterday is the daughter-in-law of our city's party secretary. Lin Feng was taken aback. The party secretary? Yes. The secretary personally called just now and said he wants to thank you in person. Zhao Min said excitedly, this is a tremendous opportunity. Director Zhao, I'm just a doctor. It's my duty to treat and save people. There's no need for all this. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone calm. He had no interest in such political connections. He just wanted to focus on his patients and accumulate enough good reviews to leave. I know you're indifferent to fame and fortune, but this is a good thing and beneficial for the hospital's development. Zhao Min patted his shoulder. The secretary will arrive shortly. Please prepare yourself. Sure enough, not long after, several black cars stopped at the hospital entrance, and a group of people hurried in. Leading them was a distinguished middle-aged man in his 50s, none other than Li Jiangwo, the city's party secretary. He was accompanied by the husband of the pregnant woman from yesterday, along with several individuals who clearly appeared to be leaders. Dr. Lin, thank you. Thank you so much. As soon as Secretary Li saw Lin Feng, he stepped forward and shook his hand tightly, his expression filled with emotion. If it weren't for you, my daughter-in-law and grandson, you are a great benefactor to the Li family. Secretary Li, you're too kind. This is what I should do, Lin Feng replied respectfully. For you, it's what you should do. For our family, it's a tremendous kindness. As Secretary Li spoke, he took a thick envelope and an exquisite brocade box from his secretary, saying, this is a small token of appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Secretary Li, I can't accept this money, Lin Feng declined. The hospital has rules against accepting red envelopes. As for the gift, he opened the brocade box to reveal a luxury watch that looked quite valuable. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Lin Feng closed the lid and handed it back. This, Secretary Li appeared somewhat troubled. Dr. Lin, you saved 2 lives. What is this small gesture compared to that? If you don't accept it, I will feel uneasy. Secretary Li, if you truly wish to thank me, why not donate this money to the hospital's fund for impoverished patients or to a welfare institute to help more people in need? Lin Feng said earnestly. As for this watch, keep it as a memento for your grandson. When he grows up, tell him that he almost lost his life to a small diamond, teaching him to be cautious and respectful of life. Secretary Li was momentarily stunned, looking into Lin Feng's clear and sincere eyes, feeling deeply moved. He put away the envelope and brocade box, nodding seriously. All right. Dr. Lin, you are right. This money I will donate to the Welfare Institute in your name, and I will accept this watch for my grandson. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his gaze full of admiration. Xiao Lin, at such a young age, your medical skills are superb, and your medical ethics are beyond reproach. Good, good. The surrounding reporters immediately raised their cameras to capture this touching moment. Dr. Lin, may we interview you? Dr. Lin, how did you diagnose the cause of the illness? Lin Feng was surrounded and could only respond, help. He didn't want to become famous, but now that it had come to this, he could only go with the flow. After finally sending off Secretary Li and the reporters, Lin Feng returned to the consultation room, feeling more exhausted than after performing a surgery. Dr. Lin, you are amazing. Even the party secretary personally came to thank you. Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang looked at him with admiration. All right, stop flattering me and get back to work. Lin Feng waved his hand and pressed the call button next. Although he said this, he still felt quite pleased inside. Not because of the party secretary's gratitude, but because, ding, received special praise 5 recognition from the party secretary, current praise 246,100. Ding, received special item, reputation medal beginner, which slightly increases social reputation and makes it easier to gain others' trust. Looking at the notification on the system panel, Lin Feng's mouth curled into a smile. The number of praises had reached 246, far exceeding the task requirement of 100, allowing him to apply for task completion at any time and end this social death career. However, before leaving, he needed to take care of his patients and bring his apprentice out. "Teacher Lin, could you help me check this patient's pulse?" Xiao Wang approached with a medical record. "Sure, let me see." Lin Feng took the medical record, setting aside his thoughts and immersing himself back into work. Although he wanted to retire immediately, his responsibilities as a doctor prevented any negligence. After work that evening, as Lin Feng stepped out of the hospital, he spotted Su Muxue's car parked by the roadside. He hurried over, opened the door, and got inside. "Wife, why are you here? Didn't we agree that I would take a taxi back?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Muxue glanced at him and handed him her phone. "The party secretary personally thanked you. Dr. Lin, you're a celebrity now." Lin Feng took the phone and saw that it was the local news headline. "Renowned Dr. Lin Feng of Jiangqing, a heart of compassion, saves 2 lives, refuses heavy gifts to show medical ethics." With a picture of him rejecting Secretary Li's red envelope. "Ah, it's just the media exaggerating." Lin Feng returned the phone unaffected. "I just did what I was supposed to do, but it's nothing special." Su Muxue looked at his calm demeanor, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. "Not bad, you didn't embarrass me." "Of course, who's your boyfriend?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow proudly. "Stop talking nonsense." Su Muxue rolled her eyes at him, starting the car. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you." "Really? Then I want a feast." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "I want seafood. Lobster. King crab. All right, I'll satisfy you." Su Muxue smiled, turned the steering wheel, and drove toward the most upscale seafood restaurant in the city center. Lin Feng watched her focused profile while driving, feeling warm inside. Although his work was a bit special and life a bit dangerous, as long as she was by his side, it was all worth it. After finishing the seafood, they returned home. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously as he watched Su Muxue pull a large insulated bag out of the trunk. "Open it and see," Su Muxue said flatly, walking into the house without looking back. Lin Feng unzipped the bag and a rich herbal fragrance wafted out. Inside were several exquisite ceramic jars. Upon opening one, he found ginseng chicken soup, another jar of braised pork ribs with angelica and red dates, and a jar of dark, fragrant medicinal congee. "Is this prepared for me?" Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue in surprise. These dishes were clearly made with thought, all intended to replenish energy and blood. "Is this prepared for me?" Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue in surprise. These dishes were clearly made with thought, all intended to replenish energy and blood. Warmth in his heart, knowing she was being what any made too much. These were clearly specially prepared for him. The previous day's surgery had been exhausting, and after being massaged by her last night, he truly felt a bit weak today. He didn't expect Su Muxue to notice and prepare all this for him. "Thank you, my wife. I wasn't full from the seafood," Lin Feng said, holding the insulated bag and quickly catching up to her, smiling widely. "I knew you cared about me the most." "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and eat, or it won't taste good when it gets cold." Su Muxue shot him a glance, though the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward. Back at home, Lin Feng savored the chicken soup, which was delicious and perfectly cooked, clearly made with care. "Honey, did your aunt really make this? Her skills are incredible." Lin Feng asked intentionally. "Annie has been learning about medicinal cuisine recently," Su Muxue replied. Su Muxue lied without changing her expression, taking a spoonful of the congee to taste. It was indeed quite good, not in vain for the recipe she specially asked an old Chinese medicine doctor for. Lin Feng looked at her feigned calmness, his heart melting. This silly girl clearly cared about him, yet insisted on putting on a cold front. She was truly adorable. "Wife, you should drink some too to replenish your energy and blood." Lin Feng served her a bowl of chicken soup. "I don't need it," Su Muxue refused verbally, but her hands honestly accepted it. After dinner, Su Muxue went to take a shower, while Lin Feng took out his computer and began organizing the medical cases and insights he had accumulated recently. During this time, he had been seeing patients while teaching his disciples, gathering a wealth of first-hand information. He decided to compile these into a book titled Lin's Gynecology Treatment Manual, documenting his experiences and the essence of his advanced medical skills in an easy-to-understand manner for the hospital and his disciples. Although the system did not allow him to directly impart his advanced skills, he could still teach them a lot through writing and case studies. "What are you writing?" Su Muxue came out of the shower and saw Lin Feng typing away on the computer, curious. "Writing a book." Lin Feng pulled her down to sit beside him, showing her the screen. "I want to write down some of my experiences and techniques for Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang, so that even if I'm not around one day, they can stand on their own." Su Muxue looked at the dense text and case analyses on the screen, somewhat surprised. "Are you planning to leave?" "Not now, but one day I will," Lin Feng replied. He smiled lightly, not elaborating on the matter of the system. "Moreover, I also want to leave something behind to prove I was here." Su Muxue gazed at his serious profile, her eyes softening. This man, who usually seemed carefree, had a charming passion and sense of responsibility in his professional field. "Not bad." Su Muxue looked for a while and gave her evaluation. However, here the description of acupuncture techniques could be more detailed, and adding illustrations would be better. "That makes sense." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wife, you're really clever. How did I not think of that? He immediately opened a drawing software and started drawing acupuncture point maps and technique diagrams. Su Muxue also stayed sitting beside him and watching, occasionally providing some suggestions for revisions. Here the wording is too verbose, make it more concise. This case could use a table to compare the data before and after treatment. This prescription needs to have standardized dosage units. Su Muxue was indeed a top student. Her logic was clear and her keen insights offered very useful suggestions. With her help, Lin Feng's writing process sped up significantly. Wife, you're amazing. Lin Feng excitedly embraced her, kissing her cheek. How about we co-author this book? Sign your name. No need, I know nothing about medicine. Su Muxue pushed him away, her tone flat, but her eyes carried a hint of an undetectable smile. Just keep it to yourself. When you become famous in the future, don't forget about me, your behind-the-scenes contributor. Absolutely. If this book gets published, all the money will be yours. Lin Feng patted his chest in assurance. Who cares about your little royalties? Su Muxue rolled her eyes at him, standing up. Get to bed early, don't stay up late. As you command, my queen. Lin Feng nodded, watching Su Muxue walk into the bedroom, filled with motivation. In the following days, Lin Feng frantically saw patients and taught disciples at the hospital during the day, returning home at night to focus on writing. Although Su Muxue complained verbally, she accompanied him every night, helping him proofread the text, organize materials, and even make tea and cut fruits. With Su Muxue's logistical support, Lin Feng wrote swiftly and soon completed the first draft. Finally, Lin Feng stretched, feeling more tired than after performing a surgery, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Congratulations. Su Muxue handed him a cup of hot milk. Thank you, my wife. Lin Feng took the milk and drank it in one go, then held Su Muxue's hand earnestly, saying, Wife, half of the credit for finishing this book is yours. Once the book is published, he'll treat you to a lavish meal. Just one meal, eh? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Then, 2 meals, 3 meals, a lifetime's worth, Lin Feng said with a grin. Su Muxue looked at his playful demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. All right, hurry up and take a shower, we have work to do. Okay. Lin Feng stood up, suddenly remembering something, took out a USB drive from the drawer and handed it to Su Muxue. Honey, this is for you. What is this? This is the electronic version of my book, along with some exclusive formulas and acupuncture techniques I compiled. Lin Feng said, keep it safe for me. Just in case. I mean, in case one day I'm not around, you can give this to Director Zhao or donate it to the medical school. Su Muxue took the USB drive, her brow furrowing slightly. What nonsense are you talking? Where could you go? I just said that casually, just in case. Lin Feng smiled, not explaining further. Su Muxue looked at the USB drive in her hand, then at Lin Feng, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. She always felt that Lin Feng seemed to be hiding something from her, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. All right, go take a shower quickly. Su Muxue put away the USB drive and pushed Lin Feng into the bathroom. Lin Feng looked at the closed bathroom door, his smile slowly fading. The book was nearly finished, his disciples were almost trained, and he had accumulated enough positive reviews. In the following days, Lin Feng seemed to be exhausting himself, tirelessly consulting and teaching. He knew his time in this position was limited. A stylishly dressed young female office worker sat across from Lin Feng, her gaze frequently darting to his face, her cheeks slightly flushed. Dr. Lin, I've been suffering from insomnia and hair loss recently. Without lifting his head, Lin Feng rested his fingers on her wrist, withdrawing his hand. 3 seconds later. Your liver fire is excessive and you're overthinking. Sleep less, drink less coffee, and I'll prescribe you something to calm your mind and nourish your brain. The young woman blinked in surprise. Is that it, eh? She wanted to chat a bit more. What else could it be? Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze calm and unwavering. Next, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, she could only leave reluctantly with the prescription. Ding. Received a positive review 1. Current positive reviews 247,100. Dr. Lin, I've had severe menstrual pain for many years. Can you lie down? I'll give you acupuncture. Dr. Lin, extend your hand, let me take your pulse. Lin Feng diagnosed rapidly, without a single wasted word, his gaze focused and movements swift, embodying the persona of a cold and aloof god. Though the female patients felt somewhat disappointed, seeing Lin Feng's serious demeanor only made them find him more charming, and they admired him even more. What's with Dr. Lin today? He seems even colder than before. I don't know, but he's so handsome. A serious man is the most charming. Stop daydreaming, hurry up and line up. Listening to the discussions outside, Lin Feng felt no ripples in his heart. He just wanted to finish seeing the patients and finish teaching, then exit gracefully. In the afternoon, Lin Feng did not schedule consultations, but instead called Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, and several doctors and nurses interested in traditional Chinese medicine to the conference room. I called everyone here today to share some materials I've recently compiled. Lin Feng turned on the projector, and the screen displayed the cover of his written, Lin's Gynecology Treatment Manual. Wow, Teacher Lin, you published a book? Xiao Wang asked in surprise. Sort of, but it hasn't been published yet, it's just a draft. Lin Feng smiled. This contains some of my clinical experiences and insights from this period, as well as some unique acupuncture techniques and prescriptions. Today I want to teach these things to those who truly wish to learn. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. They had witnessed the brilliance of Lin Feng's medical skills. Receiving his genuine teaching was an immense opportunity. That's wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Dr. Lin, you are so selfless. Lin Feng waved his hand, his expression serious. Medical skills are meant to save lives, not to be kept secret. I hope that after you learn you can help more people in need. For the next few hours Lin Feng stood at the podium, giving his all. He spoke in detail, covering everything from foundational theories to clinical cases, from acupuncture techniques to medication insights, without holding anything back. Look, when needling this acupoint you must do it this way. This prescription, the reason for using this herb is because in the event of such an emergency, the first action should be. Lin Feng spoke passionately, captivating his audience, who took notes and photos, afraid of missing a single word. Alright, that's all for today. Lin Feng glanced at the time, closed the book. The remaining content has been compiled into an electronic version, and I will send it to everyone after the meeting. Teacher Lin, you are truly amazing. I feel enlightened after attending your class. Xiao Wang excitedly said. Yes, Dr. Lin, your explanations are much clearer than what is in the textbooks. Another doctor chimed in. Lin Feng smiled. As long as you are willing to learn, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Alright, let's disperse the meeting. As everyone reluctantly left the conference room, Lin Feng tidied up his belongings and was about to leave when Director Zhao Min walked in. Finished? Zhao Min asked. Yes, I'm done, Lin Feng nodded. Zhao Min looked at him, her gaze complex. Xiao Lin, have you been having something on your mind lately? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Nothing much, just feel it's time to organize these things, or I might. Zhao Min stared at him for a while, sighed. Are you planning to leave? Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and nodded. Director Zhao, you've noticed. I suspected it when you started obsessively mentoring apprentices and writing books. Zhao Min stepped closer, patting his shoulder. Though I'm reluctant, I know this small place cannot hold you. Your stage should be much larger. Lin Feng felt a bit guilty. Director Zhao, please don't say that. Thank you for your care and trust during this period. I should be the one thanking you. Zhao Min smiled. You've made our department, and even our hospital, different. Zhao Min waved her hand. Okay, goodbye, Director Zhao. Lin Feng walked out of the conference room, glancing at the patients and medical staff coming and going in. Zhao Min waved her hand. Okay, goodbye, Director Zhao. Lin Feng walked out of the conference room, glancing at the patients and medical staff coming and going in the corridor, feeling somewhat sentimental. Zhao Min waved her hand. Okay, goodbye, Director Zhao. Lin Feng walked out of the conference room, glancing at the patients and medical staff. However, there is no banquet that does not end. His mission was complete, and it was soon time to say goodbye. Dr. Lin, I'm bothering you again. A familiar elderly woman entered the consultation room, dragging along a similarly aged friend, her face beaming as she greeted Lin Feng. Aunt Wang, it's you. Are you feeling better? Lin Feng asked with a smile. This Aunt Wang had previously sought his help for severe menopause symptoms and had recovered after a few acupuncture sessions. I'm all better. Thanks to you, Dr. Lin. Aunt Wang exclaimed excitedly. Look, my old friend has the same problem and hasn't found relief despite visiting many places, so I specifically brought her to you. Please have a seat, Auntie. Let me take a look at you first. Lin Feng gestured for the other aunt to sit down, skillfully starting the consultation. After a period of intensive training, Lin Feng's medical skills had reached an extraordinary level. He completed the 4 diagnostic methods almost instantaneously, with precise diagnoses and refined prescriptions. Auntie, you have typical liver qi stagnation and kidney deficiency. He'll prescribe a formula along with acupuncture. You'll see results in a week. Really? It will get better in a week? The aunt asked in surprise. Don't worry, if Dr. Lin says it will work, then it definitely will. Aunt Wang assured, patting her chest. Dr. Lin's medical skills are top-notch. She gave a thumbs up. Soon Lin Feng finished writing the prescription and gave a glance to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, take the aunt for acupuncture. All right. Auntie, please follow me. Xiao Zhang immediately stepped forward, assisting the aunt to the treatment room. Under Lin Feng's rigorous training, Xiao Zhang's acupuncture skills had improved dramatically, and he could independently handle some simple conditions. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. Aunt Wang expressed her gratitude, and before leaving, she pressed a big good on the satisfaction rating device. Ding. Received praise 1, current praise count 248,100. Lin Feng smiled at the system's notification sound. This should be the last praise he received as a gynecologist. After sending Aunt Wang off, Lin Feng did not immediately call in the next patient, but instead got up and walked to the next consultation room. Xiao Wang was sitting there nervously attending to a girl suffering from menstrual pain. Don't be nervous, take your time, Lin Feng said softly, standing behind him. Teacher Lin. Seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Wang sighed in relief and refocused. Classmate, extend your hand, let me examine your tongue. Lin Feng watched from the side, occasionally giving quiet pointers. Here you can ask a bit more detailed. Yes, this is the acupoint. Under Xiao Wang's guidance, the girl quickly received her prescription and left satisfied. Teacher Lin, how did I do? Xiao Wang asked expectantly. Not bad, you've made great progress. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Remember, being bold yet meticulous in treating patients is important. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, but learn to summarize your experiences. Yes, Teacher Lin. Xiao Wang nodded vigorously. Watching his two apprentices become more and more adept, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. His mission was almost complete. Returning to his consultation room, Lin Feng took a deep breath, preparing to welcome the last patient. Please come in. The door opened, and a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 timidly walked in, keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact with Lin Feng. Classmate, please sit down. What seems to be the problem? Lin Feng asked gently. My stomach hurts. The girl's voice was barely audible. Is it menstrual pain? When did it start? Lin Feng asked while observing her complexion. For the past 2 days. The girl nodded, her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng did not ask further, indicating for her to extend her hand for pulse diagnosis. After a few seconds, he retracted his hand. It's nothing serious, just ordinary primary dysmenorrhea. They'll prescribe some medicine and apply a few acupressure points. It will relieve soon. Really? The girl raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Really? Lin Feng smiled, standing up and walking to her side, gently pressing on the San Yin Jiao acupoint on her calf and the Higu acupoint on her hand. A warm flow of energy surged into her body, and the girl let out a comfortable mm, surprisingly, finding her originally painful lower abdomen no longer hurt. It's so much better, the girl exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Lin, you're amazing. From now on, pay attention to keeping warm and avoid cold foods. Lin Feng returned to his seat, wrote down the prescription, and handed it to her. Go get your medicine. Thank you, Dr. Lin. The girl took the prescription, stood up, deeply bowed to Lin Feng, then blushed and ran out. Lin Feng watched her departing figure, a slight smile on his lips. This was the last patient he would see as a gynecologist. Although her condition was simple, being able to relieve her pain was a perfect conclusion. He closed his eyes and silently recited, System I apply to complete the first professional task. Ding. Detected host application, calculating first professional task. Current praise count 248,100, task completion rate 248. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the first professional task. Permanently solidified skill, divine medical skills, gynecological expert. Due to the surplus of praise, a hidden reward is triggered, upgrading the skill to divine medical skills, general practitioner. Skill description: the host will master full-level medical skills in both traditional and Western medicine, covering all fields, including internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, otolaryngology, dermatology, and orthopedics, with precise diagnoses, godlike prescriptions, and profound acupuncture techniques. The function for the next part-time job selection has been activated. The host can click to draw at any time. System prompt: the host can freely choose rest time and will be served at any moment. A series of system notifications resonated in his mind, and Lin Feng felt an immense stream of knowledge surge into his brain, instantly integrating countless insights on diagnosis, treatment, surgery, and medication, as if he had studied this field for decades. General medical skills. Lin Feng thought with wild joy. Initially thinking he would only be a gynecological expert, he never expected to directly upgrade to general practitioner due to the surplus of praise. This was a huge gain. No matter what illness he encountered in the future, he would be able to treat it. Phew. Lin Feng let out a long breath, feeling much lighter. His love-hate journey as a gynecologist had finally come to an end. He stood up, took off his white coat, folded it carefully, and placed it on the chair. This white coat had accompanied him through several unforgettable months, witnessing his social failures and his growth. Goodbye, Lin Feng silently said to himself, then turned and walked briskly out of the consultation room. In the corridor, the sunlight was just right, streaming in through the windows, warm and cozy. Dr. Lin, off work? A little nurse greeted him with a smile. Yes, off work, Lin Feng replied with a smile, his steps light from now on. I might not come often. Huh, Dr. Lin, where are you going? The little nurse was taken aback. I'm going to experience a new life, Lin Feng said, mysteriously smiling without elaborating, waving his hand and turning to leave. Stepping out of the hospital gates, Lin Feng looked up at the azure sky, feeling unprecedentedly refreshed. System, I want to take some time off to spend with my girlfriend, and by the way, settle down on a major life event. Received. Wishing the host a pleasant vacation. The system will notify you in advance for the next job selection. Thanks, buddy. Lin Feng smiled, took out his phone, and dialed Su Muxue's number. Hello? Off work? Su Muxue's voice came through. Yes, off work, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? It's on me to celebrate. Celebrate my regained freedom, and also celebrate our new beginning. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Su Muxue's voice carried a hint of a smile. All right, just wait, I'm going to eat you out of house and home. No problem, eat as much as you want, Lin Feng said boldly. After hanging up, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and gave the address of Su Muxue's company. A new life is about to begin. Although he did not know what the next job would be, as long as she was by his side, he feared no difficulties. Driver, drive faster, I'm in a hurry to pick up my wife, Lin Feng said to the driver. Sure thing. Young man, you seem so happy. Are you going to propose? The driver asked with a smile. Lin Feng was taken aback, but then laughed. How did you know? Just a guess. I was also like this back in the day. The driver laughed heartily, stepping on the gas. Hold on tight. He'll make sure to get you there. The car merged into the traffic, heading towards a future filled with happiness. On a weekend afternoon at the largest shopping center in Jiang City, Su Muxue was shopping with her 3 roommates, carrying bags filled with the spoils of their shopping spree. Xiao Shui, how about this one? Wang Lulu held up a sexy spaghetti strap dress, modeling it on herself. It's too revealing, not suitable for you, came the reply. Su Muxue glanced over and made a nonchalant comment. You're just jealous of my figure, Wang Lulu pouted, but still put the dress back. By the way, Xiao Shui, where's your mysterious boyfriend? When are you bringing him out for us to meet? Li Meng leaned in, her face filled with gossip. Exactly, you've hidden him for so long, it's time to show him off. Zhou Jing chimed in. Just as Su Muxue was about to reply, her phone rang. It was Lin Feng calling. Hello, where are you? Su Muxue answered the call. I'm at the entrance of the mall. Are you done shopping? Came Lin Feng's voice. Coming out soon. Su Muxue hung up and looked at her 3 roommates, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He's here at the entrance. Really? Let's go. Quick, let's take a look. The 3 women immediately became excited, dragging Su Muxue towards the entrance. At the entrance of the mall, Lin Feng stood there in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, his tall figure and clean demeanor making him look like a scenic view that caught the attention of passersby. Wow, so handsome. Li Meng was the first to exclaim. Is this Dr. Lin? Even more handsome than in the photos. Wang Lulu's eyes widened. He has a great vibe. He's worthy of our Xiao Shui. Zhou Jing adjusted her glasses, giving a professional assessment. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng, her lips curving into a slight smile as she walked over and naturally linked her arm with his "Have you been waiting long?" Just arrived. Lin Feng smiled, his gaze falling on the 3 girls behind her. Who are these ladies? My roommates, Zhou Jing, Li Meng, Wang Lulu. Su Muxue introduced. Hello, I am Lin Feng. He greeted politely, his smile warm. Hello. I've heard so much about you. Li Meng excitedly extended her hand. Dr. Lin, I'm your fan. Dr. Lin. Lin Feng was taken aback and looked at Su Muxue. Su Muxue shrugged, indicating it wasn't her doing. Oh, it's all over the internet. The male god doctor from Boai Hospital. Wang Lulu laughed. Dr. Lin, you're even more handsome in real life. You're too kind, Lin Feng replied, feeling a bit awkward. It seemed the previous internet celebrity incident had a lasting impact. Dr. Lin, I heard your medical skills are exceptional. Even the son-in-law of the city party secretary was saved by you. Zhou Jing asked curiously. Just lucky, Lin Feng modestly replied. You're too modest. Li Meng looked at him with admiration. Dr. Lin, when are you returning to work at the hospital? I've been having some menstrual irregularities lately. I want to come see you. Lin Feng's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hand. I've resigned. I'm not a doctor anymore. Resigned? Why? The 3 girls asked in unison. Even Su Muxue curiously looked at him, a fact she had just learned herself. Just felt it wasn't suitable, wanted to change environments. Lin Feng spoke vaguely. He couldn't exactly say it was because he felt socially dead and was rescued by the system, could he? What a pity. Li Meng expressed regret. So Dr. Lin, what are you doing now? Upon hearing this, Su Muxue also looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with teasing. She was also curious about how this guy would spin his tail. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest, his mind racing. He couldn't say he was unemployed waiting for the system to assign him another bizarre profession, could he? I have been preparing to start a business, opening a, pet shop. Lin Feng quickly came up with an answer that sounded. After all, he didn't know what his next profession would be. He just needed to get through this for now. A pet shop? Really? That's great. I love little animals. Li Meng immediately became interested. Where will it be located? When will it open? It's still in the preparatory stage. The location hasn't been decided yet. Lin Feng forced himself to continue fabricating. Su Muxue listened from the side, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. This guy, even when lying, didn't prepare a script. A pet shop sounds good. There are many people raising pets now. The business should be pretty decent. Zhou Jing nodded, expressing her approval. Yes, when it opens we will definitely come to support. Wang Lulu, definitely. Lin Feng forced a smile and nodded, but inside, he was praying the system wouldn't give him a job related to pets like a veterinarian or pet groomer, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep this lie up. Alright, enough standing around here, let's go eat. Su Muxue timely intervened, tightening her grip on Lin Feng's arm, signaling him not to slip up. Alright, enough standing around here, let's go eat. Su Muxue timely intervened, tightening her grip on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said generously, but inside, he was bleeding. These women looked like they could eat a lot, and he was probably going to lose his savings. The group arrived at a high-end restaurant, and after ordering, the 3 roommates began to take turns interrogating Lin Feng. Dr. Lin, how did you meet Xiao Shui? Who pursued whom first? How far have you two progressed? Lin Feng was sweating profusely from the questioning, only able to laugh nervously while seeking rescue from Su Muxue. Su Muxue, however, just sipped her tea, leisurely looking as if she was enjoying the show. Alright, are you done yet? Su Muxue finally spoke, helping Lin Feng out. If you keep asking, you'll have to pay for this meal yourselves. Stingy, you're already protecting him, Li Meng pouted, but didn't dare to ask anymore. Lin Feng sighed in relief, gratefully glancing at Su Muxue. Su Muxue shot him a glance, her eyes seemingly saying, I'll deal with you later at home. After finishing the meal and sending off the 3 roommates who were still lingering, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling more exhausted than after a whole day of seeing patients. A pet shop owner. Su Muxue crossed her arms, looking at him with a half-smile. Dr. Lin, that sounds quite... Lin Feng awkwardly touched his nose. It's just, the circumstances forced me. I can't tell them that I'm preparing to be a DD driver or a game companion, right? DD driver. Game companion. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Is that your plan moving forward? No, I was... Lin Feng quickly denied it. I'm just waiting for inspiration. Starting a business requires caution. I need to choose a good project. Su Muxue looked at his guilty expression and did not expose him, linking her arm with his, all right, let's go home. Whatever you do, just don't embarrass me. Understood, my lady. Lin Feng immediately pledged, but inside, he thought, system, please give me a normal profession for the next one, otherwise I might not be able to maintain my status at home. Crazy guy, are you really resigning? Have you lost your mind? In the rental apartment, Wang Pengzi looked at Lin Feng, who was packing his things with a face full of disappointment. Boai Hospital. That's the best private hospital in Jiang City. I heard you were even about to be promoted to deputy director, and you just quit. Wang Pengzi lamented. Do you know how hard it is to find a job now? In my lousy company, I work overtime every day and only make 15,000 a month, and I can't bear it. Lin Feng stuffed the last piece of clothing into his suitcase, zipped it up, and patted Wang Pengzi's shoulder. Everyone has their own aspirations. I feel that job doesn't suit me. Doesn't suit you? Then what do you think is suitable? Moving bricks. Wang Pengzi rolled his eyes. Why not come work with me? Although it's a bit tiring, at least it's stable. I can talk to the supervisor and recommend you for a technical position. You could earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month. Thanks, brother, but I really don't need it. Lin Feng smiled. I've already found a new job. A new job? What kind of job? Wang Pengzi asked curiously. It's a secret for now. You'll find out later, Lin Feng said mysteriously. He couldn't exactly say that he was waiting for the system to randomly assign him a job, which could be anything from a DD driver to a gaming companion, or even a maternity nurse, right? Still keeping it a secret. Wang Pengzi looked skeptical. It wouldn't be some shady job, would it? Like working as a male escort at a club. Get lost. Lin Feng kicked him lightly, annoyed. You should go be the male escort. Then tell me. Wang Pengzi, what's said in secrecy is kept in secrecy. Lin Feng picked up his suitcase. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to go pick up Xiao Shui to see some apartments. See apartments? Are you buying a house? Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. Have you struck it rich? Renting a place, just looking for a bigger one. Lin Feng said this place is too small. Xiao Shui's clothes have no place to go and are still stuffed in the suitcase. Tisk, prioritizing romance over friendship. Wang Pengzi said with a hint of jealousy. For a girlfriend, you're sacrificing your future and running off to do some idle part-time job. I see you're blinded by love. You don't understand, it's called establishing a family before pursuing a career. Lin Feng said proudly, raising an eyebrow. You'll know when you have a girlfriend. I don't want that. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Wang Pengzi said dismissively, then lowered his voice. But seriously, crazy guy, if you need money, just let me know. I may not have much, but I can scrape together a few tens of thousands. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart and patted his shoulder. Thanks, brother. But for now it's alright. I've saved over 100,000 from my salary and bonuses these past few months, so that's enough. Over 100,000. Wang Pengzi gasped. Do doctors make that much? Mainly from bonuses and some special allowances. Lin Feng spoke vaguely. Out of the over 100,000, a large part was the thank you fee given by the previous city committee secretary. Though he didn't take cash, the hospital still awarded him part of it as a bonus plus his regular salary. He had indeed saved quite a bit. Fine, as long as you know what you're doing. Wang Pengzi sighed. Just let me know if you need anything. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, if something comes up, I'll definitely find you. Lin Feng smiled, carrying his suitcase out. I'm off. I'll treat you to a meal later. Absolutely. I want... Sure, whatever you want. Stepping out of the rental apartment, Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling light all over. Although he was being criticized by Wang Pengzi for being idle, he felt not a bit anxious. With the system in place, what was there to fear about earning money? The most important thing now was to settle his life and provide Su Muxue with a better environment. As for what his next profession would be, Lin Feng took out his phone and glanced at the system interface, where the button for drawing a new profession was flashing enticingly. Just wait a bit after I accompany my wife shopping and move, then I'll draw for you, Lin Feng said in his heart to the system. Host, please feel free. The system is always at your service. Lin Feng put away his phone, hailed a taxi, and told the driver the address of Su Muxue's company. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was waiting for her outside her school. Before long, Su Muxue walked out in high heels, and upon seeing Lin Feng, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. All packed. Yes, all packed, and ready to view apartments. Lin Feng took her bag. I looked at two places today, one in the city center, convenient for transport, but smaller, the other by the river, great environment, and larger, but a bit far from your school. Let's check out the one by the river, Su Muxue said. I prefer quieter places. Alright, as you wish. Lin Feng nodded, taking her hand. Let's go, the landlord is already waiting. Su Muxue let him hold her hand, their fingers interlocked, walking towards the subway station. The setting sun stretched their shadows, long intertwining, as if they would never separate. Although he didn't know what his next profession would be, as long as she was by his side, Lin Feng was ready to face any challenges. The real estate agent led Lin Feng and Su Muxue into a riverside apartment with a spacious living room and bright floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the shimmering river view outside, a truly stunning sight. This apartment has an area of 120 square meters, 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with exquisite decoration and fully equipped appliances ready for immediate move-in. The agent enthusiastically introduced, the key point is the great view. The night scenery is especially beautiful. Lin Feng walked around the house feeling quite satisfied. The master bedroom was large and had an independent bathroom, while the second bedroom was slightly smaller but still well lit. Wife, look, this big master bedroom is yours and this second bedroom is mine. What do you think? Lin Feng pointed at the 2 rooms and smiled. We won't disturb each other, and we can still maintain some mystery. Su Muxue's previously gentle expression instantly darkened, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she stared at Lin Feng. Are you suggesting we live separately? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained. No, it's not living separately, it's just. We haven't even gotten married, yet sharing a room would not be good for your reputation. Su Muxue let out a cold laugh, stepping closer to Lin Feng. When you sleep with me, did you ever consider my reputation? The young agent beside them turned red in the face, hurriedly lowering his head to pretend to look at the contract. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his voice. Wife, there are outsiders here. Now you're feeling shy. Su Muxue glanced at him, her voice not loud, but laced with a chill. Lin Feng, don't you want to marry me? That's unfair. I dream of marrying you. Lin Feng quickly stated, filled with a strong desire to survive. I'm just trying to give you a proper wedding. Before that, we need to maintain some etiquette, right? Etiquette. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, flexing her wrist as her knuckles cracked with sharp sounds. All right, let's go by etiquette. Starting today, you will sleep on the sofa, and I will sleep in the bed. Lin Feng. No, wife, there are 2 bedrooms in this house. I can sleep in the second bedroom, no need to sleep on the sofa. Lin Feng attempted to fight for his rights. Second bedroom. Su Muxue glanced at the small room and said lightly, I want to use the second bedroom as a dressing room. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Do you really have that many clothes? Su Muxue remained silent, took out her phone, opened a shopping app, and shoved the screen in front of Lin Feng. The screen displayed dozens of clothes, bags, and shoes she had recently added to her cart, totaling enough to cover several months of Lin Feng's salary. Lin Feng. Did you see it? This is just the tip of the iceberg. Su Muxue retrieved her phone, her tone flat. So do you want to sleep in the second bedroom, or do you want to sleep on the sofa? Lin Feng swallowed hard, glancing at the agent beside him, whose face was flushed from holding back laughter. He gritted his teeth and leaned into Su Muxue's ear, lowering his voice. Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have pretended to be a gentleman. The master bedroom is so big and the bed is large. Oh, we can sleep together. It'll be warm. Su Muxue shot him a glance, a slight smile tugging at her lips. No more etiquette. What etiquette? We are a proper couple. Sharing a bed is only natural. Lin Feng declared with righteous indignation, as if he hadn't just suggested living separately. That's more like it. Su Muxue nodded in satisfaction and turned to the agent. We'll take this apartment. Let's sign. Great. I'll handle it right away. The agent exclaimed, feeling relieved, and quickly took out the contract. After signing, they sent off the agent, and Lin Feng looked at their empty new home, filled with anticipation. This would be their future little home. Wife, when are we moving in? Lin Feng embraced Su Muxue from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and asking softly. Tomorrow I'll have the moving company come over. Su Muxue leaned against him, looking at the river view outside the window with a pleasant mood. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Feng kissed her cheek, his hands becoming restless. So tonight, should we warm up the house first? Su Muxue grabbed his wandering hands, turned around, and looked at him with a half smile. Not a chance. Tonight, we'll go back to the old house, and you'll sleep on the sofa. Lin Feng. Why? Because your earlier behavior left me very dissatisfied. Su Muxue pushed him away and walked towards the door. Come on, Dr. Lin, let's go home and copy the book of male virtue. Lin Feng, almost in tears, hurriedly chased after her. Wife, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Tonight I'll sleep in the bed. I promise to behave. We'll see how you perform. Su Muxue said without looking back. I will definitely perform well. Lin Feng immediately pledged, but he was also planning to change the bed in the master bedroom to the largest size possible, preferably one that he wouldn't fall off no matter how he rolled. The two stepped out of the apartment with the sunset's afterglow casting long shadows over them. Although he might have to sleep on the sofa tonight, Lin Feng felt sweetly content inside. This was the life he desired, with her, with a home, with a future. Early on a weekend, the moving company arrived at Lin Feng's old rental apartment. Watching the workers carry down one packed box after another, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. Although this small room was simple, it held many of his memories, especially the little moments shared with Su Muxue during their cohabitation. What are you daydreaming about? Su Muxue patted his shoulder. It's nothing, just a bit reluctant to leave, Lin Feng replied with a smile, picking up the last suitcase. Let's go to our new home. In the new apartment, Lin Feng looked at the living room filled with boxes and exclaimed with enthusiasm, let's get to work. We'll unpack these today. Su Muxue nodded, pointing to one of the largest boxes. That one is my clothes, don't touch it, I'll handle it myself. Understood, my queen. Lin Feng replied, starting to unpack his own boxes. His belongings were few. A few pieces of clothing, a couple of shoes, and some books and miscellaneous items. He finished in under an hour. Done. Lin Feng clapped his hands, looking at the tidy guest room with satisfaction. Although Su Muxue said she wanted to use the guest room as a dressing room, Lin Feng insisted on putting his things there. After all, if he ever angered her, this would be his refuge. After finishing his own area, Lin Feng went to help Su Muxue in the living room. Stepping out, he was taken aback. In the living room, Su Muxue had a dozen open boxes piled in front of her, filled with clothes, bags, and shoes. And it seemed this was just the tip of the iceberg. Why are you moving them all back home? Lin Feng asked, his lips twitching. Pretty much, Su Muxue replied, without looking up, continuing to organize. These are all current season items, and there's another box of off-season clothes that I had the maid pack away. Lin Feng. Is this the world of the wealthy? He had only one suitcase for all his belongings, while Su Muxue had packed over a dozen boxes just for this season's clothes. Stop staring, come help. Su Muxue pointed to the nearby wardrobe. Help me hang these up. Sure thing. Stop staring, come help. Su Muxue pointed to the nearby wardrobe. Help me hang these up. Sure thing. Lin Feng looked at the wardrobe overflowing and nearly spilling out and glanced at his own empty cabinet, which only had a few t-shirts and shirts hanging. He fell into deep thought. Is this disparity a bit too large? What's wrong? Su Muxue walked over, noticing Lin Feng staring at the wardrobe. It's nothing, just. I feel like the wealth gap in our home is mainly reflected in the wardrobes. Lin Feng pointed at the two wardrobes, looking sorrowful. Su Muxue glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you complaining that I have too many clothes? I wouldn't dare, my wife looks good in everything, buy as much as you want. Lin Feng quickly shook his head, desperate to survive. I just feel like my side of the wardrobe is too empty. Oh, it looks a bit desolate. Su Muxue glanced at his few lonely clothes, thought for a moment, and said, how about this? I'll share half of my clothes with you. Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. You're the best wife. You can keep your clothes under the bed, this side. Su Muxue said calmly. Lin Feng, wife, is this what you meant by sharing half? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Exactly, you have half the rights to use the wardrobe, but what gets hung up is up to me, Su Muxue said with confidence, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Lin Feng looked at her domineering demeanor, helplessly shook his head, and pulled her into his arms. All right, I'll do as you say. The wardrobe is yours, the bed is yours, even I am yours. Su Muxue leaned in his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, and gave a soft hum. Good to know. After a while of playfully teasing each other, they continued to tidy up. Although they were tired watching the empty house gradually fill up and become warm and lively, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is the feeling of home. In the evening, they finally finished tidying up. Lin Feng collapsed on the sofa, exhausted, while Su Muxue leaned beside him. They both gazed out at the night view, silent. Wife, shouldn't we celebrate our housewarming? Lin Feng suddenly said. How do we celebrate? Su Muxue raised. For example, we could order takeout, open a bottle of red wine, and then. Lin Feng leaned closer to her. Su Muxue shot him a glance, clearly knowing what he was thinking. She stood up, walked to the fridge, took out 2 cans of beer, and tossed one to Lin Feng. Celebration is fine, but let's skip the red wine. Are you afraid I'll get drunk and go wild? Su Muxue opened the can, took a sip, and said, as for the other things, let's see how you perform tonight. Lin Feng took the beer and grinned. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied tonight. They clinked their glasses together, exchanging smiles. Outside, the lights of thousands of homes twinkled, the river breeze was gentle, and everything felt just right. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the bed, as Lin Feng groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though his body had been disassembled and reassembled. His back was sore, yet his heart was filled with joy. Last night's housewarming celebration had been quite intense, with Su Muxue's rare cooperation allowing Lin Feng to experience what it meant to be a king who does not attend court early. The two of them had tossed and turned until dawn, and now was the moment of deepest fatigue. What time is it? Su Muxue stirred in his arms, her voice heavy with sleep, clearly still not awake. Lin Feng grabbed his phone to take a look. It's only a little past 9, let's sleep a bit more. Just as he finished speaking, the phone suddenly vibrated, the harsh ringtone shattering the tranquility of the bedroom. Who is it? Lin Feng furrowed his brows, not even glancing at the screen before he intended to hang up. Answer it, what if it's important? Su Muxue's eyes still closed nudged him. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng picked up the phone to see that it was the director of Boai Hospital calling. Hello, director. The director's voice was urgent. Xiao Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you so early. A pregnant woman has arrived at the hospital, and her condition is quite unusual. Half of her body has suddenly lost sensation. Both obstetrics and neurology specialists have examined her, but cannot determine the cause. Can you come over? The consultation fee is negotiable 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng instantly became wide awake. All right, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Lin Feng was about to get up when Su Muxue grabbed him. Where are you going? She asked, half opening her. There's an emergency at the hospital. Ooh, I need to go. Lin Feng kissed her on the cheek. You go back to sleep, I'll be back. I'm going to, Su Muxue insisted, trying to sit up, but Lin Feng pressed her back down. No, you need to sleep more, you were exhausted last night. Lin Feng tucked her in gently, his tone soft. He'll take care of things, and be back soon bringing you something delicious. Su Muxue glanced at him, feeling genuinely weak all over, so she didn't insist further, then come back quickly. Yes, ma'am. Lin Feng kissed her on the lips, and quickly got out of bed to wash up. Half an hour later he arrived. The director and several specialists were already waiting in the ward, and upon seeing him enter they looked as if they had found their savior. Xiaolin, you finally made it. Quick, take a look at this patient. The director pulled Lin Feng to the bedside. Lying on the bed was a young pregnant woman, her face pale, and her expression fearful. The left side of her body was completely immobile, as if it were not her own. Dr. Lin, please save me. My baby. The pregnant woman cried out upon seeing Lin Feng, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Don't panic, take your time, and tell me what happened, Lin Feng reassured her, while reaching out to check her pulse. I don't know, it was like this when I woke up this morning. The left side of my body has completely lost sensation, and I can't move at all. The pregnant woman sobbed. Lin Feng closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing her pulse. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the woman's protruding abdomen. How many months pregnant are you? Lin Feng asked. 28 weeks. The pregnant woman replied. Lin Feng nodded and told the nearby nurse, help her lie on her side with her left side facing up. The nurse quickly complied. Lin Feng moved to the woman's left side, placing his hands on her waist and hips, gently applying pressure, while a gentle force surged from his palms, sensing the position of the fetus. Indeed. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. The fetal position is incorrect, the head is down, but at a slight angle, pressing against the left sciatic nerve and lumbar nerves, causing half of her body to be paralyzed. Pressing on the nerve. The neurology specialist beside him was taken aback, but the CT and MRI didn't show any compression. It's not a bony compression, it's soft tissue compression, which is difficult to detect in imaging studies, Lin Feng explained. Moreover, this compression is dynamic, changing with the fetus movements, which is why the symptoms appeared suddenly. So what should we do? Do we need surgery? The husband of the pregnant woman asked anxiously. No need for surgery, I'll try to reposition it using my technique, Lin Feng said, beginning to rhythmically press and push on the woman's abdomen with gentle yet precise movements. Under the guidance of his internal energy, the fetus seemed to sense comfort and gradually adjusted its position. A few minutes later, Lin Feng withdrew his hands. All right, try moving your left leg. The pregnant woman paused for a moment, then attempted to lift her left leg, her eyes widening in surprise as she discovered she could move it. I can move it. I can really move it. The pregnant woman cried out in excitement, and her husband repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Don't celebrate too soon, we still need to monitor the situation, Lin Feng said to the nurse. Give her a fetal heart monitor to confirm the stability of the fetus. Yes, Dr. Lin. Half an hour later the test results were out, everything was normal, and the fetal position had also been corrected. Incredible. Dr. Lin, you truly are a miracle worker. The director excitedly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. That 10,000 yuan consultation fee is worth it. Director, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Lin Feng smiled, not refusing the money. Although he didn't lack money, this was a recognition of his medical skills, and it was just enough to buy Su Muxue some nice food to enjoy. After finishing with the patient, Lin Feng declined the director's invitation to dinner and left the hospital directly. Passing by a dessert shop, Lin Feng remembered that Su Muxue loved the tiramisu from this place, so he wanted to buy a piece, then stopped by a congee shop nearby to get her favorite century egg and lean meat congee. Upon returning home, he found Su Muxue awake, snuggled up on the sofa watching TV. Seeing him come back, she lazily asked, "Did you solve it?" "Yeah, just a minor issue, all sorted out." Lin Feng placed the food on the table and walked over to hug her. "You must be hungry. I brought you something to eat." "I suppose you have a conscience." Su Muxue glanced at the desserts on the table, her lips curling up. "You performed well tonight. I'll allow you to sleep in bed." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Really? Then can I apply for some extra benefits?" Su Muxue shot him a glance, picked up a piece of tiramisu, and stuffed it in his mouth. "Let's seal your mouth first." Lin Feng bit into the dessert, watching her playful expression, his heart bubbling with sweetness. This simple, yet warm life was the happiness he desired most. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Really? Then can I apply for some extra benefits?" Su Muxue shot him a glance, picked up a piece of tiramisu, and stuffed it in his mouth. They had just moved in not long ago, so no one should know their address. Upon opening the door, he found a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses standing outside, holding a heavy-looking black metal box. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Feng asked warily, instinctively taking a step back and assuming a defensive posture. This guy certainly didn't look like a good person. "Is this Miss Su's residence?" The man spoke in a deep voice carrying an air of intimidation. Yes, you are. Lin Feng's words were cut short as Su Muxue emerged from the bedroom. Did you bring the items? Su Muxue asked calmly. Yes, miss, the man replied respectfully, handing over. Su Muxue took the box, nodded, and said, thank you for your hard work, you may leave now. Yes, the man acknowledged, turning to leave with swift, clean movements. Lin Feng watched this scene with confusion. The man's attitude towards Su Muxue was clearly that of a subordinate towards a superior, and his demeanor was definitely not that of an ordinary bodyguard. Honey, who is that? Lin Feng closed the door, asking curiously. A bodyguard for the family, Su Muxue replied casually, placing the box on the coffee table and entering a password. With a click, the box opened. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look and immediately gasped. Inside the box were neatly arranged dozens of gleaming knives, including daggers, short swords, and military knives, even a small hand crossbow. Each item was exquisitely crafted and clearly not ordinary. Wi-Fi. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly as he cautiously looked at Su Muxue. I haven't upset you lately, have I? If I've done something wrong, just tell me, and it'll change. Please don't be impulsive. Su Muxue glanced at him, picking up a dagger and playing with it in her hand, the blade glinting coldly in the light. What? Are you afraid he'll use this on you? Lin Feng swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Of course not, I know you wouldn't, but these things look quite intimidating. How about we put them away? Put them away, but these are all useful. Su Muxue set down the dagger, picked up the small crossbow, skillfully loaded a bolt, and aimed at the target on the wall, which she had specifically had installed during the move. With a whoosh, she hit the bullseye. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. Her accuracy and skill were surely not something one could develop overnight. Wife, did you practice before? Lin Feng asked tentatively. I've practiced since I was little, Su Muxue replied, setting down the crossbow with a calm tone. For self-defense. Lin Feng silently gasped in admiration. Self-defense requires a crossbow and military knives. This self-defense was a bit hardcore. Su Muxue began to take out the weapons from the box one by one for inspection, then said to Lin Feng, come help me put these in the second bedroom closet. Second bedroom? Isn't that my room? Lin Feng was taken aback. Yes, it's safer there, Su Muxue stated, in case I'm not home one day and someone breaks in, you can defend yourself. But honey, we live in a lawful society. We shouldn't need these things, right? Lin Feng's lips twitched. Su Muxue said calmly, her eyes flashing with a depth Lin Feng couldn't comprehend. Some people cannot be deterred by law. Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly understood something. Su Muxue's identity was definitely more than just an ordinary wealthy young lady. The previous bodyguard and these weapons indicated that her family's background might be involved in some gray areas. He didn't ask further, merely nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. The two of them moved the weapons into the second bedroom, with Su Muxue directing Lin Feng to hide the daggers in a secret compartment of the closet, shove the short swords into a storage box under the bed, and hang the crossbow inside the closet covered by clothes. Remember, the locations of these items are known only to the two of us, Su Muxue said seriously while looking at Lin Feng. They shouldn't be touched usually, but if you encounter danger, these items could save your life. I remember, Lin Feng nodded, holding her hand and feeling it was a bit cold. Honey, is something wrong? Su Muxue was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. It's nothing, just a habit. We always kept these things. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he pulled her into his embrace, gently holding her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. You won't need these anymore. Su Muxue leaned against him, feeling his warm body heat as her tense body gradually relaxed. Although she said that, Lin Feng knew deep down that Su Muxue's actions surely had her reasons. It seemed that his girlfriend brought not only sweetness, but also some unknown dangers. However, he wasn't afraid. He was willing to do anything for her, facing any challenges that came their way. All right, enough with the mushy stuff. Su Muxue pushed him away, returning to her usual indifferent demeanor. What do you want for dinner? I'll ask Annie to make it. I want to eat what my wife makes. Lin Feng said with a grin. Dream on, it's takeout only. Su Muxue shot him a glance and took out her phone. Takeout is fine as long as you order it. I'll eat anything. Lin Feng leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Su Muxue wiped her face in distaste, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. With him by her side, the dark past seemed a little less scary. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Lin Feng had just hidden those dangerous items and was still pondering the identity of Su Muxue when he heard the sound and instinctively tensed up. Who is it? Lin Feng asked warily. Delivery, a young voice replied from outside. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and the delivery man handed over a medium-sized cardboard box. It's Su Muxue's delivery, the delivery man said. Thank you, Lin Feng replied as he took the box, weighing it in his hands. It was quite light, and he wondered what was inside. Wife, here's your delivery. Lin Feng placed the box on the coffee table. Su Muxue was looking at her phone and said, without lifting her head, open it. At your service. Lin Feng picked up a utility knife, sliced open the tape, and opened the box. Inside were several exquisitely packaged bags. He casually picked one up, and after seeing what was inside, he was left dumbfounded. They were black, adorned with lace as thin as a cicada's wing. They were stockings. He picked up another one, a fishnet type. Then another, a suspender type. Lin Feng stared at the various sexy stockings in the box, feeling a bit warm in his nostrils. He looked up at Su Muxue, utterly bewildered. Wife, this. I've never seen you wear stockings. Why did you buy so many? What? Can I wear them? Su Muxue glanced at him, her tone flat. Of course you can. Lin Feng nodded eagerly, then asked somewhat sheepishly, it's just a bit sudden. Sudden. Su Muxue sneered, picked up her phone, opened Douyin, and shoved the screen in front of Lin Feng. Now how do you explain this? On the screen was Lin Feng's Douyin homepage, and the list of liked videos was filled with clips of girls dancing in various sexy stockings, including a few in black stockings with uniforms. Lin Feng. Wife, let me explain. It was all a slip of the finger. Absolutely a slip of the finger. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead as he hurriedly defended himself. It must have been from my phone accidentally bumping something in my pocket. Oh, what a coincidence. Dozens of videos, all slips of the finger. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, her gaze dangerous. This. Lin Feng was speechless, cursing Douyin in his heart 1,000 times. This cursed app, how could it betray its users? It seems Dr. Lin is quite interested in this kind of art, Su Muxue said, picking up a pair of black stockings and playing with them in her hands, her tone laden with meaning. No, I just purely appreciated art appreciation. Lin Feng said, forcing himself to maintain composure. But wife, if you wear these you'll definitely look 1,000 times better than them. Su Muxue looked at him, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Want to see me wear them? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Yes. I dream of it. Let's see how you behave. Su Muxue tossed the stockings back into the box, stood up, and said, first mop the floor, wash the dishes, and hang the clothes tonight. No problem. It's on me. Lin Feng patted his chest and guaranteed, full of energy. For the benefit of the night, Lin Feng worked particularly hard. In less than an hour the house was spotless, and even the windows were sparkling clean. Wife, everything is done. Lin Feng ran up to Su Muxue, full of anticipation. Look. Su Muxue put down her book, glanced at him, and stood up. Wait. After saying that, she walked into the bedroom with a pair of stockings. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, rubbing his hands in excitement. Here it comes. The moment of happiness is about to arrive. A few minutes later the bedroom door opened, and Su Muxue walked out. Lin Feng's eyes instantly widened, and Su Muxue wore a black silk nightgown that just covered the tops of her thighs, with black lace stockings that outlined her perfect leg curves, and on her feet were stiletto heels, making her both innocent and alluring, exuding an irresistible sensuality. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed, feeling all the blood in his body rush downward. Su Muxue walked up to him, slightly bending over, her fingers lifting his chin, her red lips curving slightly. Do I look good? You look amazing. Lin Feng's voice grew hoarse as he reached out to hug her. But Su Muxue deftly took a step back, avoiding his hands, and turned to walk back into the bedroom. Wife. Lin Feng was stunned and quickly followed. Su Muxue walked into the bedroom, and under Lin Feng's eager gaze, she turned back and locked the door. Lin Feng. Wife, why did you lock the door? He knocked on the door, utterly bewildered. Nothing, just going to sleep. Su Muxue's voice came from inside, tinged with a hint of teasing. But what about me? Lin Feng grew anxious. You. Su Muxue chuckled lightly. Didn't you always want to sleep in the guest room? Tonight I'm giving you a chance to enjoy it. Lin Feng. Damn. Su Muxue, you're too cruel. Lin Feng felt like crying, banging on the door. You tease me, and then leave me hanging. You're committing murder against your husband. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep making noise you'll sleep in the hallway tonight. Su Muxue's voice was laced with laughter. Lin Feng looked at the closed door, and then down at his excited little brother, feeling a sense of despair about life. Wife, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I won't look at any girls anymore. Can you please open the door? Lin Feng pleaded pathetically. Too late, going to sleep. Su Muxue rejected him mercilessly. Lin Feng sighed, knowing tonight was a lost cause. This woman had a strong sense of revenge. He walked dejectedly into the guest room, lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, with Su Muxue's alluring figure in black stockings occupying his mind. What a sin. Lin Feng sighed, deeply resigned, and got up, preparing to take a cold shower to cool down. Just as he opened the wardrobe to get his pajamas, a gleaming dagger suddenly slid out from inside with a clang and fell to the ground. Lin Feng looked at the dagger on the floor, his mouth twitching slightly. Life was becoming more and more thrilling. A week later their new home had been completely transformed. Lush green plants filled the balcony of the living room, bathed in warm golden sunlight. The kitchen refrigerator was stocked with a wide array of ingredients, and Su Muxue had even purchased an expensive espresso machine, claiming she intended to cultivate Lin Feng's refined taste. In the bathroom their toothbrushes and towels stood side by side in perfect pairs, even their shower gels matched, a coordinated set for lovers. The entire apartment exuded the quiet warmth of shared life, tender, intimate, and deeply comforting. During this time Lin Feng did in fact enjoy one of Su Muxue's black stocking services, though at the steep price of half a jean of nosebleed. She mocked him mercilessly for 3 full days and forced him to sign an unequal treaty he would handle all household chores for the next month, and absolutely refrained from secretly watching short videos of beautiful women on Douyin. That evening the two curled up together on the sofa to watch a film. Su Muxue nestled comfortably against his chest, cradling a steaming mug of warm milk, her expression languid and serene. Lin Feng held her close, his fingers gently twining through her silken hair, his heart brimming with quiet joy. This gentle, unhurried tenderness, the simple sunlit rhythm of ordinary love, was precisely what he had long yearned for. Suddenly something occurred to him. He called out silently to the system within his mind. System, I recall you promised a 1 household authority coupon upon completing the gynecologist quest. Where is it? Ding. Detected host inquiry. Special item 1 household authority coupon has been issued to your system inventory. Please confirm receipt. Lin Feng's heart leapt with delight. He immediately checked his system inventory, and there it lay, a gleaming golden card inscribed boldly with the words, Household Authority 1. Haha, finally. His inner voice bubbled with triumph. From this day forth Lin Feng shall rise. Just wait. Will Su Muxue dare strike me again so freely? He took a deep breath and mentally commanded system, activate the 1 household authority coupon. Ding. Item activated successfully. Calculating current household authority level. Calculation complete. Household authority 1. Current household authority 99. Lin Feng's smile froze instantly, his eyes widened like bronze bells, and he nearly sprang off the sofa. 99. System, you're screwing with me. Was my original household authority really 100? His thoughts erupted into furious silent roars. I've slaved away earning 248 5-star reviews, and you give me 1 point, and it's still negative. Host, please remain calm. This system's data is absolutely accurate. Based on your daily conduct, including frequency of romantic disciplinary incidents, nights spent sleeping on the sofa, repetitions of copying the Male Virtue Sutra, and total amount of personal savings confiscated, the comprehensive evaluation places your baseline household authority at 100. After activation it has risen to 99, a statistically significant improvement. Significant? It's still negative. What good is that? Lin Feng felt tears welling up, not of sorrow but sheer existential despair. What's the difference between 99 and 100? Am I not still a bottom-tier indentured servant? The distinction is tangible. Previously provoking your girlfriend resulted in 10 punches, now only 9. Previously 10 nights on the sofa, now 9. Previously 10 copies of the Male Virtue Sutra, now 9. This incremental shift marks a pivotal step toward qualitative transformation. Please cherish it. Lin Feng. A torrent of old blood surged into his throat. He nearly expired on the spot. Lin Feng, what's wrong? You look like you just swallowed a fly. Su Muxue lifted her head, studying him with nothing. He forced a smile so wretched it resembled a grimace. I was just thinking, how wonderful our home is. How warm, how peaceful. Is that so? She regarded him skeptically for a moment, then said nothing more, simply settling back into his embrace. Tomorrow I'd like braised pork ribs. You'll cook them? Sure, no problem. He replied instinctively, then froze. Wasn't this still slave labor? Where was that vaunted one? Honey, tomorrow, could we possibly? Lin Feng ventured cautiously, hoping to negotiate some small concession. My. Su Muxue arched one eyebrow, her gaze suddenly sharp and perilous. Could we add extra sugar? I prefer things sweet. He instantly wilted, swallowing the rest of his plea whole. Granted. She nodded, satisfied, and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. Good behavior rewarded tonight. You may hold me while we sleep. Lin Feng's inner balance instantly restored itself. True, his household authority remained at 99, but holding his fragrant, supple girlfriend as she slept. Perhaps that wasn't such a loss after all. Thank you, darling. He tightened his arms around her, nuzzling gently into the hollow of her neck. She giggled, squirming playfully. Stop it, watch the movie. As you command, your majesty. Cradling Su Muxue, Lin Feng watched the romantic film flicker across the screen, and swore inwardly, system. You haven't seen the last of me. One day I will raise my household authority to positive digits. Ding. Detected unrealistic host fantasy. Friendly system reminder, based on current behavioral metrics, reaching household authority 0 will require 100 years, reaching 1 200 years, achieving 100. The threshold of true household sovereignty will demand 100 years. Please ground yourself in reality and proceed with diligence. Lin Feng, get lost. He resolved to ignore the treacherous system entirely, and instead lowered his gaze to Su Muxue's tranquil, sleeping face, his heart softening once more. Ah, fine. 99 it is. So long as he could stay beside her, he'd willingly serve as her devoted slave. Good night, darling. He brushed a feather-light kiss across her forehead and switched off the television. Outside, moonlight spilled like liquid silver. Inside, warmth lingered in every breath. As for what profession awaited him next, or when, if ever, his household authority might finally ascend, that could wait until tomorrow. After sending Su Muxue off to school, Lin Feng returned to the empty house, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the system's judgment. Although he claimed he wanted to rest, he knew the system would not allow him to be idle for long. Moreover, extracting a new profession early would allow him to prepare in advance, so he wouldn't be caught off guard like last time. System extract a new profession. Lin Feng silently recited in his heart. Ding. Extracting new profession. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the second profession, night shift attendant at the funeral home. Feng Shui master. Profession description: the host must work at the Jiangcheng funeral home as a night shift attendant responsible for night patrols, body care, comforting family members, as well as part-time feng shui consulting and funeral planning. Max level skills granted: master level feng shui, advanced comforting technique, professional body care. Work location: Jiangcheng funeral home. Working hours: 1:00 p.m., 6:00 a.m. Positive evaluation requirement: 50-50, must receive positive feedback from the deceased's family and colleagues. Lin Feng stared blankly at the few lines of text on the screen, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. A few seconds later, a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire apartment. What the hell? Lin Feng's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale, lips trembling, pointing at the air with shaking fingers. System, are you messing with me? Funeral home, night shift attendant, and feng shui master. Why not just send me to rob graves? Ding. Grave robbing does not comply with the core socialist values. The system does not accept this. I don't care about your nonsense. Lin Feng shouted in despair. I'm scared of ghosts. Last time I watched a horror movie, I was so scared I dove into Su Muxue's arms, and you want me to work night shifts at a funeral home and care for bodies? Are you trying to shorten my life? Host, please calm down. The skills provided by this system include comforting technique and feng shui, which can effectively mitigate supernatural risks. Moreover, the funeral home is a legitimate establishment protected by national law, ensuring a high level of safety. Hi, my foot. That's a funeral home. A mortuary. There won't be anyone there at night. What if? What if there are zombies? What if there are spirits? What if? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more terrified he became, cold sweat pouring down his back. Please trust science and eliminate feudal superstitions. I trust your nonsense. Last time you even sent me qi observation technique. Is that scientific? Lin Feng cried out in frustration. Change it. It must be changed. I refuse. Even if it means death. Once a profession is extracted, it cannot be changed. Please report to your duty as soon as possible, otherwise it will be regarded as giving up the task, and the system will revoke all skills and deduct 10 years from the host's lifespan. 10 years of lifespan. Lin Feng's vision went dark. This is an unjust clause. I want to file a complaint. Complaint channel has been closed. Please adjust your mindset and face new challenges positively. Lin Feng looked at the glaring words funeral home on the system panel, feeling as if his life had turned gray. He rolled and crawled to the edge of the bed, hugging the bed leg and crying loudly, heavens. Earth, what sin have I committed? A gynecologist was bearable, at least they deal with living people, and now I've directly leveled up to dealing with the dead. Next time am I supposed to work in the underworld? I won't go. Not even if it kills me. If you can take my lifespan. Let me die old. Lin Feng clung to the bed leg, crying pitifully, as if he were about to face execution. After crying for a long time, the system showed no response, clearly not intending to pay him any mind. Lin Feng sobbed, gradually calming down, knowing he couldn't escape this. He sniffled, wiped his tears, got up from the floor, and with a tragic expression, said, fine, you win. He'll go at most. At most, they'll bring a talisman and carry some garlic. Ding. Host's mindset adjustment detected, rewarding courageous badge. Wearing it can slightly increase bravery. Lin Feng. What use is this thing? Can it make me not afraid of ghosts? No, but it can help you run faster when you're scared. Lin Feng. He took a deep breath, resigned to his fate, and opened his phone to search for the address of Jiangcheng Funeral Home. Jiangcheng West Suburbs, next to Qingshan Cemetery. What a choice of location. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he searched for night shift security precautions, only to be bombarded with a bunch of supernatural stories and taboos, making his back feel cold, and he quickly turned off his phone. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he searched for night shift security precautions, only to be bombarded with a bunch of supernatural stories and taboos, making his back feel cold, and he thought for a moment, and sent a WeChat message to Su Muxue, wife, I have to go to the hospital tonight for an emergency, I might be back late. Su Muxue quickly replied, which hospital? He'll come pick you up. Lin Feng hurriedly typed, no need. I can take a taxi myself. You should sleep early, don't wait for me. Su Muxue, okay, be safe, don't tire yourself out. Lin Feng looked at the screen, a wave of guilt washing over him. I'm sorry, wife, I didn't mean to lie to you, it's just, this matter is too socially embarrassing, and I'm afraid it will scare you. Putting away his phone, Lin Feng began rummaging through the drawers, pulling out the tools Su Muxue had hidden in the guest room. A dagger, bring it for self-defense. A short knife, bring it for courage. A hand crossbow. Let's skip this one, it makes too much noise, and it's not respectful towards the deceased. In the end, Lin Feng tucked the dagger into his clothes and stuffed a few imported chocolates, which are said to relieve fear, into his pocket, took a deep breath, and looked at the tragic face in the mirror. Lin Feng, go for it. You can do it. It's just dead people, you can handle living female patients, why be afraid of the dead? After preparing mentally, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was 4 in the afternoon. There were still 6 hours until work began. First, I'll take a nap to recharge. Lin Feng climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes, but as soon as he did, his mind was filled with images from horror movies. I can't sleep. Lin Feng sat up in despair, deciding to find something to do to distract himself. He took out his phone and opened the Great Compassion mantra he had downloaded earlier, cranked up the volume to the maximum, and put it on repeat. Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba. In the solemn chanting of the Buddhist mantra, Lin Feng hugged his pillow, trembling as he awaited the arrival of night. No, relying solely on a dagger still left him unsettled. Lin Feng grew increasingly anxious, tossing and turning in bed, his mind flooded with archetypal images, shambling zombies, vengeful specters, and little girls clad in crimson robes. He bolted upright, snatched his phone, and, with trembling fingers, opened the Pinduoduo app. Peachwood sword, absolutely essential. Must be made from thunderstruck jujube wood, the older the better. Bagua mirror, one hung at the entrance to repel malevolent forces. Talisman, 10, no 20. A necklace of them around my neck, more strapped to wrists and ankles. Black dog blood, tricky to procure. Settle for a pendant made from black dog fur for now. Glutinous rice, 5 gene. If I encounter a zombie, I'll fling a handful and sprint. 5 emperor's coins, a full set worn at the waist. Like a man possessed, Lin Feng hammered relentlessly at his screen, clicking wildly, adding every item remotely associated with exorcism or spirit warding to his cart regardless of practicality. Price, irrelevant. Survival came first. Within 10 minutes, his cart overflowed, totaling over 3,000 yuan. Pay now. Express same-city delivery, urgent. Deliver to the small park near the hospital. I'll pick it up myself. Lin Feng dared not enter his home address, fearing Su Muxue would discover his purchases and shatter the rugged, unflappable image he'd painstakingly cultivated. After completing payment, he exhaled deeply, feeling marginally more secure, yet the hollow silence of his empty room still prickled his spine. Feng Shui mastery. Suddenly recalling the master-level Feng Shui art granted by the system, Lin Feng leapt out of bed and began pacing through the apartment. The front door directly faces the balcony, creating a penetrating sha that drains prosperity and invites yin energy. Must block it. He placed a towering potted plant at the foyer. The bathroom door faces the bed. Impure chi assaults the sleeper, harming health. He erected a folding screen to obstruct the line of sight. A mirror facing the bed attracts yin spirits. Must reposition it. He rotated the dressing table's mirror away from the bed. After this flurry of rearrangement, his once cozy abode looked slightly chaotic, but Lin Feng felt markedly more at ease. Empowered by the master-level Feng Shui art, he could distinctly perceive the flow of ambient qi within the space. Indeed, certain corners had harbored faint traces of gloomy yin-laden energy, but after his adjustments, the entire dwelling now resonated with harmonious, vibrant yang, qi radiating warmth and serenity. Indeed, certain corners had harbored faint traces of gloomy yin-laden energy, but after his adjustments, the entire dwelling now resonated with ding-dong. His phone chimed. The local courier calling. Sir, your package has arrived at the east gate of Excellent. I'm on my way. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He seized his coat and dashed out the door. 20 minutes later, he crept back home, lugging 2 enormous black plastic bags. Confirming Su Muxue hadn't returned, he hurried the parcels into the guest bedroom and locked the door behind him. Rustle. He emptied the bags onto the bed, mountains of items spilling forth in an instant. Peachwood swords, bagua mirrors, talismanic papers, bronze coins, glutinous rice, garlic. An astonishing array, akin to a miniature esoteric emporium. Time to begin. Lin Feng rubbed his palms together and picked up the peachwood sword. Though purchased online and modest in craftsmanship, his senses detected a faint but genuine current of yang energy within it. Heaven and earth, boundless and infinite. Borrow the power of Qian and Kuan. Command. Tracing his finger along the blade's surface, he chanted softly, channeling a thread of pure yang energy from his fingertips into the wood. This was the consecration technique recorded in the Feng Shui art, a method to imbue ritual objects with one's own cultivation, enhancing their spiritual resonance. As inner energy flowed in, the otherwise ordinary peachwood sword shimmered with a soft golden luminescence, its surface warmed gently, emanating a soothing, reassuring aura. Success. A surge of delight rose in Lin Feng's chest. He reached for the bagua mirror next, and repeated the process. An hour later, every artifact on the bed had undergone consecration. Though material limitations constrained their potency, they were more than sufficient to repel common yin malignancy. He fastened talismans around his neck, strapped the peachwood sword across his back, wove 5 emperor's coins into a wristband, stuffed glutinous rice and garlic into his pockets, and clipped the dagger to his belt. Fully armed, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, a figure resembling a tomb raiding Majin Shao Wei, his lips twitching involuntarily. Is this perhaps a bit excessive? Yet however absurd the ensemble appeared, his sense of security was undeniably overwhelming. Lin Feng felt certain that, Even if a ghost materialized before him, he could cleave it in two with a single stroke and roar, "Demon, submit to your fate. Mission accomplished, depart." He checked the time, 9 p.m. Drawing a deep breath, he sent Su Muxue a WeChat message claiming he'd gone to the hospital, then slung his treasure sack over his shoulder and strode confidently out the door. Though his destination was a mortuary, Lin Feng now felt like a warrior marching toward the battlefield. Yes, so long as he didn't look back, fear would not catch up. The Jiang City Funeral Home is situated at the foot of the Qing Mountain in the western suburb, surrounded by an eerie silence interrupted only by the rustling of leaves as the wind blows. Under the dim street lights, several gray-white buildings stand quietly, emanating an indescribable sense of foreboding. Lin Feng, with a bulging backpack on his back, a protective talisman hanging around his neck, and 5 emperor coins wrapped around his wrist, stood at the entrance fully armed, feeling a bit of cramp in his calves. Suddenly a low and hoarse voice came from behind him. "Is this Lin Feng?" Lin Feng jumped in shock, spinning around abruptly and drawing his peachwood sword, pointing it at the newcomer. "Demon spawn perish." The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a gray work uniform and reading glasses, holding a flashlight. He was startled by Lin Feng's sudden action and stepped back, frowning at him. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng focused and saw that it was a living person, instantly relieved. He quickly sheathed his peachwood sword and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, you must be the director, right?" "Yes, I am Lin Feng, the new night shift guard." The director scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, his gaze sweeping over the talisman around Lin Feng's neck, the peachwood sword on his back, and the bulging pockets, his frown deepening. "Are you here to work or to perform a ritual?" Personal beliefs," Lin Feng explained with a dry smile, "mainly for." The director glanced at him and didn't ask further, turning to walk inside. "Follow me, well, sign the contract first, then he'll show you around." All right. Lin Feng quickly followed, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The interior of the funeral home was even more desolate than it appeared from the outside. The lights in the corridor flickered and the air was filled with a mix of the scent of disinfectant and incense. Occasionally a breeze would blow, carrying a woeful sound that made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Arriving at the duty room, the director took out a contract and handed it to Lin Feng. "Take a look, sign if there are no issues." Lin Feng accepted the contract and glanced through it. The salary was decent and the night shift allowance was quite good, but when he saw the last item, his eyes widened in shock. "Breach of contract fee. 100 million. Lin Feng pointed at the contract, his voice changing pitch. "Director, is this a typo?" "No typo, it's 100 million. The director adjusted his glasses, his tone flat. "Our work is special with high turnover. To prevent someone from quitting after just a few days, the breach fee is set high." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Lin Feng was close to tears. "I'm just a temporary worker. Is it really necessary?" "It is necessary." The director nodded. "There was a young man who worked for 3 days, went mad on the 4th day, claiming he saw a ghost, and ended up costing us a fortune. Since then the contract has been amended like this." Lin Feng. He seriously suspected that the young man wasn't insane, but truly saw a ghost. Director, can I think it over?" Lin Feng tried to negotiate. "Sure, but you just signed, in which counts as your employment. If you back out now, you still owe the breach fee." The director pointed at the sign-in book on the table. Lin Feng looked down and saw his name hastily signed, glaring back at him. "Damn it, are you trying to entrap me, eh?" Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into a massive pit. "All right, enough chatter. Since you're here, do your job well." The director stood up and pointed at a paper posted on the wall. "These are the night rules of our establishment, 10 in total. You must adhere strictly, or not a single word can be wrong." Lin Feng looked up and saw a yellowed paper on the wall with 10 rules written in red ink. The handwriting was somewhat blurry, exuding an eerie aura. 1. No solitary muttering when alone with a corpse, absolute prohibition on speaking to oneself. 2. Midnight mirror taboo after midnight, no looking at oneself in any mirror. 3. The invisible small hill, if you see an abrupt small hill appearing in the premises, pretend not to see it and do not mention it. 4. Blue clothing taboo, deep blue clothing is strictly forbidden within the premises. 5. Confirm roommate identity, every hour confirm whether your roommate is truly who they are. 6. Do not count unclaimed bodies without the director's instruction. Counting unclaimed bodies in the large storage is strictly forbidden. 7. Red phone must not be dialed. The red phone in the duty room is for receiving calls only, do not dial out. 8. Forbidden to walk during the ugly hour from 1:00 a.m. to 3:00 a.m. regardless of any sounds heard leaving the duty room is strictly prohibited. 9. Count silently during the tiger hour from 3:00 a.m. to 5:00 a.m. While checking the corpse cabinets, you must count silently and cannot make a sound. 10. No basement. This establishment has no basement. If you find stairs, evacuate immediately. As Lin Feng read through the rules, his face turned paler and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Director, are these for real? Lin Feng asked with a trembling voice. Does it matter if they are real? What matters is that they must be followed. The director patted his shoulder. There was a young man who didn't believe in superstitions and insisted on looking in the mirror at midnight. The next day? What happened the next day? Lin Feng asked nervously. The next day he quit and had to pay 100 million, the director replied calmly. Lin Feng. He seriously suspected that the breach fee was earned through such means. Alright, don't be scared. As long as you follow the rules, nothing should happen. The director handed Lin Feng a walkie-talkie and a key. This is the key to the duty room and the walkie-talkie. Call me if there's anything. I'm going to rest now. Tonight is in your hands. Wait. Director, I'm alone tonight. Lin Feng quick. Yes, night shifts are meant to be one person, the director said matter-of-factly. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Get used to what? How can anyone get used to this place? Lin Feng watched the director's departing figure, wanting to cry, but having no tears. All he wanted was to go home, hold Su Muxue, and even copy the Book of Male Virtues 100 times if he had to. But thinking of the 100 million breach fee, Lin Feng could only suppress that thought with tears in his eyes. Alright, I can endure it. For the good reviews for my family status, for not having my lifespan deducted by the system. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and began to take out the talismans from his backpack, starting to set up in the duty room. The Baiwa mirror was hung on the door, the peachwood sword was placed nearby, glutinous rice was sprinkled at the entrance and windowsill, and the 5 emperor coins were pressed on the corner of the table. After a flurry of activity, the originally eerie duty room was transformed by Lin Feng into an exorcism array, providing a slight increase in his sense of security. Phew, done. Lin Feng sat in the chair, glancing at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. There were still 2.5 hours until the ugly hour. As long as I survive tonight, I can apply for a shift change tomorrow or find a way to get out of this damn contract. Lin Feng secretly vowed. Just then the red phone on the table suddenly rang. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The jarring bell echoed in the silent duty room, startling Lin Feng so much that he jumped. He looked at the red phone, recalling the 7th rule: the red phone must not be dialed, only used to receive calls. Should I answer it or not? Lin Feng swallowed hard, his hand trembling. The ringing continued one after another, as if it would keep ringing until he picked it up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng hesitantly reached out and picked up the receiver. Hello? Hello? On the other end there was utter silence, only the faint sound of electrical interference. Hello? Is anyone there? Lin Feng asked again. A few seconds later, a hoarse, intermittent voice came from the receiver, sounding like a poor signal, yet also as if someone was whispering in his ear. I'm so cold. Help. Help me. I am so cold. Help me. A hoarse, fragmented voice seeped through the receiver, carrying an icy chill that slithered into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's hair stood on end in terror. He nearly dropped the phone. Yet he quickly regained his composure. This voice sounded oddly artificial, as if filtered through a voice modulator. Moreover, who would prank call a mortuary in the dead of night? Unless it was the director testing him. At that thought, Lin Feng's nerves steadied. He drew a sharp breath and bellowed into the receiver. Help your mother. And get lost. Then, click, he slammed the phone down. The motion was swift, decisive, commanding. In the underground surveillance room of the mortuary, the director held a walkie-talkie, listening to the abrupt dial tone, and blinked, utterly bewildered. This young man has guts, murmured the director, stroking his chin with a faint, inscrutable smile curling at the corner of his lips. How intriguing. Back in the duty room, Lin Feng stared at the silent phone, heart still hammering against his ribs. Though he suspected the director's hand behind it for that fleeting moment, he had truly been terrified. No, I need to prepare. He drew his peachwood sword from behind his back and laid it flat across the desk, its tip pointed squarely at the door. He adjusted the talisman over his chest, ensuring it lay flush against his skin. Then from his pocket he scooped up a handful of glutinous rice and scattered it around his chair, forming a tight protective circle. Lord Laozi, I command you, depart swiftly. Demons and specters vanish at once, he chanted under his breath, not because he believed the incantation held real power, but because it calmed his spirit. Only after completing these rites did he exhale, slowly sinking deeper into his chair, eyes locked unblinkingly on both the door and the walkie-talkie, ready to cry for help at the faintest disturbance. Seconds crawled by like minutes. The duty room sank into an oppressive silence, broken only by the clock's relentless tick-tock, each beat tightening the knot in his chest. Lin Feng forced himself to breathe evenly and recalled the skills granted by the system: master level feng shui, art, advanced soothing technique, professional corpse care. Soothing technique. Yes, the soothing technique. He suddenly remembered it could calm not only the living but also lingering spirits, easing their sorrow, quelling their resentment, guiding them toward peaceful repose. I should have tried it on that call, he muttered, regretting the missed opportunity, though a wry grin flickered across his face at the absurd image of directing spiritual energy at the director himself. Enough. First things first, I must protect myself. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng focused inward, attempting to awaken his inner energy. Ever since acquiring the supreme medical art, a gentle, warm current had flowed within him, used daily for acupuncture, yielding miraculous results. Now he trusted it could likewise empower his feng shui and soothing arts. As the inner energy surged, warmth flooded his limbs, dispelling the creeping chill. His senses sharpened. Every subtle shift in ambient qi became vividly perceptible. The duty room's qi remained stable. Cool, yes, but free of malignance. Beyond the corridor, the flow grew slightly turbulent, yet still well within natural bounds. So this place isn't quite as dreadful as I feared, he thought, relief softening his shoulders, just as the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Static, static, Lin Feng, respond if you hear this. It was the director's voice. Lin Feng snatched up the device. Receive, director. I'm here. That call just now, was it you who hung up? Yes, Lin Feng admitted awkwardly. I thought it was a nuisance call, so you did exactly right. Remember Rule 7, red phones are for receiving only, never initiate calls. If such a call comes again, hang up immediately, do not engage. And remember, one must never step outside during the hour of the ox 1:0 m. No, and remember, one must never step outside during the hour of the ox 1:0 m. No matter what sounds arise. Understood, Lin Feng affirmed. Setting down the walkie-talkie, he exhaled fully, tension melting away. Perhaps this job wasn't so terrifying after all, so long as one obeyed the rules, safety was assured. He glanced at the clock, 1150 p.m. Midnight loomed. Just a short nap, to restore my strength. He yawned. Last night's poor sleep and today's chaos had left him bone-weary. He shifted position, cradling the peachwood sword, and closed his eyes. Time blurred. Until half-dreaming he felt a sudden chill. Instinctively he pulled his coat tighter and rolled onto his side, only to freeze at a faint creeping sound. Shush, shush. Like bare feet dragging across tile, or something low, slow, and crawling along the floor. Lin Feng jolted awake. Darkness swallowed the duty room. Only moonlight spilled through the window, casting fractured, trembling shadows across the floor. Shush, shush. The sound came from the corridor, and drew nearer pulse by pulse. Sleep vanished. Cold sweat erupted across his skin. He seized the peachwood sword, eyes riveted on the door, heart pounding like war drums. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy knocks, slow, deliberate, resonant. Who's there? His voice trembled. Silence answered, absolute, suffocating. He held his breath, gaze fixed on the narrow slit beneath the door. Then, after several suspended seconds, a pallid face slid into view through the small glass pane above the door, hollow, eyes locking onto Lin Feng with unnerving stillness. Hey! Lin Feng screamed, lunging for the glutinous rice and hurling it at the door. Rustle. Grains scattered with a sharp percussive clatter. The face recoiled, vanishing instantly. Demon, meet your end. Lin Feng roared, charging forward, flinging the door wide open. The corridor stretched empty, utterly vacant. Only the scattered rice glistened faintly on the cold floor. It fled. Sword raised, he scanned the shadows, every muscle coiled tight. Then, soft, spectral, from directly behind him, came the whisper, Are you looking for me? Are you looking for me? A faint voice came from behind. Lin Feng's hair stood on end, and without a second thought, he thrust his sword backward, shouting, Monster, take this. The chrysanthemum withers, and the ground is stained with sorrow. A piercing scream echoed down the corridor, transforming the once sinister sound into a tragic one. Stop stabbing. Stop stabbing. I'm a human. I'm alive. The other party covered his backside, jumping in pain, his voice cracking. Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly turned on his flashlight. He saw a middle-aged man in a security uniform grimacing in agony, while clutching his rear, his face twisted in pain, devoid of any ghostly appearance. Who are you? Lin Feng asked, cautiously holding his peachwood sword without relaxing his stance. I'm Old Zhang, the night shift patrol security. Old Zhang gasped in pain. You're too ruthless. Is that a peachwood sword? Why is it so hard? Lin Feng then realized he had stabbed the wrong person, hurriedly sheathing his sword and awkwardly apologizing. I'm sorry. Uncle Zhang, I didn't know it was you. I thought it was something else. You thought I was a ghost, right? Old Zhang shot him an annoyed glare. If I were a ghost, your sword would have sent my soul scattering long ago. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Uncle Zhang, why are you lurking around my door in the middle of the night? Who's lurking? Old Zhang rubbed his backside, grimacing as he said, I came to ask for your help. There's a commotion at the funeral hall. The family is causing a scene, saying our venue has bad feng shui, which made their father open his eyes. They want an explanation, and I can't handle it alone, so I came to get you. Open his eyes. Lin Feng was taken aback. The corpse opened its eyes. Yes, the family insists it's our venue's fault, demanding compensation and threatening to smash things. Old Zhang said the director isn't here, it's up to us. All right, let's go take a look. Lin Feng nodded. Since it was work, there was no avoiding it. The two arrived at the funeral hall and found it in disarray. Several family members were agitated, surrounding 2 staff members, shouting, with several floral wreaths strewn on the floor. What's going on? Lin Feng stepped inside and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? An unfriendly middle-aged man wearing glasses glared at Lin Feng. I'm the duty supervisor for tonight, Lin Feng, He introduced himself, his gaze sweeping over the ice coffin in the center of the hall, where an elderly man lay. The old man's eyes were slightly open, creating an unsettling impression. A supervisor. Just in time. The man pointed at the ice coffin excitedly, saying, "Look. My father died with his eyes open. It must be your venue's feng shui that caused this. You must give an explanation today." "Yes. An explanation. Compensation. Otherwise we'll smash this broken place." The family members echoed. Lin Feng frowned and walked up to the ice coffin, taking a glance at the corpse. With the enhancement of his master-level feng shui, he could clearly sense that the energy field around the corpse was stable, without any resentful or malevolent energy. The open eyes were simply a natural phenomenon of muscle relaxation. "Sir, your father's eyes being open is a normal physiological phenomenon unrelated to feng shui," Lin Feng explained. "Nonsense. What physiological phenomenon? This place is at fault. The man wouldn't believe it. Look at this funeral hall facing south and backlit by the sun. It's clearly a place of gathering yin. And this incense burner, the position is wrong. You're just taking advantage of our ignorance." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This man actually knew a bit about feng shui, even if his arguments were nonsensical. "Sir, you're correct that the funeral hall faces south, but it's not a gathering of yin, rather it's welcoming the light, symbolizing the deceased towards the light and a peaceful rebirth." Lin Feng walked to the incense burner, pointing at its position. "As for the incense burner, it's placed in the southeast position, which represents wind, symbolizing that the incense rises with the wind reaching the heavens. The position is entirely correct." The man was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Feng's explanation to be so coherent, and it sounded far more reasonable than his own. "Then, how do you explain my father's eyes?" The man's momentum weakened slightly. The elderly gentleman's eyes being open is not resentment, but unfulfilled. Lin Feng approached the ice coffin, gently placing his hand on the old man's forehead, secretly activating advanced soothing technique. A gentle aura surged in. "You see," he left peacefully with relaxed brows and a slight smile. "This is the expression of a contented soul." As the soothing technique took effect, the old man's eyes, which were slightly opened, gradually closed, his expression becoming more serene and peaceful, as if he were merely asleep. "This." The man and the family members were dumbfounded. It closed just like that. It really closed. Incredible. Lin Feng withdrew his hand and looked at the man. "Now do you believe me? It's not a feng shui issue, but rather the old man had lingering attachments. Just now I had a communication with him. He has already let go of his obsessions and can rest in peace." The man gazed at his father in the ice coffin, now at peace, his eyes reddening. With a thud, he knelt down. "Dad, you can go in peace, for I'll take good care of Mom." Other family members also knelt down and began to cry. Lin Feng watched the scene, relieved. Thankfully, he had system skills, and otherwise this matter would have been difficult to resolve. After soothing the family and handling the follow-up matters, it was already past 2 in the morning. "Shaolin, well done." Old Zhang patted Lin Feng's shoulder, full of admiration. "I didn't expect you to know about feng shui. That move earlier was brilliant." Just a little knowledge, Lin Feng humbly smiled. Ding. Receive praise 1 recognition from family members, current progress 150. Ding. Receive praise 1 admiration from colleagues, current progress 250. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Feng felt delighted. He didn't expect the first praise to come so quickly, and with his feng shui skills being so useful, perhaps this job wasn't that difficult after all. Returning to the duty room, Lin Feng felt joyful, the previous fear completely swept away. He picked up the thermos cup on the table, took a sip of water, and prepared to continue his cultivation. Just then the intercom crackled again. "Zila, Lin Feng, come to my office." It was the director's voice. Lin Feng's heart sank. Why was he calling him to the office at such a late hour? Could it be to hold him accountable for stabbing old Zhang's backside? "Yes, I'll be right there," Lin Feng replied, stiffly, his mind racing with how to explain. He hoped the director wouldn't want him to experience the sensation of a peachwood sword stabbing his backside. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, knocked on the door of the curator's office. "Come in," the curator's voice came from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and saw the curator sitting behind the desk, leisurely sipping tea from a thermos. "Curator, did you call for me?" Lin Feng asked, cautiously glancing at the curator's expression to ensure there was no intent of retribution. "Sit down." The curator gestured to the chair across from him. Lin Feng sat down, his heart racing. "You handled the matter at the morning hall well, just now." The curator set down his thermos, looking at Lin Feng. "You maintained your composure in a crisis, were logical, and even had some knowledge of feng shui. You are a person of potential." "You flatter me, curator. I only know a little bit about it," Lin Feng said modestly, though he felt relieved. It seemed he wasn't there to pursue the earlier incident. "No need to be humble," the curator waved his hand. "In our line of work we lack people like you who are knowledgeable and brave." Lin Feng said modestly, though he felt relieved. It seemed he wasn't there to pursue the earlier incident. "No need to." Lin Feng was taken aback. "So, will there be a pay raise?" The curator replied. "Young man, don't always think about money. This is a promotion for you. The responsibilities are greater, and there will be more opportunities for growth." "Promotion means a pay raise, right?" Lin Feng insisted. The curator's lips twitched slightly. Why are you so stubborn? Let's not talk about money. Just think about it. You are now the head of the night shift. Isn't that close enough to my position? Not really, Lin Feng replied honestly. And besides, curator, I don't think I'm suited for your position. Alright, The curator waved his hand helplessly. They'll double your salary to 1,000 a day. How does that sound? Deal. Lin Feng immediately agreed. Curator, don't worry, this position as night shift head is meant for me. From now on, I'll handle the night shift matters. 1,000 a day means 3,000 a month. This income is even higher than when he was a doctor. For the money, no, for giving Su Muxue a better life, this little scare is nothing. The curator looked at Lin Feng's sudden change in expression, both amused and exasperated. Alright, go back to your duty, and remember, don't go out during the ugly hours. Yes, curator. Lin Feng cheerfully replied, and turned to leave the office. Back in the duty room, Lin Feng felt delighted, thinking that the funeral home wasn't so eerie after all. Oh, it even felt a bit friendly. Shaolin, what did the curator want you for? Old Zhang leaned over curious. Nothing much, just made me the head of the night shift, and doubled my salary. Lin Feng said proudly. Oh, that's great. You've been promoted. Old Zhang patted him on the shoulder. From now on, our night shift team will rely on you. Night shift team? Are there others in our team? Lin Feng was startled. Of course. Aside from us, there's Aunt Wang from cleaning, and Old Li the doorman. But that old man is a bit eccentric, so it's best to keep your distance from him, Old Zhang said. Just then the door to the duty room was pushed open, and a cleaning lady in a uniform walked in holding a mop, and speaking loudly. Old Zhang, was there a commotion at the morning hall just now? I heard some noise. Aunt Wang, it's fine now. Shaolin took care of it. Old Zhang pointed to Lin Feng. Aunt Wang looked Lin Feng up and down and grinned. Oh, a new young man. You look quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? I have one, Lin Feng hurriedly replied. What a shame. Aunt Wang shook her head, and then leaned in mysteriously. Young man, how bold are you? Do you want to hear a story from me? About our place? What story? Lin Feng instinctively asked. It's the story of our mortuary. Aunt Wang lowered her voice, her expression eerie. I heard that once there was a night shift worker who went to the mortuary at midnight to count the bodies, and in the end, he kept counting more than one. More than one. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Yes, that young man was so scared that he went mad the next day saying that. The extra body kept smiling at him. Aunt Wang said deliberately, making a creepy smile. Lin Feng shivered in fright, quickly grabbing the peachwood sword on the table and holding it close. Aunt, please don't scare me. Ha ha. Look how scared you are. Aunt Wang laughed heartily, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. I was just joking. Our place is very safe. There are no ghost stories like that. Lin Feng. This lady is really unreliable. Alright, Aunt Wang, don't scare Shaolin anymore, Old Zhang said with a laugh. Shaolin, don't be afraid. Aunt Wang has this habit of telling ghost stories to scare newcomers. Who says? I'm just training the newcomer's courage. Aunt Wang said confidently. Just then the door to the duty room was pushed open again, and an old man with a stooped back and gray hair walked in holding a radio that was playing traditional opera. Old Li, are you listening to this again? Isn't it creepy? Aunt Wang said with disdain. Old Li ignored her, his murky eyes fixed on Lin Feng. After staring for a while, he suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. New guy? Hee, our place gets lively at night. You'll find out soon enough. After saying that, he turned and walked out, the sound of traditional opera fading away, leaving behind a string of eerie laughter. Lin Feng hugged the peachwood sword, feeling a chill down his back. Who is this? Lin Feng looked at Old Zhang. That's Old Li the doorman. He's a bit off, always mumbling to himself. You don't have to mind him, Old Zhang said. Lin Feng nodded, but he resolved to keep his distance from that old man in the future. The next few hours passed with Lin Feng enduring Aunt Wang's ghost stories, and Old Li's eerie opera music, clutching the peach wood sword the whole time, afraid to close his eyes, fearing that if he did, a face would appear before him. Finally, as dawn broke, Lin Feng, with dark circles under his eyes, felt completely drained. Shaolin, your shift is over. Let's go. Old Zhang patted him. All right. Lin Feng replied, weakly shouldering his treasure bag and preparing to go home to catch up on sleep. At the entrance, Old Li was sitting in the guardroom. When he saw Lin Feng come out, he waved at him. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but walked over. Uncle Li, is there something? Old Li pulled out a red talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Take this, you'll need it tonight. Lin Feng was taken aback, accepting the talisman, which felt icy to the touch with strange symbols embroidered on it, looking quite old. Thank you, Uncle Li. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Old Li didn't speak, just smiled with his mouth full of yellow teeth, then waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Lin Feng tucked the talisman into his pocket, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was this old man truly insane, or was there more to it? Forget it, he thought. It was more important to go home and sleep. Lin Feng shook his head and quickly left the funeral home. The morning sun shone down, dispelling the cold of the night. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt as if he had come back to life. This job, although frightening, pays well, and it doesn't seem so hard to endure, as long as he doesn't encounter another knocking incident like last night. Returning home, Lin Feng was so exhausted that his eyelids refused to stay open. He didn't even bother showering before collapsing onto the bed and slipping instantly into deep slumber. He slept as if the world had dissolved into darkness, only stirring groggily when Su Muxue returned from school in the afternoon. Awake, Su Muxue entered the bedroom and frowned upon seeing the deep shadows beneath Lin Feng's eye. Did you spend the entire night on emergency duty? Lin Feng's heart tightened. He sat up hastily, his mind racing as he improvised, no, not exactly. A friend from the ER introduced me to a part-time job last night, guarding a private club overnight. 3 months contract. The pay is quite generous. A private club, guarding it. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp and probing. What kind of club requires a doctor as security? It's rather upscale. One that values staff with basic first aid training, just in case guests overindulge or fall ill. Lin Feng pressed on, voice strained, but steady. It's located out west near the hospital. Very convenient. Su Muxue studied him for several silent seconds, detecting no flaw in his composure, and finally relented. Stay safe. And don't stir up trouble. Don't worry. I'm the most obedient person alive, Lin Feng assured her fervently, exhaling inwardly in relief. Fortunately, she hadn't pressed further. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to sustain the lie. Get up and eat. And he made soup. With that, Su Muxue turned and left. Lin Feng scrambled out of bed, took a quick shower, and changed clothes. Staring at his own pallid reflection in the mirror, he sighed. This night shift had drained him utterly, as though some spectral force had siphoned his vitality. He'd need serious nourishment to recover. After dinner, Lin Feng watched television with Su Muxue until nearly 9 o'clock, then rose and said, Honey, I need to head to work. So early? Su Muxue glanced at the clock. Yes, it's a night shift. I must arrive early for handover. Lin Feng replied. Go on then. Stay safe and come home soon. Su Muxue nodded. Lin Feng kissed her cheek, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out the door. Upon arriving at the funeral parlor, the atmosphere tonight felt even more unnerving than the previous evening. Perhaps it was all in his head, but Lin Feng sensed the corridor lights flickering erratically, and every gust of wind carried a low, mournful wail. Shaolin, you're here. Old Zhang greeted him as he entered. Uncle Zhang, anything urgent tonight? Lin Feng asked. Nothing major, Old Zhang replied. There are 2 bodies in the main cold storage. The families requested basic post-mortem care and cosmetic preparation. They'll be cremated first thing tomorrow morning. You know how to handle that, right? Old Zhang asked. Yes. I've had some experience, Lin Feng stammered, swallowing hard. Post-mortem care. The very phrase sent chills down his spine. All right then, get started. I'll patrol the premises. With that, Old Zhang strode off, flashlight in hand. Lin Feng stared after his retreating figure, utterly crestfallen. So he was simply abandoned here, alone. There was no choice but to carry on. Lin Feng took a deep breath, hoisted his treasure bag, and walked resolutely toward the cold storage. The storage chamber was bitterly cold, thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde. Several shrouded bodies lay motionless on gurneys. Lin Feng approached one corpse and gently lifted the white sheet. It was an elderly man, his expression serene, as if merely sleeping. Grandfather, forgive me. I'll prepare you with dignity, so you may depart this world in grace. He murmured softly, clasped his hands together, and bowed reverently. Then, donning gloves and retrieving his tools, he began work. The skilled professional post-mortem care activated automatically. Though his hands trembled faintly, his movements were precise, assured, and profoundly practiced. Cleansing, disinfecting, restoring facial features, applying makeup. Each step executed with meticulous care, as though he had performed these rites for decades. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing profound prajnaparamita, clearly perceived the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, thus transcending all suffering. As he worked, Lin Feng silently recited the Heart Sutra, both invocation and incantation steadying his nerves. With each passing minute, his focus sharpened, and fear gradually receded. Under the skill's influence, the body ceased to feel like inert flesh. Instead, it became a departed soul, awaiting respectful farewell. Grandfather, you must have been quite the dashing young man in your day, Lin Feng whispered, while smoothing the elder's silver hair. Let me give you a vibrant touch, so you'll charm the grandmothers on the other side too. He chuckled at himself. What nonsense. Just then something slipped from his pocket and landed on the floor with a soft. He looked down. A yellow talisman, its surface inscribed with chaotic vermilion sigils, the spirit-repelling talisman he'd ordered online yesterday. Lin Feng froze. Hastily scooping it up, he shoved it back into his pocket and scanned the room, relieved to find. Grandfather, please don't take offense. This little charm is purely for self-defense, not aimed at you, he explained awkwardly to the still form, feeling utterly foolish. Fortunately, the deceased remained perfectly cooperative, utterly silent. Half an hour later, both bodies were prepared, faces calm, expressions natural, resembling peaceful sleepers rather than the departed. Done. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his brow. Though unsettling, witnessing their dignified repose filled him with quiet pride. A chime resonated in his mind. Ding. 1 positive review, gratitude from bereaved family. Progress 350. Ding. 1 positive review, reverence for vocation. Progress, 450. The system's gentle chimes warmed his heart, proof that this work held meaning beyond mere duty. Gathering his tools, Lin Feng prepared to leave the cold storage. Just as he reached the doorway, a faint, grating rustle echoed from the far corner. Hey. His footsteps halted. Every hair on his body stood rigid. Who's there? Clutching the peachwood sword in his pocket, Lin Feng demanded, voice tight with tension. From the shadows, a figure slowly rose, broom in hand, and rasped, "It's me. Just sweeping." Lin Feng squinted. Aunt Wong, the cleaning staff. "Hey, Aunt Wong. You nearly gave me a heart attack." He gasped, patting his chest. "Why are you sweeping here? This place gets dusty, needs cleaning." She leaned in, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Shaolin. Just now, I wasn't speaking to anyone." Lin Feng's pulse spiked. "I heard you," she grinned. "Chattering with grandfather, promising to woo grandmothers on the other side." She chuckled throatily. "Young man, you've got guts joking with the dead." Lin Feng flushed crimson, mortified beyond words. "Too was just easing my nerves." "Enough explanation. I understand," she winked, clapping his shoulder with knowing warmth. "But Shaolin, there's something I must tell you." "What is it?" he asked. "Here, after dark, never speak to the deceased." Her voice dropped grave and hushed. "Some words, they listen and believe." Lin Feng's blood ran cold. As Aunt Wong strode away, broom in hand, a chill crept up his spine. They listen and believe. What did that mean? Had grandfather truly heard him? Was he really planning to charm grandmothers in the afterlife? Lin Feng shuddered violently and shook his head fiercely, banishing the grotesque thought. Superstition, pure superstition. Science is real, he muttered, bolting from the cold storage. Back in the guardroom, he gulped down a full glass of water before his heartbeat slowed. No more muttering aloud. "I must stay focused during work," he vowed silently. At that moment, the red telephone on the desk rang again. Ring. Lin Feng stared at the crimson receiver, memories of last night surging back. Yet he hesitated only briefly before lifting it. "Hello." Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Lin Feng frowned. If no one's speaking, seconds passed. Then a familiar teasing voice emerged from the void. "Young man. Enjoyed your little chat." "Young man, you were quite happy chatting just now, weren't you?" The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of mockery, and Lin Feng immediately recognized it as the curator. Smack. Without saying a word, Lin Feng hung up the phone abruptly, his movements crisp and decisive, even somewhat satisfying. Does this old man have a peeping habit? Staying up late to eavesdrop on people's conversations in the monitoring room? How boring. Lin Feng complained into the phone, but he remained secretly vigilant. "I need to be more careful in my work from now on and not get caught with any incriminating evidence." After putting down the phone, Lin Feng felt a bit urgent. He had been scared stiff in the large storeroom earlier and drank a big gulp of water, and now his bladder was protesting. He glanced at the time, 1140, with 20 minutes left until the ugly hour. "I need to hurry in and out quickly." Lin Feng stood up, took a look at the dark corridor, and swallowed hard. Though there was a toilet in the duty room, it was an old squat toilet without light and facing a window overlooking a barren mountain, which looked creepy. In comparison, although the public restroom at the end of the corridor was farther away, it had lights and was busier, even if it was only with the dead, making it feel safer. "Let's go." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, grabbed the peachwood sword, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and charged out of the duty room fully armed. "Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba." Lin Feng murmured the Buddhist chant quietly, while quickly heading towards the restroom, keeping his eyes alert and the peachwood sword ready to strike. The lights in the corridor flickered ominously and the wind whistled through the window, sounding like a woman crying. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his back, his footsteps quickening until he was nearly jogging. Bang! Just as he turned a corner, Lin Feng bumped into something soft, startling him into a shriek, and he instinctively thrust the peachwood sword forward. "Ouch! You little rascal, you poked me again." A familiar voice sounded, and old Zhang clutched his stomach, grinning at Lin Feng. "What are you running for in the middle of the night? Is there a ghost chasing you?" Upon recognizing old Zhang, Lin Feng sighed in relief and hurriedly sheathed his sword. "Uncle Zhang, it's you. You scare me to death. With how jumpy you are, you'll give yourself a heart attack eventually." Old Zhang shot him a disapproving glance. "What are you up? What are you carrying such a big bag for? What's inside?" "Nothing, just some tools," Lin Feng said, hiding the backpack behind him. "I'm going. Patrolling, yes, patrolling against evil spirits." "Patrolling against evil spirits." Old Zhang looked at him strangely. "Patrolling with a peachwood sword?" "Yes, it's called physical exorcism, double insurance." Lin Feng explained stubbornly, trying hard to stand tall to appear more convincing, but is slightly trembling. "All right, then, as long as you're happy." Old Zhang shook his head and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "Hurry up, don't hold it in too long." "Huh?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Aren't you going to the restroom?" Old Zhang pointed at his tightly crossed legs. Lin Feng's face flushed red, and he coughed awkwardly. Uncle Zhang, I'm off. You take your time patrolling." After saying that, he quickly crossed his legs and hurried towards the restroom, his back looking somewhat awkward. Old Zhang watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh, pulling out his walkie-talkie. Curator, this kid is hilarious, going to the restroom like a thief with a bag full of magical tools, huh? The curator's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Alright, stop laughing, keep an eye on him, don't let him really scare himself sick. Don't worry, I'm watching him. Old Zhang replied with a chuckle. Inside the restroom, Lin Feng finished up and felt completely relaxed. He washed his face looking at his pale reflection in the mirror and sighed. Lin Feng, you've seen your fair share of storms, even managed to handle someone like Su Muxue, a real tigress. Why are you scared of these intangible things? After giving himself a pep talk in the mirror, Lin Feng turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered the second rule, midnight mirror taboo. After midnight, it is strictly forbidden to look at oneself in any mirror. Lin Feng paused, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was 1158. Just 2 minutes left. It should be fine, right? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but decided to err on the side of caution. He turned to his reflection in the mirror and quietly said, "Brother, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to look at you, but the rules forbid it. Goodbye." After saying that, he swiftly turned around and quickly walked out of the restroom. Back in the corridor, Lin Feng sighed in relief, feeling he had passed another hurdle. It seems that as long as I follow the rules, there won't be any problems, Lin Feng thought cheerfully, his steps becoming much lighter. Just then a ghostly voice came from behind. "Young man, was that really you in the mirror just now? Young man, just now. Was that really you in the mirror?" A ghostly voice came from behind, startling Lin Feng into a panic as he screamed and tried to run. "Hey, don't run away." A hand suddenly grabbed his arm with considerable strength, nearly pulling Lin Feng off balance. "Let go of me. Spare me, brother ghost. I have a talisman. I have a peachwood sword. Am not delicious?" Lin Feng closed his eyes, wildly waving the peachwood sword and shouting incoherently. "Are you crazy? Who's a ghost here?" The other party seemed to be amused yet angered, the voice sounding like it. Lin Feng was taken aback and cautiously opened one eye, using the dim light to see the person holding him. It was a young girl in her 20s, dressed in a black dress with long hair cascading down her shoulders, her features delicate, yet with red swollen eyes and tear stains on her face, clearly having just cried. At that moment, she looked at Lin Feng with a speechless expression, her gaze resembling that of someone looking at a fool. "You are human." Lin Feng swallowed hard and asked tentatively. "Of course. If I weren't human, would I be a ghost?" The girl replied irritably, releasing his arm. "Why are you running? I don't eat people." Lin Feng sighed with relief, awkwardly putting away the peachwood sword and scratching his head. "Sorry, misunderstanding. It's just that you suddenly appeared behind me at this late hour, and I thought." "Thought what?" The girl raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing at all." Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. "Are you a family member?" Upon mentioning this, the girl's expression dimmed instantly as she nodded. "Yes, my grandmother is inside." Lin Feng understood, realizing she was a family member of the deceased, which explained why she was still at the funeral home this late. "My condolences," he said softly. The girl remained silent, her head lowered, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears fell again. Lin Feng looked at her in this state, feeling a pang of compassion. He hesitated for a moment, took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, and handed it to her. "Here, wipe your tears. Once a person has passed, they cannot return. Your grandmother surely wouldn't want you to be so sad." The girl took the tissues, wiped her tears, and said in a choked voice, "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly remembered his advanced soothing technique. He tried to channel his internal energy and spoke in a gentle tone. "Your grandmother passed away peacefully. She has just gone to another world where there is no pain, only happiness. You need to live well so she can rest assured." As he spoke, the effect of the soothing technique took hold, and the girl's previously agitated emotions astonishingly calmed down. Her sadness and despair were enveloped by a warm force, making it more bearable. She lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng. Under the light, the man who had just been screaming in terror now had a gentle gaze and calm demeanor, exuding an aura of reassurance that made her want to draw closer. "Are you an employee here?" the girl asked, her voice much softer. "Yes, I'm on the night shift," Lin Feng nodded. "What's your name?" The girl looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and something else. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The girl repeated, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "My name is Chun Shi." "Thank you, Lin Feng. I feel much better now." "You're welcome, or it's what I should do." Lin Feng smiled. "It's getting late. You should head home and rest. It's not good for your health to be here. The Yin energy is strong." "Okay, I will listen to you." Chun Shi nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng's face, making him feel "Well, I should get back to my duty now." Lin Feng's face flushed from her gaze, and he quickly found an excuse to leave. "See you." Chun Shi waved her hand, watching Lin Feng's somewhat flustered figure as a deeper smile appeared on her lips. This man was quite interesting. Both timid and adorable, yet unexpectedly gentle in critical moments. Lin Feng hurried back to the duty room, closed the door, and let out a long sigh. That girl's gaze was too direct, leaving him a bit overwhelmed. What a calamity! Why do I attract romance wherever I go? Lin Feng sighed, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Su Muxue. "Wife, are you asleep? I miss you." Su Muxue quickly replied, "Just lying down, what's up?" Lin Feng, it's nothing, just wanted to say goodnight, love you. Su Muxue, so cheesy, come back early. Lin Feng looked at the screen feeling warm inside. No matter how fragrant the wildflowers outside were, they couldn't compare to the mother tiger at home. No, the little fairy. Putting away his phone, Lin Feng glanced at the time, 1205. The witching hour had arrived. He took a deep breath, locked the doors and windows, placed the peachwood sword by his side, and prepared for the long 3 hours ahead. At that moment, the red phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. Lin Feng frowned at the red phone. Is it the curator again? He picked up the receiver and said, "Hello, curator, is there something wrong?" On the other end, there was a dead silence, only the faint sound of electric currents. After a few seconds, a cold, emotionless voice sounded completely different from the curator's voice before. "You should not have helped her. You shouldn't help her." A cold voice came through the receiver, carrying a chill that made Lin Feng. But he quickly realized that this was definitely the curator's doing. The curator must have seen him being stared at by that girl on the surveillance, and this was a warning to him. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Feng scoffed, speaking arrogantly into the microphone. "I'm going to help her, so what? That girl was crying so sadly, what's wrong with comforting her? You. Wait." On the other end of the line, there was silence for a few seconds, as if suppressing anger, before spitting out 3 words. "You. Wait." After that, the phone was abruptly hung up with a bang. "I'm still trying to play this game with me." Lin Feng put down the phone, smugly crossing his legs. The same old tricks, nothing. He felt he had figured out the curator's tricks. It was merely about scaring people with ghostly antics. As long as he was bold, there was nothing to fear. However, 10 minutes later, Lin Feng couldn't smile anymore. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds came from deep within the corridor, as if someone was forcefully banging on the walls, or something was crashing against the door. What's that sound? Lin Feng stood up, alertly gripping his peachwood sword. The banging grew louder and more frantic, mixed with the harsh sound of metal scraping, sending chills down his spine. "Zila, Zila." The intercom in the duty room suddenly crackled to life, and old Zhang's panicked voice came through. Lin, respond if you hear me. There's something happening in the big warehouse. It sounds like someone is pounding on the door. Uncle Zhang, I hear you." Lin Feng quickly grabbed the intercom. "I'll go check it out right away." Don't go. I'll call the curator." Old Zhang shouted. "It's fine, I'll go take a look. It might just be the wind blowing the door." Lin Feng said this, though he felt a bit uneasy inside. However, he was now in charge, and couldn't back down. After hanging up the intercom, Lin Feng took a deep breath, grabbed his backpack, and charged out of the duty room fully armed. In the corridor, the banging continued, echoing one after another, particularly clear in the silent night. Lin Feng followed the sound to the entrance of the big warehouse, and found the door tightly closed, but there was indeed movement inside. "Who's in there?" Lin Feng shouted loudly, shining his flashlight towards the small window on the door. Inside was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Bang, bang. The banging grew even louder, causing the door panels to tremble. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could there really be something inside? He instinctively wanted to run, but just then the master-level feng shui technique activated automatically, and he sensed a chaotic, cold aura seeping through the crack of the door. Is this malevolent energy? Lin Feng was taken aback. It wasn't a ghost, it was malevolent energy. He concentrated his spirit, his gaze penetrating the door panels, looking inside. In the corner of the big warehouse, a ventilation pipe was violently shaking. A mass of black malevolent energy was crazily crashing against the pipe's inner wall, making a bang-bang sound. So it's this thing causing the trouble. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although malevolent energy was frightening, it was essentially a type of negative energy that could be guided away. At that moment, old Zhang and the curator also rushed over. "What's going on?" the curator asked, his face serious. "It's nothing, curator, just something blocking the pipe, causing a pressure wave." Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "I'll handle it." Saying this, he pushed open the door and walked directly to the pipe. "Lin, be careful," old Zhang shouted from behind. Lin Feng nodded, pulled out a talisman he had just consecrated yesterday, and stuck it on the pipe simultaneously, using his finger to touch the talisman to inject his internal energy. Heaven and earth without limits, the universe lends its law disperse. With a low shout, the talisman flashed with a faint golden light, and that mass of black malevolent energy seemed to meet its nemesis, instantly vanishing without a trace. With a bang, the pipe stopped shaking, and everything returned to calm. "Done." Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to the two dumbfounded individuals, saying, "All right, it was just a minor issue, and it's already resolved." "Is that it?" Old Zhang looked incredulous. "It's fine, it was just a blockage in the airflow, a little clearing was all it needed." Lin Feng said calmly, though inside, he was screaming, "That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness I have plenty of talismans." The curator looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression and nodded after a while. "All right, well handled. Old Zhang, go check the other pipes, make sure there are no similar issues." "Thank goodness I have plenty of talismans." The curator looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression and nodded after a while. "All right, well handled. Old Zhang, go check the—" Lin Feng smiled modestly, though he felt quite nervous inside. Returning to the duty room, he plopped down onto the chair, feeling his legs go weak. If it weren't for the feng shui technique and the talismans, he probably would have been scared out of his wits. Damn, this job is too thrilling, but it's bound to shorten my lifespan. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and took a huge gulp of water. Ding. Received positive feedback, 1 admiration from colleagues, current progress, 550. Ding. Received positive feedback, 1 recognition from the curator, current progress, 650. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Feng felt a bit more balanced inside. Although it was frightening, the positive feedback was rising quite quickly. At this rate, he might finish the task in less than 3 months. But where did that malevolent energy come from? Lin Feng frowned. It's normal for a funeral home to have malevolent energy, but this was so thick and seemed to attack actively, which was a bit unusual. Could it be related to that phone call earlier? Lin Feng recalled that cold warning, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Wait. That phrase might not have been said by the curator. Lin Feng shivered, quickly shaking his head to cast this terrifying thought out of his mind. Stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it, time to sleep. If I sleep, I won't be afraid. Lin Feng hugged the peachwood sword close to him, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. However, he did not notice that in the corner of the duty room a faint mass of black gas was slowly gathering, forming a blurry human face that smiled eerily at Lin Feng. In the following days, Lin Feng's life could be described as a world of ice and fire. During the day, he caught up on sleep at home. Although Su Muxue didn't say anything, seeing him so exhausted, she unusually showed kindness, making soup to nourish him, and even allowing him to hold her while sleeping, though only in that way. At night, arriving at the funeral home, it was a completely different scene. Lin Feng, I brought you some late-night snacks, eat. She stood at the duty room door with a delicate food box, smiling brightly, as she gazed at Lin Feng, openly showing her affection. Miss Chen, really no need, I've already eaten. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand to decline, shrinking back in fear. For the past few days, she had been coming nearly every day, either bringing late-night snacks or fruits. She even bought him a massage chair, saying it was because he worked hard. Lin Feng was so startled, he almost knelt before her, and after much persuasion, he managed to send it back. Even if I've eaten, I can still have some more. I specially went to Imperial Kitchen to buy this, and I queued for quite a while. But, Chen, she said, and started to walk in. No, Miss Chen, there are rules in the duty room, family members cannot enter. Lin Feng quickly blocked her, stating firmly, besides, it's work hours, I can't eat, it's not appropriate. I see. Chen, she looked a bit disappointed, but didn't insist, handing him the food box, then keep it for after work. After saying this, she turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, looking back at Lin Feng with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Lin Feng, do you dislike me? No, absolutely not. Lin Feng hurriedly denied, there are rules, must follow them. Chen, she immediately smiled, I'll come again tomorrow and bring you milk tea. Lin Feng, really no need, Miss Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but please don't spend too much. I'm used to simple meals. It's fine, I don't mind your simplicity. Chen, she blinked and turned to leave. Lin Feng watched her silhouette, feeling like he wanted to cry, but couldn't. What is going on? He felt as if he wasn't working in a funeral home, but starring in an idol drama, just like one of those stories where the domineering female CEO falls in love with me. What a sin. Lin Feng sighed, glancing at the food box on the table. After some thought, he decided to take it to share with old Zhang and the others. As he stepped out of the duty room, a cold wind blew past, making Lin Feng shiver, feeling a chill at the back of his. For the past few nights, he had sensed something was off around the duty room. Occasionally, malevolent energy would gather. Although he dispelled it each time with talismans, the feeling of being watched made him uneasy. It seems I need to find a way to resolve this completely. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, deciding to investigate thoroughly tonight. At midnight, Lin Feng held a compass purchased online and began to wander through the funeral home. Master-level feng shui art was in full swing, and Lin Feng's perception became exceptionally keen. He could clearly see the flow of energy throughout the funeral home. Most areas were relatively normal, but there were a few corners where malevolent energy was indeed gathering, and it seemed to be moving toward the duty room. There is definitely a problem. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he followed the strongest concentration of malevolent energy. Eventually, he stopped at the door of an abandoned storage room behind the large storage area. The malevolent energy here was the strongest, almost solidifying into a mass, dark and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. This must be the place. Lin Feng took out a peachwood sword and several talismans from his bag, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The storage room was filled with old tables, chairs, and cluttered dust covering everything. In the center of the room, there was an inconspicuous crack in the floor from which wisps of black energy were seeping out, gathering into a mass, seemingly moving with intent toward the duty room. Is this earth malevolence? Lin Feng was taken aback. Earth malevolence is formed from the gathering of underground energy typically found in mass graves, ancient battlefields, etc. While the funeral home did have a heavy presence, there should generally be formations in place to suppress it, preventing any leakage of earth malevolence. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng noticed that around the crack someone had drawn several eerie symbols with vermilion. Although somewhat blurred, they were still recognizable as a gathering formation. Someone was deliberately gathering malevolent energy to attack the duty room. Lin Feng's heart sank as he understood. The strange occurrences of the past few nights were not coincidences, but someone targeting him. Who is it? Lin Feng looked around warily, but the storage room was empty. Without hesitation, he took out several exorcism talismans and placed them around the crack, chanting, "Heaven and earth are natural, dispel the foul energy in the void of the cave, illuminate the great origin." Urgent as the law commands, disperse. Lin Feng then used the vermilion pen to draw a malevolence suppression talisman on the ground, completely sealing the crack. After finishing all this, he finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping away. Lin Feng then used the vermilion pen to draw a malevolence suppression talisman on the ground, completely sealing the crack. After finishing all this, he finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the cold sweat. Damn it, who is causing trouble? Lin Feng looked at the gathering formation on the ground, his expression icy. This formation, though crude, was clearly drawn by someone knowledgeable, and its target was undeniably him. Could it be the director testing him? Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought. While the director liked to scare people, he wouldn't resort to such dangerous methods. If the malevolent energy got out of control, it would affect the entire funeral home. Then who could it be? Lin Feng's mind flashed through several faces. Old Zhang, Sister Wang, Oldly. All possibilities, but none seemed right. No matter who it is, since you've taken action, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Feng snorted coldly, pulling out a bagua mirror from his bag and hanging it on the storage room door, scattering a circle of glutinous rice. Daring to scheme against me, let you taste what backlash feels like. After completing all this, Lin Feng turned and left the storage room. Not long after he left, a shadow emerged from the corner, looking at the malevolence suppression talisman on the ground and the bagua mirror on the door, letting out a cold laugh. Not bad, but unfortunately, it's too late. In the following 2 days, Lin Feng noticeably felt that the previously ineffective protective talismans had begun to work again. The aura surrounding the duty room became clean and peaceful, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. However, he did not let down his guard. On the contrary, he became even more cautious. The traitor hiding in the shadows, having failed once, would surely strike again. That night, Lin Feng deliberately wore a Taoist robe purchased from Pinlo underneath his uniform, donned a Taoist hat hidden beneath his security cap, tucked a newly arrived enhanced evil-repelling talisman in his pocket, and held a peachwood sword fully armed as he sat in the duty room, pretending to sleep while actually lying in wait. At midnight, the corridor was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the clock ticking. Suddenly, the doorknob of the duty room was gently turned from the outside. With a faint click, the door opened slightly. A shadow slipped in, moving nimbly, clearly familiar with the shadow held a small bottle containing a black liquid that emitted a foul stench. He approached Lin Feng's bedside, raising the bottle, ready to pour the liquid onto him. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, faint golden light illuminated the surroundings of the duty room, revealing countless runes drawn with cinnabar on the walls, floor, and ceiling, forming a gigantic magical array that trapped the shadow in the center. What? The shadow was horrified, attempting to retreat, only to find his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law trap. Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, holding a talisman, his cold eyes fixed on the shadow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why you weren't asleep? The shadow's voice trembled as he struggled, but the power of the magical array grew stronger, suffocating him. Sleep? How could I dare to sleep with a scoundrel like you around? Lin Feng sneered and turned on the light, illuminating the shadow's face. Recognizing him, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then his anger flared. Old Zhang. It really is you. The shadow was none other than Old Zhang, the night shift security guard. At that moment, his usual honest demeanor was replaced with a face full of ferocity and panic. Little Lin, you have to listen to my explanation. Old Zhang hurriedly said, I came to bring you a midnight snack, and seeing you asleep, I was afraid of waking you. A midnight snack? Lin Feng glanced at the bottle in his hand, the black liquid still writhing and exuding a foul odor. You plan to deliver it with this thing? This is corpse oil, right? A dab of it can cause severe illness, and in the worst case, madness. You have a cruel. Seeing the situation exposed, Old Zhang's expression changed, and he said fiercely, Kid, since you've discovered me, don't blame me for being rude. He then bit his tongue, spraying blood onto the bottle as he chanted incantations. The corpse oil inside instantly boiled, transforming into a black, ghostly hand that reached for Lin Feng. A mere trick. Lin Feng snorted coldly, standing his ground as he raised the peachwood sword and sizzle. The peachwood sword struck the ghostly hand, emitting a corrosive sound. The ghostly hand let out a piercing scream before vanishing instantly. How is this possible? Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng. What sword is this? A sword specifically for exterminating scum like you. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with him, kicking Old Zhang in the stomach, knocking him to the ground, and pressing the peachwood sword against his throat. Speak. Why do you want to harm me? Old Zhang grimaced in pain, looking at the peachwood sword inches away, feeling the heat emanating from it, terrified. I'll tell you. Don't kill me. It turned out that when old Zhang was young, he had learned a bit of sideline feng shui techniques, but his aptitude was limited, only able to use some petty tricks. Later, he started working at the funeral home, discovering its heavy yin energy, often needing to handle some special feng shui issues for families, such as grave relocations, calming malevolent spirits, and resolving grievances. Although the director understood the field, he was old and unwilling to handle many matters personally, leaving them to old Zhang, who was rewarded handsomely each time. Relying on this skill, old Zhang earned quite a bit of extra income. However, after Lin Feng arrived, old Zhang discovered that not only did Lin Feng understand feng shui, but he was also far more skilled than him, and the way he handled the morning hall a few days ago had the family praising him endlessly. Old Zhang feared that Lin Feng would take away his livelihood, so he planned to scare Lin Feng off, even silencing him forever. "I know you are timid, so I wanted to scare you with malevolent energy, hoping you would resign," old Zhang said with a mournful face, who knew that not only did you not leave, but you also broke my array. Tu was confused for a moment, and that's why I wanted to use corpse oil to harm you. You wanted to harm someone for just a bit of money. Lin Feng was furious, wanting to stab him with the sword. Do you know what the consequences of uncontrolled malevolent energy are? Everyone in the entire funeral home will be affected. And this corpse oil, where did you get it? Did you steal a body? No. I bought this corpse oil from the black market. I didn't steal a body. Old Zhang hurriedly shook his head. Little Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Feng looked at old Zhang, feeling both angry and helpless. For the sake of a little money, you would harm a colleague. A person like this is a disaster to keep alive. You need to report this to the director. Lin Feng put away the peachwood sword, took out the walkie-talkie, and called for the director. Soon the director arrived, and after understanding the situation, his face darkened terrifyingly. Old Zhang, I have treated you well, haven't I? The director looked at old Zhang coldly and said, Director, I was wrong. I was momentarily bewitched. Old Zhang knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Enough, no need to say more. The director waved his hand and said to Lin Feng, Little Lin, this time it's thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't know what trouble would arise. The director said, Old Zhang, pack your things, you won't need to come in tomorrow. The director said to old Zhang, for the sake of our past as colleagues, I won't report this incident, but don't let me see you in. Thank you, director. Thank you, director. Old Zhang felt as if he had received a great reprieve and scurried away. After dealing with old Zhang, the director looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression. Little Lin, I didn't expect you not only understood feng shui, but also knew how to set up arrays, even managing to catch an old hand like old Zhang. A little understanding, Lin Feng humbly smiled, but inwardly, he complained, if I hadn't been forced into a corner, who would want to dress like this to fight? This Taoist robe is so hot. All right, this matter ends here. The director patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. From now on, the night shift will depend on you. Work well, and I won't treat you unfairly. With the traitor dealt with, he could finally sleep soundly in the future. He took off the security cap, revealing the Taoist hat beneath, then removed his. With the traitor dealt with, he could finally sleep soundly in the future. He took off the security cap, revealing the Taoist hat beneath, then removed his uniform, revealing the Taoist robe, and looked at himself in the mirror. Tisk, not bad, I look quite handsome. Lin Feng narcissistically stroked his chin, just a bit hot. I should buy a thinner one next time. Ding. Received commendation 5. Resolve the traitor, maintain safety in the museum, current progress 1150. Ding. Obtains special item Righteous Chi Protective Aura passive, which automatically dispels low-level malevolent energy and intimidates scoundrels. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt pleased. Although the process was thrilling, the rewards were good, and he wouldn't have to be on edge anymore at night. All set, time to sleep. Lin Feng took off the Taoist robe, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright, illuminating the duty room in a serene glow. After dealing with the traitor, Lao Zhang, the night at the funeral home finally returned to tranquility. Lin Feng no longer had to be on edge during his night shift, and even found time to read and study feng shui, living quite comfortably. That night, while Lin Feng was organizing his notes in the duty room, a sudden commotion erupted outside, mixed with cries and arguments. What's going on? Lin Feng furrowed his brows and got up to step outside. At the entrance of the morning hall, a crowd had gathered, and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with a goatee stood in the center, holding a compass, looking inscrutable as he chanted. Nearby, a middle-aged couple was kneeling on the ground, crying out, while several staff members tried to persuade them, but to no avail. Master Wang, you must save my son. He is only 20, he can't just leave like this, the woman cried out. Yes, master, as long as you can let my son rest in peace, we will pay any amount. The man pleaded as well. The Taoist, referred to as Master Wang, stroked his beard and sighed. Alas, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your son's resentment is too heavy, and the feng shui of this funeral home is poor, which has disturbed him, causing him to be unable to find peace. Then what can we do? The couple panicked. Well, there is a way. Master Wang squinted and extended a finger. As long as you pay this amount, I will perform a ritual and set up the 7 stars life extension formation, which will not only allow him to rest in peace, but also ensure the safety of your family for 3 generations. 10,000. The man asked hesitantly. 10,000. Master Wang scoffed. It's 100,000. Not a cent less. 100,000. The couple gasped in shock, their faces pale. Master, this is too much, we can't afford it. Can't afford it. Then there's nothing I can do. Master Wang shook his head, pretending to leave. Your son's resentment, if unresolved, will haunt your family in the future. At that time. No. Master, don't go. We will find a way to gather the money. The man quickly grabbed him, gritting his teeth. That's more like it. Spending money to avert disaster, buying peace of mind. Master Wang nodded in satisfaction, pulling out several yellow talismans from his bag. Here, first stick these soul-settling talismans on 1,000 each. Let's start with 10. Wait a moment. Lin Feng could no longer stand by, and pushed through the crowd. Who are you? Master Wang frowned at Lin Feng, his expression displeased. I am Lin Feng, the night shift supervisor here. Lin Feng introduced himself, then turned to the couple. Uncle, and Annie, don't worry, let me say a few words first. You are the supervisor here. Master Wang looked Lin Feng up and down with disdain. Young man, you haven't even grown up properly. What do you know about feng shui? Don't meddle here and delay my ritual. Can you afford the consequences? Whether I know or not, you will find out soon enough. Lin Feng ignored him and walked to the entrance of the morning hall, glancing at the ice coffin inside, then at the surroundings. He pointed at the compass in Master Wang's hand and said, Master Wang, right. Your compass is fluctuating erratically. Is it broken, or do you simply not know how to use it? Nonsense. This compass is passed down through my family. Master Wang's expression changed quickly, putting the compass away. Passed down? Then tell me, is the current energy field of this morning hall auspicious or ominous? Of course it's ominous. Extremely ominous. Master Wang exclaimed loudly, facing south with a northern orientation, a shadow from the sun. This is a gathering place for the Yin. Plus the deceased has heavy resentment. This is simply adding disaster upon disaster. Is that so? Lin Feng chuckled, walking to the center of the morning hall and pointing southeast. The morning hall faces south, that's correct, but this is called welcoming the sun and gathering energy, not gathering the Yin. Moreover, what you described as shadow from the sun applies to Yang residences. A funeral home is a Yin residence focusing on hiding the wind and gathering energy. And the position you just pointed out is the life position, which is most suitable for placing the coffin and can assist the deceased in moving on. How did it become ominous in your mouth? Master Wang was left speechless, his face turning red. What do you know? I say it's ominous, so fine, even if it's ominous. Lin Feng nodded, then pointed at the yellow talismans in Master Wang's hand. But your soul-settling talismans are also drawn incorrectly. The talisman should be drawn with cinnabar, as ink, the strokes fluid and continuous. Your talisman has a dull ink color, and the strokes are fragmented, clearly a copy in. Are you using ordinary ink? Can this thing settle souls? You're talking nonsense. Master Wang, furious and embarrassed, tore the talisman paper apart. You brat, dare to ruin my good deed. Do you believe I won't make you suffer for this? What? Going to resort to violence when you can't argue? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pulling out a talisman he had drawn and pinching it between his fingers. Want to try whose talisman is more effective? As soon as the talisman appeared, a gentle, yet powerful aura instantly spread out, and the people around felt their spirits lift, their previously sorrowful and anxious emotions calming significantly. Master Wang's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the power contained in Lin Feng's talisman was more than 10 times stronger than his own. This kid is a true master. Master Wang pointed at Lin Feng, his fingers trembling, unable to say anything for a long time. Uncle and Auntie, I just checked your son's situation. Lin Feng ignored him and turned to the couple. He departed peacefully without resentment. The reason his eyes remain open is that he is reluctant to leave you, not because he cannot find peace. As long as you say a proper goodbye, he will naturally leave at ease without needing any formations or 100,000. Really? The couple was half convinced. Really? Lin Feng nodded and walked up to the ice coffin, softly speaking to the corpse. Brother, rest assured and go. I will help watch over your parents and not let them be deceived. After saying that, he reached out and gently stroked the corpse's forehead, activating the advanced soothing technique. The corpse, which had its eyes slightly opened, gradually closed them, and even a faint smile appeared at the corners of its mouth, revealing a look of tranquility. He's closed his eyes? He really has closed them. The woman exclaimed in delight. Incredible. So incredible. The man excitedly grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you so much. No need to be polite, it was just a small effort. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Master Wang beside him. As for this Master Wang's face shifted between green and white, knowing he had lost today, glared at Lin Feng with resentment, and turned to run. Stop! Lin Feng called out to him. What do you want? Master Wang asked nervously. Return the money. Lin Feng pointed at the receipt in the man's hand. Also, don't let me see you in Jiangxing again, otherwise every time I see you you'll get hit. Master Wang gritted his teeth in anger, but seeing the talisman in Lin Feng's hand, he dared not act up. He pulled out a stack of money from his bag and threw it to the man before fleeing in disgrace. Fraud. Big fraud. The man cursed at his retreating figure, then gratefully said to Lin Feng, "Young Master Lin, thanks to you, or else we would have been scammed terribly." "It's nothing, you just keep an eye out for such things in the future," Lin Feng said. "We are a legitimate establishment. If there are any problems, find the staff. Don't trust those con artists." Ding. Received praise 3. Exposed the scam, upheld the rights of the family. Current progress 1450. Ding. Received praise 2. Admiration from colleagues. Current progress. Ding. Received praise 3. Exposed the scam, upheld the rights of the family. Current progress 1450. Ding. Received praise 2. Admiration from colleagues. Current progress 1650. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Earning this praise was becoming easier and easier. Just then the door of the duty room was pushed open and she walked in holding 2 cups of milk tea, smiling at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I saw everything just now. You are really amazing. Here, please enjoy some milk tea as a reward." She stood at the door of the duty room holding 2 cups of milk tea, a bright smile on her face, as her gaze fixated on Lin Feng, unabashedly expressing her admiration and affection. "Lin Feng, I saw everything just now. You were amazing." She walked in, placing the milk tea on the table, leaning slightly towards Lin Feng. "You scared that scammer away all by yourself, and you spoke so eloquently. It was so cool." Lin Feng instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them, awkwardly smiling. "It's nothing, just my job. Ooh, I can't just stand by and watch the families get scammed." "That just means you are capable." She looked at him, her eyes growing brighter. "Lin Feng, do you know? I've been coming here every day watching you work, seeing you comfort the families, witnessing your serious and responsible demeanor. I realized that I seem to have developed feelings for you." Lin Feng exclaimed. Coughing, he waved his hands. "Miss Chen, please don't joke around. I have a girlfriend, and our relationship is great." "I know you have a girlfriend." She did not retreat, instead taking a step closer, her tone carrying a hint of determination. "But I can wait, I can compete. As long as you are not married, I still have a chance, don't I?" Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Why was this girl so persistent? "Miss Chen, I love my girlfriend very much. We are about to get married." Lin Feng said seriously, his tone earnest. "You are a good girl, deserving of someone better. Don't waste your time on." She looked at his serious expression, her eyes dimming slightly, biting her lip. "Really? Is there not a single chance?" "No," Lin Feng said decisively. "In this lifetime, aside from her, I will not like anyone else." She fell silent for a few seconds, suddenly laughing, her smile somewhat bitter. "All right, I understand. It seems I came too late." "It's not that you came late, it's that the fate hasn't arrived yet." Lin Feng sighed in relief, his tone softening a bit. "You will meet someone who truly suits you. Maybe." She nodded, picking up a cup of milk tea and handing it to Lin Feng. "Regardless, thank you for taking care of me these days. Let this cup of milk tea be a farewell gift." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. "Thank you." She looked at him, her eyes complex, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave the duty room. Watching her departure, Lin Feng felt a bit unsettled. This girl was nice, but just too persistent. He hoped she could let go soon and find her own happiness. Watching her departure, Lin Feng felt a bit unsettled. This girl was nice, but just too persistent. He hoped she could let go soon and find her own. What am I thinking? It's better she doesn't come, saves me trouble. Lin Feng shook his head and glanced at the calendar on the table. Today was the 7th day after Chun Zai's grandmother's passing. According to custom, the family would come to keep vigil tonight, and she would be cremated early tomorrow morning. On the 7th night, when the yin energy is strongest, one must be cautious tonight. Lin Feng thought to himself as he stood up, preparing to check the main storage. Just as he left the duty room, he saw Chun-Shi with her parents and a few relatives standing at the entrance of the main storage, ready to go inside. Lin Feng. Chun-Shi spotted him and greeted him, her expression calm, lacking the previous enthusiasm, but without resentment, as if treating an ordinary friend. "Miss Chun, uncle and aunt." Lin Feng nodded. "You are keeping vigil tonight?" "Yes, it's the last night stay," Chun-Shi said. "My condolences." Lin Feng replied. "If you need anything, just call me anytime." "Okay, thank you." Chun-Shi nodded and followed her family into the main storage. Lin Feng watched her figure disappear, feeling somewhat sentimental. Life and death are part of human nature, but facing it truly still brings inevitable sorrow. At 2 in the morning, while patrolling near the main storage, Lin Feng heard soft cries coming from inside. He hesitated but did not enter to disturb. Instead, he stood quietly at the door, ensuring everything was normal. On the 7th night, when the yin energy is at its peak, it is also the time when the deceased may return. It is easy for disturbances to occur. Although he did not believe in such things as a staff member, he still had to take the necessary precautions. He scattered a circle of glutinous rice around the main storage, affixed a few soul-soothing talismans, and drew a protective spell at the entrance with cinnabar, before finally feeling reassured and leaving. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Chun Zai's grandmother's body was successfully cremated, and the family left the funeral home holding the urn. Before leaving, she found Lin Feng and handed him a small box. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked. "A small token of appreciation. Thank you for taking care of me these days." She said, "Don't worry, it's not anything valuable, just A little trinket I made myself. Lin Feng opened the box to find a handmade red string bracelet with a small jade bead looking quite exquisite. This? Lin Feng hesitated. Just take it, consider it. A gift between friends. Shouldn't she smiled in the future? I might not come back. Lin Feng looked at her and ultimately nodded. All right, thank you, I will take good care of it. Goodbye. She waved her hand and turned to leave her back somewhat forlorn, yet her steps were firm. Lin Feng looked at the bracelet in his hand side and tucked it into his pocket. Ding. Received positive feedback to appreciation from the deceased family, current progress 1850. The system's notification sound rang, but Lin Feng felt little joy. This praise carried too much emotion and farewell. In the evening, Lin Feng sat in the duty room gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside, feeling somewhat empty inside. Just then the red phone on the desk suddenly rang. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Lin Feng frowned, picked up the receiver. Hello, director, is there something else? On the other end there was a profound silence. A few seconds later a cold mechanical voice emerged, completely different from the director's voice. She has left. Are you not very happy? She is gone. Are you truly happy? And the voice on the other end of the line was cold and mechanical, as if filtered through a voice modulator. Eerily unnatural. Lin Feng listened, and instead of fear he rolled his eyes, then snapped into the receiver. Director, if you pull this stunt again, I'm calling the police. Harassing staff is illegal. And the line fell silent for several long seconds before the director's voice returned, normal yet tinged with embarrassment and astonishment. How did you guess it was me? I'm not an idiot, Lin Feng retorted, exasperated. Aside from you, only ghosts could dial this number. Do you really think I, a feng shui master, can't see through such crude illusion? Pretending to be supernatural in front of me, isn't that rather absurd? And the director remained speechless. In a hem. Well, I merely wanted to test your mental fortitude. He coughed twice, scrambling to save face. And judging by your composure under pressure, it's commendable. Thank you, director. But next time try something more practical, say a bonus. Lin Feng seized the moment to negotiate. Don't dream of it, the director shot back instantly. Enough banter, stay sharp tonight. No slacking off. With that he hung up with a sharp click. And Lin Feng set down the phone and muttered, that old man grows more mischievous with every year. And he stretched lazily, preparing to resume reading. Just then, the overhead light in the duty room flickered twice with a sharp zing, then died with a final pop. And darkness swallowed the room whole. What the hell? Power outage. Lin Feng froze, instinctively reaching for the flashlight on his desk. But before his fingers brushed its casing, a sudden gale howled outside, slamming the window shut with violent clangs, while a mournful wailing wind echoed down the corridor, like distant sorrowful weeping. Shoo, sh. Na faint, gritty scraping sound crept from the depths of the corridor, growing steadily louder, closer, as though something heavy were being dragged across the floor. Lin Feng's pulse spiked. He snatched up the flashlight and pressed the switch. Nothing. Pressed again, still dead. And damn it. Betrayed at the worst possible moment. He cursed aloud and lunged for his phone, just as the doorknob of the duty room turned softly from the outside. Click. And the door eased open a narrow slit, and a wave of icy, unnatural chill flooded. Lin Feng's scalp prickled. Without thinking he dove beneath the desk, arms locked tight around his head, shouting, Taishang Laojun, swiftly obey my decree. Demons, inspectors, depart at once. Don't come near me. I'm not tasty. And puffed. Na soft giggle escaped the doorway. Then the beam of a flashlight snapped on, bathing him in light. Shaolin, what on earth are you doing? Practicing bone-shrinking art. Auntie Wang's voice rang out, rich with amusement. Lin Feng blinked cautiously, lifting his head, only to find Auntie Wang standing in the doorway, flashlight in hand, her expression gleeful and teasing. Beside her stood Old Li, clutching a radio, silent, yet his wrinkled face crinkled into broad, unrestrained mirth. Hey, Auntie Wang, it's you. Lin Feng scrambled awkwardly from beneath the desk, brushing dust from his clothes. I dropped something. Just picking it up. Really? Does retrieving lost items require invoking Taishang Laojun? Auntie Wang asked, barely containing her laughter. That was the slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Lin Feng flushed crimson and swiftly changed the subject. Why did the power go out? No idea. Probably a trip breaker. New Old Zhang has already gone to check, Auntie Wang replied. As she spoke, the corridor lights flared back to life with a crisp pop. Power restored. And there, we're fine now. Must have been the wind shorting the lines, Auntie Wang declared. Go ahead, pick up your peachwood sword. You nearly snapped it in half. And Lin Feng glanced down in his panic. The sword had fallen to the floor, and one foot had cracked its blade clean in two. Lin Feng stared, mute with despair. What shoddy craftsmanship. And don't fret, Auntie Wang chuckled. Tomorrow I'll gift you a brand new one. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Lin Feng sighed, utterly drained. After they left, Lin Feng closed the door, gazed at the broken sword lying on the floor, and sighed deeply. And so much for online purchases, quality remains appalling. He reached to tidy up, when his phone vibrated sharply, a WeChat message. He opened it, Sent by Old Zhang, with the video title Master Lin's golden moment during night shift. Na chill ran down his spine. He tapped play. The footage showed him crouched beneath the desk, arms locked over his head, shrieking Taishang Laojun. Voice raw with terror, face contorted in panic, posture utterly undignified. Beneath the clip scrolled a caption: Feng Shui, Master Lin Feng. Live demon exorcism, supreme divine power. And Lin Feng stared speechless. And then, chaos erupted in the group chat. Old Zhang Ha. I'm dying. Xiao Lin, your exorcism style is uniquely inventive. And anti-Wang Lin Feng, next time I'll prepare a bronze basin. You can bang it while chanting. Far more effective. And Director Lin Feng, so this is your famed composure under crisis. Impressive, truly masterful. Lin Feng stared at the screen, his world collapsing into monochrome gloom. It was over. Utterly, irredeemably over. His reputation lay in ruins. Silently, he switched off his phone, tossed the shattered peachwood sword into the trash, and retrieved pen and paper to draft his resignation letter. This shift was impossible to endure. You madman, what have you been up to lately? Haven't seen you in ages. Wang Pengzi's voice on the phone was so loud it hurt Lin Feng's ears. I picked up a night shift at a security company guarding a site. Lin Feng mumbled evasively, fingers toying with the red string bracelet Chun she had given him. He dared not wear it where Su Muxue might see, he kept it hidden instead. A security company. Nice. Finally a proper job. Wang Pengzi sounded relieved. So, is it tiring? Dangerous? Not at all, not tiring, Lin Feng said proudly, stretching his legs. 30,000 a month. I just sit there and play on my phone every night. There isn't even a ghost. It's ridiculously easy. Holy 30,000. And so relaxed. Wang Pengzi gushed with envy. Are they still hiring? Take me with you. We have high standards here, you need some special skills. You wouldn't make it, Lin Feng replied with mock solemnity. Puffed, it's just guarding a door. Anyone can do that, Wang Pengzi said sourly. But well, you lucky bastard, no wonder you haven't called. Putting women before friends. Don't be ridiculous, I'm saving up for my wife, Lin Feng said. When I've earned enough, I'll take you out to a big feast. Deal? And it must be a seafood buffet, Wang Pengzi declared. By the way, how are things with your sister-in-law? When's the wedding? Soon, once I save a little more. Lin Feng glanced toward the bedroom, where Su Muxue still slept. I can't talk long. I'll nap now, I have to work tonight. Alright, go get some rest. Take care of yourself, don't overdo it. After hanging up, Lin Feng happily flopped back onto the sofa. The job was a little unusual, but the pay was high and his ratings had been climbing lately. A bit more and had finished the task. In the afternoon, Lin Feng woke and found Su Muxue up as well. They decided to go to the mall and pick up a few things for the home. After an entire afternoon of shopping, Lin Feng's arms sagged under the weight of countless bags, and his legs went weak. Su Muxue, on the other hand, was in high spirits, constantly trying on clothes. Darling, rest for a bit. I can't go on, Lin Feng said, collapsing into a chair at the beverage shop, utterly spent. Already worn out after such a short time. Su Muxue glanced at him and sat opposite, ordering 2 drinks. It's mostly mental fatigue, Lin Feng sighed. Accompanying a woman shopping is harder than a night shift, he admitted. Night shift? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Is your security job very tiring? Not tiring, just boring to sit there, Lin Feng hurried to amend, afraid of revealing too much. Su Muxue looked at him for a moment, then stopped asking, and took out her phone to scroll. Lin Feng breathed easier, and took a sip of his drink, feeling revived. Suddenly Su Muxue burst out laughing, and shoved her phone toward him. Look at this video, it's killing me. Curious, Lin Feng leaned in, and froze. The screen showed last night in the duty room, someone had filmed the moment he crawled under the table. Though the face had been pixelated, the security uniform and that familiar peachwood sword made it unmistakable. The video's title read, Funeral Parlor Night Guard Exorcises on Camera. Even his peachwood sword got broken. Can't stop laughing. The comment section erupted in mirth. Ha! This guy is here to clown around, right? Peachwood sword, I have borne the weight of responsibilities I never asked for. Guard, you might not believe me, but the sword moved first. What must he have been so scared of? My heart goes out. Lin Feng watched the video turn an ashen shade. Who filmed that? Who uploaded it? Everything was ruined. You know, that person's back does look a lot like yours, Su Muxue said with a smile. No way. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng protested. It couldn't be me. No chance. He shook his head like a rattle, cold sweat trickling down. Our company is totally professional. There are no such freaks. This is staged for sure. Is that so? Su Muxue watched his nervousness with a hint of mischief. I think the person's movements and voice sound a lot like you. Especially when he shouted Taishang Laojun. It was identical. Darling, don't accuse me. Lin Feng hastily protested, trying to sound righteous. You know how brave I am. Last time I wasn't even scared during a horror movie. This is nothing to me. Oh really? Su Muxue arched an eyebrow. Then who was the one last time who, when we watched The Ring, got so frightened he crawled into my arms and twisted my pajamas? Lin Feng's face flushed. That hat was an accident. The movie sound effects were terrifying. Fine, I'll believe you this once. Su Muxue put away her phone, sipped her drink, and said lightly, But Lin Feng, if you're hiding something from me, you'd better come clean soon or... She paused and narrowed her eyes dangerously. You know the consequences. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He hurried to pledge, don't worry, my dear. I am absolutely faithful to you. No second thoughts, and I would never hide anything bad from you. You'd better be. Su Muxue nodded, stood, and said, come on, let's keep shopping. There are still 2 stores we haven't seen. Lin Feng forced a pained smile, and rose. His legs felt even weaker. This wasn't shopping, it was torture. Watching Su Muxue's retreating figure, he vowed inwardly once this assignment was over, he'd find a normal job. Even hauling bricks on a construction site would be preferable to the funeral parlor. At the very least, he thought he would no longer risk being humiliated online. The night was deep, and Su Muxue put down her phone, glancing at the time, 1:30 in the morning. On the screen, her chat record with Lin Feng had stopped at 10 o'clock in the evening, where she had sent a message asking, are you there? Lin Feng replied, I'm here, darling, don't worry, go to bed early. After that, there was no further news. When she called, it prompted, currently unavailable. This was already the 3rd time this week. Su Muxue frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. Lin Feng had been acting mysteriously lately, claiming to be working night shifts at a security company, but whenever she asked about the specific tasks, he would evade the question. Moreover, which security company would be unreachable every morning. She picked up her phone, hesitating whether to call him. Just then her phone vibrated suddenly. Oh, Lin Feng sent a message. Lin Feng, darling, are you still awake? I was patrolling the basement just now. The signal is poor, and I just came out. Su Muxue looked at the message, her brow furrowing slightly. The basement? Does the security company need to patrol the basement? She replied, why did it take so long? Is everything all right? It's nothing. The basement is just a bit large. It takes over half an hour to make a round. Darling, you should go to sleep, but don't wait for me. I still have to be busy for a while here. Su Muxue stared at the screen, her fingers typing a few times before deleting them. In the end, she only replied with one word, She put down her phone, leaning against the headboard, her expression slightly cold. Lin Feng was lying, as she could feel it. Although she didn't know what he was hiding, it was definitely not as simple as security company. It seems I need to investigate, Su Muxue murmured to herself, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the funeral home break room, Lin Feng looked at the single word that Su Muxue had replied with, and let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close, I almost slipped up. Lin Feng patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Just moments ago, he was handling a corpse in the main storage when his phone suddenly rang, nearly causing him to drop the scalpel. Seeing it was Su Muxue's call, he hurried out to answer, but still missed it. This wretched place has terrible signal. Lin Feng grumbled, glancing at the time, 1:50 in the morning. The hour of the dog had passed, and the hour of the tiger was approaching. It was time to check the storage cabinets. Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder, flashlight in hand, took a deep breath, and walked towards the main storage. He had gradually adapted to the night shift over the past few days. Though still scared, he no longer screamed randomly like he did at the beginning. Especially with the protective aura and master-level feng shui, ordinary malevolent spirits could hardly approach him, significantly boosting his sense of security. Entering the main storage, a chill of cold air hit him. Lin Feng walked to the storage cabinet, took out the ledger, and began to check. No. 1. Zhang, San, male, 68 years old, cause of death, heart attack. No. 2. Li Si, female, 55 years old, cause of death, cancer. No. 3. Lin Feng silently counted, while checking if the cabinet doors were securely shut. This was Rule 9 during the hour of the tiger: count silently, do not make a sound. Although he didn't know why it was stipulated this way, Lin Feng strictly followed it. He didn't want to attract trouble by violating the rules. When checking the 15th cabinet, Lin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. The door of this cabinet seemed not to be properly closed. A faint black mist was seeping out from the crack, carrying a stench of decay. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, reached for the handle, and prepared to close the door tightly. Just then the cabinet door suddenly popped open with a bang. A pale, swollen hand reached out from inside, gripping Lin Feng's wrist. The icy, stiff fingers clamped down hard on his wrist with astonishing strength, like a vice, making his bones ache. Lin Feng was so terrified that he felt his soul leave his body, nearly unable to catch his breath. He instinctively wanted to scream, but recalling Rule 9 during the hour of the tiger: count silently, do not make a sound, he forced himself to stifle the scream, making his face turn red. Let go! Let go! Lin Feng lowered his voice, grabbing the peachwood sword with his other hand, and slashing down fiercely at that hand. Sizzle! The peachwood sword struck the arm, producing a sound like something burning with black smoke rising. That hand abruptly withdrew, and a piercing scream echoed from the cabinet. Lin Feng quickly took 2 steps back, vigilantly staring at the cabinet, his heart racing. Damn it, is it really a corpse coming back to life? Cold sweat streamed down Lin Feng's face as he gripped the peachwood sword, ready to strike again. With a creaking sound, the cabinet door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a funeral suit, his complexion ashen, sitting up with hollow eyes and black drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, making a ghastly sound from his throat. Brother, let's talk it out, don't resort to violence, Lin Feng said, while pulling out a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket ready to scatter it at any moment. The man seemed severely injured by the peachwood sword glaring at Lin Feng fiercely, but not immediately lunging at him. Instead, he opened his mouth and stammered, "Let me out. I am not dead. Not dead." Lin Feng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the ledger. "No. 15 Cabinet Zhao Wu, male, 42 years old, cause of death, car accident, date of inspection yesterday." "Brother, calm down you already." Lin Feng's words were cut short as the man suddenly lunged at him. "Damn it." Lin Feng was startled and quickly dodged to the side, scattering the glutinous rice all over the place. The glutinous rice hit the man, bursting like firecrackers, and he let out a miserable scream, black smoke billowing from his body, his movements slowing down. "You won't listen to reason." Lin Feng got angry too, grabbing the peachwood sword and thrusting it toward the man's chest. Plop! The peachwood sword pierced his chest, but did not bleed. Instead, it felt like stabbing into rotting wood, producing a dull thud. The man let out a furious roar, grabbing the sword's body and trying to twist it. Lin Feng wanted to cry, without tears, quickly pulling out the dagger given by Su Muxue from his backpack, and Lin Feng wanted to cry, without tears, quickly pulling out the dagger given by Su Muxue from his backpack and thrusting it at the man. Clang! The dagger struck the man, surprisingly producing the sound of metal clashing, only tearing the funeral suit without breaking the skin. So tough. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This dagger was supposed to be sharp enough to cut through iron. How could it fail to penetrate? The man, seemingly enraged, roared and lunged at him again. Lin Feng had no time to think, quickly rolling to the ground to evade the attack, while shouting, "Director! Old Zhang! Help! It's a corpse coming back to life." However, the outside was eerily quiet with no reaction at all, as if everyone in the funeral home had perished. "Stop shouting, it's no use." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng was startled and turned to look, seeing Old Li standing at the door holding a radio, watching him calmly. "Uncle Li, hurry and help. This thing is immune to knives and guns." Lin Feng cried out quickly. "What's the rush? Just watch." Old Li leisurely walked over, pulling out a red rope from his pocket. With a flick of his fingers, the red rope seemed to come alive, instantly wrapping around the man's legs. The man stumbled, crashing to the ground, struggling to get up, but the rope tightened around him with a hissing sound. Old Li approached the man, extending his bony finger to point at his forehead, murmuring, "Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, separated by yin and yang, do not linger. Disperse." With his low shout, the man's body suddenly stiffened, the red light in his eyes slowly faded, and his body deflated like a deflated balloon, ultimately becoming an ordinary corpse, motionless. Lin Feng stared in astonishment. "Uncle Li, what kind of trick is this?" "Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning." Old Li put away the red rope, glancing at Lin Feng. "Kid, you reacted pretty quickly, but your equipment is lacking." Lin Feng's face flushed, glancing at the broken peachwood sword and the dull dagger in his hand, awkwardly scratching his head. "I just didn't expect to really use them. Next time, remember, for dealing with waking corpses, peachwood swords won't work. You need thunderstruck wood or juju wood nails," Old Li said. "Also, if you encounter such a situation again, don't shout. The more you shout, the more excited it becomes." "Waking corpse? What is that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's when a person dies not long ago, their resentment not dissipated, and they are struck by malevolent energy, causing them to come back to life." Old Li explained, "These things have no brains, but great strength and thick skin. Ordinary magical tools can't. So that's how it is." Lin Feng suddenly understood, then felt a bit scared. "If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have. You wouldn't die, at worst you'd get bitten a couple of times and contract corpse poison." Old Li said indifferently, "All right, clean this up, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, he turned and left, and the radio played again with the sound of opera. Lin Feng watched his retreating figure, filled with gratitude and curiosity. This Old Li was definitely not an ordinary person. He turned to look at the corpse on the ground side, and resigned himself to tidying up the aftermath. He placed the corpse back in the cabinet, locked the door, scattered a circle of glutinous rice, and affixed a few corpse-restraining talismans before finally leaving the main storage with a sense of relief. Returning to the break room, Lin Feng looked at the broken peachwood sword in his hand, feeling heartbroken. Although this thing was of poor quality, it had accompanied him for so long. "It seems I need to get some good equipment." Lin Feng stroked his chin, opened his phone access Taobao, and searched for thunderstruck wood, jujube wood nails, and black donkey hooves. This time he wouldn't buy from Pinduoduo. He went directly to the Taobao flagship store to buy the most expensive items. Life is precious. On the evening of the next day, Lin Feng arrived at the funeral home and felt that the atmosphere was off. A large crowd surrounded the entrance, holding phones and cameras, flashing lights going off in a flurry. Some were even live streaming, shouting, "Everyone, this is the final resting place of the internet celebrity XX. Make sure to follow, so you don't get lost." "What's going on?" Lin Feng frowned and asked. "Don't mention it. There's a funeral for an internet celebrity tonight, and the fans have all come rushing in, and we can't stop them." "It's a headache," Old Zhang said with a pained expression. "The family insisted on doing a goodbye live stream, and as a result the crowd keeps getting bigger. It's almost chaotic now." Lin Feng glanced into the memorial hall, which was even more chaotic. Fans were squeezing in front of the ice coffin to take selfies and group photos, and some even wanted to lift the white cloth to see the body, while the family cried out in despair, unable to be stopped by the staff. This is unacceptable, Lin Feng said somewhat angrily. The deceased should be respected, but these people have no basic respect, all for the sake of clout. There's nothing we can do. The curator said as long as they don't break anything, let them be. Old Zhang said helplessly. Let them be. What do we need to do then? Lin Feng snorted coldly and strode forward. Hey Shaolin, don't be impulsive. Old Zhang heard. Lin Feng reached the entrance of the memorial hall, took a deep breath, and activated both master-level feng shui technique and advanced soothing technique. An invisible aura began to emanate from him. Everyone please be quiet. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. The originally noisy crowd quieted down significantly, and everyone instinctively looked towards Lin Feng. This is the memorial hall, the resting place of the deceased, not a tourist spot for internet celebrities. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone calm, yet powerful. Please maintain solemnity, respect the deceased, and also respect yourselves. Who are you to tell us what to do? A young man with dyed yellow hair shouted in dissatisfaction. We are here to bid farewell to our idol. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Don't block us from taking pictures. With one person leading, others chimed in, and the atmosphere began to get out of control again. Lin Feng looked at the young man with the yellow hair, his expression turning cold. He activated master-level feng shui technique, and an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the young man. The young man felt a chill run through him, as if something terrifying was staring at him. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat, his face turned pale, and he dared not speak again. I'm the night shift supervisor here, Lin Feng. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and addressed the crowd. If you want to bid farewell, please line up, keep quiet, bow 3 times, and then leave. If you want to take pictures, please do so outside. No photography is allowed in the memorial hall. Why not? We came all the way here, a girl protested. Just because it's the rule. Lin Feng looked at her, his tone softening a bit as he activated advanced soothing technique. I understand that you are very sad and want to send off your idol one last time. But a true farewell comes from heartfelt respect and remembrance, not for a few photos and likes. I believe your idol wouldn't want to see this scene either. His voice carried a magical power, and the originally agitated fans gradually calmed down. The restlessness and fervor in their hearts were soothed by a gentle force, replaced by deep sorrow and nostalgia. The fans put away their phones, lined up voluntarily, and each stepped into the memorial hall, bowed, offered flowers. The fans put away their phones, lined up voluntarily, and each stepped into the memorial hall, bowed, offered flowers, and then quietly left, the previous noise completely gone. The family watched this scene, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, Master Lin, we really appreciate it. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Lin Feng nodded. My condolences. After dealing with this matter, Lin Feng returned to the duty room, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. Dealing with the living was much more tiring than dealing with the dead. Lin Feng nodded. My condolences. After dealing with this matter, Lin Feng returned to the duty room, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. Ding. Gained special item, staff of order, temporary, usable to forcibly maintain order in a designated area for 1 hour. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng felt a little more balanced inside. Though tiring, the rewards were good, and this staff of orders sounded quite useful. The next time he encountered such a chaotic scene, he could just take it out and see who would dare to cause trouble. It seems this job isn't without its benefits, at least. It helps me practice my speaking skills. Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly and took a sip from his cup. At that moment, the door of the duty room was pushed open, and a man in a black suit wearing sunglasses walked in, looking unlike a family member. Are you Lin Feng? The man asked in a deep voice. I am. Who are you? Lin Feng watched him warily. The man took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Our boss wants to see you, please come with me. Lin Feng glanced at the business card. A black background with gold embossed characters, bearing only a name and a phone number, devoid of titles or corporate affiliations, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Who is your boss? What do you want with me? Lin Feng did not reach for the card, his voice edged with wariness. I'm already on duty, the man replied calmly, yet with an undertone of unyielding authority. The car is waiting outside. I'm afraid I can't leave my post. I'm on shift, Lin Feng countered, gesturing toward the clock on the wall. Besides, I don't know your boss, and have no interest in meeting him. The man seemed taken aback by the refusal. He paused, then his gaze hardened. Mr. Lin, I strongly advise cooperation. My employer dislikes waiting. How coincidental. I dislike threats just as much. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as his hand slipped beneath the desk toward the emergency alarm button. This is a funeral home, surveillance cameras, security guards. If you intend to force your way in, feel free to try. The man held Lin Feng's gaze for several silent seconds, then broke into a faint knowing smile and withdrew the card. Very well. If Mr. Lin is unavailable today, I shall call again another time. He turned and left without hesitation. Lin Feng watched his retreating figure, brow deeply furrowed. This man was no ordinary person. His presence reeked of blood and malevolence. His hands bore the weight of lives taken. Could he be from the underworld? A chill ran through Lin Feng. Was he sent by Su Muxue, or worse, targeting Lin Feng himself? Whoever they were, their intent was unmistakably hostile. Lin Feng wasted no time. He immediately called the director to report the encounter. A black business card, with only a name. After a brief silence, the director said gravely, "I understand. Leave this to me. You needn't intervene. Be vigilant these days to avoid going out alone." "Director, who are they?" Lin Feng pressed. "What you shouldn't ask, don't ask. It won't benefit you." The director's tone turned stern. "Remember, under no circumstances should you meet anyone who seeks you out. Within these walls I can protect you, but beyond them, that's uncertain." "Yes, director," Lin Feng replied, though his unease deepened. If even the director feared them, their influence must. After hanging up, Lin Feng felt a creeping chill down his spine. This job was growing ever more perilous, by day guarding against spirits, by night against men. Sooner or later his nerves would shatter. For the next few days Lin Feng entered full combat readiness. To deter the mysterious man, and to prepare for further encounters with reanimated corpses, he transformed his duty room into a miniature armory. Atragram mirrors and peachwood swords hung upon the walls. On the desk rested a feng shui compass, talismans, cinnabar, and black dog blood. His pockets brimmed with glutinous rice, garlic cloves, and wu di coins. Even the soles of his shoes were lined with 2 spirit-repelling talismans. Each morning he arrived fully armed, carrying his gear everywhere like a mobile Taoist temple. Colleagues stifled laughter at his appearance, yet dared not chuckle aloud when met with his grave expression. Each morning he arrived fully armed, carrying his gear everywhere like a mobile Taoist temple. Colleagues stifled laughter at his appearance, yet dared not chuckle aloud when met with his grave expression. "Then why wear garlic around your neck? It stinks." Old Zhang pinched his nose. "You wouldn't understand. This is physical demon expulsion. Double insurance." Lin Feng tucked the garlic deeper into his shirt. The odor was pungent, but survival demanded sacrifice. Beyond equipment, his psyche remained razor-taut. He slept fitfully, if at all, jolting awake at the faintest sound, clutching his peachwood sword and scanning the shadows. When exhaustion overwhelmed him, he forced himself awake with bitter coffee, 3 cups minimum per day. Within days, dark circles bloomed beneath his eyes. His face grew sallow, his gait unsteady. So gaunt and hollow-eyed, he resembled a specter more than a living man. "Xiao Lin, this pace will kill you," the director warned, concern etching his features. "Take 2 days off. Rest properly." "No need, director. I can hold on." Lin Feng shook his head and drained another gulp of strong coffee. "This is a critical period. I won't falter." "As you wish. Just take care you don't frighten yourself into illness," the director sighed, handing him a small bottle. "Here, calming herbal tincture. Take it when sleep eludes you." "Thank you, director." Lin Feng accepted the bottle. He examined its contents. A brown liquid with a medicinal aroma. "What is this?" "A proprietary formula. Drink it safely. It won't kill you," the director assured him. Lin Feng nodded and pocketed the bottle. That night exhaustion finally overtook him. His eyelids drooped heavily. Hesitating only a moment, he uncorked the vial and took a small sip. It tasted bitter, faintly fiery, but warmth spread through his limbs, easing the knots in his nerves, lulling him into drowsiness. Remarkable efficacy. Lin Feng yawned, slumping onto the desk, and sank instantly into dreamless, profound slumber. Sometime later he jolted awake to frantic knocking. Bang, 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 bang. "Xiaolin, open up. Something's wrong." It was old Zhang's voice, shaken urgent. Lin Feng shot upright, glancing at the clock. 3:30. "What happened?" Lin Feng flung open the door. "The main storage vault. There's movement inside. Sounds like someone weeping." Old Zhang's face had gone ashen, his voice trembling. "Weeping?" Lin Feng frowned, then activated his master-level feng shui arts, detecting no malevolent aura, only a faint sorrow, and something else, resentment. "I'll go in. Stay here and guard the entrance," Lin Feng instructed. "No, I'm coming with you." Old Zhang insisted, terrified to stand alone. Lin Feng nodded and pushed open the vault door. Inside, a low, intermittent sobbing rose from the corner. Feminine, mournful, chillingly eerie. "Is it another reanimation?" Old Zhang whispered, breathless. "Unlikely," Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head. "Let's see." They approached the source, a refrigerated coffin. Inside lay a young woman, barely 20. Her death ruled as suicide. Her. Lin Feng stiffened. He remembered her, brought in yesterday after leaping from a building, heartbroken. Her family had wept inconsolably. "What's wrong with her?" Old Zhang asked. "I don't know. Let's examine her first," Lin Feng replied, reaching for the coffin lid. At that instant the girl's eyes snapped open, fixed unblinkingly on Lin Feng. As her lips twisted upward in a grotesque, unnatural smile, "You have come. You have come." The girl grinned, revealing an eerily strange smile, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, her voice oozing from her throat, imbued with a chilling aura. "What the hell? A ghost?" Lin Feng was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Without a moment's thought, he grabbed his backpack and hurled it onto the ice coffin. Taoist wooden, sword, badwa, mirror, talismans, glutinous rice, garlic, black dog blood. All of it was thrown in. Crackle. Sizzle. Golden light flashed, chaotically black smoke billowed, and the ice coffin instantly transformed into a barbecue stall, various magical artifacts making a cacophony, while the girl's screams echoed continuously. Ah. Stop throwing. It burns. You're going to burn me alive. Handsome, you're not playing by the rules. I haven't even scared anyone yet. Lin Feng paused, panting heavily, and cautiously opened one eye. Inside the ice coffin, the girl was covered in talismans with a badwa mirror atop her head, glutinous rice scattered all over her body, looking utterly disheveled, her form trembling slightly as if becoming increasingly transparent. What's your situation? Lin Feng asked warily, still clutching a handful of garlic ready to strike. I am just about to reincarnate. It's my first time being a ghost. I wanted to scare people for fun. The girl said woefully, her voice tinged with sobs. Who knew you were so fierce, coming in and unleashing your big moves? My soul is almost shattered by you. Lin Feng. Old Zhang. Just arrived, Sister Wang. The air was deathly silent. After a few seconds, Lin Feng was so angry he almost jumped. Are you crazy? Don't you know that scaring people can kill? But I'm a ghost. The girl weakly defended herself. Being a ghost doesn't matter. Lin Feng roared, it's the dead of night. Running out to scare people? Don't you have any sense of public morality? Do you believe he'll throw you another 2 pounds of black dog blood? No. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The girl hurriedly pleaded for mercy. I was just too bored, wanted to find some fun. I'll never dare again. And there's a future, Lin Feng glared. No more. I'll leave right away. I'll reincarnate immediately. The girl quickly set her form, becoming more transparent, ready to vanish. All right, stop messing around. Old Li suddenly appeared at the door holding a radio, leisurely walking over. It's time, you should be on your way. Grandpa Li. The girl saw Old Li as if seeing a savior. He bullied me. Who told you to scare people first? Old Li gave her a glance, drawing a circle in the air with his finger. A flash of white light passed, and the girl's figure completely vanished, leaving behind a whimpering complaint. Whoa. Today's living people are too fierce. I should reincarnate. Lin Feng looked at the empty ice coffin, sighed in relief, feeling his legs go weak. What is this all about? Kid, you sure are ruthless. Old Li looked at the wreckage inside the ice coffin, his mouth twitching. This badwa mirror, made from the wood of a thunderstruck jujube tree, costs several thousand, right? And you just threw it away. Lin Feng finally reacted, looking at the pile of discarded magical artifacts, his heart aching. My money. All right, losing money to avert disaster is better than being scared to death. Sister Wang held back a laugh, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Little Lin, not bad. Now even ghosts are afraid of you. Lin Feng felt like crying without tears. What kind of situation is this? The magical artifacts I worked so hard to save up for gone in one night. The next day, Lin Feng, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, sat weakly in the duty room, looking at his empty backpack, his heart bleeding. What a calamity. Lin Feng sighed, opened his phone, ready to take another order. Just then the door of the duty room swung open, and a woman in a professional suit, holding a microphone, walked in, followed by a man carrying a camera. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Feng here? The female reporter asked, her gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, her eyes lighting up. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his head. He's not here, he went out. Out. The female reporter was taken aback, looking at old Zhang. Old man, is Lin Feng not here? Just as old Zhang was about to speak, Lin Feng kicked him hard under the table. Old Zhang winced in pain, quickly changed his tune. Lin Feng. Who's that? We don't have such a person here. The female reporter frowned, her gaze returning to Lin Feng, suddenly smiling. You must be Mr. Lin Feng, right? I saw your video online, the one where you crawled under the table. It left a deep impression. Lin Feng. What? Mr. Lin, hello, I'm a reporter from Jiangxing TV station. I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you about you. No time. I'm very busy. Lin Feng interrupted her, standing up to leave. Hey, Mr. Lin, don't go. The female reporter quickly blocked him, nearly shoving the microphone in his face. Just a few minutes, let's have a quick chat. I heard you not only know about feng shui, but also comfort families, and last night you exorcised a ghost. Who said that? That's nonsense. Lin Feng hurriedly denied, cursing old Zhang in his heart 1,000 times. This big mouth must have spread it. Isn't it just nonsense? A chat will make it clear. The female reporter pressed on, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Mr. Lin, you're so young. Why did you choose to work in? Is there some special reason? Perhaps family heritage. Or stop. Lin Feng was overwhelmed by her questions, realizing he couldn't escape. He could only grit his teeth and say, I'm just an ordinary security guard. I don't know anything. You've got the wrong person. After saying that, he shoved the female reporter aside and bolted out of the duty room, locking himself in the restroom. Uff, that scared me to death. Lin Feng patted his chest, still shaken. This job is truly unbearable. During the day, he has to fend off reporters, and at night, he guards against ghosts. If this continues, he'll go insane. No way, I need to quickly complete my tasks and leave this ghostly place. With the commotion caused by the female reporter, Lin Feng completely lost the desire to take a nap. He sat on the toilet lid feeling increasingly angry and stifled. This funeral home was truly a place of disputes. There were insiders, scammers, rookie ghosts, mysterious figures, and black gossiping reporters. All kinds of strange entities gathered here. If he stayed any longer, he genuinely feared he would one day break down mentally. No, I can't just passively endure this anymore. I need to take the initiative. Lin Feng slapped his thigh, and he decided to utilize his master-level feng shui skills to give the entire funeral home a thorough cleaning, setting up a large-scale feng shui formation to resolve all those chaotic supernatural issues once and for all. Without hesitation, Lin Feng returned to the duty room, ignoring the female reporter still lurking at the door, took out paper and pen, and began to draw the design. The funeral home is located at the foot of the Green Mountains, with the mountains behind and water in front, originally a feng shui treasure land. However, over the years, the accumulation of yin energy coupled with poor management has led to chaotic energy fields and the growth of malevolent spirits. To fundamentally resolve the issues, I must address three aspects. First, calm to subdue the underground malevolent spirits with a formation. Second, guide to channel the yin energy so that it flows naturally, neither accumulating nor dissipating. Third, nurture to use yang energy to nourish yin, achieving a balance of yin and yang for long-term stability. As Lin Feng drew, he murmured to himself, countless feng shui knowledge resurfacing in his mind, and soon he designed a complete plan. To calm the malevolent spirits, he'll use the 7-star calming formation to guide the yin energy, the 9-palace flowing arrangement, and to nurture the energy, the 3 talents gathering yang formation. Perfect. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the completed blueprints. This combination formation was the pinnacle of his current abilities. Once set up, not even a minor ghost or malevolent spirit could escape its control. In the days that followed, Lin Feng slept during the day at home and dragged old Zhang and Sister Wang to the funeral home at night, starting a massive construction project. Little Lin, what are you doing? Digging holes to plant trees. Old Zhang looked at Lin Feng digging in the yard, puzzled. This is called planting stakes to draw energy to improve the feng shui. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and buried a wooden stake carved with runes into the hole. Uncle Zhang, please help me move that pot of everlasting green over here. All right. Although old Zhang didn't understand, he still cooperated, seeing Lin Feng's serious expression. Sister Wang also kept busy helping Lin Feng hang wind chimes, arrange stones, and sprinkle vermilion, bustling about. Little Lin, can this wind chime really ward off evil? Sister Wang asked. Yes, this is called a frightening bell. When the wind blows, the bell rings and evil spirits avoid it. Lin Feng explained. But the most important part is that the sound of the bell can uplift people's spirits and relieve stress. Really? Then he'll come to listen every day. Sister Wang said with a smile. With the help of old Zhang and Sister Wang, Lin Feng's feng shui great formation progressed rapidly. 3 days later, with the last calming stone buried underground, the entire formation was finally completed. Heaven and earth are limitless, borrowing the laws of the universe formation arise. Lin Feng stood in the center of the funeral home, forming hand seals as his internal strength surged, infusing the core of the formation. Hum! A deep humming sound echoed, and the energy field of the entire funeral home instantly changed. The originally cold and oppressive air became fresh and flowing, with sunlight pouring in, seemingly brightening the place. Those malevolent spirits and dark energies that had once lingered in the corners quickly dissipated, as if encountering their natural enemy, replaced by a gentle, peaceful aura. It worked. Lin Feng sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. He could clearly sense that the current funeral home had a harmonious energy field balancing yin and yang. Although the yin energy still existed, it no longer harmed anyone. Instead, it carried a sense of rest that brought peace rather than fear. It seems. It really is different now. Old Zhang took a deep breath, surprised. It feels like the air is fresher, not so stuffy anymore. Yes, I feel much more comfortable too, unlike before when I always felt anxious. Sister Wang nodded in agreement. This is just the beginning, or it will get better and better from now on. Lin Feng said with a smile. In the following days, the effects were immediate. The strange noises that had once occurred at night completely disappeared, leaving only the sounds of insects. The staff on night duty no longer felt anxious and could even sleep soundly. The family members coming to pay their respects could also recover from their sadness more quickly, no longer easily agitated as before. Even the wandering spirits that used to come for fun sensed the strong energy field here and kept their distance, no longer daring to approach. The entire funeral home was completely transformed, truly becoming a pure land where the deceased could rest and the living could find solace. That night, the director called Lin Feng to the office and handed him a thick envelope. Director, this is... Lin Feng took the envelope, feeling its heaviness, which was stuffed full of red bills. This is your bonus. The director looked at him with a look of appreciation. You did a great job this time. I saw that feng shui formation. It's very high level. Even if I did it myself, it wouldn't be much better. You're too kind, director. I was just experimenting, Lin Feng said humbly, yet he felt quite pleased inside. No need for modesty, your contributions are yours alone. The director looked at him with a look of appreciation. You did a great job this time. I saw that feng shui formation, it's very high level. Even if I did it myself it wouldn't be much better. We'll be split evenly. Triple. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His current salary and allowances amounted to about 300 a month. Tripling, it would mean 9000. With the income from feng shui services, earning 100 a month isn't a dream. Thank you, director. Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling that the hard work of the past few days was worth it. Triple. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His current salary and allowances amounted to about 300 a month. Tripling, what is it, director? The person in black, who came looking for you last time I've checked it out, he's from the Blackshaw Gang. The Blackshaw Gang is an underground organization in Jiang City, specializing in illicit activities including tomb raiding, smuggling cultural relics, and even raising corpses. Raising corpses? Lin Feng was taken aback. Yes, the director nodded. They are likely interested in your feng shui skills and want you to do jobs for them. These people are ruthless. They won't stop until they achieve their goals. You must be careful and try not to go out alone. Lin Feng's heart sank as he nodded. I understand, director. I will be cautious. Go ahead and work hard. The director waved his hand. Lin Feng took the envelope and left the office feeling, although his salary increased, and he was about to accumulate enough good reviews, getting involved with such trouble was indeed a double-edged sword. Forget it, I'll face whatever comes my way. Let's make money first. Lin Feng shook his head, casting aside his worries as he happily began counting the money. With a monthly income of 100, he was one step closer to buying a house and marrying a wife. Lin Feng, you finally came out. At 6 in the morning, as Lin Feng dragged his weary body out of the funeral home, a familiar figure rushed over holding a delicate food box. It was Chunxi again. Lin Feng paused, instinctively wanting to turn back, but Chunxi had already blocked his way, looking at him with a bright smile. I brought you breakfast, freshly made pan-fried buns and soy milk. Eat it while it's hot. Miss Chen, really you don't have to. I'll eat at home. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, afraid that Su Muxue might suddenly appear. It's too much trouble to eat at home, let's eat here. Chunxi stuffed the food box into his hands, her gaze carrying a hint of sorrow. I've been messaging you on WeChat for the past few days, why haven't you replied? I was busy with work and didn't check my phone. Lin Feng forced himself to lie. He had already set Chunxi's WeChat to do not disturb and even considered blocking her, but he was afraid it would provoke her into doing something drastic. Is that so? Chunxi clearly didn't believe him, but didn't press further. Instead, she leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Lin Feng, I know you have a girlfriend, but I really like you a lot. I don't ask for a title, ooh, I just want to see you often. Lin Feng, Miss Chen, you can't just say things like that. Please have some self-respect. Married. Chunxi was momentarily taken aback, her expression dimming. Is there? Please have some self-respect. Married. Chunxi was momentarily taken aback, her expression dimming. Is there really? No chance at all. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng spoke firmly. Miss Chen, you are a good girl. Don't waste your time on me, it's not worth it. Chunxi looked at him silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, her smile tinged with bitterness. All right, I understand. This breakfast will be my last farewell. In the future, I won't come again. With that, she turned and walked away, her back appearing somewhat forlorn. Lin Feng watched her leave, feeling a sense of relief, but glancing at the food box in his hands, he felt a bit unsettled. This girl is too persistent. I hope this time she really lets go. Shaolin, not bad, your peach blossom luck is strong. Old Zhang didn't know when he had come over, looking enviously at him. This girl comes every day to bring you breakfast, rain or shine. Her perseverance moves me. Uncle Zhang, please don't tease me. I'm almost worried to death. Lin Feng said with a bitter face, if my girlfriend finds out, I'm done for. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't say anything, I won't say anything. Who will know? Old Zhang winked, but let's be honest, this girl is quite good looking and seems to come from a wealthy family. Aren't you considering it? Not considering, absolutely not considering. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. My wife is the best in the world, no one can compare. Alright, I'll take that, as you having a good heart. Old Zhang patted his shoulder, but be careful, this girl doesn't look like someone who would easily give up. I know, that's why I've been taking the back door these past few days. Lin Feng sighed. Alright, I won't say more, I have to hurry home, I'm dead tired. Let's go, I'm off work too. Lin Feng tossed the food box to Old Zhang, sneaked out through the back door, took a long detour to ensure no one was following, and then took a taxi home. When he got home, Su Muxue was already up, busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Wife, I'm back. Lin Feng changed into slippers, walked over from behind, hugged her, and kissed her cheek. What delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Fried eggs, milk, and toast. Su Muxue replied without looking back. Go wash your hands, it'll be ready soon. Yes, ma'am. Lin Feng replied, obediently going to wash his hands. During breakfast, Lin Feng was exceptionally attentive, serving food and pouring milk, asking how she was being overly considerate. Why are you so well behaved today? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow at him. Did you do something wrong? No, absolutely not. Lin Feng's heart tightened, quickly denying, I just feel like you've been working too hard going to school during the day and waiting for me at night. I need to make it up to you. Is that so? Su Muxue looked at him with a half smile. Your security company hasn't had much business lately, has it? No business. Everything is very calm, not even a mouse. Lin Feng vowed. That's good. Su Muxue nodded, not probing further, but the glint in her eyes made Lin Feng feel uneasy. After the meal, Lin Feng took the initiative to wash the dishes, mop the floor, did the laundry, and even tried to give Su Muxue a massage, but was kicked away by her. Alright, stop trying to be nice, go to sleep. Look at those dark circles under your eyes, you look like a panda. Su Muxue said disdainfully. Okay, then I'll sleep, you be careful on your way to school, wife. Lin Feng felt like he had received a reprieve and quickly sneaked back to the bedroom. Lying in bed, Lin Feng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with Chun's eyes, sorrowful eyes, Su Muxue's half-smile, and that mysterious figure in black, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Such a crime. Lin Feng sighed, deeply covering his head with the blanket. When will this life come to an end? Shaolin, why does your peachwood sword have a QR code? Sister Wang, holding the package just opened by Lin Feng, looked at it in amazement, as a prominent QR code was clearly printed on the hilt alongside the word "Scan to receive" a red envelope. Sister Wang, holding the package just opened by Lin Feng, looked at it in amazement, as a prominent QR code was clearly printed on the hilt along. Don't be in a hurry, let everyone take a look. Sister Wang laughed as she hid behind old Zhang, shouting, come quick. Shaolin bought new equipment, a high-tech peachwood sword that drives away evil spirits and can even give red envelopes. What? Scanning drives away evil? Let me see. Is it true? So advanced. Shaolin, nice one. Keeping up with the times. In an instant, a crowd gathered in the duty room, including old Zhang, old Li, and even a few cleaning ladies, all crowding around to point at the peachwood sword, laughter echoing around. This sword is great, and it's free shipping, only 29 yuan, send me the link. And this Bagua mirror, there's a 2 yuan cashback for good reviews. Shaolin, did you get it? This talisman is only 9 yuan for a stack, buy 2 get 1 free, what a deal. Everyone chimed in, turning Lin Feng's purchased magical items upside down, loudly announcing the price discounts and reviews of each product, making Lin Feng wish he could find a crack to hide in. Enough, stop looking. Give everything back to me. Lin Feng said, humiliated and furious, as he snatched the peachwood sword and talismans, stuffing them into his backpack, his face as red as a cooked shrimp. Oh, are you shy? Sister Wang laughed, patting him on the shoulder. It's okay, Shaolin, buying from Pinduoduo isn't shameful. I often shop there to save money. Exactly, who still buys from physical stores these days? Online shopping is cheaper. Old Zhang chimed in. Lin Feng felt like crying. Old Li glanced at him and said slowly, I see you bought more than a dozen items, and the total isn't even as much as my one Thunderstrike would. Lin Feng. He was just trying to save money. The expensive items he had bought before were either broken or lost, making him feel pained. That's why he thought to buy some cheaper ones, but he didn't expect the quality to be so heartwarming and even have QR codes. Alright, stop making fun of Shaolin. The curator walked in at some point, suppressing a laugh as he said, the intention is good, but you need to choose the right channels. They'll give you an address later. Go to that shop and mention my name for a 20% discount. Thank you, curator. Lin Feng said weakly, feeling like his life had lost its color. They'll give you an address later. Go to that shop and mention my name for a 20% discount. Thank you, curator. Lin Feng said weakly, feeling like his life had lost it. Shaolin bought magical items from Pinduoduo, and his peachwood sword even has a QR code. It's hilarious. Is that true? That's too funny. I thought he was impressive, but turns out he's just a poser. Exactly, last time he acted like a master, but in reality he used all cheap stuff. From now on, don't call him Master Lin, call him Pinduo Daoist, ha. Lin Feng sat on the toilet listening to the laughter outside, his face turned green. He silently pulled up his pants, didn't flush, and walked straight out. Back in the duty room, the more Lin Feng thought about it, the angrier and more embarrassed he became. Finally, he slammed the table, took out his phone, and prepared to send a resignation letter to the curator. This shift was unbearable. It was too embarrassing. Ding. Detected that the host has tendencies towards resignation system. Warning, leaving without completing the task will result in the deduction of all good reviews, and the skills already granted will be revoked, plus an additional 10 years off your lifespan. Lin Feng's fingers stiffened, nearly throwing his phone away. System, are you being reasonable? They laughed at me first. Lin Feng roared in his heart. This system only looks at results, not the process. Please maintain a correct attitude and continue to complete the task. Lin Feng felt a lump in his chest, nearly choking. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to resign, gritting his teeth as he said, fine, you're tough. I'll endure. It's just being laughed at after all. He had been laughed at before. For the sake of good reviews, for the sake of skills, and to avoid losing lifespan, he would endure. Lin Feng sat back down, took out those Pinduoduo magical items, and began secondary processing. Since the quality was lacking, let's make up for it with quantity. If one talisman isn't enough, I'll stick 10. If one sword isn't enough, I'll bind 10. Lin Feng took out red cinnabar and a brush, redrawing each talisman and infusing it with internal energy. He also dismantled a few cheap peachwood swords, binding them together with red string to create a Gatling version peachwood sword. Although it looked a bit bizarre, its power should be enhanced. After a busy afternoon, Lin Feng looked at the newly revitalized magical items on the table, nodding in satisfaction. Looking down on Pinduoduo. Let you all see what great strength brings miracles means. Just then the door of the duty room was pushed open, and old Zhang peeked in. Shaolin, someone is looking for you. They said it's from the TV station. Lin Feng's heart sank. Is it that female reporter again? No, it's a man looking quite serious, old Zhang said. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and got up to walk outside. At the door stood a man in a black suit wearing sunglasses and holding a folder. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he slightly bowed. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the director from Jiangxing TV's program Strange Stories, and I'd like to invite you to participate in our show for a special episode on funeral home feng shui. A program. Lin Feng was taken aback. Yes, we can offer substantial compensation, 50,000 for an episode. The man handed over a business card. Moreover, this will greatly help enhance your visibility. Lin Feng took the business card, glanced at it, and felt somewhat hesitant. Going on television could indeed quickly boost his visibility and might even earn him some good reviews. But the risks were also great. What if Su Muxue saw it? He would be doomed. Mr. Lin, please consider this. Here's my contact information. The man said, I look forward to your reply. After saying this, he turned and left. Lin Feng looked at the business card in his hand, then at the pile of Pinduo magical items on the table, and suddenly had a bold idea. Going on the show doesn't seem impossible. 3 days later at 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang City Funeral Home. The filming team of the program Strange Tales arrived on time, consisting of 7 or 8 people, including the director, cameraman, lighting, and sound. Mr. Lin, I'll rely on you tonight, said Director Lu Ming, shaking Lin Feng's hand with enthusiasm. Rest assured, we will try not to disturb your work. We just need some footage, and we'll edit it later. All right, no problem. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a bit nervous inside, but maintaining a calm facade. He had prepared thoroughly for tonight's shoot. Not only did he tidy up the duty room, but he also hid those Pinduo magical tools, leaving only a few items that looked relatively high-end, which were actually borrowed from the curator. Shall we begin? Lu Ming asked. Let's start. Lin Feng took a deep breath and flashed a professional smile at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, the night shift attendant at Jiang City Funeral Home. Tonight, I will guide you through. Before he could finish, a piercing scream and cries suddenly erupted from outside. Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! Lin Feng's expression changed immediately, and he stood up saying, something's happened. Follow me. The cameraman reacted quickly, shouldering the camera and following, while Lu Ming hurriedly signaled the sound technician to turn on the equipment. The group rushed out of the duty room, and at the end of the corridor a man was slumped on the floor, pale and trembling, shouting at the air, don't come over. Don't come over. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lin Feng ran over and asked, what happened? Lin, Master Lin, there's a ghost. Just now a woman in white floated by. The man grabbed Lin Feng's leg like a drowning man, clutching a life raft, crying out. Lin Feng frowned, instantly activating his master-level feng shui technique to sense the surroundings. There was indeed a faint chill in the air, but it was very weak. Unlike a vengeful spirit, it seemed more like a wandering soul. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Lin Feng patted the man's shoulder, activating his advanced soothing technique. A gentle force flowed into the man's body, calming his agitated emotions somewhat. Cameraman, keep up, get a close-up. Lu Ming quietly directed from behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He didn't expect to encounter such an event right after arriving. This episode would surely have high ratings. Lin Feng stood up, scanning the corridor, finally stopping at a corner. There a faint white shadow was floating, seemingly a bit lost. So it's lost, Lin Feng realized. This should be a wandering soul that had just died, lingering in the funeral home for some reason, unable to find its way, and had likely frightened the man by accident. Heaven and earth disperse the foul chi, the mysteries of the cave illuminate the primordial essence. Lin Feng chanted softly, forming hand seals as his fingertips traced the air, gathering a faint golden light that transformed into a complex rune. Command! Lin Feng exclaimed softly, sending the rune flying towards the white shadow, instantly enveloping it. The shadow struggled for a moment before dissolving into specks of white light, vanishing into the air. The entire process took only a few seconds, but to the onlookers it seemed as if Lin Feng merely gestured at the air and recited a few incantations before the female ghost disappeared. It disappeared. The man stared blankly at the corner, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, it has been sent away. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the man, asking, are you okay? I'm fine now. The man quickly shook his head, bowing repeatedly to Lin Feng. Thank you, Master Lin. Thank you for saving my life. Get up, there's no need for that. Lin Feng helped him up. In the future, don't wander around alone at night. This place has a heavy energy, which can easily provoke disturbances. Yes, I'll remember. Thank you, Master Lin. The man expressed endless gratitude as he left. Lin Feng turned around to find Lu Ming and the cameraman staring at him in shock, their equipment forgotten. Oh, just a lost little ghost. I merely saw it off, Lin Feng replied casually, as if he were talking about, oh, just a lost little ghost. I merely saw it off, Lin Feng replied casually, as if he were talking about sending away a lost kitten or puppy. Is there really a ghost? The cameraman asked in a pale voice. If you believe there is, but if you don't, there I sent, Lin Feng smiled, refraining from a direct answer. Let's go continue filming. The next few hours of filming went exceptionally smoothly. Lin Feng guided the production team through the funeral home, explaining some feng shui layouts and precautions, while also demonstrating a few simple exorcism techniques on site, such as using glutinous rice to measure yin energy and using a compass to determine directions, leaving everyone in awe, their gazes filled with respect for Lin Feng. At 4 a.m, filming concluded. Lu Ming shook Lin Feng's hand excitedly, saying, Master Lin, thank you so much. This episode will definitely be a hit. Rest assured I'll double your pay, 100,000. If there's a chance in the future we can collaborate again. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, feeling delighted inside. 100,000 would allow him to buy many good magical tools. After sending off the production team, Lin Feng returned to the duty room. Just as he sat down, the system's notifications, ding, received praise 5 from the respect and recognition of the production team, current progress, 2,850. Ding, received praise 3, resolved crisis, assisted bystander, current progress, 3,100. Ding, received special item, camera sensitivity ring, passive, increasing expressive capability by 50 in front of the camera, making it easier to gain trust and goodwill from others. Not bad, quite fruitful, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the time. It was almost 5. If he held on for a little longer, he could clock out soon. Not bad, quite fruitful, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the time. It was almost 5. If he held on for a little longer, he could clock out soon. Yes, curator, they said they wanted to do a program, and I thought it would be good for our promotion, so I agreed, Lin Feng replied. What's the matter? The curator asked. I just received a call from someone saying they saw the television station's vehicle and asked me what was going on. I suspect it might be the people from the Blackshaw gang, the curator said solemnly. Lin Feng's heart tightened. What do they want? Not clear, but it's definitely not good news. You need to be careful these days, try not to act alone. After work, I'll have Lao Zhang take you home, the curator instructed. All right, thank you, curator. A weekend afternoon in the city center's commercial district. Su Muxue absent-mindedly flipped through a dress, her gaze drifting repeatedly to her phone screen, brows faintly furrowed. Hey, what's got you so spaced out? Your soul's wandered off. Lu Feifei waved a hand before her face with a teasing grin. Could it be Dr. Lin you're pining for? You've only been apart a few hours, and already like this. Su Muxue snapped back to reality, set the garment aside, and replied coolly, no, it's just that I'm tired. Tired? I'd say something's weighing on your mind. Lu Feifei leaned in, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Spill it. Did you two quarrel with Lin Feng? Or has he taken someone else? Don't talk nonsense. Su Muxue shot her a sharp glance. Lin Feng isn't that kind of man. Not necessarily. Men, after all, think with their lower halves. Lu Feifei curled her lip. Besides, he's no slouch in looks and his job's stable now. What if some sly enchantress has set her sights on him? Enough. Stop. Su Muxue cut her off, voice edged with impatience. Lu Feifei paused at her pallor. Then her eyes lit up. Wait, you don't mean? Did I actually guess right? Did he really cheat? No. Su Muxue drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the rising unease. He's just been swamped at work lately, always on night shifts. I'm simply worried about him. Night shifts? He works for a security firm. What night shifts? Lu Feifei frowned. And I've heard rumors. His company's oddly secretive. Not even a proper address. Could he be deceiving you? A cold weight settled in Su Muxue's chest. She'd asked herself the same question. Whenever Lin Feng spoke of work, his answers were vague. And pressed too far, he'd deflect. Lately he'd grown stranger, still unreachable at night, sleeping like the dead by day, and always carrying a peculiar scent, like incense mingled with antiseptic. Maybe he's not working nights at all. Lu Feifei lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. But going somewhere else entirely. Somewhere else. Su Muxue narrowed her eyes. The kind men secretly love, the nightclubs, bars, or worse, hiring companions. Lu Feifei added, a friend of mine had the same story. Her boyfriend claimed endless overtime, yet was really out carousing. Su Muxue paled, her fingers tightened imperceptibly. Though she refused to believe Lin Feng capable of such betrayal, his mounting oddities gnawed at her certainty. What if we investigate? Lu Feifei urged. I know where his office is. We could go tonight quietly. If he's truly on duty, fine. But if he's not? Su Muxue fell silent for several seconds, then shook her head. No, I trust him. You. Lu Feifei opened her mouth to protest, but met Su Muxue's unwavering gaze and swallowed the words. Fine. As you wish. Still, as your best friend, I must say caution is never misplaced. Don't end up counting money for the very person who's swindling you. I know. I'll handle it carefully. Su Muxue nodded, yet inside her thoughts churned like storm-tossed waves. It wasn't distrust, not yet. But that nameless dread deepened with every passing hour. That evening, returning home, she found Lin Feng already at work. The empty apartment echoed with quiet desolation. She drifted toward his room to tidy his clothes. Opening the wardrobe, a faint sandalwood fragrance rose. A few of his usual shirts hung neatly beside a black Taoist robe. Su Muxue froze, lifting the robe. Its black silk shimmered softly, embroidered with golden bagua symbols, strangely familiar. A memory surfaced. Days ago she'd watched an online video titled Exorcism at a Funeral Parlor. The Taoist priest in it wore nearly identical robes. Her pulse quickened. She rummaged deeper, discovering tucked in the corner a black backpack. Hesitating only a moment, she unzipped it. Inside lay an array of uncanny objects: a peachwood sort of bagua mirror, talismanic paper, cinnabar, a compass, and even a pouch of glutinous rice and several cloves of garlic. Staring at them, Su Muxue's face drained of color. Hadn't Lin Feng said he worked for a security firm? Why carry such things? Lin Feng, she whispered, gripping the phone tightly, expression torn between sorrow and suspicion. Just then her screen lit up. Lin Feng, she whispered, gripping the phone tightly, expression torn between sorrow and suspicion. Just then her screen lit up. A message from Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei Xiao Shui. I checked with a friend. Lin Feng's security company has 0 registration records. He's definitely deceiving you. Lu Feifei want me to hire a private investigator. I know trustworthy ones. Su Muxue stared at the messages, thumb hovering over the screen, before typing slowly, no need. I'll handle it myself. Setting the phone down, she gazed out at the ink-black sky, and her eyes hardened, cold and resolute. Lin Feng, what exactly are you hiding from me? At the Jiangqing funeral home, a highly formal funeral is taking place. The deceased is a well-respected local entrepreneur, and the attendees are all either wealthy or influential. The mourning hall is decorated solemnly with flower wreaths filling the entire courtyard. Lin Feng, as the night shift supervisor, has also been temporarily called in to help maintain order and, incidentally, to oversee the proceedings. Lin Feng, this is General Lu, the eldest son of the deceased. The director introduced. General Lu, this is Xiao Lin, our feng shui consultant. If you have any special requests, you can discuss them with him. Feng shui consultant. General Lu scrutinized Lin Feng with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. So young. Is he reliable? Rest assured, General Lu, although Xiao Lin is young, he possesses considerable skill, the director said with a smile. Humph, General Lu, don't be fooled. A sarcastic voice interjected as a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a goatee approached, holding a compass and exuding arrogance. Feng shui relies on experience and heritage, and not just anyone can claim to be a master. This is... Lin Feng looked at the director. This is Master Zhang, the feng shui expert specially invited by General Lu to oversee the layout of this funeral, the director said in a low voice, signaling Lin Feng not to cause trouble. Master Zhang is correct. A feng shui indeed emphasizes heritage. Lin Feng smiled unperturbed and turned his attention to the compass in Master Zhang's hand. However, heritage alone is useless. One must also know how to apply it. For instance, your compass appears to be unstable with the needle deviating. It must be affected by a strong magnetic field. If not calibrated, the data it provides is likely inaccurate, isn't it? Master Zhang's expression changed as he instinctively concealed the compass behind him. You, what nonsense are you spouting? This compass is a family heirloom. How could it possibly be inaccurate? If it's nonsense, then let's test it out, Lin Feng said as he moved to the center of the mourning hall, pointing to a spot in the southeast corner. According to your layout, the coffin should be placed here, symbolizing purple qi coming from the east, correct? Exactly, this is the optimal position, Master Zhang replied arrogantly. Optimal position. Lin Feng shook his head. You only know one aspect but not the other. This position seems auspicious, but you overlooked the nearby pillar. He pointed at a thick load-bearing column nearby. This column has a steel structure internally carrying a strong magnetic field that directly clashes with your purple qi, creating sha qi confronting the coffin. If the coffin is placed here, it will not only fail to protect the descendants, but will instead invite disaster. You're talking nonsense. Master Zhang's face reddened, panic setting in. What magnetic field, what sha qi? I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'll demonstrate it for you. Lin Feng took a coin out of his pocket and placed it on the pillar, and the coin began to tremble slightly, as if attracted by something. He then tied a red thread to the coin with the other end pointing toward the coffin's position, and it began to sway violently, without any wind. Do you see? This is magnetic field interference. Lin Feng turned to General Lu. General Lu, if you don't believe it, you can bring in professional testing equipment to verify it. General Lu watched the swaying red thread, his expression shifting as he turned to Master Zhang with a cold gaze. Master Zhang, what's going on here? I don't know, it might be a coincidence. Master Zhang was now sweating profusely. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know if we change positions. Lin Feng walked to the other side of the mourning hall and pointed to an empty spot. Here, with the mountain at your back and facing the flowing water, although it's an artificial lake, the energy is gentle and most suitable for placing the coffin, ensuring peace for the household and prosperity for the descendants. General Lu looked at the director, who nodded. Xiao Lin makes a valid point. If this position is indeed better, then let's proceed as Master Xiao Lin suggests. General Lu decisively waved his hand at Master Zhang. Master Zhang, you may leave. I will ensure your payment is processed. General Lu, you. Master Zhang tried to protest, but upon seeing General Lu's icy gaze, he could only leave in dejection. Master Shaolin, I apologize for any offense earlier. Please don't take it to heart, General Lu said politely to Lin Feng. I entrust this funeral to you. General Lu, you're too courteous. It is my duty. Lin Feng nodded and began directing the staff to adjust. With the aid of the master-level Feng Shui technique, Lin Feng quickly adjusted the energy of the mourning hall to its optimal state, and the entire funeral proceeded smoothly, without any mishaps. After the funeral concluded, General Lu grasped Lin Feng's hand and gratefully said, Master Shaolin, thank you so much. This was all thanks to you, otherwise it could have gone terribly wrong. General Lu, you are too kind. It was the least I could do, Lin Feng replied with a smile. This is a small token of appreciation. Oh, please accept it. General Lu handed over a thick envelope containing at least 20,000 yuan. General Lu, this. Lin Feng hesitated. Take it, you deserve it, the director chimed in from the side. General Lu isn't short on cash. Then thank you, General Lu. Lin Feng accepted the envelope feeling delighted. 20,000 yuan is enough for him to buy several good magical tools. Ding. Receive praise, 3 recognition and gratitude from the wealthy current progress, 3,450. Ding. Received praise, 2 overwhelming peers maintaining the reputation of the home, current progress, 3,650. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Feng felt elated. At this rate, in another half a month the task would be completed. As General Lu departed, Lin Feng was about to head back to the duty room when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Muxue. Hello wife, have you missed me? Lin Feng answered the call with a smile. On the other end there was a moment of silence before Su Muxue's voice came through somewhat cold. Where are you? I'm at the company, just finished up. Lin Feng felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively lied. Which company? Send me the address. I happen to be nearby and will come find you, Su Muxue said. Lin Feng. Now. I'm about to go out on patrol, not at the company. Lin Feng quickly sought an excuse. Wife, is there anything you need? Nothing, just wanted to see you, Su Muxue replied flatly. Since you're busy, forget it, come back early tonight. Alright, I'll be back early for sure. Lin Feng hastily assured her. After hanging up, Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling his back wet. That was close, I almost slipped up. It seems I need to hurry and finish the task, or I'll be found out by Su Muxue sooner or later. Looking at the rating of 3,650 on the system panel, Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions. He was truly scared. Over the past month he had experienced resurrection hauntings, internal betrayals, fraudsters, and even threats from mysterious organizations, coming close to losing his life several times. Every night at work felt like facing tribulation, with his nerves highly strung and dark circles under his eyes threatening to drop to his chin. Yet he was genuinely happy. Having completed more than half of the tasks meant he was one step closer to escaping from the sea of suffering. Moreover, although this job was terrifying, the income was indeed high. With the 20,000 given by President Lu tonight, his earnings this month had already surpassed 100,000, more than his annual salary as a doctor. Just hold on a bit longer, in no more than half a month I will be liberated. Lin Feng encouraged himself, packed his things, and prepared to leave work. Passing by a flower shop, Lin Feng deliberately bought a bouquet of red roses, then went to the supermarket to buy cherries and strawberries that Su Muxue loved before taking a taxi home. Upon returning home, Su Muxue was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw him come back, she merely glanced at him indifferently, not saying a word. Wife, I'm back. Lin Feng put on a smile and handed her the flowers, saying, These are for you, do you like them? Su Muxue looked at the vividly blooming roses, her gaze softened a little, but her tone remained flat. Why buy flowers? It's a waste of money. Not a waste, spending money on my wife is only right, Lin Feng replied as he placed the flowers in a vase and took out the fruits, washing them and putting them on the coffee table. Wife, have some fruit, it's fresh and sweet. Su Muxue picked up a strawberry and took a bite. It was indeed very sweet, but she felt somewhat uneasy. The more attentive Lin Feng was, the more she felt he was hiding something from her. Why are you back so early today? Su Muxue asked. I finished my work early and came back to keep you company. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a thick envelope from his pocket, counted out 15,000, and handed it to Su Muxue. Wife, this is this month's salary, you keep it. Su Muxue stared at the stack of red bills, stunned for a moment. So much. Did you get a bonus? Yes, my boss saw my good performance and gave me a bonus. Lin Feng spoke vaguely, not daring to mention the specific amount. You take it by whatever you want, don't hold back. Su Muxue accepted the money, feeling even more confused. How could a night security guard at a security company earn 15,000 a month, including bonuses? This income was higher than many white-collar workers. Does your company have such good benefits? Su Muxue asked cautiously. It's okay, mainly because the boss is generous. Lin Feng quickly changed the subject, squatting down to hold Su Muxue's foot. Wife, you must be tired from shopping all day. Let me give you a foot massage. Su Muxue instinctively tried to pull her foot back, But Lin Feng held it tightly, his warm palm, gently kneading her sole, applying just the right amount of pressure, making her let out a soft moan. How is it? Is it comfortable? Lin Feng looked up at her, his eyes filled with affection. It's okay. Su Muxue's cheeks flushed, and she turned her face away. Then let me massage your legs as well. Lin Feng became more daring, his hands sliding up her calf, gently kneading the inner thigh, his fingertips sending electric currents through her body, causing Su Muxue to shiver slightly. You? Don't touch me like that. Su Muxue grasped his hand, her voice becoming soft. I'm not touching you inappropriately. This is a proper massage to relieve tension and promote circulation. Lin Feng said earnestly, but his hands didn't stop, instead they grew bolder. Su Muxue felt her body heating up, her breath quickening, and the question she intended to ask faded from her mind. She gazed into Lin Feng's face, which was so close to hers, her eyes slightly dazed. Wife, you smell so good. Lin Feng leaned closer, rubbing against her neck, his breath hot. Su Muxue was stirred by him, her body going soft as she allowed him to act freely. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Just as he was about to take it further, his phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The harsh ringtone abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere. Su Muxue snapped back to reality, pushing Lin Feng away, adjusting her clothes, her cheeks flushed. Answer the phone. Who is this? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What matters? Who is this? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I know where you work. The Jiangxing Funeral Home, night shift guard, correct? Lin Feng's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly, moving to the balcony and lowering his voice. What do you want? Don't be nervous, I just want to make a deal with you, the man said. Tomorrow night at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, bring your feng shui tools and come alone. If you don't come, you know the consequences. With that, the call ended. Lin Feng held his phone, his expression dark. It was those from the Black Sha gang again. How did they find out his number? Whose phone was that? Su Muxue walked over and asked. Nothing, just to tell him. Lin Feng quickly tucked his phone away, forcing a smile. Wife, let's continue. Continue what? Sleep. Su Muxue shot him a glare and turned back to the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Lin Feng stared at the closed door, feeling helpless. The cooked duck flew away. Moreover, an even bigger trouble was waiting for him ahead. In the bedroom, Su Muxue leaned against the door, listening to Lin Feng's frustrated sighs from outside. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it quickly faded. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Miss, a respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Help me check a number, the one that just called Lin Feng. I want to know who it is. Su Muxue's tone was icy. Also check if anyone has been watching him recently, especially the people from the Heisha gang. Yes, miss. The subordinate replied. Do you need to deal with them? No need, just give a warning. Don't alarm the snake by hitting the grass, Su Muxue said. Remember, don't let him know. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Su Muxue walked to the window, looking out at the night, her eyes filled with complexity. She had already sensed Lin Feng's recent odd behavior, but she never expected he had gotten involved with the Heisha gang. What is this fool hiding from me? Su Muxue sighed, feeling a bit worried, but more than that, it was heartache. No matter what he was doing, as long as he was safe, that was enough. As for the rest, with her around, no one could touch him. The next night, Lin Feng arrived at the funeral home with a sense of apprehension. The phone call from last night had kept him on edge all day. The abandoned factory in the western suburbs was clearly not a good place, and going there would surely result in misfortune. But he couldn't not go. The other party knew his background, and if he didn't go, what if they came looking for him, or worse? Went to trouble. Su Muxue. Let's take it step by step. Worst case. Call the police. Lin Feng thought to himself as he walked into the duty room. Hey Shaolin, you look good today. Did you reconcile with your girlfriend last night? Let's take it step by step. Worst case. Call the police. Lin Feng thought to himself as he walked into the duty room. Hey Shaolin, you look good today. Sister Wang patted his shoulder. Do a good job tonight. Don't think about other things. Got it, Sister Wang. Lin Feng. Not long after sitting down, the door of the duty room was suddenly pushed open, and Chun, she rushed in, panting and holding a pink envelope. Lin Feng. Chun's eyes brightened upon seeing him, and she directly stuffed the envelope into his hands. This is for you. What is this? Lin Feng was taken aback. A love letter. I wrote it. Chun, she exclaimed loudly, her cheeks slightly flushed. I know you have a girlfriend, but I still like you. This letter represents my feelings. You can read it, or not. I wrote it anyway. Lin Feng. Chun, Miss Chun, please don't do this. Lin Feng flustered, trying to return it to her, but Chun, she turned and ran, calling back at the door. Lin Feng, I won't give up. As long as you're not married, I still have a chance. After saying that, she dashed away. Lin Feng stood there holding the envelope, utterly bewildered. What is this girl doing? Why is she not stopping? Hey, a love letter. Sister Wang approached, her face full of gossip. Nice job, Shaolin, you've got some charm. The girl is pursuing you like this. Sister Wang, please don't tease me, Lin Feng said with a bitter face, wanting to throw the envelope away, but feeling it was impolite, so he stuffed it into a drawer. I really have no interest in her. I have a wife. I know you have a wife, but that girl has a sincere heart. Don't be too ruthless, Sister Wang said with a smile. By the way, that girl is pretty and comes from a good family. Aren't you considering it? Not considering it, absolutely not. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. My wife is the best in the world, no one can compare. Fine, I'll give you credit for having a conscience, Sister Wang nodded in satisfaction. But you still need to be careful, that girl looks quite persistent, don't let it lead to any trouble. I know I'll handle it, while Lin Feng sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Just as one wave settled, another rose. The He Sha gang issue wasn't resolved, and now there was Chen Shi. When would this all end? At that moment, Lin Feng's phone vibrated with a message warning issued: the other party will not trouble you for now, be careful yourself. Lin Feng was taken aback. Who sent this? Who was being warned? The He Sha gang. He called back, but got a message saying the number was unavailable. Strange. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly uneasy. Could it be the director? No matter who it was good that he was safe for now. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, deciding not to go anywhere tonight, and just stay in the duty room, thinking of a way tomorrow. However, the trees desired stillness, but the wind would not cease. At 2 in the morning, while Lin Feng was reading, there was a sudden knock on the duty room door. Knock knock. Who? Lin Feng asked warily. Lin Feng, it's me, Chen Shi. Chen Zai's voice came from outside, tinged with tears. I am scared, it seems like someone is following me outside. Lin Feng frowned, and walked to the door, looking through the peephole. Chen Shi stood outside, her face pale, and her eyes terrified, not pretending. What happened? Lin Feng asked as he opened the door. I was about to go home when I saw a shadow following me. I don't dare to walk. Chen Shi grabbed Lin Feng's arm, her body trembling slightly. Lin Feng glanced outside. The corridor was empty, nothing unusual. But he could sense a faint aura of malice in the distance, quickly fading away. It's okay, now the person has left, Lin Feng said. He'll escort you out to get a taxi. Thank you. Chen Shi nodded, not letting go of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng had no choice but to let her hold on, escorting her out of the funeral home. He watched her get into a taxi. After sending off Chen Shi, Lin Feng returned to the duty room, feeling somewhat uneasy. The faint aura of malice that lingered was unmistakable. It seemed that the people from the Black Sha gang were still not giving up and were watching him closely, Lin Feng thought, deciding to bolster his defenses. He opened the cabinet and took out the remaining bags of glutinous rice, evenly scattering them around the bed, then used vermilion to draw several calming talismans at both the head and foot of the bed. Next, he took out the newly purchased talismans and affixed several to the windows, door frames, and even the ceiling, ensuring there were no blind spots. Finally, he placed the peachwood sword by his pillow and hung the bawang mirror at the head of the bed, nodding in satisfaction. This should be safe now. Even if a fierce ghost comes, I can hold it off for a while. Lin Feng clapped his hands, looking at the refreshed duty room with a newfound confidence. Just as he lay down ready to sleep, the door of the duty room was pushed open, and old Zhang poked his head in. Xiao Lin, I just need to. His words trailed off as he took in the sight of talismans all over the room, and the glutinous rice on the floor, dumbstruck. What the hell? Xiao Lin, what are you? Setting up a ritual? Lin Feng sat up, laughing awkwardly. No, it's just for mosquito prevention. Yes, mosquito prevention. Mosquito prevention using talismans. Old Zhang's lips twitched as he pointed at the 5 thunder calming talisman on the ceiling. Can this thing really fend off mosquitoes? It can. Mosquitoes are yin while talismans are yang, so they die upon contact, Lin Feng said earnestly, making things up. Alright, as long as you're happy with it. Old Zhang shook his head in silence, grabbed his things to leave, then turned back to look at Lin Feng's bed. Are you sleeping on glutinous rice tonight? Yes, it's warm and moisture-proof, Lin Feng replied without changing his expression. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up. You're something else, I'm impressed. After Old Zhang left, Lin Feng lay back down. The glutinous rice felt uncomfortable beneath him, but he felt incredibly at ease. It might be a bit exaggerated, but for the sake of his life, this little hardship was worth it. System check, task progress, Lin Feng silently thought. Current positive reviews 3650, a remaining positive review requirement 14. Still need 14 more, getting closer, Lin Feng calculated in his mind. Despite the troubles over the past few days, the positive reviews were rising quickly. At this rate, he would complete the task in another 10 days, or half a month. Once the task is complete, and I get the reward, I'll resign, and take Su Muxue on a trip to relax properly. Lin Feng thought of a wonderful future, a smile creeping onto his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. In the dead of night, the duty room was filled only with Lin Feng's even breathing and the ticking of the clock on the wall. Suddenly, the talisman stuck to the door trembled slightly, and a shadow silently slipped through the crack in the door, like a wisp of black smoke slowly drifting towards Lin Feng's bed. The shadow paused at the bedside, gradually coalescing into a black hand reaching towards Lin Feng's neck. Just as the hand was about to touch Lin Feng, the glutinous rice at the bedside suddenly crackled, emitting wisps of white smoke, causing the hand to retract sharply as if it had been scalded. As expected, they've come. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, warily scanning his surroundings. He hadn't truly slept, having been waiting all along. Since the Black Sha gang had set their sights on him, they surely wouldn't let it go easily. As expected, they've come. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, warily scanning his surroundings. He hadn't truly slept, having been waiting all along. Since the Black Sha gang had set their sights on him, they surely wouldn't let it go easily. They would strike tonight. Come out, don't hide anymore, Lin Feng said coldly. The duty room was eerily quiet without any response. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, activating his master-level Feng Shui technique to sense the aura around him. The aura of malice had disappeared, but a trace of chilly energy still lingered in the air. Not a person, but a puppet. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. The shadow he encountered earlier had no life force, resembling a puppet crafted with dark magic used for reconnaissance or assassination. It seems the opponent is very cautious and doesn't dare to act personally, Lin Feng thought, not daring to let his guard down. Just then the intercom on the table suddenly crackled to life, with old Zhang's panicked voice coming through. Shaolin. Come to the main storage. Something's happened. The body is missing. Lin Feng's expression changed, grabbing the intercom. What body? Which main storage? The girl who committed suicide by jumping off the building sent over yesterday. I went to patrol just now and found the ice coffin empty. Old Zhang's voice was trembling. I'm coming right now. Lin Feng immediately got up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and rushed out. Reaching the entrance of the main storage, old Zhang stood there, his face pale, pointing inside. It's that one cabinet 15, it's gone. Lin Feng dashed inside to see that cabinet number 15 was indeed empty, the lid opened and remnants of ice shards left inside. When was this discovered? Lin Feng asked. Just now, about 5 minutes ago, old Zhang replied. I heard some noise over here, came to take a look, and found it like this. Lin Feng approached the ice coffin, examining it carefully. There were no signs of damage, and the lock was intact, not looking like it had been pried open. Moreover, although the body was missing, there were no footprints around, nor any signs of dragging. This wasn't done by a human. Lin Feng's heart sank. Could it be resurrection? Or stolen? Let's search around. Maybe it hasn't gone far, Lin Feng said, taking out the compass to sense the location of the body. The compass needle spun wildly, finally pointing towards the direction of the duty room. Not good. A diversion. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically as he turned to run back. Upon returning to the duty room, the door was wide open, the inside in disarray, glutinous rice scattered everywhere, and several talismans torn apart. On his bed lay the missing female corpse. The female corpse's eyes were wide open, a strange smile on her lips, and in her hand was a piece of paper. Lin Feng walked over, picking up the note, which was written in blood. If you want the body, come alone to the factory on the west outskirts tomorrow night. Otherwise, the next one lying here will be your girlfriend. Lin Feng looked at the note, his eyes cold, a surge of anger rising from deep within. Black Sha gang. You're asking for death. At 10 o'clock in the evening, an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Lin Feng carried a backpack and held a peachwood sword, cautiously stepping inside. The factory was shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming through the broken windows barely illuminating the path. Is anyone here? Lin Feng called out, his voice echoing in the empty factory. Bang! A large light suddenly turned on, the blinding white light, causing Lin Feng to squint. In the center of the factory stood 7 or 8 men in black suits, led by a bald man with a scarred face who was toying with 2 iron balls, his gaze sinister. Lin Feng, you finally arrived, the bald man said, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Did you bring the items? What items? Lin Feng frowned. Don't play dumb, your feng shui tools and your abilities, the bald man continued. Our boss appreciates you and wants to ask for your help. What kind of help, eh? It's simple. Help us raise a few corpses, then set up a formation to safely transport them. After the job is done, we'll pay you this amount, the bald man said, extending 5 fingers. 50,000. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 500,000, the bald man replied. In cash, we can give you half right now. Lin Feng was taken aback. 500,000 was no small sum. What they wanted to transport was definitely not ordinary corpses. Where will they be transported? What are you moving? Lin Feng asked. That's none of your concern. Just take the money and do the job, the bald man replied impatiently. So what do you say? Will you do it or not? Lin Feng looked at the bald man, then at the others behind him, his eyes icy. What if I say no? The bald man sneered, waving his hand. 2 henchmen dragged over a burlap sack and tossed it on the ground. The sack wriggled slightly, and a whimpering sound came from within. Do you recognize her? The bald man kicked the sack. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Chun Shi. That's right, the girl who's been bothering you. If you refuse, I'll turn her into a corpse for you to practice on. Or, shall I invite your girlfriend too? Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned cold, murderous intent surging within him. You're asking for death. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? The bald man looked disdainfully at Lin Feng. I know you can do some spells, but there are too many people here. Are your spells effective against us? Lin Feng tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, quickly calculating in his mind. A direct confrontation was impossible. There were too many of them, and they might have guns. He could only outsmart them, or buy time. Fine, I agree, Lin Feng suddenly said. What about the money? The bald man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Those who know the times are the wise. Bring the money over. One of the henchmen approached with a box, opening it to reveal it filled with red bills. This is 250,000. After the job is done you'll receive the other half. The bald man said. Lin Feng took the box weighted in his hands and suddenly chuckled. 250. Your boss has quite a way with words. The bald man's expression darkened. Stop the nonsense and get to work. Why the rush? I need to see the materials first, Lin Feng said. Where are the corpses? The bald man waved his hand, and several people pushed out 3 body bags from the back, unzipping them to reveal 3 corpses with ashen faces exuding a faintly rotten smell. These 3 corpses were filled with heavy resentment, clearly victims of foul play and had been tampered with, potentially rising at any moment. All right, let me take a look. These 3 corpses were filled with heavy resentment, clearly victims of foul play and had been tampered with, potentially rising at any moment. All right, let me take a look. These 3 corpses were filled with heavy resentment, clearly victims of foul play and had been tampered with. Just as he was about to act, a piercing screech of brakes sounded from outside the factory, followed by a rush of footsteps. Dozens of individuals in black combat gear and masks charged in guns in hand, instantly surrounding the bald man and his crew. Don't move. Drop your weapons. The bald man's face changed drastically. Who are you? How dare you touch the people of the Black Shaman Gang? Black Shaman Gang. And from today onwards, there will be no Black Shaman Gang in Jiang City. A cold voice rang out as a man in a trench coat and sunglasses walked in, his gaze scanning the bald man as if he were looking at a corpse. You? The bald man was about to say something when the man raised his hand and shot him in the head. Kill them all, leave no one alive, the man said flatly. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Before the Black Shaman Gang members could react, they were all shot dead, the entire process taking less than 10 seconds. Lin Feng hid behind a corpse, staring in shock at the scene before him. What was happening? A black-and-black situation. Mr. Lin, are you alright? The man in the trench coat approached Lin Feng, removing his mask to reveal a stern face. Who are you? Lin Feng asked warily. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are safe. The man smiled slightly, pointing to the corpses on the ground. We will handle these people. You should go home now. What about Qin Shi? Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, she's fine and has been sent home, the man replied. I hope you can keep tonight's events a secret, just pretend. As if nothing happened. Lin Feng looked at the man, and then at the well-trained individuals around him, a vague realization dawning in his heart. These people were certainly not ordinary gangsters. They seemed more like professionals. Could it be people from Su Muxue? Thank you on behalf of your young lady, Lin Feng said. The man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Lin is truly clever. I will convey that. Lin Feng nodded, refraining from asking more questions as he turned and left the factory. Back at home, Su Muxue was sitting on the sofa watching television. Seeing him return, she asked casually, You're back. Where did you go so late? I didn't go anywhere, just had a late-night snack with friends, Lin Feng replied somewhat guiltily. I'll finish eating and go to bed early. Su Muxue did not press further and got up to return to her bedroom. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Tonight's events were undoubtedly related to Su Muxue. She had been protecting him from the shadows, even using her family's power to directly eliminate the Black Shaman Gang for him. Thank you, my wife, Lin Feng silently said in his heart. The next day, news broke that a gang fight had occurred at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Black Shaman Gang, with no survivors on the scene. The police initially judged it to be an internal gang conflict and were conducting further investigations. Lin Feng watched the news, feeling a sense of relief mixed with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Su Muxue, he might have been the one who died there last night. What great luck! Lin Feng sighed, his determination to complete his tasks as soon as possible growing stronger. Ding. Gained positive feedback 5, resolved a crisis, eradicated evil. Ding. Gained positive feedback 5, resolved a crisis, eradicated evil forces, current progress 4150. Ding. Obtained special item, certificate of justice passive, which slightly enhances luck and makes it easier to gain favor from official and righteous forces. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt elated. The Black Shaman Gang had been wiped out, the greatest threat eliminated, and he had received positive feedback, a double blessing.